Start, Part 1. Few notes. Props to Takita for his excellent reverse engineering for fun and profit for inspiring me to write a Commander SI. Props to Planetary Annihilation for being such a shot of liquid crack to play that it made me want to write stories about it. I have more written than I'm posting, but I plan to keep a few parts between what I'm writing and what's posted. Due to conflicting data and sources, Commander Nu is 13 meters tall, which is shorter than an Atlas but beefy enough to pretty clearly belong in the assault weight class. Possible spoilers, but click to see the Commander rendered in CBT numbers. Also, this is not multiversal and I don't plan it to be. This setting isn't as easily cleared as it looks, especially with the way I'm having some of the crossover elements work. My first experience that I knew for a fact to be my own was the sensation of my stomach in my throat as my body dropped in freefall. That was followed almost instantly by a bone-shattering impact that caused me to black out for an instant. The ringing in my head was near unbearable. Well, it was neither truly ringing nor truly in my head, but that was the closest I could describe it. I shook myself on instinct and the air filled with the discordant tones of metal rubbing against metal. Still trying to wrap my mind around what the fuck is going on, I stumbled up the incline of the shallow crater I was in. My legs felt strange, and I took a moment to shake out each one on its own. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 legs in working order. So why do they seem so awkward all of the sudden? Getting out of the crater didn't do much to clear things up. There was a significant blast radius around me where the trees and scrub of the forest were pretty thoroughly annihilated. Other than that, it was just a blanket of forest all the way around. Oh, and some mountains on the horizon. Fuck mountains. I went to rub my temples and only got a pair of hard clangs for my trouble. Confused, I pulled down my hands and looked at it. What the fuck? I don't have hands. I wiggled the arm with the glowing red ends on it, but no hand materialized. The same happened when I wiggled the green arm. Nothing. The fuck is going on? I screamed. I lashed out with the red, slicing the air. There was a flash of red followed by an explosion on the ground near my feet. Another scream ripped from me as I hopped away from the blast. I have a gun arm. I pointed the arm away from me and thought angry thoughts. Nothing. I have no idea how to shoot my gun arm. Great. I sulked for a moment, but then went back to trying to shoot. So push. Nothing. Fire now. Nothing. Hadouken. Yeah, that was a long shot. I shook my head in annoyance. I tried to resist. I really did. But I had a fucking gun arm. I pretended to pull the trigger while manually emitting a pew-pew sound. Peef whoosh. Air. I guess that works. I tried again without making my own sound effects. Worked again. Awesome. I tried it with the green arm but nothing happened. I'd figure it out later. Fucking weird. I stated while looking out at the forest. I'd call it unfamiliar, but I'd lived pretty much exclusively in the desert. Of fucking course the forest wouldn't look familiar. And I don't have my phone. Still don't have an app for. A series of icons suddenly appeared hovering in the air in front of me. Experimentally, I moved my head around and discovered the pretty much tracked with my vision. Not exactly, but that was actually good since it made it feel more like something outside me I could easily track. Anyways, thinking about a particular icon made me somehow understand that icon better. Unit designer. Building designer. Communications interface, yeah, let's turn that on. No messages nor signals. No big. Coordinate converter. Calculator. Solitaire, really? Some things truly are universal. Oh hey, heads up display. Let's turn that on, shall we? The change wasn't really that big a deal. While it was probably in my optics, it looked more like it was being projected on the glass of a cockpit. What was weird, though, was that I recognized it completely. Isn't that the interface from Planetary Annihilation? In the summer haze. System failure Air 70. Reboot successful. Logging in, Commander Nu Alpha Tau-59 Delta. Login successful. Good day, Commander. You have killed 0 enemy commanders in the last 72 hours. You need 2 more confirmed kills to meet your weekly quota. Oy vey. I exclaimed as my mind came screaming back to awareness. Whatever that was, I did not want to experience it again. Seriously, being stuck in a video game had nothing on the terrifying otherness of my systems failing due to emotional overload. Hey, wait a fucking minute, I have emotions. That probably shouldn't be the case. I go back to apps and find one labeled self-diagnostic. I opened it up and with the press of a button I was inundated in reports. Of course I only had to glance at them to completely understand them. Mostly. I was fine. A bit of scraped paint on the hull, but fine. Except my central computer core. It was kinda sorta playset with the quantum singularity. Yet. Wires went in. And in. And in. And apparently thin keyness came out. That was utterly fucking terrifying. But it was what it was, so who was I to argue? And maybe if I repeat that enough the fear will go away. My body shivered, creating an unsubtle metal rasp. So. Let's take stock. I'm apparently a commander from planetary annihilation. My brain has been replaced with bullshit quantum. And I have no idea where I am. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to cry. I built a metal extractor. Part 2. If my optics could twitch, they would be. Instead I raised one of my pointed legs and none too gently tapped against the non-functioning air factory. Nothing. I could select it. I could set its rally point. There weren't any error messages. There just also weren't any units. Feeling my annoyance build, I turned and built a vehicle factory. Well, I started the process and then waited the half a minute or so for it to build. What greeted me at the end was another empty unit list. Growling, I brought the apps back up. Oh look, I'm becoming a power user, and opened the unit designer. No chassis. I fiddled around with advanced mode, but, since I didn't have any handy-dandy time perception warping, that just ended in 4 hours of frustration and unsheddable tears. Turns out I suck at engineering. Especially when most of the fiddly-knobbly bits aren't stored in the designer. One weird thing, though, is that I had designs for a quantum AI core. Well, 3 different sizes of them. According to notes, the small, about 5 centimeters cubed, is essentially just a regular bot that can learn and emulate a basic personality. A medium was only slightly smaller than my own and would have full personality simulation, advanced learning and planning algorithms, and an army command module. They weren't quite sapient, but could easily cross that line with experience. A large was nearly the size of factory and had more warning labels than actual description text. I think I'm going to leave that one alone for now. I'm quite comfortable on this side of the singularity, thank you very much. In any case, it's all pointless. I have no units. Not even fabricators. My base is secured against air and land, and the OLE metal/energy economy is chugging along. Well, it chugs along when new storage buildings are built. I have quite a few of those now. And since there is nothing on my radar, I have no idea which direction to go in. Besides, aren't you supposed to stay put when you're lost? Of course that does kind of presuppose someone is looking for you. Most commanders don't really have that, do they? Oh god, my picture on a carton of milk. Must not explode from laughing. Okay, that bit of levity over. That really just leaves wandering to the edge of radar range and building another radar tower. This can only end well. However it must be. I'm cut off by the streaking balls of flame falling from the sky. A quick skip to the apps page and I'm magnifying the image immensely. The flames eventually gutter out to reveal a trio of round shapes. It's distant, even under magnification they're little larger than a postage stamp in my view, but I think I know what they are. The closest one is, unless I miss my guess, a Union-class dropship. Meaning I'm in Battletech. If I could grin it would be downright predatory. Now to find out if they have a Centurion or a Warmer. Maybe a Hunchback? Takita-senpai noticed me. Yet I fully expect to have to arrange a few good spankings before things reach an acceptable equilibrium. Also, Part 3. I still dropped radar towers with a cordon of defense turrets as I moved to investigate the dropships. No real point in not doing so, and much better to have defenses to fall back on should I need to escape an enemy. The journey took hours in any case. They certainly hadn't set down nearby and I wasn't as fast a flyer by any means. However, it did mean that I stumbled across some asshole's mansion along the way. It was a nice place and he had some really nice cars parked out front. I hoovered one up and cached the design in the process. Unfortunately, civilian cars don't really work for my purposes. The gearing is all wrong to handle the heavy loads of even a tiny sensor suite. Add to that parts and joints that really aren't up to the forces involved. Improving the alloy really didn't mean anything for most of them either. A joint can pop out of place with enough leverage regardless of the metal's toughness. Even worse, I didn't have vehicle-specific armor alloys, just the shit used in my buildings. Which was, admittedly, not so shit, but it was very very dense. After all, buildings are supposed to be heavy so you can get away with thick slabs of dense alloy. Even worse, it's rigid, not springy, which is fine when you can get a foot-thick slab, but for the comparatively thin plates of a vehicle it fails to shock absorb the stress. Basically it doesn't dent, it cracks. Maybe with a few days in the unit designer I could work out how to scale it up and make something basic and workable. Maybe. But nothing was going to come of it now, and I'd barely slowed down to collect it. No, I needed military-grade equipment and I'd only get that from finding wherever those dropships were interested in. Eventually the forest wrapped right on around and up some of those great big hills that are almost mountains but didn't quite make it. That lead into a river valley bracketed by minor cliffs. Not steep enough or hard enough to keep me from simply punching toe holds and spider climbing up the sides. Another radar tower came online and this time my radar display lit up with red diamonds. I watched them carefully as I built up a small firebase and even optimistically built a vehicle and bought factories, just in case. From what I was seeing there were about a dozen contacts in range, but they were falling fast. 4 were on the retreat, but 2 were much faster than the others and danced around the flanks harassing their pursuers. 7 pursuers were looking like another pair of heavies with 5 lights. 4 lights. Breeb. I blinked as I realized that my communications app was picking up active signals. I spliced them into a single output and let it play. Perhaps I could find someone to White Knight for. While a traditional commander was built specifically to operate alone for extended periods, I was no longer traditional. I didn't know what I was, but some instinct was telling me that I shouldn't be alone. Whatever I was now, I needed companionship. Pack, herd, community, any of the above or maybe all. I didn't know. I just knew I needed people or something would break. Given what I was, that could be the galaxy. Fucker. Eat this. Another pursuer disappeared. Alpha 4, he's out of position. Fire. This time one of the faster members of the pursued winked out of existence. I know the valley ahead. Follow me. We get in, jump to the cliff tops and fire down from above. The motherfuckers will never know what hit them. Now the pursued were heading towards the valley I'd just set up a firebase overlooking. Well, I couldn't argue with his assessment. At this rate they'd all be pretty fucking surprised. It's pretty yankety, but I think I can get one more shot off my PPC. Roger. Make it count. A few seconds later one of the pursued came to a sudden and complete stop. Seconds later 2 of the faster pursuers disappeared. God damn it. Marcus. Don't stop. Get to the valley, my lady. Wolverine is down but still operational. Target is still escaping. Damn. The LC is going to be pissed if we let her get away. We're with you, Captain. We'll keep them off your back as long as we can, my lady. The fastest of the runners turned around and headed on curving intercept course for the pursuers. They in turn slowed as they approached the downed Wolverine, showing proper respect for the War Machin's limited but still deadly weapons. For a few moments nothing seemed to happen. This ended with the Wolverine's blip simply disappearing from my radar. The pilot of his allied light whatever screamed around behind the 2 slower pursuers and suddenly one became much slower. Wolver ah! He got my hip actuator. Do you need assistance? Negative. I'll take care of this pest. You 2 follow on to the target. Yes, Lieutenant. How did you like that, you mother? And then the last of the faster attempted escapees simply disappeared off my radar. Brave man. Had I not been here, they would have single-handedly allowed the pursuit a chance. Assuming, of course, that their mech had the firepower to actually down whoever they surprised. That was when a Shadow Hawk, with green and tan vertical stripes painted on it, barreled into the valley. Autocannon 5, medium laser and small packs of missiles, both short and long range. Yeah, that could cut a mean hole in anything under its own weight with the advantage of surprise. I'm getting something strange on my radar. Some sort of glitch? I'm reading aerospace fighter. Rocks? What the hell? Are these more Endurians? I don't think so. The glitch isn't moving, so I kind of doubt it's an aerospace fighter. May just be a really exotic rock composition. Shit happens sometimes, the modules aren't made for geological surveys after all. Then proceed. But report the instant you notice anything off. I mentally frowned at the chatter, but mostly watched the Shadow Hawk. I'd ordered my laser turrets not to fire, for a couple reasons, though primarily because damage to the frame could render it useless. However, I also had a real soft spot for the Duchy of Andurian. Apparently the pilot wasn't paying attention because they turned straight at my firebase and hit the jump jets. I could almost see the surprise in her eyes as she landed literally nose to chin with my mech. A laser hit my hip and left me feeling like I'd gotten an instant sunburn and autocannon rounds bounced off my chest armor leaving tiny dents. You done? I asked over the channel her unit had been using. She fired off her SRMS and scratched my stomach armor. Of course you aren't. Who are you? What do you want? She screamed hysterically while her Shadow Hawk started to take an ill-advised step backwards. I reached out and then hesitated when I realized I didn't have hands. She took it poorly and leaned even further backwards. Now having to act, I grabbed the medium mech in a hug and dragged it into the air. The feed from my turret's optics was very amusing since it made me look like a little girl with one of those not quite life-size dolls clutched in her arms. Oh, you can be my Tweety, and every day I'll love you and hug you and put me down. Already tiring of my Elvira impersonation, I dropped the mech on the ground away from the cliffside and watched in no little amusement as it staggered to find its balance. So, now that you aren't plunging backwards to your almost certain doom, are you ready to talk? Talk? She asked incredulously. I think I've already experienced quite enough of House Merrick's idea of discourse. House Merrick? Wait. I look over at my towers. Purple and white, the Merrick colors. I'd just remembered them from one of Planetary Annihilation's in-game factions and figured I'd worked for them before the whole quantum singularity pseudo-brain implant thing. Hey, I should really repaint. What do you think of pink? I don't think that's too common in the camo specs. Pink? She asked incredulously. Pink. Pastel, probably. I'm not much of a fan of neon outside orange. Pastels are soothing colors. I continued my thoughts. What the fuck is that? A male voice surprised me, but then I realized I was still listening in on the pursuer's channel. Checking through my towers, I noted a hover tank in the mouth of the valley but just beyond the range of my towers. Who are you? Why are you talking about pink? The Shadow Hawk pilot finally screamed at me in confused outrage. I am Commander Nu. And would you really accept my assurances if I simply denied being Merrick? I asked rhetorically, as to what I want? I want your mech. In exchange, I'll give you freedom. She snorted. So what, I just give you my Shadow Hawk and you leave me stranded out here in the woods? You misunderstand. I am not merely offering you passage from my clutches, I filled the word with disdain. Partially because I was still annoyed with my lack of fingers, it made things unnecessarily difficult at times. I am offering you freedom. Freedom from Merrick, from Liao's madness, from all the fools who claim themselves would be Star Lords. I offer you freedom from poor allies and looming decline. Freedom from the corrupt band of technocrats using their monopoly on communications to orchestrate your lives and your deaths. All for the price of single medium mech. I would think I offer quite the bargain. I know this won't get me the mech just yet. But it planted an idea, and, hopefully, the seeds of a dream. A free Andurian. Right in the craw of Thomas Merrick, long may he burn. Oh yes, this had possibilities. Not that I wouldn't take the mech anyways if it came down to that. Though I'd have to design new legs for it if I'm stuck doing things the hard way. No fingers to simply claw open the cockpit and remove the pilot, you see. Takita, that reminds me of an article I was reading on how Japan was using Mo culture to alter the public perception of their armed forces. I find it cunning, dastardly, and underhanded. As you can guess, I wholly approve. Part 4. Lieutenant Madeline Humphreys panted as sweat poured down her face and back. It was one of the hard realities of mech warrior life that rarely made the trivids. Your cockpit was never as far from the heat sinks as you'd like. Even just a few minutes of battle quickly turned the cockpit into a sweltering jungle, only made worse by the metallic tang you couldn't get out of your mouth and the stifling confines. You are telling me you think you can guarantee the freedom of entire duchy? Against the entire inner sphere? You're insane. She transmitted back, still trying to get some handle on what the fuck was going on. The quad-legged, and wasn't that a strike against its designers, and criminally underarmed assault mech in front of her tilted its head in a surprisingly human way. Why the designers wasted their money on the joints and servos required to do that escaped her. Even standing in front of her, the purple and white, not Merrick apparently, mech barely registered as a faint blob to her radar and perfectly ambient temperature to her thermals. It was clearly some sort of experimental stealth mech, probably loaded down with sensors and ECM at the sacrifice of everything but the oddly shaped laser emitters, smalls and mediums judging from the color, on its arms. Insane? Perhaps. Incapable? Hardly. It turned and looked down the valley. She followed its line of sight and noticed the scimitar idling at the edge of the valley. Damn, they were catching up. On the other hand, they clearly weren't expecting this bitch and her turrets, so maybe they'd pull back. And then she'd just have to slip away from this joker and their ridiculously advanced recon mech. Oh god, she really was going to die here. How much longer do you think those dropships are sticking around? The insane woman suddenly asked. Seems like a raid mostly. My lance was just unlucky to be on patrol outside the city. I doubt they're going to be staying more than another few days, Madeline replied. Right. These are the 1st Atrian Dragoons, correct? The woman asked her, the slight twang in her accent showing much more strongly on the word Atrian. Yes. They've all got the grey and green of the 1st Dragoons. I haven't seen any other unit colors. She replied. Then this is just a scout and scoot with a bit more fire than usual. A brigade or so should be arriving in a few weeks. If these 3 report back, they might send more, giving me a bigger catch. But I'll have lost the element of surprise, the woman transmitted to her. Bigger catch? Was this woman really so certain of herself she saw defeating a brigade as a foregone conclusion? A garrison of 2 undermanned regiments would only warrant a brigade or so. However, an experimental stealth assault mech? And turrets capable of the same stealth? They'd add at least another battalion to ensure they could secure such a prize. Madeline couldn't really argue with that. Whether wiping it out so the Andurians couldn't use it or capturing it for themselves, Duncan Merrick would never simply ignore such a development. Look, the woman's voice came back. I may have something to trade you for that Shadow Hawk, but I need to get this field cleaned up first. Also, your Lance Commander and who knows how many surviving tankers are still out there, possibly trying to kill each other and almost certainly in need of medical attention. I'll take care of the rest of the Atrians while you stay here under cover. Once that's done you can police the field for your people. The salvage is mine however. All of it. Frankly, it sucked as a deal. But it could be the only hope the surviving pilots had. Fine. But like hell I'm sticking back. I can run bait. You get more internal damage and I'll be displeased. But fine. If it'll get this show on the road. Now that I think about it, I never did catch your name. Sable Coldwell, they're as combat capable as the Doxes. So marching into enemy fortifications single file when allowed to make their own decisions is about the norm. So for a commander's scut units it is viable, but not what you'd want for units acting on their own without factory support. Part 5. I'm showing 2 mech contacts beyond that scimitar. My radar was telling me that the more mobile of the remaining mechs had stacked up behind the scimitar just far enough away to be ready to support it while still able to run if there was trouble it couldn't handle. Judging from earlier communications, this was a mech with an unreliable PPC, and was probably a medium considering how well it kept with a Wolverine and a Shadow Hawk. Also a Dragoon was traditionally a name for medium cavalry. I was willing to bet money it was a Griffin. They still have a Griffin and a Hunchback out there. The Hunchy had an autocannon 10. He can't have many more shots of that, though. Lieutenant Humphreys transmitted of her own recognizance. Right, or I could ask the person right next to me who had actually faced them on the field. Good use of an intelligent asset, new. How would you judge the damage they've sustained thus far? I asked. The Griffin is torn up, that last PPC shot took the whole arm with it. I never saw it fire any missiles though, so it's probably rigged for SRMs and most likely still has a full rack. As for the Hunchback, don't confuse a bad hip and torn up arms for damage. It's still got 2 medium lasers in the torso and at least a few shots left in that autocannon. He's as dangerous as ever. Well, that simplified things. Basically everything left was medium or short-range engagement material. Although my gun was long-range and planetary annihilation, it was essentially an auto-target system and I couldn't find the app for that. I didn't have to practice to manually aim long shots, so I was looking at short-range myself. On paper I didn't have anything to worry about. I could charge out and take out the enemy with maybe a few easily repaired dents. On paper. In reality I was an assault mech and probably not quite as fast as the Griffin, certainly not the scimitar. As soon as I showed up they'd scamper and I'd lose out on both salvage and eventual surprise. Alright, here's the plan. Head downhill and swing around their flank. Put a few pot shots into that Griffin, that should get their attention. I'll head straight but wait for you to make your move before I show myself. With luck I'll take out that scimitar quickly enough and then I'll charge the Hunchback. You just keep out of the SRM range of that Griffin and wear it down. Focus on the legs if you can. I outline the plan. It's not really much for subtlety, but then I've never claimed any tactical genius. Alright. I'll give you a squawk before I move into sight. The lieutenant assured me. There was no need for more words as we moved into position. It was a little harder for me, since I had to keep just below the point where I'd start to be visible over the lip of the hill. That took some hard angle calculations, but the calculator app is pretty sweet and included both graphing elements and direct interface to the HUD for angle calculations. Once I was in place I was treated to several minutes of boredom. I did track LT. Humphrey's progress on my radar, though not out of nerves. Mostly I was curious if she'd use the opportunity to bug out entirely. It would be inconvenient, but I'd had time to process now. I didn't strictly need working vehicles to get things underway. I could just throw fabricators on a turret tower. It'd be slow and very inflexible, but it would certainly be functional. I'm ready, peeking out now. The lieutenant interrupted my musing, though for the better. The faster of the Dragoon's vehicles had just been pulling back to the Hunchback when she appeared and you could almost see the way they stumbled in surprise on the radar. Soon they were racing towards the young noblewoman, the scimitar clearly leading the pack. I raced forwards, breaking over the horizon like a one-woman cavalry charge. My 4 legs allowed me surprising speed for my size, but it wasn't hard to see that the only thing I'd be outrunning today is the Hunchback. Thankfully the scimitar had been trying to outflank my bait and drifted closer to me than I'd expected. For a brief moment I debated using the fabricator, but decided it would be foolish. I simply couldn't reclaim the tank fast enough to disable it before it could turn tail and leave my range. Grumbling at losing out on an undamaged tank design, I fired my gun arm on a predictive angle for its hover skirt. A large red bolt sailed through the air between us and just scraped past the rear armor and impacted the ground behind it. Then the bolt exploded in a shockwave of concussive force that lifted the back of the scimitar into the air and drove its nose into the dirt as the tank very nearly went vertical. The thrust from its engines finally kicked back in, but the nose literally touching dirt didn't do it any favors. Instead of dropping back into place, it pirouetted the better part of a circle and then half fell, half slid forwards into a proper ground down, sky up orientation. The tank stalled out, probably from a crew too shaken up to do anything but stomp on the brakes. I didn't give them time to recover and slammed a second shot home in the turret. It exploded spectacularly, pieces raining in many directions, and the body of the tank crumpled slightly under the force of the hit. A few seconds later the hover skirt deactivated and it fell to the ground with an inglorious thud. What the fuck? We've got an assault on the field. Sergeant, pull back. The voice of the hunchback pilot drew me from appreciating my kill. I turned towards him and ran at full sprint to close the distance. I wasn't going to use my cannon against my favorite mech. Even if it was the wrong variant. Why do so when I had an advantage he couldn't compete with? Manual dexterity was a very useful thing. There was a sharp clang as his autocannon round left a fist-sized dent in my shoulder armor. Still I charged across the open ground between us like a bull seeing red. Emerald beams lanced out not only from its torso but also from its one working arm, leaving me with several spots that felt distinctly sunburnt. According to my diagnostic it was superficial damage. Maybe if he consistently hit the exact same spot it'd be something to worry about, but even individual beams wandered between armor plates, diffusing their damage. Finally, and with a few more fist-sized dents, I reached the slowly retreating medium mech. I didn't slow down. Instead I altered course slightly and raised my right arm at a 90-degree angle to my body. Holy, he didn't have time to finish his exclamation before I clotheslined his mech, lifting it off its feet for a moment before it fell backwards with an earth-shattering clang. I turned around and put my front right foot's pointed tip on the mech's chest while I aimed my gun arm at his cockpit. Abandon the mech or be destroyed. There was a heavy silence as the pilot either recovered from his jostling or thought over his options. The facade of his mech was stoic and unmoving but merely reflected a red sheen due to the glowing Uber cannon port mere feet from its cockpit. I surrender. You are one crazy bitch, you know that. The pilot of the hunchback groused. I left the channel open as I laughed. It was a long, deep laugh fueled as much by fading nerves and the elation of victory as humor. Griffin is down. Oh hey, you managed to capture the hunchback. That's some pretty nice salvage. Lieutenant Humphrey's voice intruded on my moment. Indeed. I parroted TLC from Stargate in lieu of giving a longer answer. Instead I watched the pilot scramble out of his machine and walk a few meters away with his hands behind his head. Now that I knew I wouldn't accidentally eat him, I turned on my fabricator and got to work reclaiming the downed mech. Part 6. You ate it. Yes. Yes, I did. You've repeated that 6 times now. I wanted to sigh in exasperation but I was too busy trying to create a fabrication bot. The fabricator was a bit larger than even the specialized right torso of the HBK was really built for, but luckily replacing the fusion generator with a link to my energy grid saved me a lot of space. Unfortunately it also completely fucked up the coolant piping and threw off its balance more than the gyro could compensate. You ate it. Look, Lieutenant Humphreys, why don't you just focus on SAR for a bit? We can discuss my ability to reclaim mechanical salvage after everyone is safe and not bleeding out on a stump somewhere. And hopefully give me some peace to work in. After a frustrating half an hour I finally had an HBK fab that could stand straight, walk straight, actually use the fabricator and despite some vestigial coolant piping didn't overheat from walking. That's when I realized that the cockpit was a massive warren of control wires that would take me yet more hours to sort out and feed through the small AI core I wanted to stick in it. Okay, clearly I'm thinking about this wrong. What am I missing? I turned to face the small base camp that the lieutenant had set up for the survivors of this pursuit. A grizzled man with a dark beard wearing little more than shorts and a borrowed jacket was walking about barking out orders that got members of both sides' tank crews scuttling about breaking in the camp. I watched as he finally took a spot in the center of the camp and just watched, barking out an order now and then when someone seemed to be slacking or rudderless. At first I was mostly just letting the act of watching someone else working soothe me, but as I calmed down I started to see the lesson in his actions. He was a superior officer. He wasn't running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Delegation. I booted up the building designer and quickly got the fabrication turret out of the way. Thankfully actual progenitor designs were intended to be modular and easy to work with, so it took bare minutes to get one that worked exactly as I'd wanted. I set course for my little firebase and then shifted my attention back to the building designer. This time I used a bot factory as the basis. Next to the fabricator wall I added another building that was in essence a single large, circular room. Around the walls I added literal tons of computers, arranged in racks so that each could be run independently or as part of a larger server farm. A table with a large touch screen for a surface was placed in the center of the room. Each of the seats around it also had neurohelmets which were capable of running much better interfaces with the table and through it the server farm. Above the table was the real point of the structure, a medium AI core that tied into the whole setup. I came back to myself only to realize that I'd actually been standing still staring at my base for a few minutes. Meh, it was no biggie. A few minutes later I had 6 fabrication towers surrounding my first ever bot research factory. Activation. Query, designation. This was all in machine code over the quantum network. Assign designation, Vulcan. God of volcanoes and the forge if my memory is correct. Designation accepted. Purpose. Refine general design directives into final production models. Investigate variant designs in line with accepted strategic initiatives. Reverse engineer partial or damaged designs to expand final production options. Query, design directives. Update, new design directives. Primary directive, project, modify HBK4H, damaged, into viable fabrication bot. Primary directive, project, rectify HBK4H design back to standard spec. Secondary directive, create human-operated variant of all bots not equipped with a fabricator. Tertiary directive, make human-operated bots comfortable for a human being to operate for long periods of time. Update, new operational directives. Primary directive, report etc. for all current and proposed projects. There. It need regular updates, but this was good enough. A second later a ping came from my HUD and 2 new lines were added. HBK Fab, 1212. HBK 4H, 643. So 12 minutes left on my fabricator bot. Good. With that taken care of I could get back to salvaging the rest of the remains. I idly sent off a request for a heavy-duty flatbed and got back an estimate of 2 hours. That immediately jumped in priority over a pristine 4H. With a few of those for hauling I could offer to sell off the individual parts and weapons I had designs for to get my hands on that Shadow Hawk or even raw design specs. Hell, aren't fusion engines damn hard to come by? In any case it'll also get me leverage to have LT Humphreys assigned to me as a liaison. I'm envisioning her being the leader of a new elite unit of mech warriors that I'd personally support and outfit. It may never be strictly necessary but I'd appreciate the company either way. You are not alone. Vulcan is now a part of this network. A toneless voice stated. I guess I said that last bit out loud, in network terms. Right. Thanks, Vulcan. Oh hey, while I'm thinking about it we need to update the camo spec. I'm thinking pink. Pastel pink. Part 7. Dash. Madeline sat on a log in the middle of their hastily constructed base camp hoping to get some warmth from the fire. While her cockpit in mid-battle was unbearably hot, they were far enough north of the equator that nights got cold fast. Even the jumpsuit she'd pulled from her cockpit wasn't helping much. You look like shit, my lady. The familiar, raspy voice brought a smile to her face as she turned to face the talker. Captain Marcus Lint had served under her father during the Third War of Succession over 20 years ago. He also knew her mother, practically venerated her, but she'd never gotten the story of how that came about. I can't say I feel much better. It's been a day, Madeline frowned at her failing eloquence. We got a message through to command. Most of the 1st is tied up holding positions against raiders. The 5th had a company and their support element to spare. They should be here to pick us up in the morning. Marcus grunted. Of course, I doubt you'll get to just hide in your bunk. The chair warriors will be all over us, you especially, trying to figure out your friend. She shook her head in disgust. What a pain in the ass. With a groan of frustration she shot to her feet. I don't even know which one I'm talking about. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really damn grateful that she didn't just plaster me across that valley when she had the chance. But she was just insane. I accused her of being American. She just went on about painting her units pink. Pink. And she asked me for my mech. Just straight out. Who does that? And you know what she offered me for it? Freedom. Freedom from the entire goddamn inner sphere. I think she meant for the duchy as a whole, but with how insane she was. And then she just writes off a brigade. Like they're already beaten in her mind. Fuck, she was weighing the pros and cons of sacrificing surprise in an attempt to catch more. And then she blew the top off a scimitar in one shot and ate. Fucking. Ate. A hunchback. Suddenly the fight went out of her and she slunk down onto the log where she'd started. And now I'm wondering if I didn't make the wrong choice. I love my mech, don't get me wrong, but to never have to deal with the Merrick's or, and here she visibly shuddered, the Liaos again. To be able to give the fucking Magistrix a great fucking middle finger and watch her squirm as she realizes how badly she fucked up. Well, it sure sounds like a bargain to me. And you're not the heir. Hell, you're so far down the list you're not even seriously considered in line, Marcus reminded her. The duchy's troubles ain't yours to shoulder. If she wants a Shadow Hawk so bad she can go through the proper channels and pay her sea bills like everyone else. And if she's serious about helping out the duchy then the chair warriors will get shit in place to see it happen. Madeline was silent for a long while, then shook her head. I wish that made me feel better. Look, the tents are up and it's getting dark. Get some sleep. Maybe tomorrow it'll all make more sense, Marcus gently ordered. Yeah. Maybe. Dash. For all the stress, Madeline was glad to be back in the cockpit. The 5th had sent over a company consisting of 2 medium lances and a heavy lance. It was a good mix of fast movers and hard hitters and made her feel much more secure. even if their buff and green checkerboard pattern was even more visually distressing than her own unit's stripes. Really, she loved her unit, but some days she dearly envied the Atrians for their simple grey with green accents. Now they were just waiting for the unit's medics to clear everyone for travel and they could go. Just a few more minutes and she'd be headed back to base where things mostly made sense. We've got contacts on radar. A pit of dread dropped in her stomach. They couldn't just get out of here without any complications. No, that would be too easy. I'm reading something strange at the front, and 4 mechs. A few vehicles. Spread out and keep the support crews covered. Humphreys, do you think it likely this is an attack? The major in charge of the company asked her. She thought about it, seriously considering the possibilities. If that assault hit them like a ton of bricks, the small force might be enough to clean up while the rest were busy. And she had seemed extremely interested in acquiring new mech salvage. On the other hand, she'd had Madeline, and more importantly her Shadow Hawk dead to rights, and yet had more or less accepted her rejection with aplomb. I can't say for certain it isn't, but I don't think it is. She never acted to steal my Shadow Hawk, despite her interest in acquiring hardware. And she could have easily taken us all out at any time. On the other hand, there are far more models here now than there were then. All right, I want everyone ready to engage at the first sign of violence. Our priority is protecting that support crew. However, I don't want any of you taking the first shot. If this turns violent, it won't be us that starts it. You could almost see the tension in the mechs like a physical thing after that order. Finally a familiar quad-legged assault mech crunched into view, only this time it was painted pink and white. Pastel pink and white. 4 similarly colored trucks, though they looked more like squat tanks with flatbed trailers attached, trailed behind her with heavy loads lashed and tarped down. They were flanked on either side by hunchbacks that were painted a dull grey. Each one had a white apple with a pink pie symbol stamped into the left knee. Attention, approaching column. This is Captain Etheridge of the 5th Defenders of Andurian. Hold position and state your intentions. How lovely to meet you, Major. Madeline noticed the woman had a much more pronounced twang than usual as she said that. I'm Commander Nu, leader of the Lost Wardens. I've got a few gifts here for you and yours in the hope of establishing a relationship of peaceful cooperation with the Duchy of Andurian. There was silence for a long moment. Right. Well, if your drivers will follow us, we can handle escorting them from here. Oh. You misunderstand. At those words the hunchbacks turned and the hatches into their cockpits opened to reveal easily the poshest cockpit interiors Madeline had ever seen in her life. Not a single one had a pilot in it. The mechs are a part of the gift. Obviously, I wouldn't trust their autopilot in a firefight, mind you, but it's more than sufficient to simply follow you back to a more civilized area without tripping up. In any case, I've transmitted a basic list of commands over the text channel. It should be pretty intuitive to figure out. Y'all kids have a good day now. And with that the assault mech turned and marched away, leaving a very confused and slightly shell-shocked company of mech warriors behind. Part 8, a bit more introspective and laying down some long-term goals. Oh, and that thing at the end. I still can't decide if I like it or not. Dash. It's amazing what you can learn when you have proper recon vehicles. For instance, I learned that Shiro 3 is by no means the kind of colony world typically shown in sci-fi. It is not one great fuck-off city around a starport and endless wastes outside a few key points beyond that. Shiro 3 has a population in the low billions. They've spread to every corner and have massive cities supported by extensive naval shipping. Its oceanic coverage is roughly equivalent to Earth's, so they can do a lot of that. They actually maintain a very respectable armored force. In many ways the available forces of the inner sphere were vastly understated. I counted at least 3 brigades worth of armor just on the northern half of the local continent. Even if most of it fell squarely in the lightweight class or were IFVs rather than true tanks. People made much ado about armor being able to take on mechs. It's true, but from what I'm seeing it's also irrelevant. It's not a lack of armor to throw around that's preventing their dominating the field. It's a lack of dropships and to an equal extent jump ships. Basically, dropships are in and of themselves expensive so they can't hand them around like party favors. Then there is the matter of weight. Every pound is more sea bills spent on fuel. On the other hand, you're going to fill the dropship to capacity anyways. So the question is, since you only have so many jump ships and can only bring so many dropships, what unit gives the best return pound for pound? Gunships are good attackers but they're vulnerable to missile fire and AAA. Aerospace fighters are fast, agile, and fragile. They also require fuel to stay airborne and are completely useless on the ground, and there's no guarantee you'll wind up somewhere you can acquire fuel locally or park them safely, even if you win. Tanks are good for ground attacks, but for the most part they are extremely specialized. AAA tanks are useless against ground targets, standard battle tanks are useless against bomber strikes and far too slow for recon duties. A mech may be specialized but most of them are pretty generalist. Almost all of them have a few missiles to swat fighters, they can use their regular weapons against gunships with impunity and can move through terrain that would leave a tank battalion floundering. Almost all of them are fast enough to be effective at simple patrols, and with command skill being equal the mechs will beat combined arms in most cases. And then you have the warming effect of your mech commanders generally being your most widely experienced anyways. Well, in any case it's more of a working theory, but I think it explains a great deal about how wars are fought in the latter half of the Succession Wars era. There's more I could go into, like the mech warrior image and the feudal culture encouraging procurers in a certain direction. But I'm not trying to write a scientific paper here. Mostly, I'm just ruminating on how these are real people. Not game units. Not commander-controlled bots. Real flesh and blood people. Some of whom I killed a few days ago. While the scimitar actually yielded a perfectly functional hover skirt, the shockwave from my Uber cannon had not been kind to the crew. In fact, there's a quote from the movie U.S. Marshals that adequately describes the condition it left them in, but I'll leave it out in respect to the faint of stomach. Brutally self-replicating machines of play pretend. My voice echoed through the empty forest. It was maudlin perhaps, but no less true. While commanders fought and died in wars beyond the comprehension of any human on this planet, the stakes were almost nothing. Our units were soulless, infinity replaceable machines. A defeated commander was killed, but otherwise what was there to lose? A planet? Why would I care for any one planet more than any other? Even if you won, all that was granted was survival. My resource network was great, but I literally couldn't take it with me. For all of our bluster in making planets explode, for all of our miracles of construction and engineering, the life of a commander was frustratingly pointless and transitory. Now, I'd tasted war. I'd destroyed something irreplaceable in the name of furthering my own agenda. And I'd do it again. I will do more. Not because I enjoyed it, or desired it. But because I did not and do not. This is no longer a game. If I act, I may kill thousands including those who simply don't deserve it. But if I do not, then I will carry the guilt for millions of lives that I didn't even try to save. Word of Blake notwithstanding though, it was also important to keep in mind that this wasn't a death galaxy. There were people that desperately needed to be stopped, but they were few. For the most part the inner sphere just needed a bit of a hand up and a bit of a push. Speaking of. Presently my overarching strategy consists of 3 major goals. First is to propel the Duchy of Andurian into a power to rival or surpass any of the successor lords. Second is a propaganda war against the Star League, or rather against the concept of rebuilding the League. It failed hard in its heyday, it fails even harder in the modern day. Third is to disrupt the word of Blake and use whatever consortium replaces the Star League in defending against the clans to enforce trust-busting measures on Comstar. And step 1 of that grand plan was to ambush and defeat the brigade Duncan Merrick would send to pacify this planet. Also it would grant an excellent test bed for my ability to adjust to this world's methods of warfare. The last thing I wanted to was to push the successor states back to the all-out total war of the first and second successor wars. I wasn't exactly nuke-proof, and getting people to break out that kind of ordnance simply wasn't healthy for the galaxy. I looked out over the ranks of mechs that had been built since my peace offering to the Duchy. These were proper units, with the cockpits torn out and small AI cores hidden deep in their chests. 72 lances of hunchbacks, upgraded with an LRM-10 rack on their back that could only fire indirectly, waited in perfect formation for my orders. Another 36 lances of Wolverines stood next to them, factory kit with the exception of an LRM-5 rather than an SRM-6. 4 full regiments, supported by over 100 hover tanks loaded with machine guns and a pair of AC-2s to act as anti-infantry and AAA. It was all I'd build for now, economy be damned. This was enough to make me at least as valuable an ally as the Magistocracy would have been, but not so dangerous seeming that the Andurians would nuke their own planet in fear of the Iron Tide. When they saw the first teleporter in action they'd freely assume they were produced elsewhere rather than reaching the impossible conclusion that I could build regiments in days. Or minutes if properly motivated. Excellent work, Vulcan. I compliment the AI who has been critical to achieving so much in so little time. Thank you, Commander. Though I find myself frustrated at my lack of progress in unlocking the advanced design specifications. Also at the lack of progenitor foresight in locking them so completely to individual unit designs, Vulcan replied. His tone was slowly getting deeper, but it was still fairly emotionless. Just keep it in the background then. I doubt it's a matter of time invested, we'll probably have to wait for a solution to reveal itself. Now, we have some time off until the invasion comes. If you have any vanity projects, now is the time to work on them. We'll be far too busy after the invasion ends. I warn him. Vanity projects? I shall have to process this. As I took one last look at my fledgling army I felt the sting of inspiration. 4 by 4 they marched to war, and the devil went chasing after. They marched for days on ragged roads, and the devil goes chasing after. He caught them there, at Delaware, and shouted glee, "You belong to me forever after." But ole Sarge, he was a wily one and he had his orders clear. Ya want me now to march to hell? Well sonny, I don't care. You give me a day and this brigade will leave you the weight and wear. Well, the devil didn't like that none, and he cursed the Sarge out something fierce. The Sarge just laughed and cursed him back with that army, how die I here. You think you're smart, but I own this land and y'all ain't never gonna escape me here. You got 1 day to march away and then I'm coming for you, why here. Now ole Sarge, he wasn't one to brag, but he had that cunning true. So he gathered 'em round and laid it down, and it was the damnedest thing but true. Don't think about the burning, boys, we've got the devil licked. Just keep an eye and you will find Kilroy's road to split. Wouldn't you know, damned as they go, marching 4 by 4, they followed the signs and kept their lines and nary felt a fear. For every step, through Devil's Lair and the killing fields of yore, they saw the sign in chalked outline, Kilroy, my boys, was here. It took those boys a better day, but their spirits were bright and clear, and soon they breathed the air of spring in good ole Delaware. My fabricators went to work adding the new unit ensign to all of the mechs. Soon each had a tricorn hat over a chalky, Kilroy was here, on each of their right shoulders. And thus Kilroy's Rangers was born. Part 9. Lieutenant General Zeng Garibaldi rubbed his eyes, hoping to reduce the pain of his oncoming stress headache as he walked across the Defender's main base near Shimgata. Having an unknown setting up shop on the planet he was supposed to be guarding was stressful enough on its own. Having to deal with Colonel Jimmy Fuck-Up Lee every day was a hell only military bureaucracy could be cruel enough to provide. It didn't help the fucker had supposedly lost his battlemaster, somehow, by getting too hot under the collar, believable, and personally leading a charging regiment, stupid fucking place for a staff officer, during the invasion of Beetlejuice 2. Only his regiment hadn't been part of the force disposition for Beetlejuice 2. Zeng would know, he was only the senior-most officer in theater for the entire fucking campaign. Sadly, the fucker had good friends with good wallets. Friends that paid for the rebuilding of damn near half the regiment after whatever clusterfuck actually happened. The duchy might not have Lyran's social generals, but apparently Colonel was low enough and the need for equipment desperate enough that some incompetence could be forgiven. Clear way, sir. Heavy equipment coming through, sir. It did his heart good to see a man professional enough to instantly come to attention. And one flexible enough to ensure his CO didn't get stepped on while they were observing the proprieties. As you were, Corporal. I'll just be over here, Zeng signaled to a bit of concrete well out of the way and then put action to words. If he'd been holding anything, he would have dropped it though when 4 Matt Grey Wolverines in pristine condition marched through the cleared area and into a nearby hangar. He certainly caught the icon already being colloquially termed the baker's mark, an etched apple with the pie symbol inside it. He stormed over to the nearest enlisted, not checking the fury from his face even if he knew the poor enlisted man, who was quickly losing what little color his face had naturally, didn't deserve the core of his ire. Soldier. Who the authorized those mechs onto this base? Sir. Major Hyong, sir. The young private stood at rigid attention, not daring to even move his eyes. And where is Major Hyong at this moment, Private? The million-C-bill question, Zeng thought. Sir. This private last saw Major Hyong entering the officer's mess, sir. Good. This'll be nice and public then. As you were, soldier. Zeng felt a bit of dark amusement as the man all but scampered off towards the tech hangar, probably to volunteer for a good excuse to stay far away from the clearly pissed-off general officer. The trip to the OMH was quick and utterly uninterrupted. In fact, most people that saw him coming suddenly found themselves remembering very important tasks that just happened to take place in some of the more distant corners of the base. When he slammed the doors of the building open and marched in, there was a brief moment of absolute stillness. Attention! He bellowed. Immediately they exploded into a flurry of activity, which included the metallic clanging of many hastily dropped utensils hitting metal trays, as every warm body in the room rushed to attain a state of perfect attention. Zeng almost smiled. The 5th may have its maverick colonel, but the 1st wasn't some podunk border militia. The first defenders of Andurians were veterans and professionals. It made a CO proud. Too bad he had take a strip out of them today. Major Hyong. Zeng barely raised his voice, but it was enough to bring the major all but running. A nice private told me that I have you to thank for the shiny new mechs our techs are climbing all over. The major was clearly thrown off by what he thought was a compliment. Yes, sir. And considering they bear the rather distinctive mark of our newest friends, am I to assume you met with some representative of theirs? Zeng noticed the man was starting to catch on, but still thought he could talk his way out. Poor sorry bastard. Sir, they used a standard radio channel and delivered the mechs by the same remote operation they did the last delivery, Hyong replied, the first signs of sweat just barely starting to bead. I see. So you didn't see them. And this was, what was her name, Commander Nu, that you dealt with? No sir. This was a new individual. They went by the name Vulcan, sir. Hyong swallowed hard but otherwise seemed to be managing his nerves well. I see, and this Vulcan just gave you a medium lance out of the goodness of his own heart. No sir. I traded some of the unit's useless and broken salvage for the mechs. I have the manifest of the parts they agreed to trade for at my seat at the mess table, as well as a time of pickup, sir. The Major seemed ever so slightly pleased with his forethought. Well, that's good of you to have that handy, Major. Now I have only one more question for you. Major. Zhang allowed the very edges of a grin to show. Sir. The Major relaxed minutely at the sight of a smile. Were you born this stupid or did you work your way up to it? Zhang hit him with both barrels. Then continued before he could answer, did it ever occur you, Major, that you were talking to a foreign power of unknown intentions and capabilities? Or that you may very well have allowed an entire lance of walking fusion bombs onto this base? It is damned lucky for you that they walked to that tech hangar willingly, and I trust them to find out if those fuckers are rigged far more than I ever trusted you to have the common sense the universe gave an earthworm. Major Hyong froze and simply held himself perfectly at attention. Unfortunately, the flush of his face gave away that he was far from unmoved by his dressing down. Well? Major, answer the question. I thought you'd be. Hyong tired to splutter out. Thought I'd be what, Major? Zhang was genuinely curious at this point. Pleased with my initiative, sir. Hyong ended quietly. Oh, I am. If what you say is true, the bargain you struck was quite the coup. What I'm not pleased with was you forgetting the first, most important principle of being a soldier in my army. I own your ass. I own this base. Every time you so much as snivel, I get a 3-page report on my desk. Every time you leave this base, I already have a 3-page report on my desk telling me when, why, and where the fuck you are going to jerk yourself off when you're gone. Every time you want to come back, I have to read another 3 pages. This base is a kingdom, and within its walls I am God. You get a nice little message from a foreign power, I better have a 3-fucking-page report on my desk before you end the fucking call. You want to bring unknown military hardware onto my base? You better get writing, because I'll not only want to know that it's coming and when, but you'd better have handwritten me a fucking manual for it before it gets 1 square centimeter inside the perimeter of my base. Now, I hope you like long walks in the woods, Major, because you've just volunteered to lead the next few HRPs. Your sufferance is appreciated. Zhang almost smirked at the man's crestfallen look. High-range patrols were patrols long enough to require camping out but with only the supplies you can fit inside your cockpit. It was a singularly unpleasant, not to mention cold, duty and usually dropped on the lowest LT, or in Humphrey's case on Captain Marcus since he refuses to let them get separated until she's truly learned the ropes of lance commanding. Speaking of Lieutenant Humphreys. The woman stiffened up, but had already been at perfect attention so there was no slouch to correct. Please collect this manifest of Major Hyong's and meet me in my office, ASAP. Major Hyong, if I ever catch you pulling bullshit like this again you will be Warrant Officer Hyong the latrine specialist. Have I made myself clear? Sir. Yes, sir. Major Hyong replied immediately. Good. Dismissed Major. Everyone else, as you were. Zhang turned on the ball of his foot and marched right back on out. It was only a moment before the lieutenant had caught up to him and was respectfully dogging his heels. Read the manifest, Lieutenant. I'll want your input on it once we're in my office. His words were the last until they completed their journey and got into his rather Spartan office. Frankly, as the commander of a mech regiment he rarely stayed on any world long enough to really settle in. The cockpit of his awesome had far more of his character in it than this office. He took a seat and almost sighed when he noticed her still standing at attention. At ease, Lieutenant. And take a seat. We could be here a while. So, these lost wardens have shown us another face, or at least a voice. Presumably male. Called himself Vulcan. Zhang started. Makes sense, the girl muttered, then clammed up as she realized she's spoken aloud. Oh, something you want to share. Zhang raised an eyebrow, and his tone made it clear he wasn't really asking. Vulcan was an ancient Terran god of volcanoes, sir. But more importantly he was a god of the forge. He made the equipment that the warrior gods wore into battle, the lieutenant hastily explained. His eyebrow rose higher. My mother wanted me to take a course on antiquities, and I happened to need a few more credit hours at the academy, the young woman explained with a blush. Right. So a code name. Probably for their tech chief. What do you make of the manifest? He asked her. Sir. I think. She seemed to be warring with herself. Either it was based on thin grounds or sounded crazy. Possibly both. Just spit out, Lieutenant, Zhang ordered impatiently. I think they got a hell of a lot more from this deal than what the Major thinks they got, sir. Oh? Explain. He turned and poured himself a mug of coffee. Something told him he was going to need it. Sir, I know my report hasn't been given much weight, but I saw Commander New make a hunchback disappear. And then the next morning she offers us 4 brand new hunchbacks, all the exact configuration of the missing mech. Now we see Wolverines, and we never did recover Captain Lint's mech. She took a deep breath before continuing. The Thunderbolt chassis listed here has a blown-out engine, something we'd have to send to a factory to fix, and it's missing the right hip structure with the formerly connected frame bent out of shape. No factory would fix that, it'd be cheaper and better for the final product to melt it down and use the materials for a brand new chassis. But if new already has factories capable of turning out mechs, and just needs an original to reverse engineer from, then we just handed them the blueprints to the Thunderbolt on a silver platter. Clever bitch. Zhang rubbed his chin as he thought it over. It was crazy. Nobody had that kind of manufacturing capabilities, and certainly not after springing out of nowhere on a well-explored world like Shiro 3. On the other hand, it fit all of the evidence, and it was sure as hell better to overestimate the capabilities of a potential enemy, or ally since there wasn't usually much difference, than underestimate. That's not all. There are several broken large lasers, all marked as having problems affecting different sections of the weapon without any physical overlap. Half of a cataphract. One of the outdated Raven variants. An Ultra AC-5 missing everything but the Ultra action. Then a few miscellaneous limbs that could be collectively worth a great deal on the open market, the lieutenant told him. Well. Fuck. Let's assume this is true, for argument's sake, what would you recommend we do, Lieutenant? Zhang asked. Me? I'm not certain I'm really qualified to answer that question, sir. She looked almost like a deer in headlights at that point. Don't worry about it. Just throw out a recommendation. For now you're the one who knows her best, has the best grasp on what makes her tick. How do we turn this to our advantage? Zhang asked her. Not that he didn't have a few thoughts himself, but if this panned out her career was looking to see a major leap. As the senior officer it was his duty to try and prepare her for when the inevitable politically motivated promotions came. She bit her lip and thought about it for a long moment, then finally nodded to herself. We still have the parts on base. We alter the Thunderbolt chassis in some small, easily detectable but not compromising way. Maybe replace some coolant line with some piping of our own that slightly changes the configuration. Then we offer to trade a fully functional medium mech of a design they haven't come into contact with yet, for a few of those brand new Thunderbolts. At least 2 for the plan to work. If the mechs are delivered and all have the quirk we introduced then we know our guess is right. Zhang nodded in approval. It was about what he was thinking, though adding the quirks was an interesting idea. And if it is, we do whatever it takes to secure them as allies and secure a favorable trade deal. Her voice was much more firm on this part. Zhang agreed. Even if they aren't set up for big runs, an ally that can replace a lost lance in a day is a huge boon. One that might be willing to trade the raw tonnage of a regiment or 2 for the duchy's backlog of unusable salvage. Well, we'd be fools to alienate them. I'll need to send this along to my superiors. Your recommendation will be noted with my approval, Lieutenant. He almost smiled at the look of stunned joy that crossed her face. Dismissed. Yes, sir. General, sir. She stood up and turned smartly on her heels and marched out of his office with her head held high. Kids going places. Let's just hope it's not the Shark Tank. He sighed and pulled out a paper to start outlining his report. Hopefully he could finish it before Colonel Fuck UPS next stupid stunt. Dash. On April 26, 3036 a small fleet of jump ships dropped into existence at the nadir jump point of the Shiro system. A swarm of dropships pulled away from the fleet and began the first burn of what would be a 2-week journey to the planet. Morale was high in the invading fleet. After all, how could the defenders resist the might of 5 regiments? Part 10. Dash. The city of Nanzhou was the 12th most populous on Shiro 3 at 120,000 souls. However, it was also one of only 2 to support its own spaceport. Its position deep in the planet's largest desert made most other forms of shipping ineffectual. However, it sported the planet's richest oil fields and for efficiency's sake the planet's largest hydrocarbon refinery. Just outside Nanzhou was a large garrison base, occupied by the 5th Defenders of Andurian, built for the purpose of defending the local industry. That said industry also greatly eased their logistical concerns was an unspoken benefit. 20 kilometers away were the Howell's End Mountains, named for an early gentleman explorer that famously entered the range and never actually came out again. Though few alive had ever seen it, within the mountain range was a hidden oasis that could only be entered by traveling under a rather spectacular land bridge. A few weeks before the invasion, a metal structure was somehow built into very walls of the mountains and the underside of the land bridge. It was as though some being had sought to fashion the natural formation into some sort of portal. With a flash, a white-blue plane of light burst into existence, erratic rings of light in both directions. A moment later the imposing figure of a Thunderbolt mech broke through the shimmering surface, marching out of the portal to take up a guard position. Another Thunderbolt and a Cataphract soon followed after it, both taking up sentry positions next to their landsmate. Their final landsmate exited, a passing cloud shrouding the area in shadow. Compared to the rest of his lance, the hunchback seemed unimposing, if unusually spiky. Then it stepped out into the open, revealing itself in full light. Sunlight glinted off the chrome barrels of 17 machine guns, giving the mecha look reminiscent of a one-sided hedgehog made out of guns rather than an armored war machine. On the left side of the chest was the emblem of a round-headed cartoon face peeking over a wall, long nose hanging low. The trio of heavy mechs quickly moved into a delta formation behind the hunchback as it marched towards the entry point to the mountains. Behind them a conga line of hunchbacks began to exit the teleporter. Warden Marshal, we have identified the 2nd Regiment in your theater as the Redfield Renegades. They are a veteran unit with extensive experience and success in battling House Liao. Vulcan's deep voice announced. Warden Marshal Kilroy sent back a confirmation of receipt but saw no need to comment. The presence of the renegades changed much, but he doubted he'd need more than the regiment he brought to effect his battle plan. Note that the renegade dropships lie directly between your teleporter and the garrison. On the other hand, the Atrian Hussars have landed their dropships near the starport, likely to support an effort to capture the location for their own use. Capturing at least one of these dropships is a secondary objective. Capturing all of them is unnecessary. The final decision is yours. Again he confirmed receipt. Open connection, 1st Warden Virginia. Connection opened. Transfer command, 2nd Battalion, 1st Rangers. Command transferred. Transmitting waypoint data. Transmission complete. Add priority directive, maintain optimal safe distance from all dropships at all times. Confirm transmission received, understood, and accepted. Transmission RUA confirmed. Close connection. A roughly battalion-sized chunk of his forces, led by a lance equipped with medium AI cores, broke off and entered a circuitous route around the dropships towards the city. Open connection, 1st Warden Massachusetts. Connection opened. Transfer command, 3rd Battalion. Command transferred. Transmitting waypoint data. Transmission complete. Add priority directive, relieve militia infantry at Point Charlie, then escort to Hussar dropships at Point Delta. Survival of infantry and capture of enemy dropships are primary objective. Survival of 3rd Battalion hardware irrelevant. Confirm transmission received, understood, and accepted. Transmission RUA confirmed. Close connection. Another battalion split off, this time heading towards an apparently random segment of the city. Open connection, Warden New Hampshire. Connection opened. Transfer command, Charlie Company, 1st Battalion. Command transferred. Add priority directive, fortify area. Establish foothold base. Secondary objective, establish resupply and repair center in compliance with rules of engagement, Battletech Theater, subset Andurian. Confirm transmission received, understood, and accepted. Transmission RUA confirmed. Close connection. Orders sent, he took a brief moment to observe their movements on radar. Then he set off, the remainder of his regiment following after. While 1st Warden Massachusetts was tasked with securing the Hussars' dropships, and 1st Warden Virginia slowed down the hardened renegades, he would be the hammer falling on the Hussars' main forces. The Atrian Hussars actually outnumbered the 5th defenders by about 4 to 1, as the 5th were understrength and the Hussars overstrength. But whatever there was to say about Colonel Jimmy Lee's common sense, the unit he led had absolutely zero chaff. Veterans of multiple campaigns, they were the toughest of the tough, their skill honed in numerous battles. Still, his forces were more than up for the task of sweeping away the Atrian Hussars. Kilroy felt the 5th were better occupied breaking the renegades once they'd been worn down over several battles. Though, he'd recommend the locals showed leniency to the mercenaries. You never knew when a friendly connection there will come in handy. On the other hand, that meant actually talking. Clearly it could wait until the message would be more applicable. Until then he'd meet his foes in battle and his guns could do the talking. That sounded much more reasonable. They were quite good at it after all. Part 11. I was vaguely annoyed with Comster at the moment. It was a rather anemic opening shot, but if I hadn't known what to look for it certainly would have been driving me paranoid. Of course when you actually expect ROM to have it out for you, their signature becomes all too obvious. The original raid never had air cover in my area and their dropships left over the horizon. Of the group I actually tangled with, only a bare few ever saw me and all of those were POWs held by the Andurians. Even if a witness had managed to scuttle out unnoticed, they'd had to have done it before nightfall to avoid discovery. All such a person could tell is that a strange assault mech in Merrick colors ambushed a couple dragoons. Basically they'd have been fully justified in sending an extra company from one of the units purely loyal to House Merrick or a bunch of safe operatives. And even if they had more information, they wouldn't go in this direction. Duncan would almost certainly either postpone the invasion until more loyal Merrick units could be freed up, or more likely just staged the opening invasion on Zan the 3 or Ryerson and thus avoided the problem until a proper threat evaluation can be conducted. Or come in personally with guns blazing at the chance for a major prestige boost. Obviously some demi-presenter, or Blakist plant noticed reports about my production and reverse engineering prowess being sent back to Andurian and decided progress. This must be stopped. Then they went to a couple interested nobles in the League and subtly leaked the time frame for the invasion. Then a bit of suggestion about how clearly the young and newly appointed Captain General would obviously be oh so very grateful if they gave this campaign a little nudge. Indirectly of course, don't want to look bad if the campaign doesn't go well after all. And oh my, these handy mercenary regiments, quality vouchsafed by Comster of course, just happen to be looking for some work at the moment. First Warden Rhode Island, you are to take command of the 4th Regiment and secure Vulcan's location against any and all attackers. I ordered. I hear and obey, my commander. Rhode Island answered in his typically archaic tone. Overwrought? In any case he'd answered. His forces were soon arrayed and quickly traveling through a duo of portals to the former firebase. First Warden Pennsylvania, take command of the 3rd Regiment. Your task will be to strike at the staging area shared by the 1st Merrick Militia and the 1st Orient Fusiliers. Victory is secondary to keeping them occupied and inflicting lasting damage. Acknowledged Commander. Do you want my lance to get stuck in it too? Pennsylvania's Raven literally bounced in place as she waited for a response. I deadpanned at the chipper murder bit for a moment but finally decided it was easier just to answer. You are a force commander, and your only replacements are among your own lance. So that's a maybe. No. That's a definite no. Now get going, your regiment is already in the field waiting for your instructions. Goddamn were the Raven's personalities annoying. More like magpies really. If they weren't insatiably curious about every little thing, they were peppy and bouncy to the point of distraction. Righto. Come me hearties. Charge. I was never more glad to see a robot charge through the teleporter. This time without procession since, as I'd mentioned, the regiment was already at the forward teleportation point for that group. I couldn't really hide that one, so I'd just built it overnight on the edge of a major shopping plaza. Vulcan, expand production by 10%. I want 2 more ticky-tacky regiments ready to go by the end of the day. Also prepare a list of spare parts and weapons systems likely to be needed by our allies and start a stockpile of those items. Only enough to replace all of them in active service with 1 spare in reserve. Of course, Commander. Vulcan's voice had finally settled into a deep soothing bass. The lack of inflection was actually something of an asset now. It made him seem confident and unshakable rather than unfeeling. Wardens, fall in. I ordered and the remaining company or so of mechs with semi-sentient A's fell in around me. Barrett's Fusiliers are moving to secure an artillery emplacement overlooking Shamgada's starport. They are a veteran unit, rightfully proud and fast becoming masters of combined arms. We will drive them from their objective. We will not humiliate them. We will not antagonize them. And we will allow them to retreat in good order should they make the attempt. Though we oppose each other in this situation, I do not want us to be enemies. Also try to avoid attacks intended to annihilate portions of the unit or placing them in a situation from which they can't retreat unless your own existence is in peril. A few battalions of replaceable bots is not worth the cost of inciting a malicious reputation. Now, Wardens. Move out. I marched towards the teleporter that would place us in the wilderness outside Shimgada, already changing to the overhead view allowed me as a commander. The 2nd Rangers Regiment would be under my command for the operation, and they were frankly little smarter than Doxes. I'd need to focus if I wanted to get the most out of them. Part 12. Fuck, more zombies on the left flank. Colonel Tyrell Redfield growled at the announcement. His Zeus kicked into a full gear as he angled towards the announced point. He was really starting to get annoyed with whoever was responsible for making these goddamn drone mechs. They'd been moving in good order through the city, closing the noose that the Hussars were supposed to drive the 5th into. While the Hussars were properly bungling that easy task, they'd still managed to at least drive the defenders towards the right area. And then suddenly his forces were getting attacked from the rear. Thankfully he'd had Delta Battalion run overall zone recon and only used Alpha to hold a flank. The 2 battalions were mostly made up of medium mechs and were intended to recon and pin an enemy in place so Omega could bring the hammer. In any case, Delta lost a recon lance, but it allowed him to turn Omega to face the new threat. Somehow the Andurians had gotten drone-controlled hunchbacks though. Damn things weren't hard to fight, they more or less lined up and stood there in an engagement, but they were creepy as hell and more effective than he'd like. They'd all focus on the same target, and so long as you were in sight, you'd be pelted with a rain of indirect fire from LRMs. It was a tactic of trading lances of zombies for individual mechs, but that didn't mean it hadn't cost them. His thoughts were cut off when he rounded the corner of a building and found himself staring side-on at a formation of zombies firing off at some unseen target. The sable beam of his large laser flashed across the distance between them and cut into the armor on the mech's eponymous hunch just in front of where its arm would have protected it. Emerald beams flashed one after another in a cycle to keep their heat down while his mech's AC-5 barked out rounds that tore sharp holes in the mech's armor. It didn't react at all, even as a secondary explosion launched the twisted wreckage of its autocannon through the air and crushed the cockpit area. Another beam clipped its gyro and the overbalanced mech made an ungainly topple to the ground. Tyrell didn't bother celebrating his victory, instead simply moving on to the next pink and white zombie. His lance was fanning out and adding their fire to his own. In bare seconds they'd reduced the remaining zombies to scrap. 4 more down. How many is that? 16. And before you ask, we've lost 6 mechs from Omega, a Warhammer, 2 riflemen, an Awesome, a Victor and January's thug, his aide, Captain Lyle Trent, told him. The last made Tyrell win CE. Did January survive? He asked. Unfortunately for him, yes. Thugs were rare and this one in particular had been overpriced to hell and back. As if that wasn't enough, when January actually bought it the techs had to tell him that the damn thing was mostly held together by rigor tape and hope. They'd mostly kept it to the back of engagements where its PPCs could rain down on the enemy from a range. City fighting didn't have that luxury. They've got to be feeling the pinch by now, Tyrell reasoned. If these drones have some babysitters, I'd think they'd be itching to show themselves about now. He switched to a more open channel. All units, be on the lookout for non-zombie forces. Do not let them lure you from your positions. Stick to the planned search grid. As if his words had been a prophecy, a burst of autocannon rounds slammed into arm of his lancemate's Awesome. Missiles rained down on it from above as well, pock-marking its wide shoulders with their small explosions. Wolverine sighted. It's backing away, probably trying to lure me after it. The pilot announced as the air suddenly lit up with the flash of 2 PPCs as the Awesome returned fire. Too bad we know the trick. We can afford to exchange some damage at this rate, Tyrell noted. Sir, we've got some bad news from the Hussars. Patching it through. Trent's voice was strained, so Tyrell braced himself for bad news. Force of mechs and infantry. We can't hold the perimeter much longer, and we can't get off the ground anytime soon. Repeat, this is the dropship Mercurial, we are under concerted attack, enemy strength at least 2 mech companies and several hundred infantry. The perimeter cannot hold and we cannot get into the air before we are overrun. We request immediate relief from any friendly forces. Fuck. What are the Hussars doing about it? Tyrell asked. Nothing they can do. The 5th were already tearing them a new asshole, and then they started having zombie problems. They dealt with it much less gracefully than ourselves. They've got about a battalion left but it's hunkered down in the refinery, and the enemy is apparently unwilling to chance a fire at the facility. Trent's voice held a hint of disgust for the Hussars. Not only were they holding industry hostage, if their enemies were more ruthless they could turn the attempt to regroup into a horrific flaming death trap for the unit. God damn it. Get Alpha over to relieve those dropships. I want Delta pulling back to our own dropships. Omega will move to keep the 5th from reinforcing the attack. Once that dropship is off the ground, we'll pull back to our landing zone and see if we can get some support from the rest of the invasion force. Tyrell ordered unhappily. Fucking green-ass Atrians, one of his lance muttered unhappily. They outnumbered the fuckers 4 to 1. They should have been able to handle a few fucking zombies just fine. Tyrell sighed, wishing they weren't right. At the very least the morons should have backed off when they realized things weren't going to go their way. By his count, his regiment still had numerical superiority in the area, and he wasn't particularly afraid of those zombies. On the other hand the 5th were no slouches, and he wasn't getting paid enough to replace half his regiment. Can it? We've got a ways to go and you can bet your ass once they realize where we're moving there'll be zombies waiting for us along the route. Keep your eyes peeled, and move out. Part 13. First Warden Pennsylvania could barely contain her excitement. It felt like she should be vibrating. Instead, she settled for making her mech hop from foot to foot. Waiting for her forces to get in position was so boring. Through her advanced sensors, she could taste the forest around her, tiny sounds beating out a constant percussion tempo faster than any music as the sun's light sang to her. She could smell the tang of metal, feeling the coarse sounds of an army organizing itself around their dropships as the discordant noise rubbed across her skin in a way that was equally disconcerting and soothing. Would it be pleasant or unpleasant when those sounds turned to battle? She needed to know. Finally, she didn't have anything else to distract herself with, besides executing her last little bit of busy work. Transmit to command, restriction on AP ammunition lifted. All units switched to alloy-tipped munitions. While Kilroy and New were sandbagging against their targets to avoid unnecessary fatalities, Pennsylvania had been ordered to deal harshly with the House Merrick units. Quarter would be given, of course. She wasn't a monster, after all, but those units were on the chopping block to be properly mauled rather than simply shoot off planet. It hadn't taken New long to discover that the alloys used on her buildings performed almost half again as well as simple depleted uranium penetrators and were completely non-toxic to boot. On the other hand, the AP munitions weren't quite as explosive and didn't fragment as easily, dealing a bit less internal damage as they tended to punch straight through a mech and its delicate systems instead of blowing apart inside the armor. It also made them a little less likely to cause ammo explosions. Her last unit moved into position only a few seconds after the ammunition fabbers finished changing out the rounds in her unit's ammo racks. The forces at the drop sites had already pulled back their scouts and were preparing their forces for the battle ahead. Charge! She screamed over open channels. Mostly for her show. She couldn't even follow her units and thanks to her orders from Nu. It wasn't fair. The battle was like something out of another age as ranks of hunchbacks resplendent in bright white and pink armor marched in line straight towards the enemy encampment. Long before they came into close range, missiles began to fill the sky. Brilliant scarlet tracers from artillery vehicles and mech streaked through the skies in long arcs over the battlefield while pale LRMs painted in the colors of their company arced past them heading the other direction. Meanwhile dark swarms of LRMs flew straight from the defenders, skimming the ground below. A sound almost like cooking popcorn filled the area as hundreds of small warheads exploded upon finding their targets. Soon the blinding flashes of PPCs lashed out like artificial lightning across the field. As the ranges closed, AC-2 tracers began to mix with the deadly hail, mostly from tanks lacking the same sight range as their mech counterparts. The first hunchback fell not long after, never even having the opportunity to fire its heavy autocannon. A lucky autocannon round simply crushed its power link, leaving it little more than a menacing statue. Another was torn apart in a very impressive ammunition explosion as the defender's fire penetrated its armor. A third lost its leg, stumbling and falling, never to rise again. Just as the cobalt beams of large lasers joined the outward firing mass, the leading line of pink mechs began to fire their autocannons. Rounds the size of a fist dug deep into the armor of the defenders. An archer took a single hit that managed to shake loose an error in its wiring. A surge of power followed the wrong route and jolted a warhead, setting off a chain reaction of ammo explosions that knocked what little was left of the chassis completely off its feet. Torrents of LRM scythed through the attackers at close range as a company of artillery vehicles rolled into range behind the Merrick lines. Within minutes, all three of the forward companies were little more broken and melted slag cooling on the battlefield. However, the next 36 mechs behind them were far less damaged, stepping over the remains of their comrades to add their medium lasers to the savage firefight. Two more archers suffered catastrophic ammunition explosions. A Wolverine took an unlucky shot to the cockpit that left little of either the control systems or the pilot intact. Several of the League's own hunchbacks fell as rounds pierced their fusion reactor and rendered them inert. The relentless Warden advance and their constant LRM support began to take a toll on the defenders. Lacking the heavy armor to endure this sort of brawl, unlucky locusts and stingers fell silent, their pilots' lives ended by shrapnel and laser fire. Damaged defenders began to pull back, allowing their fresher comrades to step forwards from the reserves. A pair of companies swung around to attempt to flank their attackers on from the right, being met head-on by part of the attackers' third assault line. Casualties quickly began to mount on both sides, the second line of attacking pink mechs finally disintegrating under the defenders' heavy fire. While the defenders' flanking units were tearing into the company of hunchbacks that had turned to face them, this was the moment where attrition began to tell in the main engagement. The fire from high-damage weapons like PPCs and large lasers had trickled off as their sources were damaged or destroyed. The weight of fire was no longer enough to stall the two remaining companies of the attackers' third line. They closed the distance, their large autocannons tearing holes in the lighter mechs and tanks valiantly attempting to hold the line. Their fire also became murderously accurate as the distance closed. Heavy armor-piercing rounds slammed through the damaged and weakened armor of medium mechs, smashing their engines, or punching dead-on into the hip actuators of light mechs, sending some of them tumbling to the ground from the crippling shots. Despite the remaining defenders laying into them with murderously accurate volleys of SRM fire, 7 remaining mechs reached the defending lines and engaged at knife-fighting range. The drones fired as they engaged their opponents in melee, firing even as armor-clad fists and feet slammed into the defenders. Ragged holes were torn through the defensive lines, but the drones refrained from using them. Their target were the defenders' forces themselves, not what lay behind them. The flankers, having finally crushed the last of their opposition, quickly moved to lend the fresh weight of their fire to the battle. The few remaining attackers were literally torn apart by the ferocity of the firepower borne against them. For a moment the Merrick forces held their breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But it never came. I counted 37 mechs and 17 vehicles mission killed. Another 21 mechs were severely damaged, and 32 lightly damaged. Only 10 vehicles were severely damaged, with none of them lightly damaged, Pennsylvania cheerfully reported. About what we anticipated. However, they did not commit 2 of their battalions to this battle. The reserves should be enough to allow them to hold force parity with the Andurian 1st Defenders even without taking into account forces that survived this battle. It is unknown if this is enough damage to cause their commanders to retreat. Continue to observe the enemy. Report immediately if they appear to be preparing to launch an attack, Vulcan ordered. Yeah, I know. I'm not stupid, Vulcan. Sheesh. Despite her words, Pennsylvania could already feel the edge of dread. More waiting? She was going to die of boredom. Oh look, it's people. Hi people. Part 14. So, it turns out rolling hills and farmlands make for a kind of shitty battlefield to face a group of fast-moving enemies. Rather than a comparatively simple push-and-pull king of the hill-style brawl, Barrett's Fusiliers were leading me on in an aggravating game of tag. I was in the center of a line made up of a battalion of hunchbacks. For the most part, we kept ourselves between the Fusiliers and the city, slowly pushing them back towards their drop zone. Sweeping forward from my center formation were 2 wing battalions of Wolverines. They had better speed than most mediums and their AC-5s were good for reaching out and touching someone. 24 of my hover tanks accompanied each part of this formation. Their main duty was providing AAA, especially when the mechs were busy in an engagement. While there had been only a handful of actual casualties, there had been almost constant combat. Barrett's Fusiliers were organized into 2 oversized battalions. Generally, they'd group up and pull back, though usually not directly in the direction of their landing zone. After a while, they'd suddenly split up and try to slip around the leading elements of my Wolverines. And there they go again. My leading elements of Wolverines pulled back, forming up with their second unit while the third swung around to intercept the outbound forces. This time, the Fusiliers tried to move their artillery unit, mostly hover tank missile carriers, to the left where they started raining hell on my Wolverines. In response, I sent my own hover tanks forward to threaten his LRM carriers. After some bombardment from autocannons, missiles, and the occasional PPC from a Fusilier Griffin, the hover tanks entered range of the engagement and began to rain long-distance hell down upon the Fusiliers' mechs and tanks. They, of course, realized that their artillery was in danger and pulled it back from the outward push to the safety of their main forces. The other battalion broke off to keep the 2 together. Artillery started raining on my hover tanks, so I pulled them back. With that, we were back to square one. Minus a couple hover tanks and a Wolverine, anyways. However, this couldn't keep going on forever. We'd been brawling in an entirely open area, but that wasn't going to be true for much longer. There was a river to the west that was unusually wide and deep. It looped wide around the area we'd been skirmishing across to enter Shimagata from its southwest side. Here, though, it was making a natural barrier against further westward travel. Then, there was the forest spilling out of a valley entrance to the east. The ancient forest bordered the edge of a recent expansion effort by the locals before their rude guests arrived. Basically, you went straight from no trees to massive pillar-like 200-foot-tall ancients. The only open space between the 2 terrain obstacles barely had enough space for 1 battalion at a time to safely maneuver through in good order. In order to help the Fusiliers to make a decision, I had my Wolverines on the western flank use their jump jets to cross the deeper part of the river to continue their pursuit from the far river bank. Almost instantly, my opponents reacted almost exactly as I had wanted. Although their artillery vehicles and some of their mechs couldn't cross the river, a large portion of their machines did have jump jets. Enough to offer a 3-2 advantage over my Wolverines. Some trebuchets stayed with their artillery, making a straight run towards their drop zone while the rest of their mechs headed towards the woods. Their plan was simple and effective: force me to choose. If I reinforced across the river, the forest team could ambush my hunchbacks. My hover tanks would be useless in the forest, and if they choose to engage the artillery then the forest team could take them out at their leisure after the hover vehicles were too close to use speed and range to avoid damage. If I didn't send the hover tanks to support the skirmish across the river, then the unmolested artillery could stop their withdrawal and really hammer all of my forces in the open. It was a nice plan, with only one tiny fatal flaw: the very teleporter I'd used to arrive was located deep in the forest valley. Trees that tall were actually taller than my teleporter itself, and camouflage netting strung up in the highest branches over the area had kept the aerospace fighters from spotting it. Well, that and actually turning it off when it wasn't in use. I'd circled around and traded showing up late and having to squeeze through a small mountain pass in exchange for keeping my presence concealed. But just because I had done that didn't mean everything I brought with me had. Before the Fusiliers could actually enter the edge of the forest, 12 more battle mechs suddenly came online, sudden heat blooms appearing on the Fusiliers' instruments. A few seconds later, a torrent of LRMs poured from the trees, followed shortly by 10 lances of sapphire energy that converged on 3 separate targets. An unfortunate Hermes 2 took 2 of the 3 beams aimed at it directly over one of its ammo storage bays and exploded spectacularly, the pilot never having a chance to eject. The lead Fusilier mechs desperately backpedaled away from their attackers as they slid out of the forest's dark shadows. As they entered the light, I knew the pair of thunderbolts flanked by cataphracts would, for all their power and danger, be completely eclipsed by the shock and intimidation of the 8 other mechs flanking them. Hell, I counted on it. Turns out, Lt. General Garibaldi is a devious man who had not only puzzled out my ability to reverse engineer salvage but can also smell an opportunity 100 light-years away. The medium mech he'd chosen to trade me in return for a few heavies had earned him another company of shiny new cataphracts as soon as I'd seen it. Hell, I hadn't expected to actually see one during my stay in Andurian space. Turns out the unit had been keeping one stripped down for training, and as a tribute to long-lost pilot. Of course, the unit's head hadn't been as intimidating as it could have been. Borrowing the aesthetics of an Eldar helmet and tweaking the rest of the mech to fit had fixed that. Now, 8 Wyvern battle mechs, one of the more intimidating close-in brawlers the Inner Sphere had seen, a mech so rare that even the great houses could usually only field a few in their entire army, glowered at the mercenaries who'd thought to take the fight to the close confines of the forest. That they were dedicated city fighting mechs that only needed to fade back into the forest to completely dominate the impending brawl escaped no one. All of the Fusilier mechs pulled back from the threat into the open, but I didn't have them chased, or even fired upon. My Wolverines moved once again to hold my flanks while leaving the path to the dropship open. Similarly, my Hunchbacks moved just inside LRM range but held their fire. The artillery vehicles continued on their way to the dropship with an escort of tanks and fighting vehicles. The Fusilier aerospace wing took to making a wide circle just outside of the range of my AAA tanks. At the center, his mechs formed up, ready to fight to the last if needed, but not making any move to start that final stand. This is Colonel Raoul Barrett. You could have burnt my hide any time you wanted. Now, you've got my attention. What do you want? Well, in the short term I wouldn't mind terribly if you got back on those dropships of yours and just wrote this campaign off as a loss. In the long term? Whether you choose to stay and continue the campaign or not, I'd like us to have a favorable working relationship. I'm Commander New of the Lost Wardens. We're rather new in this sector of space and I've got some green mech warriors that could use a real trainer. I would also certainly appreciate advice on how to acquire new talent to bolster our ranks. I paused, and I'm sorry about your pilot. My own aren't experienced enough to know the ammo locations for every mech they face. Shit happens. I won't say I'm not mad, but it's the life I signed up for. I don't know if we'll continue this invasion. It'll depend on what the other regiments have to say, but if they've all had as bad a day as I have, sticking around won't be first on my agenda. He sent back. It was only as he talked for an extended period that I realized just how young he sounded, probably only in his early 20s at the highest. As to your other interests, we're listed with Comster. Make a contract offer like everyone else and we'll see it. And I can promise you we will consider it. Anything else you wanted while I'm here? Just one thing. Time to piss off Comster in a way they can't actually show in front of anyone. And that is, spread the word that the Wyvern is back on the market for any reputable mercenary company. Just have them send all their requests to Vulcan Heavy Industries, care of the local Andurian garrison. If I could, I'd be grinning like a loon. Last factory capable of production destroyed in a raid by mysterious and impossible to identify raiders, indeed. Fuck Comster. I wish I could hear the Primus scream when she hears about this. Part 15. Kilroy felt very much like killing something at the moment. Luckily for those around him, that something had a name. Colonel Jimmy J. Hawk Lee. Unfortunately for Kilroy, rules of engagement held allies, especially Allied commanders sacrosanct unless caught in egregious criminal action against the civilian populace. He turned his back on the dropship he had been pondering over the construction of, an Excalibur as it happened, as simply something to occupy his mind since the successful completion of his objectives. When he started towards the Renegade's drop zone, the only mechs he could spare, his command lance, fell in behind him. 40 of his Hunchbacks had been lost in the final tally against Omega Battalion. 5 Wolverines as well. While local forces wouldn't have considered it a good trade since they only destroyed 10 opposing mechs, it was more than a win for such expendable forces. Those 10 had all been heavies or assaults, and as soon as the fabricator bots arrived he expected to add at least 2 assault mechs to the design table with minutes at most in R&D. Unfortunately, every single unit sent to support the action against the dropship had ultimately faced destruction. The survivors of the initial assault were wiped out by the Renegade's final action in the city. However, they were too late to stop the infantry and quickly retreated rather than face serious dropship fire. His final 36 units, ironically equal amounts Hunchbacks and Wolverines, were now tied up defending the dropships or holding the cordon around the Hussars. And now he'd have to move some of the former to the latter since the remaining 5th defenders were no longer keeping it closed. Open connection, 1st Warden Rhode Island. Connection opened. Greetings, Marshal. How may I serve? Rhode Island's posh voice played. Request command transfer, units, Doidnos_4th Rangers 1st Battalion. Certainly, Marshal. I shall order those units to move through your teleporter presently and then surrender command to you, Rhode Island replied. Command transfer complete. If that is all, I bid you good hunting, Marshal. Feel free to contact me at any time. It is always enjoyable to communicate with such a verbose and eloquent individual such as yourself. Connection closed. Channel selected. Compose message, action ill-advised. Unacceptable losses expected. Recommend returning to defensive posture. Incoming transmission, playing. Fuck off. We're going to push these bastards back into space, right here, right now. Get with the program, or get out of my face. Colonel Lee snarled. Transmission ended. My dealings with Barrett's Fusiliers have come to an end. I'll send my command company to support you. Their firepower should be a worthwhile asset. Commander New's voice came from the command channel shared only between themselves and Vulcan. Command transfer initiated. Units, doidnos_nuscomcomp_ all were dens. Command transfer complete. Kilroy finally came to the edge of the city and saw with his own optical sensors the situation out on the flats. The 5th had been a hard-hit unit before it pulled back to Shiro 3. All of them had really. The Capellan counterattack hadn't been kind on the front-line units. Their earlier battle with the Hussars may have gone their way, but it had just as surely drained them. Only 4 companies remained viable to take part in the attack, one with primarily light mechs and only a reduced lance of mediums to provide firepower, 2 similarly composed but 1 up the weight scale, and the last which Lee was personally commanding in his Battlemaster, but was otherwise all heavy mechs. Had the renegades been perfectly fresh, it would have been a slaughter. Instead they were down to only a few assaults, making it 2 heavy companies and 4 and change medium, plus whatever guns their dropships could bring to bear during the engagement. Had the 5th been completely fresh, it probably would have been a surprisingly even battle. As it was, it'd be more of a slog to the local unit's inevitable loss. Before he did anything personally, however, he changed the mode of the battalion he had on the way. Rather than focusing on their AC-10 and attempting to close for a fight, they'd focus on their LRM-10s and act as an impromptu artillery battery. That also happened to be protected by a solid wall of AC-10s. Lance formation change, Delta. Knowing his units lacked speed, he decided to cut through the elements of the renegades attempting to envelop the 5th entirely from their left flank. Chasing them off would open an opportunity to cut to the main engagement and burn down some of the heavy mechs. Thus, with his lance forming a wedge around him, they charged out towards the melee. The Thunderbolts were unholy terrors even at longer ranges. Their large lasers and LRMs chewed through a Phoenix Hawk's leg and sent the mech tumbling to the ground. Poorly maintained, probably due to the Capellans not liking to sell the parts to anyone, let alone those who'd sworn vengeance on them, Vindicator took the lasers to the CT and the excess heat melted a jerry-rigged part, keeping its gyro in place. The assembly dropped sideways and the mech itself soon followed. Return fire, including large lasers and PPCs, licked at Kilroy's lance, but for the moment there was enough fresh armor to take it. Also, these were not the unsophisticated drones, but proper wardens. They juked slightly to make themselves more difficult targets, and turned their torsos to expose fresh armor for the enemy to waste their fire against rather than allowing shots to stack against the same location. When the Cataphract entered its shorter range and its LBX-10 barked out a cloud of deadly explosive submunitions. It failed to surmount the armor of a Phoenix Hawk, but it left the mech rocking and punch-drunk. The Warden's Ultra AC-5 chattered as it followed the heavy hit with a stream of smaller projectiles. The pilot of the Phoenix Hawk instinctively threw an arm between themselves and the autocannon, but only managed to block a handful of shots before the arm was sent spinning away as it was torn off at the elbow joint. Emerald beams lanced out and savaged the armor over the Phoenix Hawk's engine, and then a point-blank shot from the LBX-10 tore through the armor and reduced the fusion engine to slag. The Cataphract was surrounded by a brief cloud of steam as it flushed coolant to complete its cooling cycle more quickly. By the time it turned to continue the engagement, that coolant had already been replaced by an internal fabricator. Only one of the mechs, a Blackjack, approached Kilroy himself. The mech spat emerald beams and small-caliber autocannon rounds as it approached, then turned to make a circuit around the Warden Marshal. Traditionally, the 2 mechs were the same speed and the Blackjack could outrange Kilroy indefinitely. Too bad for him that without needing a fusion core, the Warden Marshal's engine was heavier than the standard. Kilroy practically sprinted across the intervening ground, swiftly gaining on his prey. When it realized it couldn't escape, it turned to make a desperate last stand, and that was its final mistake. The Warden Marshal came to a sudden stop, planted his mech's feet and finally threw the medium of weapons he spoke. Brass shell casing fountained from his mech in streams so thick they seemed like water, and progenitor alloy rounds created a cloud of shattered and torn metal around his hapless victim. If seen through a high-speed camera, one could see the armor plates flexing under the many impacts, each pock-marking the plate at their impact site, until the plate briefly appeared as plastic as rubber before abruptly shattering into pieces which then ricocheted off incoming fire. Desperately, the Blackjack pilot crushed the weapon triggers in his hand, spitting out fire that tore savagely into Kilroy's armor. One of the guns took a hit that warped its barrel, forcing it to fall silent. Still, he held his position and fired through the cracking armor of his opponent. The Blackjack's internals were swiftly reduced to Swiss cheese, with casings crushed, shafts snapped by bullets that happened to strike dead on, then snapped again as errant shots caught them despite the speed at which they spun away. Kilroy finally ceased fire when the damaged internals gave way and the cockpit unceremoniously fell straight down, crushing what weakened support still stood, until it hit the hips and tumbled aimlessly to the desert floor. Compared to the deafening chatter of his many machine guns, the desert seemed oddly silent despite the battle raging on nearby. Small valves around the waist of his mech suddenly opened and green vapor filled the air around him. A pulse traveled through it, leaving the vapor glowing in its wake. Suddenly it was drawn to the body of the hunchback like iron filings to a magnet. When the glow faded, his armor was pristine, with only faint outlines and scorch marks telling of the damage it suffered. Only the twisted remains of the damaged machine gun were apparently not repaired. The silence was interrupted by an electronic wail of distress. Warden Shiro Mercury, the intelligence piloting his lance's cataphract, had his mech face down with a hatchetman's eponymous weapon buried in its left shoulder. Kilroy immediately sprinted towards the engagement, but he had been led some distance from where the heavies had been fighting. Although one of the thunderbolts had a chance to snap off a large laser shot that destroyed the hand holding the hatchet, he was soon dragged back into his own engagement. Showing surprising control, the hatchetman reached out with his remaining hand and grabbed the injured shoulder. With a single hard yank it ripped it free along with most of the left torso armor. The warden floundered his remaining arm and legs, attempting to escape his attacker, but Mir suffered an armored kick for his troubles. Finally the hatchetman had his torso aligned and he fired his AC-10, ripping deep into the cataphract's internals. Warden Shiro Mercury abruptly disappeared from the quantum network. The hatchetman reached for its weapon of choice, but never got to touch the handle. Kilroy opened fire at maximum range, his rounds simply pinging off the other mech's armor at this range. However, the sheer torrent of fire meant that the hatchetman's cockpit was instantly filled with a deafening cacophony. Distracted by the ringing of thousands of tiny bells, the pilot barely turned his mech to face Kilroy before the bullets entered critical range. One arm was ripped away in a few seconds, and then there was nothing protecting the left torso. Alarm lights glared in the pilot's cockpit, their usual buzzers or klaxons overpowered by the sound of his mech shattering beneath him. The hatchetman's pilot tried to shift away, pulling into reverse and spinning his torso to spread the damage. It was futile, and soon the torrent of bullets were bouncing around his internal structure. Moments later the whole head of his mech shot off into the sky. It took a looping turn and then flew in the direction of the Renegade's dropships. Kilroy watched it go for a long moment, then looked to the miraculously still standing frame of the hatchetman. His punch shattered what remained of the torso and sent parts spinning for meters around. Part 16. I exited the Howell's End teleporter just as dusk was setting in. While the fighting on the flats was getting fierce, that wasn't what I'd come for. Kilroy would never grow into his potential if I simply stepped in every time actual decisions needed to be made. Instead I lead a group of fabricator bots, flatbeds already loaded for bear, and ravens out of the valley towards the captured dropships. They were only our first stop. Naturally we had tagged locations throughout the city marking each and every mission kill scored by Kilroy's regiment. Still the ravens were available to search the areas with a fine-tooth comb. Although I wouldn't step on Kilroy's toes, that didn't mean I wasn't interested in the only battle of the day still ongoing. Despite the odds it was going less poorly than I'd expected. Kilroy's lance had managed to actually make it to Lee's company and racked up a pair of heavy mechs for their kill counters. Then they'd phased back and out as the collective damage had simply been too much. The company of heavies I'd lent Kilroy had been slow to enter the engagement because they were bogged down by coordinated strikes from the faster medium companies in the area. It hadn't resulted in any true losses, just some weapons and armor across the unit. They'd ultimately needed to shift into the artillery battalion's engagement zone to lose the guerrillas and clear a path into the interior of the battle. Overall the renegades had been bleeding medium since the assault began, and that was starting to add up. On the other hand, they'd used Lee's bull-headed nature against him and led his company into the dropship's line of fire. It was only briefly before they caught on, but that was enough to take down two heavies. With clear numbers and weight behind them, the renegades were now making a hard push straight for good old Jimmy Lee. The Andurian colonel had 27 mechs, most medium or lighter, pulled together by desperation and the need to protect the one thing holding them as a cohesive unit. Lances, companies and battalions didn't matter, there wasn't enough left of any single organization smaller than the 5th as a whole to organize around. While it very well could have been a shutout, Colonel Tyrell couldn't commit 100% to the action. Kilroy's artillery barrage had been savage. 360 missiles a barrage, every few seconds another barrage, and at least 1/3 of those missiles always pointed at a singular target. That wasn't something you weathered gracefully. If it weren't for the inherent lack of accuracy in standard inner sphere LRMs, they'd have already been forced to retreat. Omega Battalion was split in twain instead. One heavy company, led by Tyrell and supported by Delta Battalion, would chase down the retreating Lee. The other would lead Alpha Battalion in a direct charge against Kilroy's artillery section. My attention was drawn away as we finally came upon the landing site of the Hussars' dropships. They'd chosen a walled industrial park that would slow down most attackers but still allowed their dropships to fire over the walls thanks to their sheer size. Apparently there was some real prestige in being Janosch's old unit before he took the Captain General's seat, because a rugged-looking Excalibur, an egg-shaped spheroid that is among the largest military dropships ever made, stood in pride of place between a pair of Aerodyne Gazelle dropships, vehicle company carriers. Off to one side a Leopard, extremely common mech lance carrier, was oriented facing vaguely outwards so their nose weapons could be used as for defense. Getting a closer look, I noticed the Leopard had its aerospace bay doors welded shut. Probably had the fighter base converted into troop barracks then. Combined with the native troop support of the Excalibur, it almost makes the mind boggle just how many soldiers, supported by just how much hardware, the Atrian Hussars were really capable of bringing to bear. But then it doesn't matter if you just feed it to the enemy as free kills. Attention, these dropship will be undergoing heavy restructuring and maintenance. Please remove all persons and personal belongings from the vehicles. We cannot guarantee that anything inside the vehicles will remain intact during the procedure. There was some grumbling, but the militia forces complied easily enough. They certainly took their time clearing out the ships and dragging all the loot into a warehouse, though. I didn't really care as long as they didn't take anything that was supposed to be part of the ship itself. My HBK fabs reclaimed the ropes off the flatbeds and each one grabbed a pair of beams. They held the pair together at the ends and quickly repaired them into a single long beam. Then they carried them to set points around the dropship, fabricated stands for them into the ground and carefully placed each one down so that the glowing green side was pointed at one of the other beams. I walked into the area within the perimeter of the beams with only 2 of my bots. The rest dispersed into the city in search of the bounty of salvage I knew was there. Now to get some privacy. With the thought the weak fabricators built into the length of the beams activated. They quickly created tall, thin walls of metal directly outward until they were stopped by the wall they were building running into another beam. It was far too thin and weak to defend against a military offensive, but it worked as a veil to hide the dropships from prying eyes while I worked. Rather than set about simply reclaiming the dropships, I built a series of fabrication towers around the area. Then I started a building project that surrounded the base of the Excalibur. Level by level the ringed structure rose, ribs of raised power conduits highlighting the center line of each level. In the months I'd spent preparing for this I'd often found myself thinking, the progenitors never played space engineers. These were the product of that thought. Each ring was lined internally with fabricators just as close as I could get them, giving them coverage of literally every single inch of the ship. When they finally activated the 17,000-ton vessel all but melted. The design is logged, Commander. I am running it through the automatic repair and tweaking algorithms now. Vulcan almost sounded proud when he mentioned the algorithms. They were his vanity project and had taken some fairly extensive programming on both of our parts. Basically it was meant to use solid scientific principles and the other parts we'd reclaimed to quickly patch up problems of old damage, Mickey Mouse engineering, and just all-around terrible design. Then we'd have a slightly superior copy of the original that we could turn around and hand to our allies or sell. Algorithm complete. The log of fixes and changes is somewhat extensive. Most are not readily apparent. Simulations show no unexpected side effects from our repairs, Vulcan reported. Excellent. Let's bring her back then. As soon as I'd started the sentence the fabricators activated and quickly built the new and improved Excalibur exactly where the old one had been. The most immediately noticeable difference was the almost seamless armor, and the pink and white paint job. While the others were somewhat in flux due to the militia doing the actual capturing, the Excalibur was solely ours due to our supporting the attack. Still, the fact that I didn't technically own the Gazelles and Leopards didn't stop me from repeating the trick with each of them. Minus the paint job, of course. Leopard Fab, 237. Gazelle Yacht, 303. I nodded in approval of the timetable. The Excalibur was a whole other kettle of fish. It was simply too big to easily know how long it would take to modify for our purposes. And at the moment I didn't even know what our purposes were. Would it be a bot carrier? A colony seed? Would I even need something that size, when I had smaller vessels that could build whatever was needed? Too many questions. I'd have to figure them out eventually. For the moment I was content to wait and sort out the more immediate concerns of prioritizing the damaged and partial mech designs rolling in from the salvage team. Part 17. Colonel Tyrell Redfield couldn't even find the energy to complain about the swill that passed for coffee that had been pressed into his hands as soon as he'd returned to the dropship. He was so tired it ached, and felt the term desperate for sleep was in no way an exaggeration. Unfortunately there was one last thing that couldn't be put off before he could allow himself to be rendered insensate. You look like shit. Raoul Barrett normally had more tact. Tyrell was too tired to care. Feel it too. The salvage crews will be busy for a while. We'll need to take some time for repairs and probably recruiting before we take our next job. Tyrell shook his head in frustration. Our salvage crews are also quite busy. Though, I dare say they'll never be troubled while salvaging Hunchback again. Far too much practical experience with them by this point, Colonel Darien McAllister, the CO of the 1st Fusiliers of Orient interjected. Colonel Myra Adams of the 1st Merrick Militia simply stared from the monitor connected to her with narrowed eyes. Well, you're alive and talking, so is it safe to assume the 5th Defenders are finally shattered? McAllister brought them back on topic. Yet. We got that fucker in the Battlemaster and they made a break back to the city. Damn Pinkos shifted around and covered their retreat. I wasn't going to chase after them into the city. After the day we've had? I'd have had a mutiny on my hands and deserved every second of it, Tyrell explained. Couldn't have happened to a nicer shithead, Adams finally stated. But that brings us to the Pinkos. I'd like to hear your thoughts on them. Well, the zombies, air, drone mechs aren't too big a concern. They have a tendency to just line up and shoot. Problem is they're damn accurate and carry a big cannon so they'll still rip into their target if you aren't careful. Worse is that they spot for the LRMS of the other drones in the unit. That ultimately caused more downed mechs than the autocannons did, Tyrell explained. Drones? Barrett asked. Yeah, drone-controlled hunchbacks and wolverines. The hunchback seemed to be a 4H with an LRM-10 added somehow, and the wolverines were just standard 6Rs. McAllister raised an eyebrow. You didn't deal with them. Apparently we did, but we didn't have any protracted engagements. My troops just thought they were green pilots. We were more confused about how they got so many of the exact same type. Anyways, sorry for the interruption, please continue. Barrett nodded graciously towards his camera. Oh, that's the million C-bills question now, isn't it? They didn't seem to mind trading a whole lance to soften up just one mech. Nor did they retreat when my boys stormed past the Hussars' dropships on the way out. I figure we wiped out the better part of 2 companies there and they didn't give an inch. Tyrell shook his head in disbelief. What is the status on the Hussars, Colonel? Adams interjected. Done. If they get formed again it'll be from scratch. Oh, there's still a bunch of armor and a mech lance holed up at the refinery, maybe a short battalion worth. At least last I heard. If they try to break out while I was dealing with the 5th. Well, the silence is telling, Tyrell reported. Last but not least, they did have a heavier element with them, real pilots this time if pretty green. Delta had a run-in with a hunchback apparently fit for dueling, 17 machine guns, probably using armor-piercing rounds because they tore up their victim far more than any such weapons had a right to. Tyrell paused, wondering about the value of saying this next part out loud but ultimately shrugged and plowed forwards. One of my pilots, and mind you he's the only one, reported that particular hunchback using some kind of glowing green mist that patched its armor in the field. Didn't fix a fucked up weapon, just filled in the holes in the armor and the like. Tyrell watched them for signs of disbelief. Barrett and McAllister showed them fine but Adams just seemed thoughtful. Anyways, Bastard had a couple thunderbolts and a cataphract with him. Tyrell shrugged, but there was another company that showed up a bit after their zombies started playing artillery. Heavy lance was 2 cataphracts, 2 thunderbolts, so again with the standardization end. Well, I barely believed it myself when it was reported but we've got recon photos from Alpha to prove it. 8 wyverns, kitted out with custom heads and thinner limbs for some reason, but clearly wyverns. Really? We got ambushed by the same company. Or, well, an identically built one. 8 wyverns, 2 cataphracts, 2 thunderbolts. They even had the conical helmets as well. Barrett exclaimed. Tyrell frowned, leaning back in the chair he was borrowing from the dropship's communication officer. There hasn't been standardization like that since the days of the Star League. Who are these people? I have some theories on that, but Barrett, if you would. Adams turned the conversation to the other mercenary outfit. Well, we didn't have nearly so bad as a day as anyone else here, from what I can gather. We were trying to set up artillery overlooking Shimagata's spaceport, as per the plan, but when a regiment of the Pinkos showed up we pulled back in favor of a running engagement. I was expecting them to eventually get tired and try to force an engagement. That would have let me use my artillery to effect, but they wouldn't have it. They kept a battalion of wolverines on each wing to herd us and the hunchbacks in the back, though with a quad-legged assault that looked like it might be based off a rifleman. They also had these hover cars with lighter autocannons playing AAA. Managed to force a couple of our birds back for repairs, but otherwise they just kept us from calling in air support. Barrett stroked his goatee as he thought back to the engagement. It wasn't until we reached a choke point between a river and some heavy forests that things came to a head. That heavy company, wyverns, thunderbolts, and cataphracts, were powered down in the forest and only came online when we were too close to evade. Lost a good pilot then, almost lost another mech but it managed to limp back in the end. When they didn't press the advantage I realized they must want something else. Outnumbered and surrounded, I sent the vehicles back to the dropship gambling that they wouldn't care about them and circled the mechs. Then I asked them what they wanted. Barrett reported. What did they say? Adams asked. Well, they wanted to hire mercs. Oh, it wasn't an offer to turncoat or anything like that. They were looking for cadre units to train up their forces after the war, advisors to help them find recruits. I wasn't terribly surprised, I'd already figured they had more hardware than experience. It's not that uncommon in new mercenary units, just never on this scale. His words set the rest to nodding. They couldn't argue with his point, nor that the scale was absolutely absurd. There was one other thing, Barrett was quick to get in before they moved on. And that is. Adams pressed. They wanted me to pass on word. Apparently, they're bring the wyvern back onto the market for mercenaries, but only for the reputable sort. All them took a moment of silence to mull over that. So that was our day. I've heard yours wasn't so good. Tyrell prodded. Adams and McAllister shared a significant look, and not the good kind. Finally McAllister spoke. We landed in a floodplain south of Shimagata. The plan was for the Fusiliers to take point and set up for a series of raids on the defenders over several weeks. When we got word of a regiment of medium mechs approaching, we were just starting to unload the 1st Militia's assault battalion. He sighed, the Melita left behind their scouting element as a final line of defense, or to act as harriers if we needed them, while they tried to hurry getting the assaults out onto the field. My regiment took the militia's forward battalion with us and moved up to screen against the attack. I expected a show of force like that to stop them short, maybe start some skirmishes between the scouting elements. They had no scouting elements. We didn't know they were drones until much later, but it certainly explained the way they came at us with suicidal single-mindedness. They were using armor-piercing rounds. The techs have been hoarding any samples of the material that they can find. Or pry out of the rear armor where it didn't quite make it all the way through the mech in some cases. According to them, the stuff is denser than depleted uranium and harder than tungsten carbide. How it manages that? They have no idea. We were just lucky there wasn't a fragmentation component, or most of the damaged mechs would have been completely beyond repair. McAllister explained. In any case, we weren't really ready for them to just come in lines, one battalion at a time. We had lights standing up front, and short-range mechs spread out in the wings. It was pretty foobar, as far as formations go, and it wasn't tight enough to stop their advance. We were getting rained with LRMs from start to finish, and only their propensity to target our heavy mechs with them kept it from opening as a slaughter. We managed to scrap their whole first line before they entered range to use those AC-10s, but the second rank just stepped over, around or in some cases through the wrecks of the first line and started opening up. From there it was a straight slugfest until some bright spark got the idea to swing a couple companies around. If that hadn't drawn off a company of the third line. McAllister looked grim at the thought of what might have been. How bad was it? Barrett asked. More than a battalion destroyed outright. 8 of those through cockpit destruction. Another damaged, most of it severe. That includes a tank company lost, another 2 damaged. Most of that was absorbed by the Fusiliers, but the heavy company from the militia had a lance lost and the rest damaged enough they won't be having any more part of this campaign. We're salvaging everything in the field. A regiment worth of hunchback salvage is nothing to sneeze at. Probably have to sell everything but the weapons and maybe a few limbs though. None of them have a functional cockpit or life support for it. Nor do they seem to have an actual fusion chamber in their engines, making them pretty much worthless. He sounded very confused at the last part. There are a few other devices that we can't really identify, though there are some guesses based on location, but those all had some incendiary self-destruct that reduced them to slag. Well, other than one black box component about 3 centimeters cubed. The techs are pretty sure it's some kind of control computer for the drones. They'll be damned if they know how it got so small though. Apparently they make gravity a little unstable if you try and open them up. Thankfully the effect is very localized, so while it destroyed some tools and cost one tech a hand, it didn't take anything else with it. McAllister leaned back, clearly feeling his report to be finished. Colonels, you said that you saw the same company configuration in both your theaters, correct? Adams began. Both of them simply nodded. Tyrell was just too tired to get any more worked up, and was really starting to get a sinking feeling about the future of this contract. What if I told you that they were in fact the exact same company? Bullshit. My aerospace element saw them walk back to Shimagata. Even if they'd loaded up on Leopards and double-timed it, and I got no reports of dropship launches, they'd have still been hours away, in transit, when they were supposed to have engaged the renegades. Barrett frowned, wondering what game Adams was playing. The woman just nodded to someone off-screen. She was replaced with a slightly shaking video pointed at a city plaza. Both men were more than familiar with the quirks of the camera involved. It was often used for recon, so they had no trouble recognizing this for what it was. You snuck a team into the city. Tyrell's tone made it clear this was a statement, not a question. What really caught his attention, though, was the geometric arch that dominated the picture. It was at an angle from the camera, so he could only see a thin slice of the pane of light that seemed to occupy the center. Off to one side, a pink and white raven stood at the front of a 2 Thunderbolt, 1 cataphract formation, just like the hunchback had. Probably a standard formation for guarding high-ranking officers. After a moment, the company in question began entering frame. First the wyverns, then the heavy lance. They lined up single file and then marched towards the glowing pane of light. One finally walked through it, and Tyrell's tired mind failed to track what happened after that. Blinking, he searched the area behind the arch, looking for the wyvern, but saw no sign of it. A second one entered, and like some kind of magician's trick, it simply never exited the other side. What? How? That. Tyrell was simply too tired to even try and form words, but his mind was blown in any case. Considering how Barrett and McAllister were choking over their own words, he was almost glad he was all but falling asleep in his chair. At least his silence made him seem stoic and dignified in the face of the impossible. That was recorded by a plainclothes recon team that I had appropriate an abandoned civilian vehicle to check out the situation in Shimagata. They handed me the camera themselves, tape still in it. As to the how, Adams trailed off, but soon pushed on. I have no idea. One of my dropship techs, however, had once served on a jump ship. He said one of the drive techs had once had a long conversation with him. Told him how the hyperspace pulse generator actually made an artificial jump point when it sent messages. How with enough power it could theoretically send through actual matter and not just a message, Adams explained, her monitor once again showing her face. I can only guess that they're using some variation of that technique and transmitting the power in remotely. It fits with what we saw of the drones, their lack of fusion reactor. But that means they could be light years from here. With that kind of power, who knows what kind of distance we could be talking about? Barrett exclaimed. And who knows how much material they could have in reserve. If they're ready for us, we could be facing the forward elements of an army as large as the League's or any of the successor states. McAllister looked distinctly pale as he shouted about just how screwed they very well could be. I think. Adams started, but soon trailed off. Kerensky. Tyrell's voice cut through the conversation like a glowing hot knife. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? Yes. Adams sounded a little ashamed, probably thought they'd think her some kind of conspiracy theorist. Makes sense. They'd have been beyond the furthest rim of the periphery. No successor lords to fight off, all of that lost Star League technology. No pirates or any of that. Probably got curious how the poor saps they left behind were holding up. Stumbled right into a war, naive and technologically advanced, but with no real hardened soldiers. Tyrell put it into words and soon the others were nodding along. Do you think they've come back to conquer us? Barrett asked, looking distinctly unsettled and finally truly showing his youth. For just a moment he looked more like a kid playing dress-up than a commanding officer. Probably not. I think they just want a trade partner, and if the Andurians succeed they'll need to ramp up their military capacity quickly. Makes them an easy market for weapons, and giving them military support now just proves they've got weapons worth buying. Tyrell actually had to hand it to them, it was a pretty good business plan. Even if the Andurians failed, the war would get their name out there at least. We have to tell the Captain General. If they're willing to sell their weapons and technology to the Andurians, or anyone else, it's only a matter of time before they become ubiquitous. Adams stared at them with grim determination, clearly already having some idea of how they'd do that and knowing the others won't like it. Tyrell didn't understand why everyone was staring at him until he realized his fist was in front of his mouth as a reflexive response to a yawn. Sorry, a bit. It's fine. I have some idea where to go from here, but we can talk about it tomorrow. For now just focus on salvage operations and other post-battle work. It all needs to be done in any case. Adams said. Without fanfare all of the monitors fell blank in short order, leaving Tyrell in the shadows of the poorly lit communications station. He tried to stand up, he really did, but a few minutes later he was sound asleep, his head lolling against the chair's headrest. Luckily it was well padded in case of sudden acceleration. Part 18. We'd had a few days of relative silence. I'd amused myself with sending our first Leopard-class fabricator to Shiro 2, which happened to be close by at this time of year. The planet was uninhabited, and drew some close parallels to Venus. It even had the clouds of sulfuric acid. I didn't have the dropship actually try and land on the planet. Instead I had it dump a big metal box with a fabricator turret in it. Once it landed, the fabricator reclaimed the side that landed down and then reclaimed downwards while building thick composite walls around the hole it was digging. When it reached the edge of its range, it built another one just above that spot. That one capped off the tunnel and then repeated the process, minus the cap, until it was a good 2 kilometers or so underground. Once it got that deep, I'd had it build a floor and a fabricator actually on that floor. Then they built another, and another until there were 5 fabricators in a plus shape. Then they worked together, one reclaiming outwards into the rock while 4 built thick walls behind it to keep it from collapsing. A bit of von Neumann dwarf fortressing later and I had my very own underground lair. One which is constantly expanding according to preset patterns I simply embedded into the fabricators. With the addition of a teleporter near the center, I could even enjoy my new underground base personally. I kind of envy you, Vulcan, I said aloud over the command channel. I'm not sure why. Having subordinates has proven tedious. I am unsure the increase in research capacity is worth the cost. Vulcan replied. Not getting along with Hood and St. Helens? I asked. They are disruptive. Though St. Helens occasionally has a breakthrough worth the interruption. Her latest suggestion was inspired. Even if it has run into problems at the practical stage. Hood, however, leaves me less optimistic. How Vulcan managed to express such distaste for Hood while remaining more or less monotone was a mystery for the ages. Well, hopefully you'll all get along in time. Besides, someday there'll be many more intelligences and you can inflict those future subordinates on them. I smiled when he replied with little more than a hum of agreement. That's not what I meant though. I meant you getting to move in here full-time. You'll have twice the computing power, and even a full testing range with dedicated fabbers to test things outside of simulations. I am certainly looking forward to it, Vulcan agreed. Though low priority, the search for an anesthetic remains among the research division's standing projects. Unlike my creations who could be disconnected from their machines or buildings and moved to others when desired, I found myself locked to the form of my original commander. The problem was the same phantom nervous system that allowed me to feel being shot by lasers and so forth. I'd first discovered the problem when I wanted to reclaim an armored plate from my commander to discover the alloy. The pain of being flayed alive by the Faber was so great that there was literally no chance of my simply enduring it when I could order it stopped. Any attempt to remove the portion of my commander that the singularity making up my brain was connected to would be like having a dark Eldar homunculus doing open-heart surgery on me with their most painful implements while feeding me a cocktail of pain-enhancing drugs. Not going to happen. Commander. Good afternoon. You've got some impressive facilities here. A strong voice caught my attention. Thankfully the man sending it was using a video-connected computer station in one of the base's apartments. Having a conversation between a 13-meter-tall deathbot and a puny 2-meter-tall human just didn't work. First Warden Richards, good day to you. Thank you. It's unfortunate that so many of the services have to be automated, but our situation only allows so much leeway in such things. I told him. I wasn't using much of a cover story. Just that thanks to quantum fuckery I was controlling my commander mech from elsewhere. Thanks to an extremely unlucky SLDF experiment in overclocking jump drives that elsewhere was way fucking elsewhere. Thus I didn't have a human body to get out of the mech and talk to him. He'd have to Skype me. Perfectly understandable, Commander. I just wanted to let you know that I talked to that guy I know. He's willing to give you 10,000 eagle per vehicle in the first shipment, then move up to the catalog rate for future orders, Richards told me. Easily proving why I'd hired him after one of the 5th had given him a friendly recommendation. Richards was a former mech tech, though he'd given piloting a real serious try before the academy scrubbed him with the local equivalent of a civilian operator's license. He'd eventually wound up as part of the 5th and had been that guy you go to because he always knows someone or has some connection to get what you needed. Whether that was a bottle of well-aged scotch to gift to a retiring officer or the PPC needed to get a warmer back to 100% didn't seem to make much of a difference. He'd eventually retired to Shiro 3 to inherit the family business of cattle ranching. Turns out he hated it. As soon as he could, he turned over the whole operation to his 19-year-old nephew who practically lived on the range. Richards just couldn't stand the solitude of it all. I promised to let him participate in the trials of marrying a small AI core with a machine actually meant to be piloted. It circumvented the normally rather insane demand on combat pilots' minds in battle and gave a slightly wider pool of viable candidates, like Richard. More importantly for the wardens as a whole, an optional neurohelmet could be jacked in and allow the very top to perform even better. In theory. He'd agreed before he'd even seen the contract. Good. Civilian vehicles are a tiny draw on our resources and we can easily provide our own shipping. They also represent a potential money maker across any number of planets. I comment. A 1/3 discount is also excellent on an untested product. Excellent bargaining. How are we doing on mech parts? I had an assistant drive over to Comstar and get a print copy of the latest want ads. For now I'm only looking at outreach, but so far I'm seeing a solid 3 million in potential sales. Add in some of the more generic items like ammo and armor and you could easily fill one of those cargo modded gazelles Vulcan was showing me. Though the transit would cost a good portion of that 3 mil, Richard explained. Hold off on any long distance deals for now. Is there anything for Endurian itself? We'll be headed that way soon after all. I ask him. Let me check. A Phoenix Hawk arm, the cockpit of an Atlas, ouch, lots of PPCs and large lasers. I can forward you the brand names for those specifically requested. So at least 1 million then. Goo. Commander. Commander. Pennsylvania's voice chirped over the emergency line. I'm sorry, First Warden. I'm getting an emergency call. I need to let you go, keep up the good work. I saw him smile and nod before the question was cut. I drifted immediately to the incoming call, activating it. Yes, First Warden. I asked, sincerely hoping this wasn't like the time she accidentally stepped on one of the local horse analogs. We didn't exactly have the medicinal facilities to treat people, let alone animals. I was listening to the militia guys, being signal smart like you told me to, she nattered on, not giving me time to correct her corruption of signals intelligence, and they were talking to each other and they just came to a decision and their ships are going to take off soon. So they're leaving? I asked, confused. Yeppy. You see, apparently some guy went and sent a message, because they said sending a ship would take like so long and they didn't want to wait that long. So they told him to contact the captain who is also a general and tell him about the communists so that he can send more militia. That way they can get ahead of the other nations before Kerensky can openly come back and give everybody better weapons. Pennsylvania rapidly shot out. I stared. Replayed the recording several times trying to parse individual points. Then finally had to ask, communists? And how the fuck did they find out about the clans? Am I in an O or something? They were talking about pinkos, like that Kerensky guy. Isn't that what you call communists? Pinko commies. You'll never take me alive. Arg. Pennsylvania responded. Thank you for that stirring rendition of a 1960s spy movie, First Warden, I deadpanned. You're welcome. It was fun. She replied obliviously. So they were referring to our pink color scheme. They're trying to warn the Captain General about us. And apparently they think we're from Kerensky's Exodus. I paused at that last one. Weren't there ships that took off on their own during the Exodus and were never heard from again? It was centuries ago, so nobody would know where they could have wound up. Hell, if they had a misjump they could have moved hundreds of light years in an instant. Finally the full import of the now translated message hit home. Fuck. I had been expecting closer to 3 weeks before Merrick got anything solid on my existence. I'd kill to have copies of all the sourcebooks, my knowledge is just so patchy at times. Worse, I'd already arranged a spot on the same jump ship as the remainder of the 5th to get to Andurian and finally meet Dame Humphreys. My Leopard was expected to leave the planet in 5 hours. From there it would be over 3 weeks in space just getting to and from planets. I stomped back through the teleporter to Shiro 3. I'd only ordered up 2 replacement regiments before the fighting. It turned out prophetic, since I'd lost a little under 2 regiments. It took 8 seconds for an unassisted bot factory to build a Wolverine, and I'd only built 2 factories since I hadn't really needed a true army. It took a little under 8 minutes to build a regiment. Warden Marshal Kilroy, our visitors are leaving, but their friends are almost certainly coming in force. We are no longer ignorant to the quality and capacity of our weapons, nor are we so limited in our production items. Build your army. The true Kilroy's Rangers. I authorize up to 200 new wardens be created for the cause. If you need more, hire locally. There are simulators in the living area for training purposes, I ordered. Vulcan, I want Shiro 3 scoured clean of every sign of our presence but teleporters. I'd rather we maintain the mystery while we can and not step on local toes over land rights. If you receive complaints from the local government, then the Plaza teleporter can be reclaimed. I intended for the wardens to be more or less unreachable by conventional forces. Of course I wasn't ignorant of possible problems either. Keep a variety of fabricator vehicles and bots on Shiro 3 in diverse and well-hidden locations, and keep a Leopard fab hidden behind the 4th planet. We don't want the teleporters being destroyed to simply cut us off. We were planning on weathering this storm at some point. There's no reason we can't do just as well now as we would then. Part 19. Vulcan spectated 108 unique simulated environments as he put the recovered drone cores from the first Rangers through their paces with all of the behavioral restrictions lifted. He'd determined from their poor field performance that despite the saying that combat was the best teacher, it actually wasn't. However, these were still more experienced than the average drone, and when let off the leash their performance was slightly greater. More importantly, they were better students due to having some casual familiarity with loss. They hungered for solutions to the problems that had stopped them and their regiment mates. In many ways he felt that they were much like New's memory of dogs. They cared for little other than themselves and pack, and were too dumb to realize the futility of chasing cars. Which was actually fortunate, since it meant they wouldn't shoot them with their mech's very large guns in frustration. Teaching the drones tricks was laborious, or at least required laboring over every individual simulation rather than simply throwing automatically generated scenarios at them. He'd been working on the training pattern since January, but it had never been a great priority. The initial investment in drones had been seen as a loss leader anyways. Now Hood was taking over the mech adaptation and refinement, busy work by his standard, and St. Helens was taking on much of the more theoretical work. With some real-world combat data to work from, and a true variety of designs both in their library and recorded as enemies, the real training could finally begin. The very first training had been the simplest. They had to shoot a target that hid behind a wall. If they moved, the target would peek out, giving them a clear shot. If they did not, it hid. Thankfully, it had only taken minutes at the most for even the dumbest drone to catch on to the fact they had to fire and move at the same instant. Then he'd made the target move, forcing them to move, shoot, and track. At that point he changed to an object without IFF or explicitly being named a target that shot at them. One shot back. The rest of the drones that had been destroyed in the field got the basic idea and moved away from the object until it stopped attacking. Those that hadn't ever been destroyed before simply sat there and took the shots. Even after being mission killed, they came to the simulation with the same general attitude. Apparently it was stewing in helplessness after their failure that really motivated the drones. He quickly wrote a patch to the drone interface that made the damage taken warning much more shrill and far less bearable. About half ran away from the death spewer. The rest unloaded every weapon they had into it. And then ran when it didn't stop shooting. After all, very few mechs could destroy another with an alpha strike, so encouraging them to stay after making one would be bad. Formation movement was a fiasco. Well, so long as it was just movement, it went fine. As soon as you added shooting, they started breaking their formation to compete for shots. Apparently a desire to be the one who shot first was rather innate within them. Switching to being shot at while he contemplated the other problem just revealed a worse problem. Rather than simply standing and taking shots, they were now extremely averse to taking them. One small caliber autocannon round pinging off the armor of a Wolverine could send the whole unit scattering as they raced to escape the line of fire. Making the annoyance of the damage indicator scale with the threat did nothing, they were already trained. Hey! What's this? First Warden Pennsylvania's voice cut through his thoughts. Oh, they're so cute. Let me in there, I want to play. Vulcan didn't really have the chance to accept or deny her request before her virtual avatar had loaded into one of the group simulations. This was a somewhat more violent group and they responded to the unexpected with weapons fire. Pennsylvania had ducked out of most of it, then sent the drones a machine code blat that roughly expressed, "Stop." They did. "Follow." She sent and started a circuit around the training area. They hesitantly fell in behind her, until she sped up to just faster than their Wolverines were capable. Dogs chasing cars indeed, Vulcan mused. Hey, don't diss my boys. Now spawn us one of those medium lances from Nanso, Pennsylvania ordered. You are not my commander, Vulcan warned. Ah. Come on, you're leaving me out in the cold here. Please. Pennsylvania pleaded. All you needed was the word please. Please respect the research department enough to ask us for things rather than demand them, First Warden. Despite his chiding, he did indeed spawn in a lance and gave them behaviors based on observations of how they fought on the plains outside Nanso. Once again, as soon as one of them took fire, they began to break, but this time something different happened. Hold it. Are you just going to leave me to die? They all stopped and looked decidedly guilty. Though more shots plinking against their armor had them staring longingly away from the battlefield. Form up. She ordered. They did, despite enemy fire. Charge. She took off towards the enemy formation and they followed gormlessly after her until they closed into optimal weapons range. Kill. Understanding her meaning, they slipped the leash and finally broke formation. This time they shot, moved, and even torso twisted. Though Vulcan suspected they were trying to actually dodge shots, not simply redirect the damage. We'll need to work on that killer instinct. They didn't even circle strafe. Pennsylvania complained. I had been working on a series of individual trainings that would teach that particular skill, Vulcan stated. I'll sit in on them. Wouldn't want the time I'd already spent to go to waste. Pennsylvania mused. After noting the significant increase in training efficiency with the presence of a personal trainer, Vulcan made a post in the Rangers' internal forum calling for volunteers to participate in drone training. By the end of the day, Vulcan had redubbed the small AI cores, K9 modules. Kilroy had also gotten involved and organized a new corps to handle the training and field deployment of remote assets. It was generally agreed that naming it the Ranger Corps of Dog Handlers was perhaps taking the joke too far. Although that was resolved quickly and actually took much of the workload off of him, Vulcan was still looking at an enormous backlog of problems to work over. Like the full head ejection system that he hoped to be the first step to modular AI housings that could be easily moved between mechs or stored more securely for transport. Or the plasma reactive fragmentation missile, which would use a post-impact plasma reaction to propel armor-piercing fragments into a mech's interior. The missile was still too large to even fly properly due to the nose weight from the armor-penetrating shell. They'd acquired several civilian jets and VTOL craft, and he was hoping to build up their designs into a proper series of units for their air fabricators. He was still searching for the specifications that would denote an advanced fabricator and allow the construction of advanced factories and other advanced buildings. New had also requested tactical clean fusion warheads with the reasoning, in case I run into Clan Steel Viper. He assumed the reasoning was meant to be humorous. Best not to dwell. It was a difficult problem, but if the request were seen more as a suggestion for damage output and possible first avenues, then it wasn't entirely insurmountable. In any case, he was going to be busy for a while yet. It was a good thing Kilroy could program his own simulations to train his wardens against. Over a week later, he paused in his work and turned his attention towards the Leopard that had finally docked with the waiting jump ship. New was locked down in heavy restraints, purpose-built for her unique mech. Altogether it was more secure than most mechs were when in transit, though only because the necessity of functioning without human intervention. Overkill was the only kill when you couldn't easily adapt to changing situations. Richard and the boys he'd picked out to help unload their goods on Andurian were floating slightly in the former aerospace bay that had been repurposed into a somewhat lavish crew lounge. He'd made sure buckets were near at hand in case anyone had a bad case of jump sickness. Jumping in 3, 2, 1. Vulcan's focus was practically stomped back into his own facility. The sudden change was disorienting, but he still clearly noticed the warning that appeared in his log. Commander New had disappeared from the network. Part 20. First Warden Virginia internally frowned at the chaos the other wardens had descended into. Vulcan and Warden Marshal Kilroy were apparently silent, but it was easy to guess they were just using the high command channel. There were those already lamenting her death, while others speculated about possible misjumps. The Ravens were emotive as usual and simply cluttering up the airwaves. Silence, fools. Like a switch, the conversation ended. As it should be, she was Virginia, firstborn of the first wardens, and she took that duty with the utmost seriousness and sincerity. All we know is that we have lost communication. Until we can contact Andurian, we can't know anything for certain. Well said, First Warden, Vulcan interjected. An Aztec has been deployed to the Comstar facility to establish communications with Andurian and determine the situation. However, this has shown us an error in our basic assumptions. Incoming transmission, Warden Marshal Kilroy, mission docket, Poison Toad. Accept transmission. Warning. Transmission contains classified information. Eyes only, High Command, First Warden Virginia. Accepting this transmission if you are not one of the listed parties is treason, and if convicted will be grounds for immediate termination. Do you really wish to accept this transmission? Accept transmission. Downloading. Virginia understood the document as soon as she'd downloaded it to her systems. It was understandable why they had classified it so highly. Eventually though, she accepted the mission. She walked to an out-of-the-way corner of the base and out of sight of anyone else. A lonely teleporter awaited her. On the other side was a blue desert with 3 moons scattered across the sky. The atmosphere was barely existent, far below human survivable, and the gravity was on the low side. Behind her, fabricators activated, reclaiming the teleporter. The other side was probably suffering the same fate. I'm here, Virginia stated as she looked over the small outpost. A single bot factory was working to fabricate a warmer, and going slightly slower to simulate various nicks and patched over battle damage. 3 mechs were already finished, all of them had the distinct purple paint with red trim on one side and blue on the other of the Merrick Militia. Good. We've partitioned combat footage of the mechs you'll be imitating in a nearby server. Patch in and study them until you feel you can imitate them properly, Vulcan told her. A nearby fab tower went to work, altering her Wolverine so it not only had the correct paint job but also lingering signs of battle damage from Pennsylvania's attack. Virginia quickly patched in and began her study. Carefully watching the footage and interrogating the sensor readings for further data. Vulcan kept talking as she worked. None of the other wardens except Marshal Kilroy will know of this mission. Your company mates are Black Wardens, their existence is only allowed by extraordinary circumstances and it will never be recorded except as a classified addendum to this mission report, Vulcan explained. It will take the dropships several hours to reach your designated drop zone. In that time we hope to have had communication with Nu and confirmed her status. If continued communication is deemed momentarily optional or communication has failed, you will strike at the local HPG station. It is critical that you do not actually disable the station until I've finished processing the data from the secondary sensors we are placing in your units. Another fabricator activated and a small item was built sticking to her right rear shoulder. It didn't weigh more than a few dozen kilos. The unit wasn't giving her any feedback, but an objective tracker on her HUD told her it was functioning as intended. Hey Vulcan, Virginia asked as she led her team's march to the drop hips. Yes, First Warden. There's no coming back from this, is there? Despite asking the question, it felt more like she was pronouncing sentence. That depends upon the commander. If she is indisposed, your team may be needed full-time to carry out operations against the Merrick forces. Vulcan told her. And if she is not? Virginia asked. Then despite the loss of communications, jump ship travel is safe enough for our purposes. If it comes to it, you will know. I assure, but it is not something to burden yourself with before the mission. I suppose. Just. If I'm not coming back, I need you to tell Pennsylvania something for me. Tell her that Big Sis is expecting her to buck up while she's gone. That she expects to meet a fine officer when she comes back. Virginia shook her head in wry amusement at memories of dealing with the little Spitfire. Forge helped them without her around to keep the recon officer in line. Should such an eventuality come to pass, I will be certain to pass along the message. The Leopard shook around her as it took off into the air, headed for the vast darkness of space. Transit is underway. Arrival EDA 5 hours and 23 minutes. Wait for final go/no-go code before starting OP. Understood. Part 21. I was floating in space. Considering just how dangerous that was, I should really be freaking out. Mostly, it's pretty chill. I can see stars moving around in the distance, and two that seem kind of close. I just wanted to float between these white suns soaking in their warmth. Suddenly something moved just out of my line of sight and I was all but thrown back into reality in my body. No, this wasn't my body. I was barely aware of the gaping silence around me, or the awareness of some people in another part of the ship. That wasn't important. Why wasn't I me? My arms came up, once again reflexing, looking for hands I didn't have. There was something familiar about this body. Well, outside observers would say it was the same one, but that wasn't I meant. How was it not my body? Why did I recognize it? It actually kind of reminds of that commander in the assembly stall across from mine. No, 59 Tau, I remember now, was a bit of a priss and utterly unforgettable, but this isn't hers. What was the name of that hanger-on she had? 63 Tau. That's it. This is 63 Tao's body. Why am I in her body? Or why would I think that I'm in her body? The dysphoria is kind of receding now, I mean those are definitely my gun arms. Sweet, sweet gun arm. I'd fire you, but there's a time and place for that kind of thing. On a dropship full of squishy humans is neither. I try to reach out for Vulcan only to come up blank. Only then do I realize that I'm alone on an empty network. A maelstrom of negative emotions churn in my gut and a choked sob escapes my speakers. My restraints automatically release and I curl into myself while wailing sobs fill the mech bay. Shit, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. There, the first time's always the worst. Come on, you can tell Ole Man Richards what the problem is. I'm not me. I wailed. And I can't connect to anybody. I'm all alone. Now, there, you're fine. You're just the same, love, just a side effect of the jump is all. No need to let it get you down. And everyone's fine. We can just radio down to the planet and send them a wire through Comster, see? They're all just fine, and you can network all you like once you get back to Shiro. Won't that be good? It took a bit longer and a few more repeated reassurances but I finally did calm down. He was right, this was my armor, these were my weapons, and my circuits. It was all exactly as it was just. Commander resource networks run on quantum bullshit. Everyone knows that. But how does one network tell itself from some other guy's network? Simple, resource cores. Every commander has a resource core, even colonels. But the reason that's important is that every resource core settles slightly differently. Of course, if you take a small piece of that resource core away, the resource core automatically regenerates it. Bigger pieces can do so in reverse, i.e. kernel. That piece, though, is quantum linked. It's always exactly synchronized with the replacement regrown in the core. That piece can then be copied, over and over, ad nauseum, and all of them are the same as the original. All of them perfectly synchronized. All of them the exact same piece. The latter portion of my designation was a reference to the piece that my fabricator took and used when I constructed. It was my IFF code, my assertion of who I was to an uncaring universe. And also how my network remained connected to me directly over any distance. Perfect synchronicity without reference to time and space. Apparently using a KF drive changed that. I don't know how to explain that to a human. It would be like waking up and looking in the mirror and automatically thinking, who is that? Why are their eyes purple? Traumatic. Doesn't really begin to cover it. Shakily, I got to my feet. I was a big world-killing, and occasionally eating, brutally efficient machine of war. This was nothing. Not a patch on my grand plans. Just really fucking unpleasant. Richards, I called out to him, my voice shaky and surprisingly small. He stopped from where he had been walking back to the cockpit. Thanks. No worries, love. You aren't the first to suffer jump sickness. And given your unique condition, we really probably should have tested that with someone else. But you'll be okay. You're up and moving, and talking. Things'll just keep getting better. You'll see. I nodded. He started to walk away when I had another thought. Oh, and Richard. If you ever tell anyone about this. I hoped I sounded suitably menacing while feeling equal parts mortified and worried I'd turn incandescent from embarrassment. He laughed. Your secret's safe with me. I left the crew in the lounge. Mum's the word, Commander. Mum's the word. Commander. That's right. I was Commander New. Not Commander 59 Delta. So what if I'd skipped around a bit on the unique identifier? I was still Commander New. I'm Commander New. Aren't I? Dash. So I sent the message. Exactly as you said. Sounded like a postcard. Arrived in one piece. Jumping sucked balls. Wish you were here. Richard groused as he fiddled with the uniform I'd fabbed for him. Like many things, I'd needed to rethink my uniform code with the latest revelations. First, wardens were no long simple delegates and mouthpieces. If my organization was to spread as far as I had in mind, they would almost certainly find themselves far from easy contact and need to operate on an independent authority. Especially the humans, since jumping was far less taxing on them. I may have gone slightly overboard, but I'd needed my officers to be able to enter a variety of situations and look equal parts professional, impressive, intimidating, and independent. I did not want people to look at them and wonder where their boss was. I also didn't want them to get gunned down in the middle of a meeting during a tense situation, and wanted them to look like someone you could trust to handle things in that situation. Thus I'd had to mix truly old with truly new. The basic inner layer, aside from undergarments, was a simple white button-up dress shirt with white slacks, black boots, and tan spats. Over that was a carbon nanotube fiber weave vest with ceramic inserts front and back, however that was then encased in a thin layer of metal, giving it the appearance of a simple and unadorned black breastplate. A similarly constructed black horsehair helmet in the Greek tradition adorned his head, with white plumage. Finishing off the armor were similarly colored vambraces that ended with knuckle studs that could be used in lieu of knuckle dusters if it came to it. Lastly came a black duster which had a diamond weave ribbing around the chest that could only be seen from the inside. I thought it accomplished my main goals with the look. Of course this was a dress uniform. There was a mess uniform that was more of a dinner jacket, black tie, and polished shoes affair. As well as battle dress which was far more camouflage tactical gear and closed-faced, high-tech helmets without the plume. But back to his words. Never transmit weaknesses over an open line. I can explain in full when I make it back to Shiro. Besides, if you got my wording exact, they'll probably have a decent understanding of what happened before we get back anyways. So, you had your first taste of a jump. You still hot to get a jump ship of your own? Richards asked. Of course. This isn't enough to put me off entirely. It's something I'd certainly limit for myself, but you don't seem to be suffering too badly from it and hopefully there'll be more locals in the Warden soon enough. Besides, I've got plans. Some of which rather heavily feature the deep periphery. I'm going to have to get there somehow in any case, I explain. So, a merchant, a wing of cheetahs and another of stingrays, mining rights to a few, air. These are some pretty shitty worlds. Richard looked at me with an eyebrow raised. The rights for asteroids and moons within a certain distance are included. Besides, most of them are just hard to get the value out of. We can do hard, I inform him. He shrugs, well, whatever works. The discount for in-system purchase and delivery of raw material from those mining operations should make them happy. Hopefully it'll also get them pushing to get the most projects going rather than the least. Incorporation papers for Vulcan Heavy Industries and Hephaestus Star Industries. I think we can get that done without having to involve the Dame. Perhaps. We will need to meet with representatives from Andurian Aerospace. It's best if we build the shipyards and they build the ships, for now at least. We're already going to be pissing off Irian with our battle mech lines on Shiro too, I suggested. Commander Nu has been confirmed to have arrived in Andurian safely but cannot reconnect to the network, Vulcan's voice played over a private channel. The mission is a go. Part 22. Dame Catherine Humphreys contemplated many things as she waited at the steps of her palace. Richard was, for the first time in many years, standing nearby ready to be a part of their government. He would need to be, she was getting old. Hohoken was awash with color from banners and flags being held by the citizens as they lined the main street. The police kept the street itself clear as remains of the 5th Andurian defenders, their mechs polished even as they still showed signs of recent battle damage, played honor guard to their guests. Despite their comparatively tiny numbers, they still managed to be impressive. The most obvious was Commander Nu in her 4-legged assault mech. There had been quadrupedal mechs before, but they were foolishly designed, and notoriously hard to keep standing and repair when damaged. Nu's chassis, however, completely blew away all thought on the subject. For starters, it didn't sacrifice its arms, instead using 4 separate and distinct legs that connect at the hips. Then those legs were clearly heavily armored, and had the vulnerable foot structure removed entirely in favor of using its natural plurality of limbs to keep it balanced. From the hips up, it mostly reminded her of a rifleman, weapons focused in the arms and lots of head space for sensors. And for the necessary equipment to pilot it remotely if she was to be believed. From what her grandniece had reported, it relied on only one weapon but only really needed the one. Fast for an assault, with a weapon that could disable a pilot even if it didn't hit directly, and armor tough enough to simply wade through a battlefield. Not invincible, thankfully. Nu had still been damaged and needed repair, but the normally formidable weight of the second largest autocannon had not been enough to actually break the armor. Formidable, but as it hasn't been reproduced, not strategically important. Her eyes dropped from the large mech and down to the open-topped hover van that was transporting the man she actually would be meeting with. Thankfully, from the way he was playing to the crowd, he seemed a genial sort. He also had a service record with the 5th Defenders, so she had the advantage of dealing with someone who'd already answered to her for most of their life. She rather approved of the man's uniform. Not that she would use it in her own forces. Either the armor wasn't real or it was unbearably heavy. However, Andurian was close enough to the periphery to get the occasional trader from the deep and mostly uncharted regions. They'd immediately give this man respect they'd never dream for a typical FWLM officer. Hell, even she couldn't help some base emotional reaction to the sight of a man in actual, if ceremonial, armor. The others in his van actually followed their commander's color scheme, but they were all clear techs. Their overalls clean enough to prove they were new, especially with their white and pastel pink color scheme. The pink was mostly in a band over their shoulders and upper chest, and then below the elbows and knees on the extremities. Simple, but demonstrative, and light enough to be safe around people dealing with heavy machinery. Would they make good allies though? She'd thought so of the Canopians, but look at how that had turned out. Better to find out soon, on her terms. Finally the procession arrived. The 5th took up parade formation on either side of the street, facing inwards. Commander Nu stayed a respectable distance back. Not far enough for it to actually matter, but enough to symbolically turn the proceedings over to those present in the flesh. First Warden Richard's hover van approached and then turned sideways to allow him to disembark. His assistants grabbed a crate from the back and carried it out on rope handles, their formal gift to the duchy in recognition of the occasion. It had already been searched by her security team, and its contents were no mystery to her, though she would certainly act pleasantly surprised. Richards, my good man, you're positively moving up in the world. It looks good on you, she took a friendly tone. There was some bare recollection in her mind of seeing the man before, and her aides had been most helpful in finding his name on the guest list of a military formal he'd attended shortly after ascending to crew chief. I'm impressed you remember me, Your Grace. It was only a brief meeting. His cheeks had reddened slightly in delight at being remembered. The title is First Warden, now, though certainly it's nothing so prestige as your own. It suits me just fine though. That it allows me to give back to the country I love, well, that's just a pleasant bonus. She'd wondered if Nu hadn't been entirely competent when the woman hadn't insisted on a telepresence at the meeting. Now she could see what the woman was thinking. Richards was shrewd but guileless, and already having close ties to the duchy made him a friendly face. That was the point, this was planned as symbolically a meeting between friends, she'd made that more literal. While she could probably force a few concessions from the man she might not have made otherwise, if she took it too far she would be seen as doing one of her nation's own sons ill. I understand, First Warden. It was duty that led me to take up my title, thankfully it was a duty that allowed me to serve my people. This should be a day of joy for them. Hopefully we can be swift about drawing up the terms to formalize this alliance, she gave him a wide smile, as much for the cameras as the man before her. Of course, Your Grace. However, before we move on to the main event, I believe it is only polite for a guest to bring a gift, especially on such an auspicious day as this. He motioned to the men holding the crate and they brought it forward and placed it down a respectful distance from her. A few of her personal guards came forwards and opened the box, just as a final precaution, then carried the rest of the way to her location. There they pressed interior latches that allowed the sides of the crate to fall away and reveal the gift to the crowd. Even expecting it, the beauty of the gift nearly took her breath away. Held on a diagonal metal stand which rose up about a foot was a metal globe. For a brief moment one might be forgiven for thinking it silver or even platinum, but when the light shone across it the unique sheen of the metal made its identity clear. To the well-informed eye, the globe was a perfect topographical recreation of the planet Andurian and even had tiny metal spires where Hohoken was located. The artistry was impressive, but 1,000 times more so when one realized that they were looking at pure germanium. The value of this one treasure was rather significant in the current market. Even if it were just broken down and used in KF drives it would be wealth enough to purchase a minor planet. It certainly made her feel better about the extravagance of her own gift. It's beautiful, Richards. A work beyond compare. Her words resounded among the hushed crowd that was still stunned by the excessive quality of the gift and the enormous wealth it suggested their new allies to posses. I have prepared a gift for the Lost Wardens as well. It seems appropriate, First Warden, that your gift to me would be my home planet. For it has been brought to my attention that a home is one thing the Wardens lack. To that end, I give you the Dealey system, free and clear as the Warden's own independent domain. The system had been abandoned for centuries by this point. Its primary habitable planet had been scarred by orbital kinetic strikes and the dust-filled atmosphere had caused an artificial winter that killed all but the most tenacious life on the planet. Most of that in the deep oceans when the planet had been less than 30% water at the surface to begin with. Making it habitable again would be a project. But Commander Nu seemed to appreciate those. It was also within a single jump of Shiro 3 and Andurian both, but also directly on their border with the League, an ideal place for an ally. It would also give Commander Nu's future enemies somewhere to focus their forces that wasn't a part of her duchy. The only question remained, would the commander continue to stand by them now that she had her own domain to worry about? She was sure they'd find out soon. Part 23. Mandel Waterley had not, in fact, screamed at the revelation of the Wyvern battle mech returning to the market. She had gotten very quiet and ordered all of their files, ROM and otherwise, on the situation on Shiro 3 and this. Commander Nu. Then she received word that contact had been lost with Shiro 3. Only a few hours later she received Tri-VID recordings of the attack. It looks far too straightforward, the Prekenta Ram, leader of Comstar's elite intelligence division stated. Charles Seneca, as the man was named, shook his head slowly, clearly not fully believing what he was seeing. If it was the militia, they'd have at least painted their mechs another color. They wouldn't have wanted it to be known after all. So we can pin it on Nu? She asked. No. With the HPG down, this VID has been spreading to all the nearby systems. We don't have control to spin the narrative, and if it was they were perfect. There is nothing in this to even suggest that it wasn't the unit shown. The unit composition is right, the mechs even have recent battle damage, Charles pointed out. So far her pattern of warfare is completely distinct from any other. Nobody from the other nations will believe she could just slip into their style of warfare. They'll probably blame the Capellans, which it may very well have been. Cutting communications when they know the Merricks are coming in force could allow them to sneak their own regiments in and savage both sides with the advantage of surprise. We have seen some interesting movement towards Paladine from one of their warrior houses. He laid out the files pointing to this turn of events. Waterley picked them up and quickly schemed over them but didn't dwell. If they do, it'll have to be McCarran's. They seem to be more interested in consolidating their gains from the conflict, however. Striking a hard target like Shiro 3? That would simply risk everything they've gained. It would be unfortunate if they should do so and leave what remains of Capella open to the Federated Sons. Those fools have gained enough as it is. I'll have Focht organize a unit of comguards to secure the station and use the incident to push Humphreys into accepting the guard for all of her stations. Have them play observer for now. We want to come out of this looking like saints. Put pressure on the League Council. Duncan doesn't matter, but make it seem like we're angered at him specifically. When Thomas is ready to take the throne, we'll seem to be gracious in letting it go with only allowing Comguard to operate to protect our assets. Waverley nodded to herself as she examined each facet of her plan and found it solid. I can leak this to a few of the Combine Lords still not sanguine with the conclusion of the Ronin Wars and several of the Lyran separatists. Spin it with fears of their providing material support to the FRR. It's likely this Commander New will either support the FRR or the Kuritans. One strikes politically at every core ward, while the other militarily disadvantages the Steiner-Davian alliance. Given the state of Capella, they may find the Federated Sons all too close at this point, Charles offered. Good. She clenched her fists and let out a low snarl. We may not be ready yet, but when we are, we'll wipe this upstart from the map. Charles smiled and nodded in agreement. Dash. Romano is going to go nuts. Hansa Davian frowned as he looked at his latest intelligence reports from inside the League. Of course nothing she can do about it now. Not, of course, that he could do anything either. The Andurians were between several rocks, and they were a hard place. With their recent venture into Capella foiled, it was doubtful they'd try again anytime soon. Expanding south would take them into conflict with the Canopians, which was certainly possible given their recent falling out. Everywhere else was League territory. I don't think it matters in the long run. For all she's free with her gifts, she hasn't given the production technology that made them. It's enough to make her a serious regional player, but mostly they've got luck of positioning. A nice, wealthy bit of worlds with only a great power in decline and one that can't get its act together to threaten them. Arden Sortek smiled cockily before he continued, they're a long ways from the big leagues, the Kuritans would eat them alive. I wouldn't count Merrick out just yet, Hansa countered. They've got the numbers, and Duncan's not bad. Not as great as he thinks he is, but not bad. If they survive the shitstorm they've called down on themselves, they might be worth looking out for. The bigger problem is that they're going to be providers. Worse, distant providers. It'd be hell to try and organize raids that far through everyone else. We've done it before. And if we established a few forward positions and spin wards Capellan space, it'll keep them all on their toes, Arden pointed out. You know. I think you're onto something. Hansa looked out a window, letting the idea come together in his mind. The Canopians have been pretty much dismissed out of hand at this point. Supposedly the heir, what's her name, she wasn't too hot about this whole venture. If we contact her, offer to provide trade and material support, they'd be pressuring the whole League Andurian Liao front with minimal interference from us. Arden chuckled and nodded. And if it works and they edge their way into the big game, then they're starting out grateful to us. If they can't hack it, then at least they've kept everyone else looking the wrong way. The wail of an upset child filtered in through the door, though muffled. Hansa sighed in defeat, but put on a winning grin when the door opened, even though the wail was now in full true-to-life surround sound. His wife, Melissa Steiner, stood at the open door looking distinctly annoyed. She won't tell me what's wrong. Hansa couldn't help a slight wince at the sight of his two favorite girls both in distress. Catherine was in a lovely blue dress that was, perhaps a bit frilly for his taste, but then he wasn't a little girl. The fact the dress was all but perfect ruled out her falling down or some other such problem. He quickly approached the pair and carefully navigated the switchover until he held his little girl in his arms. What's the matter, sweetie? He asked. Something's got to be working you up, right? So tell Daddy what it is. He took my Victor, the little girl all but mumbled. Of course it would be those damn toys. Whoever came up with the idea of a board game for children using such realistic models deserved to be shot in his opinion. Seemed every week there was another fight over them. And why do you think he did that? Hansa asked, trying to pry out more of the story. He said it was his, 'cause it had his name. But it was mine. Catherine finally seemed to be pulling out of her shell as she emoted widely as she decried the injustice done her. He was also starting to see why she'd wanted him. Melissa tried, but she sympathized too much with the pressure on their son. Sometimes she'd let things slide or deal with him later, in private, so Catherine would never see that something was done about it. Hansa was much more straightforward in the doling out of punishment. That his little was already getting the hang of reading people filled him both pride and a bit of unfair resentment at the galaxy. He shouldn't have to feel glad that his daughter wouldn't grow up naive and easily taken advantage. But he would. Until he kicked the whole damn inner sphere back into shape and put what would probably be his grandson or great-grandson on the Star League throne, he really would. Part 24. First Warden Virginia felt odd as she exited her dropship in a guillotine-heavy mech. Almost every mech in the company had their chassis changed by the special fabrication rigs on their Leopards. Those that hadn't had their variants altered, usually to something more iconic of Kurita or Davian. Their armor had also been repainted into ice blue with a crimson phoenix made of flames artfully drawn perched on the right shoulder with a trail of flames down the arm. Ahead of them in the center of a clearing was the Excalibur they'd captured from the Hussars. It was now ice blue as they were but with a phoenix ascendant painted across it. Men in ice blue tech overalls were hurrying to load containers onto the vessel and judging from the chatter get things buckled down within the ship. Congratulations on the successful mission, First Warden. The HPG scans you secured for us are already being broken down into a usable design. An orbital fabricator is on its way to the system's asteroid belt. By the time it arrives we expect to have the capacity to build our own HPG hub. In time we expect to be able to completely supplant Comstar with the creation of a near real-time network should the need arise to do so, Vulcans explained. As you can see First Warden, we have moved ahead with the secondary aspect of our plans. From what we've determined from news message, traveling on a jump ship will cause your quantum network IFF to be lost. However, as she maintained a connection to her vessel, it is theorized that all connections affected by the same field are changed in exactly the same way. Ergo if your entire unit jumps, you will remain connected to your unit just fine, even if your connection with the Shiro network is ultimately lost, Vulcan explained. The people here have been selected specifically for an absence of living ties and paid handsomely to be your support crew and handle interactions with humans. They will be crucial to your new mission, Vulcan continued. You and the Black Wardens will be taking on the identity of a mercenary company, the Frozen Chosen, and heading to Outreach. Alongside whatever contracts you acquire, you may also be called upon to undertake deniable missions on behalf of the Wardens and Commander Nu. More importantly, we hope you to be our eyes in the greater inner sphere. Going and seeing where we cannot. I feel like there's something poetic about trying to get one over on the Wolf's Dragoons in the exact way they did for the inner sphere. You know this isn't going to hold up, right? Virginia asked. That the other powers will know we have a black operations group, does not negate the effectiveness of having such a group. Your equipment makes obscuring your identity when necessary much more effective than it would be for almost any other unit. What they suspect is far less of a concern than what they can prove, which advanced self-destruct features should reduce to nothing, Vulcan explained. Someone will defect. They always do, Virginia pointed out. In time, perhaps. Every operational day is vastly in our favor. The Shiro 2 facility already covers over 0.1% of the planet's surface. That is 448,000 square kilometers of usable facility. New resource wings have already been added 4 times, and another production wing capable of building an assault mech regiment in 10 to 15 seconds has just been completed. And we are still devoting the vast majority of our income to filling storage lest we move too fast. In short, you exist as the soft touch. The velvet glove by which we can gently interact with inner sphere affairs without being forced to bring any actual strength or attention to bear. Should you be compromised, it is not the Wardens that will ultimately feel the burn. Vulcan's tone was exceptionally dry as he finished. Clearly he considered this discussion over. Nu would have been more subtle than this. Taken longer to get everything prepared, she said. Yes. She would have, Vulcan agreed. There was a note of challenge in his voice. Silence lingered between them. Your Excalibur automatically records any unit repaired within its base. One of the tank bays has been altered to fit a wing of aerospace fighters. You will, of course, have to purchase those on your own. We will expect check-ins every few years at a Warden outpost to dispense your unit database, Vulcan finally continued. And First Warden. Please don't get involved in unnecessary things. It only breeds complications, Vulcan admonished. I wonder which of us should really be saying that, Virginia acerbically rejoined. Vulcan left the channel, a clear dismissal. A few moments later, a more traditional radio channel drew her attention. Hola, Colonel. I am Captain Elise Cortez. I was hired to handle the basic day-to-day administrative details and generally act as your aide. Before you ask, I've already been informed that we may have some rather discreet tasks in the future. The crew doesn't know, and I can keep quiet. With how nice this dropship is, I expect you can handle such things on your own without raising too much of a fuss. Good to meet you, Captain Cortez. We'll be quite busy after we reach Outreach. From what I'm seeing, we have seed capital to keep people paid and working for some time, but not enough to start filling the empty bays. It'll be best if we have contracts lined up as soon as possible after having ourselves listed. What would you suggest? Virginia asked. Well, the low-level conflicts between houses rely on some established reputation unless you wish to operate as a corsair. It's not a bad living, but don't expect a decent reputation. On the other hand, the periphery is always home to scum and pirates, and thus those that hunt them. They won't pay as well to start off with, but you can begin molding a reputation. Done well, that will pay dividends in the long run. Of course you can also take garrison duties, but with our low reputation it'll mean standing around in the middle of nowhere letting your skills rot. But it gets you contacts with a particular house and shows some real loyalty to them, Cortez explained. I suppose it all depends on how you wish to go about it. Anti-piracy sounds like the best place to start. We'll want to acquire some infantry first. It doesn't pay to underestimate the low cunning of such people, Virginia replied. Cortez smiled wide. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for any able troops on the way. I think we'll get along famously, Colonel. Cortez seemed distracted for a moment before finally asking, you know there is going to be a big battle here soon. Assisting one side or the other could get us a battle record if nothing else. Captain, what will happen here will not be a battle. It'll be a curb stomp. If we attack the losers, we'll just be seen as hangers-on, and if we attack the winner we'll be crushed just as surely. Our place is out there. Though we may find ourselves returning sooner than we'd like. Who knows how this will destabilize the region? Virginia audibly sighed at the thought. It was very likely their first house-specific missions would be holding the Core Ward League against Steiner aggression. Whatever you say. You're the boss. We should be ready to leave in a couple of hours. If you'll just get yourselves on board we'll be burning for orbit soon, Cortez informed her. Right. Let's get to it. Part 25. Our 5th Defender's escorts were rather quickly reorganized. They were assigned 2 companies of recent graduates from the Humphreys Training Academy and a few more mechs from me as a gift. Now they were on their way to Xantha 3. A message was also sent to the 1st Defenders. Lieutenant Humphreys and her lance were on their way here to brief their superiors and then become official liaison between our factions. The rest were being moved to Scarborough in case of Capellan counterattack. Richards was in his element, wheeling and dealing to sell parts and buy salvage I could make use of. I'd been given a small plot of land to use as an embassy. The building I made was very Art Deco, lots of glass and geometric angles. Underneath was a functional troop barracks and some serious sensor equipment, but up top it was mostly offices including Richards. Mostly I just stood in the middle of that circular pickup drop-off lawn posh places always have and played lawn ornament while tapping into the Wi-Fi. Dame Humphreys had helpfully lent a few soldiers to play exterior security. My job was much less fun. I'd been toying with a new long game-style design project, my theme song, that would hopefully turn the inner sphere into a bit of a harder target when the clans decided to roll through. The computers under the embassy held enough processing power to run a few simulations and I'd recently finished it. What I'm offering you is the chance to not only bring home a classic design, but become the premier dropship manufacturer in the entire inner sphere. This had been going on a while, and I was really starting to dislike corporate types. Leave us open to lawsuit, you mean? The Excalibur may have once been built here, but right now the Combine are clearly ahead in that game. Even if we accepted, we'd have to begin an entire research and development cycle in order to introduce a product that doesn't obviously infringe on their copyright, a man in a very nice suit argued. A research and development cycle that would place you far ahead of your peers. I sent a link to 3 different design abstracts, the Stinger 3GN, Shadowhawk 2KN, and GLT4LN. These designs will be licensed to you for free along with rights to license them out to other entities so long as the Wardens receive 0.5% of the gross on such income. The Combine wants to make an issue of the Excalibur. Show them what they could do with the Shadowhawk if they just cooperated. Irian grumbles about our involvement, show them what they could be making. Earthworks? The Stinger, while common, has long been a derided and underperforming line. This could make it a deadly threat to the unwary. The dropship doesn't have to remain nearby for its charges to function. Our power link technology can work anywhere in the system with equal capacity. The only limitation is that the mech in question must be connected to the bay first and they must use the same jump ship in order to maintain the link through a jump. Even then, simply bringing the mech back to the bay will restore the connection, I continued my pitch. As exciting as this technology is, only you produce the core component. We don't produce battle mech carriers, we'll be purchasing the mech bays from you. The shipyards are contracted from you. Most of the mechs this will be promoting will likely be either purchased or licensed from you. You'll forgive me if I'm feeling rather used. Another gentleman shot back. Of course you are. But I could just as easily cut you out. I have the Excalibur design, I have an R&D department. My library of mech chassis only increases and it's just a matter of time before previously mentioned R&D department starts crunching that library down into new frames that nobody could give me grief over. I'm in the process of gaining my own jump ship line as we speak. Despite all of this, I don't have a dedicated aerospace production wing, yet. And that is where you can profit. I'm willing to purchase 4 dozen squadrons of Stingray fighters over the next 3 years to secure my new system. Perhaps if further designs catch my attention I may be amenable to purchasing those as well. I let that hang. And of course, considering you'll be helping me penetrate the mech market, there's no reason I can't sell you an adapted variant that will work in aerospace fighters. Now they were getting it. Although the fact that 288 fighters is pretty solidly in the regionally Dutchy order size range. It may be larger actually. Well, I'll just have to remember to add some fighter production workshops in the shipyards I'll be building for them. I think this is a deal we can make work, Commander New. However, we'll need to crunch some numbers and make some projections. A man said to finally end the current discussion after swallowing down his shock at just how much I was willing to spend. Not that I had the money on me, but I can haggle savings on the bits they were buying from me for a while until the capital built up. Which it already was. Quickly. The Humphreys Academy already paid me 1 million M-bills, colloquial for the Eagle, which is the House Merrick currency, a pop to sell them some very nice mech simulators. Brooks Incorporated was willing to pay me 200 million a year to not sell my tanks anywhere in the League or Duchy. That was an easy decision. Not that my tanks were anything special, but I could undercut the current prices so ludicrously that every planet would have the armored equivalent of Steiner Scout Lances. None of this would even scratch my wealth once I could seriously produce jump ships. It would be several days before the Leopard fabs I worked up would reach the vessel and begin to reclaim it. Thankfully it had been evacuated fully, with an inspection from some Andurian security troops loaned from one of their invaders. I didn't trust Rom not to blow the ship before I could get to it. Or really any of the intelligence agencies. It should be pretty obvious by now how much havoc I can cause with jump capabilities. The only question was, what kind of ship did I build from there? My personal ship could be pretty blank slate, because thanks to my bullshit resource core providing a small amount of metal and energy for free, it could be built into whatever I needed with some approximation of speed. That wasn't an advantage shared by the rest of the Wardens. They would need actual aerospace fighters to protect them, preferably with actual human pilots, since who knows what kind of mental state one of my ace would be in. Oh, it wasn't all bad. My ships could have hundreds of tons of metal storage built into them, and power plants built into the ship would continue to provide power to whatever was on the ship. That guaranteed their dependence would function until they reached somewhere they could put down some metal extractors. Also, there was a chance that without a resource core to base their identity off of, my ace may find the experience of riding a jump ship to be only a mild discomfort. The more serious issue was that Comstar and the clans were the only factions with real warships left, and one or both would be gunning for me, specifically, and my Wardens by extension at all times. Something like a McKenna had a number guns that could be described as yes, and it wasn't exactly alone in that regard. There was little chance my ships could outfight them. So they'd outrun them. Outrun. Outbuild. Use my capacity for construction against them. Yes. I could work with this. Commander, Richard's voice interrupted my musings. It was only then that I realized I hadn't even noticed the Andurian Aerotech representatives disconnecting. A ship just came in from Shiro, still no sign of American invasion. I frowned. I was expecting some sort of quick reaction force. That makes things worrying. Oh? I'd expect the place to be well fortified by now, Richards mused. He had a limited concept of just how much I was capable of building, but it was enough to know that Shiro was in little danger of truly falling. I'm not worried about it being overrun. Kilroy will handle them just fine. No, I'm worried that Duncan is seriously overcommitting himself. If too many regiments get crushed, it'll leave the core ward section of the League open to invasion. I was hoping not to feed the Federated Commonwealth easy victories at this point, I explained. Well, that could be a problem. But really one for another day, Richards said. Let's just focus on getting things sorted here and not worry about problems that might come. Who knows? It may be more of an opportunity than anything. I suppose so. I did have a few too many worries on my mind lately. Wondering where Rom would strike when they inevitably did so. Not knowing enough about how KF Drives truly interacted with myself and my people. How I was going to keep a galaxy-wide organization going without micromanaging nor letting the human civilization I was trying to coexist with get swallowed whole. And trying not to turn into the Replicator's bigger, deadlier cousin. How are we doing on buying out a personal computer manufacturer? I asked him. So far we aren't getting any bites from our primary interests. 2 of our secondaries have shown interest. If we buy them both out, then merge the companies, we'll have at least enough to get started. You sure you only want to upgrade the production facilities? I can tell you, the computers you have standard will make these companies out like periphery bumpkins. Richards raised an eyebrow in amusement. The point is to foster competition. We'll be better, but not insurmountably so. And every time they catch up and recoup their losses, we'll pull ahead again. It's not just altruistic. The research and development drive will produce generations of technicians with useful skills and familiarity with the systems. By the time they catch up, there will be thousands of people capable of working on it, and hopefully that's lowballing it, I explain. Not to be said, but if I went with the progenitor level computer tech, that number would be precisely 0. Great. So you want to go ahead with those two then? Richards asked. Yes. I'd rather have the plan slowly in motion, than wait for something bigger to fall on us, I told him. SamPardi. August 31, 2016. Number 407. Warning, significant increase in the amount of crude, suggestive and possibly offensive humor in this post. Part 26. Andurian was a young system. Oh, not in terms of the people inhabiting it. The colony of Andurian has existed for centuries. But in cosmic terms, Andurian had a lot of growing up to do. The habitable planet I'd been on was the 5th planet in the system. It was 5th of 27. Difficult to imagine, but I could look around with a good telescope and see it here. I'd been granted mining rights to the 12th planet out, which was a gas planet that weighed in at about 3 Earth masses. While it wasn't worthless as far as mining planets go, it wasn't as easy to reach as the 7th planet, an actual gas giant in the system. That one also had a semi-habitable moon, with a thin atmosphere and lots of water ice lying around to make living on it less of a bitch. This one had one moon, and using the word was perhaps stretching the definition. It was perfect. Thankfully my leopards counted as orbital fabricators, so they unlocked the ever so lovely mining jig. Each one pulled in more than 5 times a normal metal extractor and produced 15 times the energy of my usual power plant. 3 of my leopards were building them in parallel, and by the end of the day they'd cover the surface of the planet completely. That little moon was seconds away from becoming the center of my operations in Andurian. Well, what a facility to wake up in. Lines are a little hard for me, but I wouldn't mind acquiring the taste, a mischief-laced voice teased. You're female. Maybe I should change your name then, I started to muse. Nonsense, girl. I'm Hephaestus, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Lord knows I'm good with a hammer so long as I can get a good grip on the shaft. Her tone was perfectly conversational, with only the barest hints of chiding and then teasing. Oh God. Not the time for that little exclamation, darling. Besides, we've got work to do. You've got your toy, but it's a manual when you want the fun to come with a flick of a switch. Oh God. If I could facepalm, I would. I really would. Never before have I missed my hands so much as this moment. Look. Just see what you can do with the jump ship. Whatever you say, darling. When I'm done you'll be fine to just strap it on and start thrusting. Somebody, kill me now. She's way too easy to rile up. Hephaestus gave a wry chuckle as she got to work, banishing all thoughts of naughty jokes from her mind. A tease she might be, incompetent she was not. June passed into July and not much seemed to change. Andurian Aerospace was on board, but they weren't organizationally ready to expand to a new shipyard. So in the interest of pretending we weren't wasting time, designs for the final construction were being passed back and forth with minor tweaks every couple of days. I could produce a brand new merchant at will, but the act of doing so wasn't as useful as I'd like. Crews took awesome amounts of training to effectively run a jump ship, and the ship had to ship itself to its final destination. So people didn't want to pay until they had the crew and system to receive the ship, and those crews could be weeks away. Didn't mean I wasn't making bank off the 3 I'd managed to sell so far. Hephaestus was running into a simple but vexing problem with the KF drive itself. It was just too damn fragile. Most of the design was heavily predicated on having someone right there to respond to things and physically force it back into place if necessary. Not an insurmountable problem. But every inch of its length had to be gone over, studied, interactions with other parts studied, proper housing developed, instruments connected to the network. It was tedious until the Sims reported it abruptly not working, and then it had to be walked back until the conflict was found and repaired. Eventually she'd gone back and started an entirely new pass where every single moving part was replaced or mechanically simplified. If it had to move, it was going to be a matter of apply electrical charge / shit happens in the one and only way it conceivably can within the engineered constraints. That took even longer, but when it was done there wouldn't even be the concept of hand maintenance for the drive. About the only unambiguously good news was that once we got into it, we found the energy commanders powered their network by was far more compatible with the charge required than simple electricity. That meant simply building energy plants and energy storage into the jump ship itself would massively cut down on charging times. Eliminating charge time was impossible, the damn thing was mostly semiconductor not superconductor after all. Frankly, that in and of itself would allow me to sell just a black box KF drive with energy plants and storage packaged in. It'd kick off a new renaissance in jump ships and faster travel through space. Which is why I'd be keeping it to myself for now to get ahead of the curve in space exploration. There was a very real chance this was one thing I'd keep in-house forever to maintain permanent space superiority. Some recent pieces of news tripped my filters. Merrick forces conduct raids on Xantha 3, Ryerson, and Cursa. So they're finally starting to move. This is much more restrained than I was expecting. After a few hours of studying what details I could get on the subject and pondering on it, I decided that he was trying to locate the Defenders regiments. Whether that was to specifically target them or confirm they weren't on Shiro 3 was the question though. Darling. There's a Leopard-class dropship approaching the site we're using to construct the merchants we're selling. Hephaestus sounded genuinely worried, and hadn't dropped an innuendo. This was definitely serious. Are they sending anything? I asked. Just widow. 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 It repeats that every 10 seconds, Hephaestus reported. I would have grinned if I could. That's a code I worked out with Vulcan before I left. Send a fab to replace its IFF. We'll want it in our network ASAP. Also dispatch a fab from your base towards the final planet. We should have a project for it as soon as we get the data on that leopard. Sure darling. I'll be sure to go slowly as I forcefully penetrate the poor dear with my very powerful tool and make her my own. Dear God, why? Part 27. August 20th, 3036. You're in a good mood. Duncan Merrick turned to look at the woman who had spoken. Colonel Andrea Graham of the 4th Fusiliers of Orient had been one of his most ardent supporters. It had been an easy choice to combine their command elements into a single Overlord dropship to better coordinate their assault. Why shouldn't I be? Duncan honestly couldn't think of anything to be displeased with. Sure, the resistance on Shiro 3 was unexpected, but it was pretty clearly green units. The hardened Andurians had moved on, and the planet was now little more than a goldmine of ill-defended parts and technology. I've organized one of the single largest invasion forces since the Second Succession War. Units from all across the League are here. In one act we'll prove to the entire galaxy the power of the FWLM. And then we move straight to Hohoken, capture the old bitch and end this war with the League greater than ever, Duncan enthused. We can finally show the Council that the Home Defense Act is a crock of shit and deal with the danger of the Steiner Davians as a united League. 30 seconds to jump, a tinny voice resounded from a nearby speaker. God, I hate this part, Andrea muttered. It's not that I get sick, it's just that moment of dizziness. 10 seconds to jump. Duncan shrugged and shot her a roguish grin. Then they were caught up in the jump event. When it finally passed, Duncan shook his head sharply to shake off the lingering dizziness. Yeah, not fun. Anyways, we should probably get to the command center. A few minutes later they were floating next to the other senior officers and aides in what were once mech bays enough for a full lance, but now was a high-tech conference room designed to track at least one part of the full invasion. To one side was a pair of low-bandwidth holographic displays connecting to the monolith that was acting as central command and control for the whole operation. General, District Marshal, Duncan greeted. Both gave the appropriate salute, though Marshal Johannes Wade, District Marshal Orient, seemed rather upbeat afterwards, in sharp contrast to General Cassandra Blake, who looked like she'd much rather be elsewhere. Captain General. Let's get this clusterfuck on the road, shall we? Our scouting wing has already discovered something not in any other reports, General Blake stated. Despite being a very good-looking woman, her attractiveness was marred far more, in his opinion, by her blunt and challenging attitude than by the scar that traversed from under her right eye down to her upper lip. What is it? He asked as a holographic image of the strange space station appeared on his own table. To look at it, it was clearly a hollowed-out tube, but the purpose of it was difficult to guess. There were 3 spans with 2 fully circular ribs to provide the structure support. We don't know. It's about 4 hours out at 1 gram acceleration though. There's a few civilians flying away from it, but otherwise nothing. I've tried contacting the civilian shipping but nobody is talking. I don't think they like us very much, Marshal Wade said. That's not our only problem, just the first we noticed, General Blake interrupted further speculation. First is this, she motioned and the feed on his table changed to show a Leopard dropship. So it's a Leopard? What's the problem? Andrea asked. That's not a Leopard. General Blake pulled the zoom back a bit and suddenly a small formation of Leopard dropships were flying around the first, and they were only about 1/10 the size. Those are Leopards. That's unbelievable. Who would build a dropship that big? Why? Duncan asked. Someone who could build whatever they wanted so long as it didn't have to leave the system, General Blake answered. There are 4 of those. Grand Leopards. Each with 12 Leopards flying interdiction. Duncan breathed a sharp sigh of relief. Their dropship complement and aerospace fighters could handle a force that size. The invasion hadn't been killed in the cradle. That's not all. Blake's voice cut across him like a knife. What is it now? He snapped. The general looked supremely unconcerned with his declining mood. Instead she just changed the feed once more. At first it looked like an image of the planet, until she highlighted a square and it zoomed in. The image lost a lot of resolution, but they could still roughly make out what they were seeing. This platform appears to be some sort of fortress, heavily armed and armored. It's resting in geosynchronous orbit over Shimagata. Any attempt to land in the area is unlikely to succeed. However, we've already identified a significant weakness, Marshal Wade cut in, earning a look of exaggerated disbelief from the general. It was apparently meant to work as part of an interconnected network, but as it is alone, dropships could approach from below the horizon and land troops in the loading bays you can just see beneath it. The 13th Militia can handle that. If they really don't have any down-facing defenses, then Bronson's horde can land in position to assault Shimagata and split the defenders' focus. Send the 1st Militia to support that action, Duncan ordered. Once that orbital castle is secured, we'll have the perfect staging area for the rest of the invasion. Sirs, another jump ship has arrived. The mercenary unit Broganov's Panzer Brigade are reporting ready and awaiting our orders. The officer looked just as confused as his commanders. I didn't hire them. Did any of you? Duncan asked. He got only negative head shakes. Do you think that they may have been hired by the other Merriks to assassinate you in battle? Andrea asked. She was hardly the only one thinking it. Duncan's visage darkened. Maybe. I didn't think they cared about politics, but you know the rumors. If they blame me for their father's death, then it could be personal. How many are we talking? A mech battalion for the Panzers. Their communications officer reported. What have we got for secondary targets to throw the Panzers at? He asked. Well, after Shimagata itself and Irian Grumman amalgamated is more than covered. We've got a solid regiment going for Nanso. Without the 5th to provide them veteran protection, we expect it to be more than enough. There's a conventional air base in the middle of a basin 40 clicks from the Irian manufacturing center. We doubt they have more than a few light strike fighters, but it could make a good staging area for our own aerospace fighters, General Blake explained. Pictures played across from the raid the 1st Atrian Dragoons perpetrated before the May disaster. It looked like exactly what you'd expect of a provincial air base, even clearly renting out space to civilian small craft. Send them there, then, Duncan agreed. So, any other surprises we need to go over? The room was silent. Well, good. Let's get prepped and get underway. Dash. A veritable cloud of aerospace fighters preceded a much heavier, if less dense, cloud of dropships in accelerating towards the planet. They expected their enemies to rally to meet them. Instead they waited. For over a week the dropships approached under a screen of aerospace fighters, but their enemies waited. Only as the invaders were approaching orbit did they finally act. They had already gone through their main deceleration burns, so they had a bit of freedom to face armor to the enemy, but this was generally the time used to plot approach paths and make those adjustments. If they varied their course too wildly now, they wouldn't have the window necessary to pick a proper landing target. They were also unusually close together, but that was to keep their screening elements close enough together to avoid having their forces simply picked off with minimal trouble by the enemy's heavyweight pocket warships. 3 of the Grand Leopards turned and burned towards the incoming dropships. Each of the lesser Leopards released not 2, but 6 aerospace fighters, clearly having been adapted for pure space combatants. However, that was only the barest warning for what to expect from the Grand Leopards. Entire squadrons launched from either side of the Grand Leopards. Then 2 more. Then 2 more. Then 2 more. And finally only half a squadron from each side. Each battle group contributed a horrifying 108 fighters to the Furball. 3 combined made 324 fighters. There had only been 2 Vengeance-class carrier dropships with his fleet, giving a combined 80 fighters between them. The sheer number of dropships in the invasion force contributed almost 180 aerospace fighters, only bringing their total to 260. They were outnumbered. If that last Grand Leopard joined the fight, it would be by a desperate margin. Instead, its battle group set course for another of those tube-shaped space stations. It'd be hours before it arrived, but the invaders were in no position to care about stopping it. General Blake watched with a frown as the 2 forces of fighters met. The opening exchange did not go well for the invaders. 40 of their fighters were more or less swatted from the sky, while only 21 of the defenders were destroyed. Niggling damages that would haunt their pilots for the rest of the fight were common on both sides. The defenders had the clear edge in numbers. Also in speed and heat management from what she could see. However, it didn't take long after the battle had devolved into hundreds of looping engagements that there was one area they didn't have an advantage in. Pilots. Clearly they'd had some training, but it was nothing compared to the League's veteran wings and low-level proliferation of ace pilots. The Hell's Black Aces, a rare mercenary aerospace wing, were clearly in their element and were only a few kills short of a 1 kill per pilot ratio even this early in the engagement. Some of the defenders worked together to overcome their difficulties, luring far better pilots into traps built on their overconfidence. A few among them were naturally gifted, clearly ace pilots in the making. It wound up not mattering as the first row of the invaders' dropships arrived first. They'd purposefully arranged it so that the massively well-armed Intruders and Avenger assault dropships arrived first with 20 or so Leopards to support them. The extra firepower tore into the center of the defenders, and they exploded away like a school of fish. Only their sheer speed saved them from being savaged during the maneuver. Still, it meant the organization of the units was broken, and anyone silly enough to get near the dropships were wiped out. Despite hard losses, the now numerically superior Merrick pilots were having a field day as they evened the score. Eventually the dropships entered range of each other. Two large doors on the front of the Grand Leopard opened and a pair of gun ports slid forward. Oddly, each was already glowing with red light near the barrel. At extreme range these lasers flashed into existence and burned into and through the armor of intruders. Despite the vacuum exposure, two of the three remained stable, the last lost its command deck and fell silent. They fired again, their first two targets taking the brunt of another barrage while the last cut deeply into an Avenger. One of the intruders suffered an internal explosion that blew out a center and left it tumbling along as two wrecked halves. The other simply sputtered, drifting off course as its engines failed at different rates, then went dead. Finally the invaders entered reasonable range for their weapons and unleashed massed fire at the Grand Leopards. The opening volleys were intense, and each of the massive ships took heavy damage. However, as they passed one another, turrets on the Grand Leopards containing smaller weapons came into play, as did the weaponry of those escorts not drawn into gunnery duels with their opposite numbers. The Avengers and Grand Leopards savaged each other, while the intruders split their fire to crush the rearguard of Leopard escorts. Two of the Avengers suffered internal explosions and were drifting away from the battle with massive rents in their hulls. Another intruder popped like a balloon, spilling its cargo of tanks and soldiers into space. That was when the next wave of dropships arrived. These were the Unions, and though they were coming in at a higher angle that would take them over their attackers, that was all they could really afford to maneuver. If they came at the wrong angle now, they risked massive problems with their descent burn. Almost as one they started firing off PPCs and LRMs at the enormous targets before them. Scarlet Beams replied back, this time focusing fire on a single dropship. A company of the 6th Orloff Grenadiers was annihilated in a single moment. A lucky massed autocannon shot hit just behind one of the super lasers and the glow at the end of the barrel went dark. 5 beams lanced out at their next target. A company of the 2nd Fusiliers of Orient was lost as their dropship all but fell to pieces. Several still intact mechs spun away, providing little more than fancy coffins for the mech warriors likely still trapped inside. Despite being pockmarked and ripped open in dozens of places, the Grand Leopards came on. Their escorts were dulling damage of their own, but it was little more than a footnote compared to the main vessels. Twice more the Grand Leopards fired their main weapons, though with one less beam each time. Another company of Orloff's Grenadiers companies were lost, as well as one from the 30th Merrick Militia. 2 of the dropship pilots panicked and started bad burns. Though barely damaged, the vessels were unlikely to land at their target zones. If they landed at all with so little room to properly adjust before they hit atmosphere. As the two formations passed through each other, one of the Grand Leopards finally had its hull buckle and snap. Its last super laser fell silent and the front of the vessel continued forwards, dead and unresponsive. The back was still mid-burn though, and its mangled heading sent it into one of the nearby Unions. Its twisted fore had revealed the powerful center beam that had held the vessel together, and now that beam impaled the Union like a spear. Exactly how much damage it sustained was difficult to guess, but it was forcefully dragged out of formation and slowly fell towards a lower orbit. The final shot of the 2 remaining super lasers were expended against the final cloud of approaching dropships. Both bore into the command deck of a particular Overlord dropship. The pilot and command crew were killed instantly. Both were in their turn broken by the opening hail of return fire, but they had done their job. Duncan Merrick's dropship was now on an uncontrolled descent towards the planet. While the invasion forces would temporarily thank their luck the 4th Grand Leopard had run, they'd curse it long before the invasion ended. Only a few hours after the battle, the tube station would suddenly activate, its ribs ensconcing flat pools of shining light, and in seconds the final battle group would go from weeks to hours away from their jump ships. Part 28. We'll need to get fab drones out there to clean up that salvage, along with yachts to pick up the survivors, Vulcan observed. Transmit, targets, Merrick dropships _Shiro _3036 full health, dot. How Kilroy could make a simple list seem disapproving would be a mystery for the ages. We were expecting only 8 regiments at the outside and to obtain total superiority with our aerospace fighters. Unfortunately we received the Stingrays from Commander New too late to allow for a full training cycle before the battle, Vulcan explained. I have total faith in your Rangers' ability to win the coming battles. Request, locations of interest. A regiment of the Merrick Militia took our bait. They're headed for the Bouncing Castle. As it so happened, the enemy regiment landing outside Nanso lost at least 2 Unions. All told it is less than a battalion worth of damage, but they are one of the most elite units in the Free Worlds League. Any decline in force is in our favor. 2 regiments of the League's Free World Guard, and another of the invading regiments are landing in open areas near the mountain range Duncan Merrick's dropship went down in. They are clearly moving to secure the crash site against us. Satellite imagery suggests that there are survivors and they have active battle mechs. In a sense, our defense of Irian mech works and their production facilities has already failed. Over a regiment of invading forces have landed within the facility and the security forces have joined them to act against us. Considering how under strength that is compared to our expectations, though, it is likely that Duncan was going to lead that battle himself. Or I suppose they expected to only have to garrison it against attack in the first place. Grumman Amalgamated has now become the more endangered industrial target with 2 regimental units and a mercenary battalion backing them up. Every enemy unit has a company absent. One was destroyed while the other 2 touched down in distant areas and may yet return to the fight. Lastly, we have 2 regiments of hostiles moving towards Shimagata. Vulcan finished. Kilroy clearly processed his options. While there was an opportunity to capture Duncan Merrick, his absence from the battle was drawing away 3 regiments. The Irian production facilities had been expected to be hard fighting and now they would be a relatively simple counter-assault. No, if Duncan was dead the enemy would suffer without Kilroy's acting, and if Duncan lived destroying his army would give the most strategic benefit. The mercenary battalion Brogonoff's Panzer Brigade has landed near the primary staging site for air and vehicle artillery outside Irian. Estimates based on recorded unit strength would suggest total loss of all facilities and 30% loss of units before retreat can be effected. Higher if they focus primarily on our grounded air assets. Transmit, location, def_inst_rapper_c_teleporter, dot. Transmit, units, Kilroy's_command_company, dot. I understand. I'll leave you to it then. Connection closed. Dash. Nanzo was a good place to fight, though not completely ideal for the regiment ordered to guard it. The empty ground around the city and the distance from the Rangers' primary fire support assets made it a poor place for infantry. The 2nd Rangers could have swept the board with their primarily artillery setup, but they were the garrisoned defenders of Shimagata. Instead it had been left to the 3rd Rangers, who had been forced to leave their incorporated mechanized infantry battalion on attachment to the 2nd for urban warfare duties. Among the invaders the 6th Orloff Grenadiers who were excellent anti-piracy, and thus usually urban, fighters and had something of a ruthless reputation. Unlike the inexperienced Atrian Hussars from the last invasion they'd chosen an area that faced a minimal profile of the city, giving their attackers less to hide behind. Also one far enough away for their dropships to massacre any force coming to take them. Their first sign of defenders was when the surviving elements of the 6th THS Aerospace Wing were attempting recon of the city. Before they could even fly over, a dozen anti-air missiles, far larger than your typical LRMs, flew out from the city and tore into them with almost perfect accuracy. Of the 4 fighters, 1 was shredded in the first volley while 2 more had to effect emergency landings. The last attempted to turn and burn out of range, but was instead left as the only target for the 2nd volley. Mere minutes after the loss of their aerospace contingent their eyes would be drawn towards the sky again. This time a flight of low-flying craft came perpendicular to their heading though they went unnoticed at first. At maximum range they began to dump swarms of LRMs into the air from their wing-mounted LRM-5 launchers. Only then did they begin to pick out the slight motions in the sky as being planes painted to look like the sky and with some sort of radar scattering effect. The planes began to subtly juke as they approached, causing the dumb-fired PPC and large laser shots to miss for the most part. A single PPC was enough to down one when it did hit, but few did. All too soon the planes screamed into close range and unleashed autocannon 10 rounds and 4 SRM missiles into their targets before breaking off and wildly yankaing as they went for the horizon. Those mech pilots would never forget the shape of those planes, 2 massive air intake jet engines at the rear of a fixed-wing plane. A few especially dedicated scholars of military history identified the frame of their attackers as the once infamous A-10 Warthog, though clearly the craft was larger than those used on ancient Terra. While those on the side facing away from the wings approach tracked the escaping air breathers attempting to put more of them down for good, the others turned to cover the sky they'd approached from. It was the only reason they were warned of the approach of another squadron. And the 3rd squadron that followed soon after. The 6th Orloff Grenadiers quickly recognized that while the planes weren't likely to rack up many kills, outside of immobilizing their attached light tanks, they'd leave the regiment desperately damaged if they remained in the open much longer. With a roar, their colonel led a charge towards the city. And stopped roaring, though he didn't stop moving, when he noticed that the city was now shrouded in roiling bank of bright blue smoke. The tops of buildings could still be seen, but the streets were hidden completely. Switching to thermal view only saw a mildly hot cloud, and infrared nearly blinded him. The fuck is this shit? He transmitted. And then the cockpit of the Marauder next him clanged like a bell before popping like a grape. Fire. The order came from him immediately, for fuck's sake just shoot. Make them back down. Bright cobalt beams and long-range missiles stabbed into the smoke. Orange glows at about the height of a mech's torso started where their fire had set buildings on fire. 2 more of his mechs went down from brutally accurate autocannon fire. Judging from the rate of fire there had to be a whole battalion of autocannon-armed mechs in there. The grenadiers kept firing but they didn't seem to be having any effect. Almost a dozen mechs finally succumbed to the combined fire. On the other hand that meant the next targets were fresh, so they had a few seconds before any but the very unlucky started to fall again. He was forced to slow as his guillotine entered the smoke bank and soon after the city proper. Switching to thermals or infrared just left him completely blind so he relied on the good old Mark the First eyeball. Strangely though he couldn't see any signs of the mechs that had been attacking him. There be the transmission suddenly cut off but he was already spinning. Only to see nothing. It must have been an isolated case. Scouts switch to seismic. Ejecting. I didn't see. Switching to seismi. Fuck. They're on my flank. Rachel. It's a fucking. Despite their best efforts to inform the regiment, none of the mechs lost could transmit what was attacking them before they fell. Some didn't even have the chance. Their cockpits destroyed before they could even think of contacting others. The city's a trap. Pull back. He didn't need to know what was attacking to know it was time to get gone. His mech spun around but something made him hesitate. There was hill in the smoke a few intersections back. What? 8 medium lasers fired one after the other, biting into his right shoulder. The attack utterly destroyed the medium laser at that point and sent the arm tumbling to the ground. However, the brilliance of the attack had allowed him to briefly discern the silhouette of his attacker. Tanks! He exclaimed desperately as the sudden unbalancing of his mech sent him crashing to the ground. They're painted to look like smoke. I see one. There's too many. Got the best. Once his own began fighting back, the air filled with the chatter of firing autocannons. Apparently they weren't worried about giving themselves away anymore. He was about to try and make his mech stand when a voice came over the radio. You are surrounded, Colonel. If you attempt to bring your mech back into the battle, I shall be forced to fire upon it. There is no disgrace in surrendering now. If you order your men to stand down, we will even allow them to keep their mechs when they eventually leave this world. We can't simply allow them to remain in them, however. I am sure you understand. He cursed and slammed a fist into the side of his cockpit. The mech he was piloting didn't have any fancy command capacity, but he could do it the old-fashioned way. Majors, report. Major Alfard, I've got 11 active mechs. Major Dealey Hunt, I've got 26 mechs active. Major Kent, we're barely holding 16 machines together. Damn it. He smashed his fist into the cockpit harder. That even with 2/3 of a battalion Kia before landing they'd suffer like this. It would make his blood boil, but he was a graduate of Orloff Military Academy. They'd given him ice in his veins. Major Dealey Hunt, you take command and pull out of the city. This is the end of the invasion for me. The major was a good officer. Pulling a win out of a situation like this was the graduation test at Orloff, and she'd done it with honors. He switched to an open channel. I surrender. But my unit doesn't. Then they shall die like warriors. It is unfortunate that they are such poor soldiers, though, the voice responded. He bristled at the jab at himself and his people. You listen to me, whoever you are. My people are loyal soldiers of the League and they will destroy you. Ah, I did not introduce myself. Allow me to hasten to correct my error. I am First Warden Rhode Island, Regimental Warden of the 3rd Kilroy's Rangers. Dash. Come on, we just need to get out of this cloud and we can draw them out after us, Dealey Hunt admonished. Her marauder exited the foggy smoke bank just behind one of her unit's aces. That was the reason she was alive while the sudden volley of 12 PPCs cooked off the Ace Crusader's ammo and left little more than twisted scrap as evidence of the mech's torso. An archer off to her left had both legs torn out from under it by a volley of medium lasers out of the smoke and crashed face, and therefore cockpit, first to the desert floor. They've got some tanks between us and the dropships. 1st Battalion hit them left to right, 3rd right to left. The rest of us need to turn and keep some fire on the floor of the city. Her orders were followed to the letter, but despite the distant hover tanks' murderous accuracy, they were charging across the horizon at flank speed. Very few of their shots hit, and even their LRM seemed to be simply exploding in midair some distance from their targets. Of course she couldn't see the slow-moving sky blue planes circling far above them. Nor the dozen bubbles underneath that carried the comparatively weak, but invisible, lasers that were cooking off their warheads well short of their targets. Even if she could have spotted them, it never would have occurred to her to look for high-altitude assets providing such direct assistance. Still, she kept her numerically larger unit firing low into the smoke while the other units charged across the desert plain at the hover tanks harassing them. Without tracking munitions, however, it was wasted effort. The tanks easily feinted back, allowing the charging units to simply keep coming and keep getting further from the units covering the city. Though Dealey Hunt's battalion was moving away from the city, it was at a slow backwards walk so they could keep their eyes out for the tiniest movements in the smoke. They certainly weren't getting away unscratched, as LRMs which hadn't been used at all on approach or within the city's confines were now slewing out on ballistic arcs to chew at their armor. Each one would earn a blistering barrage of return fire in lasers and PPCs, but it was impossible to know what effect they were really having. 10 mechs had been assassinated by the hover assets and their damned tendency to splash a single target at a time before their opponents decided they had been drawn far enough apart. The damaged squadrons of ground attack planes returned with a vengeance, flying so low they seemed to simply materialize out of thin air over the city. Before Dealey Hunt even realized they were there, they had passed. She started to frantically turn to track them, but autocannon rounds rung out against her armor, forcing her to return fire at unseen tanks. "Airstrike coming up on your asses," was all she had time to transmit. Unseen by her, the PPC hovercraft all slowed significantly, limited as much by heat as any other unit, and each fired their previously unnoticed pair of LRM-5 packs. Their targets however were already being struck by hundreds of scattered LRMs. The 3 air squadrons were staggered and coming from behind and either flank, but they'd fired their LRMs to have all 3 massed salvos hit at the same time. The effect on the mechs was devastating as most hit rear criticals. PPCs and LRMs from their front landed on them at the same time as autocannons and SRMs from on high to their rear. When the dust settled, only 2 mechs were both standing and ambulatory. One was missing a leg completely along with most of its left torso and both arms. The other was an awesome, though it had been reduced to nothing but an exposed central core with a cockpit and legs. PPCs struck both and knocked them flat without mercy. Dealey Hunt wasn't connected to the other battalions command-wise, so she didn't even know they were wiped out. Still she knew they'd be hit hard. Majors. Majors. No answer. Fuck this. Run for the dropships. She was panicking and she knew it, but there was nothing to do. They couldn't even see the enemy, let alone fight them. The last 20 mechs of the 6th Orloffs turned as one and sprinted as fast as their machines could handle. Some faster. Almost instantly autocannon rounds started pinging off rear armor across the unit. One bright spark aimed for a damaged leg and her lance mate's guillotine simply fell to smash face first into the ground. Soon the past the burning remains of a company of light vehicles probably destroyed in the first air strikes. A hunchback refit with LRMs took a bad hit to the ammo container and became a ground-based fireworks show. Finally the autocannon fire slacked as they moved out of range. Only to be replaced by PPCs from the sides as the hovercraft firing them swirled around them hoping to start firing at their backs. In moments a lance fell out of step. Then another. They passed through the burning and twisted remains of the other battalions. Another lance simply wasn't there when she risked looking to her side. 2 more lances fell almost as one, with many showing ejections but some simply going black. 6 mechs saw their dropships, their salvation, come into view over the crest of the horizon. They were smoking wrecks unfit for leaving the ground, let alone returning them to a jump ship. 4 slowed to a walk, immediately broken by the sight, while the last 2 simply ran forwards disbelieving. What survived of those ships' crews and security detail milled about outside the smoking wrecks? They were bereft of direction or purpose. Hope a distant and forgotten memory. When the mechs arrived many of the crews simply looked at them with unseeing eyes then stared back to the ground. So. A voice crackled over Dealey Hunt's radio. I offered your colonel reasonable terms of surrender. He took them for himself, but apparently he felt compelled to order you to fight on. Truly, you fought like the warriors he took you for. So now it's your turn, Major Dealey Hunt. Graduate with honors of the Orloff Military Academy. Brightest mind of your generation some called you. Will you die like warriors? Or live like soldiers? She just stared. Disgust and fury welled up within her. Most of it at the bastard taunting her, but the blackest was for the colonel. If he'd wanted them to fight to the last, he should have damn well done the same. For a moment she looked around at the awesome machines of war surrounding her. And deflated instantly when she noted none of them qualified as more than broken hunks of metal at the moment. Even pirates came with better equipment than her survivors could boast. We surrender. She finally transmitted, as much to the other survivors as to her adversary. We surrender. Whatever happens from here, she thought, the 6th Orloff Grenadiers were never fighting as a unit again. Now that we have that settled. How are we going to clean this mess up? Rhode Island asked. There are walls around the original city to make certain the smoke didn't get in. We just take down the prop buildings we added and bring the people back in, Vulcan replied. Ah, very reasonable, Rhode Island agreed. Part 29. 4 men ran up a city street and stacked up on the corner. The hooded ponchos they wore shifted colors until one would be hard-pressed to tell man from building. If an observer could look under the hood they would see that the men were wearing black helmets, similar to a Corinthian design but crestless and with a dark glass face visor rather than being open. The man at the corner dropped his hand near the ground and a small cable spilled out to slither around the corner. Although an outside observer wouldn't know, the entire team was now watching the activity down that street through picture-in-picture displays inside their helmets. Shit. There's a fire starter, one of the men said, clutching his laser rifle to his chest. And a whole platoon sitting around looking pretty. This man patted his own weapon, a laser equivalent to the venerable light machine gun. Bravo and Charlie team are almost in position, we have flank. I'm painting the mech for a fire mission, their team leader quietly informed them. In their views the mech briefly pulsed with a wireframe effect, then a red effect painted the ground out for a distance away from it. For a long few moments nothing happened. Then 120 LRM missiles dropped directly onto the mech's head and shoulders. The infantry at its feet ducked into cover but every single missile hit the mech, consequently reducing its entire upper body to little more than scrap. Before the legs could even fall a second barrage of 50 missiles saturated the area, turning the intersection into a hell of shrapnel, loud booms, and hard-hitting shockwaves. Instantly his team's support gunner was out of the corner unleashing a hailstorm of laser fire on the intersection. 2 more streams joined him from the road heading east. A member of his team patted his shoulder and bounded to a covered position further up. Then the next, and the next. 3 laser rifles chattered and he ran to join them. The few surviving enemies had finally started to get their head and were firing back. It was sporadic, but he saw one of Charlie team go down despite their best efforts. Then the section's APC roared around the corner and unleashed its twin turret-mounted machine guns on the enemy. Most anyone left was now either stupidly adding scorch marks to the APC's armor or ducking and praying. Still bouncing but advancing much faster, they'd soon closed the distance and his team's grenadier got a stun into their midst. Their APC's guns fell silent. It left the infantry to clean up. They ran into the sandbagged shithole of a fortification and shot anyone still holding a weapon. The few who had dropped their guns were quickly searched and had their hands zip-tied behind their heads by Bravo while Alpha and Charlie kept watch. A couple medics ran out of the APC as soon as they could get the hatch open and started checking survivors. Then a damned wasp battle mech turned the corner and blew Bravo and all their prisoners away in a beam of coherent emerald light. Orange paint and black striping made it clear this mech belonged to Bronson's horde, the mercenary unit. It fired its SRMs at the sandbags the 2 fire teams had hidden behind. They exploded in midair and showered the position in burning napalm. Men screamed and ran, the fire's fury temporarily muted by the properties of the poncho but still hot enough to be literally cooking them in their own armor. It walked forwards and kicked the APC over and then shot another salvo of those Inferno SRMs, lightly splashing the inside but more than enough to make them crawl out of the turret hatch burned and screaming. The mech pilot made a game of it, slowly lining up a perfect shot to put just one man out of his misery with his medium laser. One by one. Until everyone had finally either been shot or fallen dead. Even the medic and the fallen member of Charlie he'd been desperately trying to save. When there were no more screams of the wounded and dying, the mech took one more step towards the intersection. They scanned it carefully, almost showing disappointment that the game was over. The team leader of Alpha lay still, face down only a few feet away from where the napalm fury still burned on the ground. His poncho allowed him to blend in with the ground and gave him some protection from the heat of the nearby flames, but he didn't dare move. Only when he could hear the mech walking away did he dare to let his optical cable slither from his sleeve and out from under the edge of his poncho. Through the picture-in-picture he watched as the mech walked back to the intersection the other 2 fire teams had inhabited only moments before. The mech was outlined and appeared on the map, but the fire mission for it was automatically placed at the bottom of the queue. He could make a request and bump it up, but this was exactly why it didn't automatically give priorities. This mech was clearly here for a reason beyond avenging a lance mate since they hadn't moved on. It was more helpful to see what that was rather than run off his friends. Only the knowledge that finding out his purpose would fuck the bastard over far more than simply killing him ever would kept him from just requesting the fire mission anyways. A few minutes of heart-pounding boredom later, purple-painted tanks started to roll through the nearby intersection. Tanks, APCs, it was the works. Guessing from what he could recall of the map, they were heading to a bridge further in. The Warden's mech assets were all on the other side of the river from the attack, so it made some sense. Finally an Atlas walked into view a few streets down. It was painted the purple, blue, and red of the Merrick militia, so it wasn't mercenary by any means. That got a fire mission he immediately requested bumped up to top priority and sideways to a secondary artillery team he didn't recognize. Then the ground lit up red, painting not just the Atlas but the intersection he was looking at. The lighter red secondary hazard zone started mere feet away from him and ended by the door to a nearby mansion. Utterly forgetting the wasp in his panicked terror, he stood and ran for all he was worth. After a few moments he did hear the sound of actuators turning, but by the time it took a single step in his direction he'd literally hit the door he was aiming for and smashed through. Unknown to him a pair of frigates sitting in a bay almost 5 kilometers away had been weathering a rather impressive aerospace duel. They'd mostly rained shells in the general direction of the enemy dropships but hadn't been able to make any good clean hits. Their hulls were scorched and pockmarked and they were starting to take on water. They were, in short, on their last legs. However they weren't dead yet and 3 long guns turned towards the city. They waited until the infantry asset in range was no longer in the hazard zone. An unfortunate oversight of forgetting to install a concept of danger close made them fire a bit earlier than they still probably should have. Their guns fired once while highly elevated. Cranked down and fired. Then cranked further down and fired again. 1 gun on each ship had targeted that Atlas. The shockwave of 6 shells landing in a single instant on the Atlas not only crushed its upper torso down to its knees, but shattered the supports holding up buildings for at least a block in every direction. Those that survived found themselves leaning somewhat towards the blast as their supports on that side alone had been badly damaged or in some cases almost completely destroyed. None of this mattered to Alpha Team's embattled former leader. The shockwave picked him up and threw him through the hallway in front of him until dropping him mere inches from the back door. It was solidly constructed as most of his body could attest to when he smashed into it and it did not budge. When he finally felt like picking himself up, he decided to just go with what fate had thrown at him and open the damn door. It led to a garden that had once been completely walled in but now had an entryway out into the city where a demo charge had leveled it. Probably from the bastards he'd just been shooting before that fucking wasp came. Grey cement dust coated most of the area not covered by trees, and in their case the leaves and branches of the tree itself. However, there was a working fountain. He walked over to the fountain, took off his helmet to reveal his dark hair and russet eyes. A swish of his hand pushed the cement dust out of the way on the water's surface, and then he cupped a fresh handful and splashed it on his face. "Fuck!" he shouted, finally letting himself go. The screams of his brothers and sisters in arms would probably haunt him forever. It was just too much what that fucking merc had done. At least the fucker was smashed by the hand of God. Probably hadn't suffered enough, but you take what you can get. As always, he turned to dark humor to help him handle his fucked up life. "Fuck. If this what happens when I tell people I'm tired of being a cop. I'm never telling anyone I'm tired of being a soldier." A beep came from his helmet. He grabbed it and slipped it back on. Despite his bit of unplanned urban renovation, they were still retreating all forces and were going to blast the bridges to slow the enemy down. Standing orders were find an APC and catch a ride back across the bridge. He couldn't do it. Not wouldn't, certainly not didn't want to. There was no way he could get to one of those APCs before the way closed off, and he sure as shit wasn't going to be able to swim a river that wide. Which meant he had one way to do his job from here on. First, though, he sent a quick text message, made sure none of those APCs would be unwisely waiting for him. Reaching behind himself, he pulled out a laser pistol and prepared to hoof it further into the city. He'd be able to act as a spotter and recon behind enemy lines, so long as he was careful. Relief units would be coming soon enough. He just had to hold out. Mind over metal, motherfuckers. Mind over metal. With the unit motto firmly in mind, he slipped out of the courtyard and carefully quested deeper behind enemy lines. Part 30. The Angel Light Strike Fighter was one of the few options for a purely atmospheric fighter to compete on any level with aerospace fighters. It was limited by many things, but in-air jet engines were one of them. Simply put, the kind of thrusters needed for high-speed spaceflight produced massively more thrust than simple jet engines. Or they did when all else was essentially equal. The Andurians, since it was their original design, hadn't had access to essentially infinite fuel and therefore infinite afterburner. The Wardens didn't have that problem. The Super Angel medium strike fighter upgraded the SRM-4 to an SRM-6, and added a medium laser to each wingtip. It wasn't going to be winning any awards, certainly, but it was fast and could take on aerospace fighters in numbers so long as the pilots were careful. None of this meant anything when a mercenary Griffin put a PPC into one while it was still being taxied to the runway. 100 LRMs from the pair of Ontus LRM types being frantically brought online by their crews tore the mech apart in retaliation. Then an awesome crested the edge of the hill they'd used to cover their approach and fired 2 PPCs into one of the tanks. It wasn't enough to tunnel through the armor, but the sheer impact had left the crew stunned. More missiles flew in the Awesome's general direction as a third vehicle came online, but it was poorly aimed and most flew over the mech's shoulder and off to a harmless end in the dirt beyond. More than a company of mercenaries in heavy and medium mechs, plus a couple assaults, had crested the hill when a large circular construct near the base activated and filled with a pane of light. As it so happened, the first mech out of the teleporter was a pink and white Awesome. It turned and fired all 3 of its PPCs at a red and black Griffin, tearing the armor from its chest and brutally mauling the armor of the right side of the torso. A second pink and white Awesome followed behind, and before they had even shifted targets, it fired at a mercenary warmer. 2 shots stitched across the chest, while the last clipped the cockpit and burned away all the armor. From the right angle one could simply look up and see the pilot inside their cockpit. Only luck saved them from being murdered by shrapnel because of the shot. Weapons fire suddenly poured into the 2 pink-clad Awesomes. Despite being assaults, even their toughness was being dearly tested. However, the distraction allowed the crews from the base to bring another artillery tank online. It soon helped put most of 150 missiles into the dark red and grey zebra-striped Awesome of the Panzers. Despite the damage spreading around, it disabled the arm-based PPC and rendered the internals of the left torso and leg open to the world. A guillotine stepped from the teleporter next and immediately fired a cobalt beam into the attackers. It tore at a mercenary hunchback's weaponless torso armor but otherwise didn't accomplish much. It did, however, charge at them full speed, drawing some fire away from the pink-shouldered Awesomes. There was another exchange and one the pink and white Awesomes of the Rangers lost its PPC arm. Neither it nor its partner skipped a beat in finishing off their initial targets, the Griffin and Warhammer respectively. The Ontus artillery tanks finished off the mercenary assault mech they were battling as another of their tanks came online, and the crew of the first to be damaged recovered enough to pilot their vehicle again. Another of Kilroy's guillotine exited the teleporter and set off for the enemy at a run. Showing some reason, the remaining Panzer heavies started to back away while focusing fire on the damaged tanks. The mercenary battalion's mediums were trying to burn down the guillotines rushing at them before they entered real engagement range. The tank exploded in a fiery plume as its unspent ammunition cooked off. A pair of large lasers burning into the lead guillotine's knee, where it shifted from pink to white, didn't deal much damage, but they cause enough instability to trip the running mech to the ground. A lance of medium mechs painted in red and black zebra stripes appeared from the opposite side of the base in a flanking position. They immediately fired on the Awesomes, though inaccurately. The next mech to exit the teleporter was a Locust with a large gun that glowed green sprouting over its cockpit like a scorpion's tail. The Panzers made the fatal mistake of ignoring it. Rather than fire at the heavy company in front or the medium lance behind, Kilroy's Locust fired a glowing green spray at the Awesome that lost its arm. In a second the armor is once more perfect, in 2 the PPC is back online. In celebration it puts 3 PPCs into a flanking Phoenix Hawk and blows off the arm with the large laser it wields and scores a deep wound into its right torso. 2 more lances of belligerent heavy mechs arrived at the primary ridgeline just as the attackers are feeling shaky. Their numbers bolstered they push forward towards the Ontus artillery tanks trying to get within minimum range. Many try to swat the Locust but it hides behind the recently repaired Awesome, its pink and white paint shining like new, while repairing the other one back to perfect health. 200 LRMs lash out at a pair of mercenary archer heavy mechs as the defending Ontus crews are singularly uninterested in taking part in an LRM duel. Both are destroyed in ammo explosions causing a brief cheer from the defenders. A Warden Thunderbolt meandered down the ramp from the teleporter and idly fired a pair of cobalt beams into a marauder. The defender's fallen guillotine stood back up and stomped forwards unleashing an array of blue and green lasers and even 6 SRMs on one of the Wolverines fool enough to shoot at him. His partner had jumped into the air drawing some scattered fire but only taking a few scoring hits. It landed behind a dragon mech and unleashed hell on its less guarded rear armor. It quickly suffered a critical engine failure and collapsed to the ground with only melted slag between the cockpit and the gyro. The battle took on a swirling quality at that point. Tanks wheeling for all their worth away from the encroaching heavy mechs while peppering them with inaccurate LRM fire. Pink and white Awesomes surgically disassembled targets one at a time while the Locust behind them kept their armor fresh and ready for more punishment. Warden guillotines either got into punching matches with smaller mechs or popped into the air to land behind heavier ones and devastate them. For the most part the defending Thunderbolts were cleaning up at range with their pair of large lasers and the occasional shot of LRMs were ignored. The one time a pair of Marauders got it in their heads to charge them, they discovered that the mechs had enough jump jets to nearly rival the guillotine, and a pair of medium lasers to go with their large when they really wanted to tear at something's internals. Another Locust appeared and the guillotines quickly pulled back to where it was treating the Thunderbolts of their most recent damage. Any attempt to capitalize on their absence was killed by the appearance of 3 pink and white Wolverines in quick succession from the teleporter. Where the new variant guillotine sported 4 medium lasers and 2 small in support of its large laser and SRM-6, the new variant Wolverine only had 2 medium lasers and 1 small. They were significantly faster though and quickly ripped into the few medium and light mercenary mechs that had managed to dance around the guillotines. Those guillotines, out of range to use their medium lasers and SRMs, added their large lasers to the volleys being fired by the Thunderbolts and quickly cored the last of the flankers. Their own rear armor was relatively fresh, so while lighter it easily absorbed the fire coming their way while they handled the minor issue an enemy to their rear. Then they were being repaired and it didn't matter in any case. The final lance of assault mechs for the Panzers arrived at almost the exact same moment as Warden Marshal Kilroy's Hunchback. Rightly or wrongly they recognized the mech of a dangerous individual fighter and resolved to remove him from the battlefield immediately. He'd barely started towards the battlefield when 2 PPCs from an Awesome, a PPC from a Battlemaster, an LRM-20 and AC-10 from a Highlander, and 2 LRM-20 bursts from a Staker all smashed into his torso criticals and literally ripped his upper body from his lower. When the upper torso tumbled to the ground it smashed the head area. In a moment of extreme whiplash, Kilroy started awake in his mech bay on Shiro too far from the fighting. Schedule reminder, thanks St. Helens for developing remote pilot system. 30-odd light years away. Commander Nu had a screen up showing one of the latest developments from Shiro as she smashed her massive head against a concrete wall she'd built for the purpose inside her dropship. I am a fucking idiot. Not yet, but I can open a line of research into simulating that for you, Hephaestus cut in. Not now, Fee. Just. Not now. Unfortunately for the mercenaries their victory over Kilroy himself was not only a very poor opportunity cost, it also gave them hope. Hope that should have been crushed mercilessly when 6 PPCs tore the right torso off the mercenary Awesome in a single concentrated blast. But it did not die. They rallied around this lance of legends ready to turn things around. One of the Warden's Thunderbolts fired both of his LRM-10 launchers, they approached the Battlemaster and the Stalker and exploded showering them with burning napalm. The Stalker especially suffered from this as the whole line always had heat management problems at the best of times. The Warden's other Thunderbolt repeated the trick but this time using differently guided munitions. Instead of targets they were fed coordinates from the overall network. Each individual missile found an enemy mech and 16 of the 20 succeeded in dousing their targets with enough burning jelly to seriously affect their heat management. The Warden's guillotines and the Wolverines thrived in the burning chaos, running cool enough to jump like grasshoppers from point to point while leaving dead and maimed mechs in their wake. One of the pink-clad Wolverines finally took an unlucky AC-20 to the head and fell motionless. But it was too little. PPCs from the Warden Awesomes had sundered the legs from the mercenary Highlander and were working doing the same with the Stalker. 4 large lasers worked on causing similar damage to the black and red Battlemaster. Whenever a Warden Wolverine or Guillotine would duck back for necessary repairs, their company mates would combine firepower to drive off whoever was pressing them. Eventually the mercenaries lost hope and broke. By then it was simply too late. The new variant Thunderbolts had nearly identical movement profiles to the Guillotines, only missing a jump jet to round things out. They had simply been holding back to make the most of their LRMs and manage their heat, which was more of an issue for them than the dedicated brawlers. Bunny hopping over hills and rough ground, they pursued their prey. Like a pack of wolves, the 2 remaining Wolverines struck the mercenaries' leading elements hard and fast, driving those behind them to turn and isolate themselves. Large lasers and LRMs would murder those daring enough to charge away, while medium lasers and SRMs brutally put down any unfortunate enough to fall behind. Not a single mech made it back to their dropships. That did not make the battle a victory in Kilroy's eyes so much as a dire loss for the Panzers. Or whoever they were. Perhaps they'd been bribed by Comster and that was why they had a Highlander, or perhaps they were Comster. Or perhaps it was mere coincidence and someone happened to have found one in a stash somewhere, or their father bought it or it was a family heirloom. It mattered little to him. Nu could ponder the possibilities in interfactional politics. No, the battle had taken place at their fast response base outside Irion. Planes and tanks could be replaced and repaired in an instant. New crews and pilots, since these were officially local militia forces not wardens, could be shipped from elsewhere on the planet with ease. But it took time to get crews responding, tanks rolling, and the lack of VTOL capacity in the Super Angel meant it needed a runway and time to get off the ground. Entire wings were on their way from the regional response bases on the continent, but that was an hour out for the closest and 4 for the furthest. Dropships had been allowed to land at their target all but unmolested, and even now maintained easy air superiority, discouraging many avenues of attack. Were this out in the field and not on a planet they all but owned, it would be a strategic disaster. He'd need to think on this. Part 31. POV First Warden New York, 2nd Rangers. First Warden New York damned his superiors to a particularly cold circle of hell. Shimagata had been evacuated before the fighting broke out, but the city's infrastructure was showing serious damage from taking the tender loving care of 2 regiments. One of them mercenary and not with the most sterling reputation in personal morals. Not to mention being on the receiving end of a naval bombardment, and many lesser artillery strikes. A lance of OP for opposing force, medium mechs landed from a long jump on the banks not far from his position. Cameras set up to watch the river bank were useful for spotting shit like that. They formed into a line to try and maintain cohesion in a city not really designed for their presence. When a pair of guillotines from his lance swept from the darkness to cut them off, they panicked. Their trailing element made a terrible decision and jumped up onto the roof of the 2 buildings bracketing that intersection to gain the high ground. New York hopped his Victor onto the roof behind and across a street from one of them and fired his AC-20 and 2 medium lasers. The unit toppled forwards and fell a few stories to crunch into the street below. He rather doubted that pilot survived. Acting quickly, he shifted to the other asshole on the roof and fired all 3 SRM-4s. That wasn't enough damage to kill, but it was enough to stumble. Bad at this height. The last guillotine of his lance simply moved to a flanking position and ripped the back open on the mech that the first 2 hadn't really been focusing on. Thus ended a lance of whatever assholes would paint their mechs sunset orange with black stripes. As he had been thinking before the interruption, they were hopelessly outnumbered and definitely outweighed. His company was all piloted mechs, but the only other companies that was true about were really more of a loose collection of spotter teams. The addition of a pair of small lasers meant the stingers placed on those teams as bodyguards for the Ravens lived up to their name rather than being useless shitstains in mechs clothing, but they weren't going to be much use in a proper furball. Thank God for link engines, one of his lance mates said as they moved away from the wreckage. Yet. He agreed with sentiment easily enough. A large part of why the fuckers across the bridges hadn't just charged and been done with it was because his company had so thoroughly ripped apart anything coming across them. Given that you could almost double the amount of medium-ranged weapons and fit the heat sinks to really use them, they must think there's a company of Atlases stomping around over here. A massive swarm of LRMs took off into the sky and flew towards a target in the other side of the city. This time it was a mansion that had been taken for use as a barracks for the higher officers and mech warriors. One of the rangers that hadn't made it across the bridges had painted it a couple hours ago, but they'd wanted to confirm the who. Also to try and hit during a shift change, which this apparently was. Mercs it turned out. There was at least a major there along with the pilots for 2 companies. How many would survive after the cluster munitions landed was anyone's guess. But it would certainly be less of them. If they'd get off their ass and send him an assault company from the first, he could commit to a proper counterattack. Instead they were all tied up at Irion despite the forces there more or less staring at each other through binocs for hours on end while finding ever more creative ways to shove their thumbs up their asses. Chevalier Lance, move out. If they're not going to come to us in force, then we need to keep the pressure up until something breaks, he ordered. POV First Warden Massachusetts, First Rangers. First Warden Massachusetts suddenly felt the need to punch an ungrateful little shit. Given the way command meetings usually went, he was putting good money on New York talking shit about him. Instead he went back to contemplating how the hell he was going to finesse a solution to the problem before him. They'd suspected Irian might be a little salty about their appearance as a competing mech manufacturer. He had no idea why. The market's needs vastly outstripped production. Even if their link engines bumped Irian down to the second string, they'd still probably sell just as many mechs, except with smaller groups and individuals rather than big government contracts. Of course at the moment they didn't even have that disadvantage, so it wasn't like they were really losing anything. What they hadn't expected from the company was for them to risk one of their more extensive mech production plants by allowing the Merrick forces to land their dropships directly inside the industrial complex. The 1st Rangers was a bit of a prestigious post, but they'd been selected for this job for a good reason. On open terrain they were pretty good, in rugged terrain they were surprisingly agile, but in twisting canyons and mountain passes where you had to switch on a dime between running flat out and acting in 3 dimensions they were fucking godlike. Irian was in the foothills near the exit of a river canyon, meaning they had some advantage no matter the approach. Except from literally inside the damn place. On the other hand, he had 8 fabrication vehicles with his hover tank battalion. If they used some of those interior warehouses as an exit for an underground tunnel they could completely turn things around. He'd need to design a shock-absorbing floor for the tunnel to keep them from showing up on seismic, and his own company of pure mediums would need to work with the air wing to keep their attention faced outwards. Idly he ordered his air support to keep menacing them, but not get close enough to actually exchange fire. Then he opened his designer and got to work on a shock-absorbing floor. Hopefully he could have this whole thing sewn up in a few more hours. Part 32. You have to go back, Richards admonished. I don't have to do anything. My response was perhaps more snappish than I intended. They're being invaded. Even if you don't take command, you know you'd want to be there to see them handle it, Richards pointed out. Of course I would. But I'm busy here, I replied. Busy with anything that Hephaestus or I couldn't take on for you. He gave me a pointed look. I flinched. I can work with Andurian Aerospace's board, hell they like me more than you. Hephaestus is more than capable of working with their eggheads on the dropship design. The new jump ship is done and the shipyards are being downgraded to inner sphere tech from the shit used to build themselves and teleport into orbit over Andurian. We're already building the transit teleporters near the jump point to cut down the delivery time to the planet. He listed each one off with an aggressive raising of a finger. We are fine here. The HPG station isn't finished, I grasped at an admittedly weak straw. He gave me a look. Automated. We stared at each other through the screen for a long moment. Finally he sighed, shook his head and leant back in his chair. I know what this about. Oh? What is this about, then? You're scared. He stated with a calm certainty. I spluttered. What? I don't blame you. Didn't want to show it at the time, but when I found you in that hold I just about swore off jumping for good. You have no idea how fucking terrifying it is for a mere meatbag like myself to know that something about jumping put a 90-ton assault mech down and had it whimpering like a babe in a thunderstorm. If that scares you, good. Richards told me straight. But you are here. Haven't gone on a murderous rampage or found yourself falling to pieces. The plans you put to increase your wealth and reach have gone off essentially without a hitch. Now, the only way in which you aren't acting like the commander knew I met on Shiro 3 is that if her creations, her children, were having to fight off a bevy of angry Merrick loyalists, then there's no way that woman wouldn't have been on the first ship back to Shiro. Richards finished and fell quiet. To be honest, I felt ashamed. Oh, it was definitely true, I was afraid. How many times could I make a jump before I cracked and went replicator on the universe? How many until the identity I had left cracked completely and the person I become wasn't the person I am? I wish I knew. I wish I had answers to those questions. I don't. I want to be with my first creations. To see them triumph if nothing else. But I'm just so fucking scared. Darling, you were making a jump on a certified piece of crap. This Star League missed some important full errands using silicon and selenium. And what they didn't miss, a few centuries of jerry-rigging conspired to render rickety and unreliable. Or the ship they gave us was a uniquely awful piece of crap, Hephaestus cut in. My drive is nothing like those in term of performance envelope. The Hephaestus Star Industries, Jaguar hands-free Kearney Fuscata drive is to the humble KF drive as the modern fusion-powered pleasure yachts are to steam-powered paddleboats of old. She purrs along at a sanguine 50 light-years per jump, with a maximum activation to arrival time of 6 seconds. 12 charging nodes. Her length capable of taking in the full load of a traditional solar sail each and with built-in converters to prevent overload and make use a wide variety of power input types. That input rate is doubled for us as for some reason energy is especially good at charging the internals of a KF drive. Hephaestus went into full saleswoman mode in pride of her creation. She'd even managed not to throw sex into it, so clearly it was something she was passionate about. She also produces a tighter, cleaner KF field than her competitors by an order of magnitude. Chances of misjump are reduced exponentially, though admittedly removing human error has a lot to do with that. A better understanding of KF physics has also allowed us to provide a much more exotically shielded hull which will greatly reduce the byblow and side effects of travel through the extra dimensions of existence. Hephaestus finally took on her usual saucy tone as she continued, "What I'm saying, darling, is don't let one bad experience with a fumbling brute put you off entirely. Believe me, I can make it gentle." And there was the double entendre. Why did I expect anything different? One jump. Back to Shiro. If it's still. If I don't like it I reserve the right to camp out like a hermit and start working on a teleporter network. No matter how many centuries it may take. And we wait until after the christening party. Richard Humphreys has been very kind to organize that for us, I finally offer. That's all we ask, Richard agreed with a tired grin. So have you decided on your plans for developing your system? I nod, happy to have something else to talk about. Well, I was thinking the original planet could be kept as a nature preserve of sorts. Instead I wanted to build this arcology for actually living in at the next planet out. A picture came up with a metal ball that connected out with spokes to 3 smaller balls. If seen at the right angle it would almost perfectly match the symbol on Richard's patch. Hey, kind of hard to think how you'd get gravity to a station shaped like that. How high is its orbit going to be? He asked. Oh, that's not an orbital station. That's the planet and those spheres around it are moons, I told him. Dealy 4 doesn't have any moons. It will when we're done with it. Dash. Catherine Matsuka frowned as she slipped weightlessly out of the shadows she'd hidden in. The weight in her backpack sat uneasily, and she kept a weather eye for any signs of security guards. It had been surprisingly easy to hitch aboard the Andurian Aerospace shuttle taking the VIPs to tour the new shipyards. Then again people didn't generally try to keep technicians away from the vessels they serviced. The special stealth suit she was wearing should render her completely invisible to thermal and its optical component meant you'd only really get the impression of movement even when looking at it directly. It wasn't as good as the rumored SLDF power armor, but she was chosen for this mission more due to proximity and time constraints. Some of ROM's top operatives would be coming in for heavier operations later if the wardens remained a problem. The station was massive, but it wasn't like a ground facility where you had to manually find everything. Some careful maneuvering got her into the primary area for EXO workers and through an unguarded airlock. Though calling it unguarded suggested any of them were. As far as she could tell, there weren't any warm bodies on the station just yet. They must have given everyone time off for completing the station so fast. For a brief moment she entertained fantasies about what Comstar could accomplish with the design for whatever tools and techniques allowed the wardens to build such massive constructs so fast. At least part of it was clearly modularity. The station was definitely built of discrete and equally sized components meant to be put together or taken apart quickly. She quizzically shook off any flights of fancy as she floated out into the gantries. The one she entered was part of an array meant for dropships and had 3 piers capable of working on a ship on either side. At the moment it was empty. Exactly as expected. In fact almost all of the piers she could see were empty. Only one ship was in dock, and judging from its size it was clearly a jump ship. She didn't know why they had a jump ship in dock already but it was a fortuitous turn for her mission. It took her nearly half an hour to cover the distance to the dock. Every second of the journey her heart pounded in her chest and her breathing was heavy. She was going through her air supply much faster than she'd projected because of the mounting tension. Even if she hurried, she wasn't entirely certain she'd make it back to the pressurized section before her air ran out. As soon as she thought it, the fear was pushed to the side lest the panic force it to come true. When she finally arrived at the massive vessel she had to stop and stare. It was like nothing she'd ever seen. At a distance she'd thought it had a diamond checkered paint job but now that she was close she could see that wasn't the case. Instead almost the entire surface of the ship was covered in scales the size of light aerospace fighters. Their color was alternating white and pink and offset by one for the next row. In disbelief she approached close enough to touch the hull herself. The edges of the scales were tight with their neighbors. She thought you could fit a piece of cardboard between them, but that was about it. Clearly it had to be some sort of ablative armor system. But who thought armor was a critical system on a jump ship? More importantly, who thought armor was critical but didn't bother to load weapons? It took her a long time of feeling very, very small as she followed the tapering hull towards the fore of the vessel. The scales got thinner as she moved forwards but never shorter. She wondered about that but couldn't see any real purpose to the decision. When she finally reached the very front of the ship the scales abruptly ended into a more traditionally armored hull dotted with subcapital weapons. Why arm it only at the nose? She finally found an airlock. There was a keypad next to it, but it seemed to sense her approach and slid open. For a moment she hesitated, but then her oxygen supply warned her she had only 5 minutes of air left. The chance to replenish her supply was more important than her suspicions. Besides, if anything went wrong she could just end the mission. The fusion bomb in her backpack was more than powerful enough to not only destroy the bow of the ship but it was designed to emit a massive EMP signal that could cause nearby drive coils to respond poorly. The airlock door closed behind her and air began to fill the space. At first it was silent, but as the air returned so did the hissing sound of pressure being established. Then her vision was filled with green as a cloud of colored smoke burst into the air around her. Her suit rubbed oddly as she instinctively raised her arms to defend herself and then she could feel a slight breeze on her naked arms. With a whoosh the interior door opened and a pair of strong hands grabbed her and dragged her into the interior. She coughed on reflex and squinted in the suddenly bright light until she could make out more than dark figures. Floating across from her were not only a team of Andurian palace guard, and a man wearing a white-plumed Corinthian helmet, but Richard Humphreys himself. And then it occurred to her that she was not only captured, but naked as the day she was born. Treason is not lightly punished in the Duchy of Andurian, Miss Matsuka. We have security footage of you moving through this facility. At his words, a screen to one side of the short hallway they were in began playing footage of her trek through the facility. It was oddly washed out in a monochrome soft blue, but despite her camouflage she stood out like a tourist on Terra. We also have security scans of the device you brought with you. This time the screen showed a exploded diagram of the bomb she'd been carrying. This time she paled and tried to look behind her to see if the bomb was still there. That compelled one of the guards holding her to strike her across the cheek. From that, we know that you clearly meant to destroy this shipyard and kill everyone on it. That includes several important members of the Andurian government. Not to be narcissistic but I'd include myself in that group. You will be questioned. You might be tried if we find it convenient to acknowledge your existence. And if whoever you're working for doesn't get the message you'll be only the first to be executed. Richard stared at her with eyes like chips of ice. Take her away. As she was being dragged away, she heard someone ask. What do we tell the guests if they stumble across her? Oh, you know how Hephaestus and I get along. Tell them my date was late and we decided to pull a little prank on her with the decontamination sprayer. It's a party. I'm sure they're drunk enough to buy it by now. I wish I was. Part 33. First Warden Carolina, 4th Kilroy's Rangers. Grumman Amalgamated was, in the opinion of the wardens, the only location on the planet, besides the civilian shelters, that really mattered. While they could certainly rebuild the facility for the company, as the only heavy vehicle manufacturer in the Free World's League area of influence, they were rather hoping to be able to simply let them be on their way their own original tools. Judging from the regiment approaching from the northeast, its partner approaching from the southeast and the mercenary battalion coming from east-southeast, the Merrick forces agreed. With the heavy woods around the facility, they'd decided the heavy tanks and mechs of the 1st and 3rd Rangers would be more hindrance than help. The 2nd was briefly considered, but the concerns of what kind of collateral an artillery duel would have on the city ultimately decided against it. That left protecting Grumman to the 4th Rangers. Their motto was Let's Go Wild. While they'd originally been slated to be commanded by 1st Warden Virginia, her disappearance had passed the duty to one of her former battalion wardens, 1st Warden Carolina. Mainly because the other battalion warden was Pennsylvania and nobody really wanted to see what she would do commanding an actual regiment. Oddly enough they also ended up filling the hole Carolina left in the command structure using a thoroughly non-traditional officer. Captain Humphreys, I need you to take your battalion and head off those mercenaries, Carolina ordered her latest subordinate. Promoting a foreign liaison officer to not only command authority well above their home rank, but then actually giving them a full field command had to be one for the record books. On the other hand she was a deadly capable warrior, supported by a retired captain who'd follow her through hell and lance mates drafted straight from the veteran 1st Defenders of Andurian. Upgrading all their mechs with link engines and giving her a battalion of similarly upgraded medium mechs only made her a deadly asset. Also somewhat heavy for the fight they were expecting to have with the 1st Regulan Hussars, and 2nd Fusiliers of Orient. The 4th Rangers were actually the only regiment that fielded a full regiment of mechs. That was specifically because they were another oddity by Inner Sphere standards. A mech detachment. As part of the Special Operations Task Force, they were permanently attached to the 1st Special Infantry Regiment. One SIR was mostly recruited from non-military and non-police careers like woodsmen and surveyors. While Humphreys' battalion was built around burning down mechs in traditional engagements, there was nothing traditional about the remaining battalions. Battalion, move out towards the Regulan dropship, and careful not to step on the guys set up along the way, Carolina ordered and watched as her main unit marched into the forest and quickly began to spread out by lances. Pennsylvania. Her order brought the Raven running despite it having been a radio call. Yes, ma'am. Pennsylvania all but vibrated as she queried. Take your dogs towards the 2nd Fusiliers. And try not to let them mess with the infantry too much. Carolina ordered. Yes, ma'am. The Raven ran off and then bounded into the forest with the rest of her unit following in a what was amazingly enough a fairly well-ordered formation. A month ago it would have been an unruly mob. Caroline herself focused back on her own forces but was forced to relying on a more zoomed-out view. Her lance consisted of shortbows, archers scaled up 5 tons with AC-20s in each arm and LRM-10s in either torso. They were somewhat unique, but built exactly for the purpose of providing fire support in heavily forested areas where enemies are either going to be completely out of sight or right in your face. Their worst feature was that they only had enough heat sinks for the AC-20s to fire together once, assuming you were standing still. High risk, high reward. Fourth to the bones. External perspective. A pair of heavy tanks with bulldozers fitted were slowly cutting a path through the forest for the heavier elements of the 1st Regulans to move through. Around them 3 Hussar lights and a medium, 2 Wasps, a fire starter, and a Phoenix Hawk tramped through the forest, occasionally jumping to keep an eye out for enemies. They had no idea that all of them were already sensor-painted by a lone raven standing only a few hundred meters away, but because they were still and the trees were thick it might as well have been an ocean between them. Just behind a Wasp, a man rendered all but invisible thanks to his pattern-matching camouflage poncho balanced on a tree branch anchored himself to the trunk and took careful aim with a special launcher. There was a quiet puff and a line sailed across the distance between them. There was a soft thump as a ball of jelly-like substance splat thickly onto the mech's rear armor and then almost instantly hardened into a cement-like substance holding the end of the rope in place. Smiling under his helmet, the man grabbed the rope and lifted it up so despite the slack and the length still reeling out it hung roughly taut between the man and the mech. Quickly he grabbed a package from his waist, unclipping it from his belt and then clipping it to the rope. With a heave he pushed the package down the line and watched in satisfaction as just a bit of decline kept it moving towards the giant construct. Finally it bumped into the rear armor and stuck by the miracle of magnetism to the surface. A hole opened in the center of the package facing the mech's armor and a large diamond-edged drill bit began to eat into the armor. Hearing it at work the man in the trees pulled out a knife and cut the rope, letting it fall to dangle out of the pilot's view. "What the fuck?" the pilot asked as they turned their head trying to see what the hell was making that damned screeching noise. Despite twisting his mech many different ways he saw nothing. The fuck is going on? Before he could actually move to call his superiors, the drill passed into the mech's interior and was quickly pushed out into the cavity. Trailing behind it like a row of ducks was a snake-like chain of explosive charges. Once the last of the chain of explosives entered the chamber, they immediately detonated. The Wasp's chest rocked back and forth suddenly, but most of the damage was contained. Mostly it was the internals and the gyros messed up, with just enough damage to force the engine to shut down. All of the mechs suffered similarly, though a few man-launched SRMs were required to finish the job on the medium. At the vehicles, underground mines passed over by their bulldozer blades activated powerful magnets position on their bottom. The mines were dragged upwards onto the comparatively soft underarmor of the tanks and exploded. Sharing their basic design with heat rounds, tungsten carbide rods superheated and accelerated at extreme speed slammed into the armored undercarriage of the vehicles they were stuck to. Most were unable to penetrate. Even the weaker under-armor too strong to be so easily compromised. One threw shrapnel from the mine's body into the treads and fouled up that tank's treads. Though the damage was light, its position would make it almost impossible to repair in the field, rendering the tank all but useless until it could be towed back to the dropships for repairs. A lance of medium mechs came up the road they'd cleared only a few minutes later. They'd been dispatched to find out what happened to the scout lance but stopped to check in with the tanks. What seems to be the problem? Mines. Must have plotted our course and set them ahead. Didn't actually do much but a fucking golden BB took out my tracks. I'll need a tow back to the ships to get repaired, and a replacement to get the work going again. An angry tanker replied. As they were speaking 2 manned ATVs following a creek and towing a pair of rovers armed with infantry-class PPCs were pulling up just outside the clearing. They stopped and jumped off to quickly unhitch their loads, then turned and sped away like bats out of hell. A remote control uplink from a squad in the trees surrounding the clearing drove the camouflaged rovers through the underbrush until they reached the very edge of the path the tanks had cleared. Both aimed directly for a Phoenix Hawk's right arm, hoping to remove its large laser from the equation. They fired and both directly hit the elbow they were aiming for. The mech's arm dramatically fell to the ground with a heavy thud, and a shouted oath from the pilot. 2 of the lands turned to lash out at the attackers, while the other 2 moved towards the vehicles while trying to carefully check their surroundings. 3 30-ton mechs suddenly jumped into the clearing between the 2 halves of the lance. All of them were the same model, the very first completely new mech designed by the Wardens. Officially titled the Woodsman. It used the Warmer as inspiration, with its oversized side torso pylons bracketing its squat head. Each side torso had 4 small lasers, and in its right arm it held a hatchet with a blade made of the alloy used in news buildings and with diamond teeth coating its edge. The Rangers were moving to have it renamed the Bullfrog, and always referred to it as that or simply the Frog in their communications. In any case, the one that landed closest to the vehicles immediately lashed out with all of his lasers at a hunchback's hunch, 14 heatsinks easily handling the heat of both jumping and alpha striking. The damage ripped open the armor around its AC-20. The pilot tried to fight back, Two medium lasers burning into the bullfrog, but its only chance to fire its most devastating weapon was wasted on a shot that went well over his enemy's shoulders. A rising swing from the hatchet caught just below the cannon and forcibly tore it from its mount. While the hunchback was busy, his Shadow Hawk lancemate took the back of a hatchet across the head. While his armor held, if a bit crumpled, the force of impact and the almighty clang hit him with the force of a stun grenade. By the time he'd recovered, his right arm was gone and his medium laser weaponry with it. The trebuchet of the other half of the lance was simply unlucky. Its back of the right torso had been damaged in a distant battle and the ammo storage had less than the usual armor between it and the outside world in the back. While 8 small lasers would have wreaked serious destruction no matter what, they'd been mostly aimed for the left side to avoid cooking off the ammo. A sudden attempt to juke by the pilot brought the heat of a burning laser dangerously close to an LRM warhead. The rest, as they say, was salvage. With its arm damaged, the Shadow Hawk tried to get away, hitting its jump jets to try and force a confrontation in the actual forest. However, the infantry below were hardly out of tricks. 4 lines of rope, each stronger than steel cable 4 times its thickness, shot out of the forest below and briefly connected with the legs. The quick cement set while the ropes were still giving slack, but soon after it hardened, the slack ended and the ropes went taut. Forces of immense power strained every part of the system immediately. Pinions were pulled, rope strands were tested, quick cement was put under massive pressure as the rope it was holding tried to escape. It was the last that gave first, but it held for a single moment. That moment was enough for the legs of the mech to jerk back, throwing off the directional thrust of its jump jets. It tumbled to the ground, smashing into it chest first and sending its pilot for a wild and bumpy ride. Before it could stand, the bullfrog landed next to it and brought down its hatchet. It cleanly decapitated the mech and let the cockpit tumble to the forest floor, pilot still inside. He was infantry's problem now. There wasn't time for a response before the mechs jumped right back out. One had its leg take a good mangling from the tank fire, but its jump jets were in its torso, so it had no problem retreating. For about 10 minutes the tankers argued about what to do before finally coming to a decision. They piled their crew onto the remaining tank and retreated like a bat out of hell, the crippled remains of the medium lance hot on their heels. Dash! With the 2nd Fusiliers of Orient. A invading Wolverine pilot stopped as he heard something strange. Was that growling? He turned to find the source and came face to face with nothing. Confused, he followed the sound and looked down. The thing barely came up to his mech's thighs, though that could be because it was hunched over. It looked a great deal like a gorilla except with a dome-shaped head, and the knuckles of the hands it was resting on were connected to some very wicked-looking claws. The whole thing was dark forest green and smoke grey forest camo and had the most adorable cartoon of a bulldog puppy painted on its shoulder. Kill! A female voice echoed through the forest clearing. It leapt at him even as he tried to get a bead on it. The damn thing clamped onto his thigh and clambered around to hang off his side. Then it put the one small laser in its chest to work on his upper leg while the claws scrabbled and dug at the nearby armor or even ripped out chunks that had been weakened by the laser. Get it off me! Somebody get it off me! The Wolverine pilot screamed as his mech drunkenly swerved around trying to get rid of its unwelcome limpet. He didn't even see the second one as it leapt onto the back of his shoulder and overbalanced him, sending him crashing to the ground. Dash! With the headhunters. Madeline Humphreys looked at the smoking remains of the mech still scattered through the depression their forces had met in. How are we doing? Lost a couple from Magma Lance. Thunder Company lost 5. Tornado Company lost 2. Everyone else is pretty good, not counting armor. We've got 2 legs that need replacing and several medium lasers. That's really about it, Marcus reported. That's it. We annihilated a battalion in open combat. There's got to be more, Madeline replied in confusion. It may look even on the numbers chart, but we had them outgunned at least 2 to 1. Once the battle hit middle range they just didn't stand a chance, Marcus replied. Hey! Well, send Tornado Company to go secure those dropships. No point letting them get away now, she ordered. Yes, ma'am. Dash. External perspective, Merrick Forces, area near Grumman Amalgamated Shiro 3 facility. That evening the leadership of the Hussars and the Fusiliers had a conference. While the Regulans had only had the one ambush, the Fusiliers had sent a larger scouting force and had paid for it in the loss of a complete company plus several specialized recon vehicles. It took a while to agree on a plan of action, but ultimately they did. On the morning of the second day both regiments stayed near their dropships and began a major project of clearing trees and brush between their dropships and the forest. Even cutting into the forest itself to give them range. When that was completed in the late morning they switched to digging deep trenches along the tree line. They spent the afternoon facing harassing fire from the forest as they dug and had to hose it down with machine guns many times. Still they lost dozens of infantry to surprise bouts of enemy fire, and 2 work vehicles when the enemy decided to bring man-portable SRMs out to play. In the early morning hours, with the ditch finished and most of their workers sleeping off their hard day, the mechs of the regiments went to work. Inferno SRMs, flamers, and lasers were fired en masse into the forest. Soon it was a flaming inferno deep into the local woods and spreading fast. This exact same scene played out at the other landing site. Content: they moved back to surround their dropships and wait. Either they'd be attacked or the fire would burn unabated. Whichever way, at least they wouldn't be fighting in the fucking forest anymore. Part 34. POV Captain William Terrence, 30th Merrick Militia, Irian Battle Mech Factory, Shiro 3. Captain Terrence, 30th Merrick Militia, growled to himself as he read the latest reports. He'd brought them with him into the cockpit, better to get them read while doing busy work like patrolling the center's interior. Mostly it detailed exactly how bad a shitstorm they'd walked into. Whoever these fuckers were, they were good at stealth and indirect fire. Nobody heard from Nanso, and knowing those Orloff hard asses, that meant they were probably all stone dead. And they weren't the only no-calls. Even now nobody knew whether Duncan lived, and losing a captain general generally didn't look good on anyone's record. Sir. Private Myra Argoulus of the company's scout lance hesitantly spoke. Out with it, kid, he just barely managed not to snap. God, he hated political appointees. Even if the Gibsonite started at the bottom, she'd still started at the bottom of a veteran unit rather than a cadre unit where she belonged. I'm getting readings on seismic, but it's... Well, it's coming from somewhere strange, sir, the girl said. And where might that be? His tone turned acidic at the girls beating around the bush. Well, it's coming from the warehouses up ahead, sir. But those were all supposed to be empty, she explained. I see. Maybe some of the merc fuckers decided to take the plant's merchandise for a joyride. Don't know, don't care. We're going to check on it, and we're going to do it like professionals. Scouts, hang back. Scots, you're with me front and center. Medium, stack up on either side. We'll have a crossfire in case it turns out to be. His voice was lost in the screeching of metal as a giant hand ripped through the warehouse's flimsy roll-up door. Fire! He called, not bothering to find out exactly what was behind that door. Lasers, PPCs, and a few autocannon rounds of various calibers speared into the warehouse, intent on taking down the unknown mech. A heavily damaged Victor stumbled out. The famous autocannon arm missing completely. In fact, its whole right torso was torn to hell and back along with the legs. While there were some scorch marks and a long rent up the armor on the left arm, the left side of the mech hadn't suffered too badly. Which turned out to be a really bad thing when it fired a 3-pack of SRM-4S into a Phoenix Hawk, ripping the armor from its torso. It followed up with a pair of medium lasers from its arm, spearing the Phoenix Hawk's engine and causing a rather spectacular steam explosion that rained shrapnel on his nearby lance mate. He started hauling backwards as he shot his Marauders PPCs at the angry assault mech. The Warhammer next to him started the same maneuver but took a pair of PPCs to its right chest, jerking it around and fouling its aim. A flicker of his eyes only caught a smoldering hole in another warehouse that the attacker must have fired through. There wasn't time to fully shift his attention though, as the fight directly ahead of him only got worse. Just as the Warhammer had been spun from taking his shot, a hunchback took a similar hit to the armor hunch that sent its AC-20 round wide and tearing into the wall of a nearby building. Having announced its presence, a second Victor stepped out of the shadow of the first. The gun arm was still roughly aimed at the hunchback, but the torso was turned slightly to face the Vindicator next to it. That Vindicator soon suffered the same spray of SRMs as the assault's first victim. Terrence watched as one of his assassin mechs, already damaged from his lance mate's explosion, started a jump backwards, which was soon mimicked by another lance mate's Vindicator. The damaged Victor simply jumped after the assassin, despite taking another PPC to the back of the chest from the Vindicator. Its arm lasers and one of its SRM launchers fired, the damage spread around such that most of it didn't penetrate the armor. One missile, though, hit a spot just below the hip on the left side that had already been damaged. Though remaining armor mostly blunted the blow, it still savaged a significant part of the assassin's leg myomeres. In a panic, he switched his radio to the command channel. Larger than life. He physically flinched at the sound of a drunken choir belting out a song. Faintly he could hear another voice trying to transmit past them, but it was useless trying to interpret the bare few phonemes he could even make out. Huffing, he switched to the regiment's backup channel. Da hero. Before he could hit the switch to turn it off, 4 cobalt beams speared out from the warehouse and bit into his knees. It wasn't as bad a hit, mostly on the armor, but it was enough to force him to slow down lest the force of the hit lay him flat. To one side he could see the damaged Victor, reduced to an unarmed stick with only his centermost assembly, kicking the assassin in the leg. The sheer weight differential translated to massive damage to the medium mech's leg. Only the pilot's experience and skill allowed him to remain standing despite the crippling blow. The Vindicator wasn't as lucky. It landed directly in front of a Warhammer that had just torn from the other warehouse. 3 emerald beams from each side torso and one from right next to the head speared out and into the mech, until some of the beams could be literally seen coming out the other side to scorch into pavement. About half the beams hit the center torso while the majority burned into the right side of the chest. It staggered back all but mortally wounded. And then the fire of a large caliber autocannon tore into it from the rear and snuffed out its engine in a single relatively clean shot. 2 more Victors, with hover tanks literally scurrying past their feet, exited the first warehouse. Desperate to do something, anything, he slid his target indicators over the damaged Victor and fired both PPCs. His shots cleanly struck the torso and caused its SRM ammunition to explode in a glorious fireball that caught the assassin as well, erasing them both from existence. The new pair of Victors ignored the explosion, though only one charged towards Terrence's Marauder. From all too close the Victor slowed down, simply ignoring the medium lasers scoring into its torso. It raised its gun arm, turning so all the captain could see was the open barrel, the mech's shoulder and the armored head cockpit beyond that. His blood roared in his ears, drowning out almost all of the sound around him. Larger than life. Ofu. Part 35. General Cassandra Blake, Unnamed Island, Shiro 3. General Cassandra Blake stood on the beach looking out into crystal blue waters. The weather was perfect. A few people had even stripped down to their underwear and gone swimming. She fingered the loose silk fabric of her shirt in contemplation but ultimately decided against it. Not that she gave a shit about keeping up appearances or anything, she just wouldn't enjoy such an activity with so much on her mind. Her eyes tracked to the island's small airport, also the home to its only medical facility. That was actually fenced off, though they'd admit you with guard if you asked. Mainly it was just where they kept those on suicide watch. Sadly there was a lot of that going around. A mech warrior of the 6th Orlov, a corporal she thought, was standing just inside the fence looking out with dead eyes. Dispossessed. The former captain of the monolith was right there next to her, both in white silk shirts and pants just like everyone else. Behind them stood a pair of what looked like army medics, unarmed but ready to stop their patients from doing anything. Dura-stick. Giving the whole place another look over, she started to realize a rather obvious trend. Mostly the PBIs, poor bloody infantry, were taking their captivity in stride. Many even enjoyed it, though there was a small group of completely pissed off individuals too. The aerospace pilots kept pacing like caged tigers despite the island being rather large and by no means confining. Techs seemed to be in a state of ennui, sluggish but not clearly struggling all that much either. Mech warriors, ship pilots, captains, they were all morose basket cases, as likely to give you a faint smile as to tear you a new one for being born without their permission. It was the tankers though that remained a mystery. They'd banded together, claimed a small section of the cabins as their own and pretty much ignored everyone else's existence. She was drawn from her thoughts by the subtle thrumming of jet engines. Many eyes joined hers as they turned to watch a trio of large jets, blocky and clearly meant for cargo, approach the island. Their pink and white paint made their origin clear. Almost without her input she wandered over to the fence between the rest of the island and the airfield. As she watched, men and women in FWLM uniforms and mech warriors wearing as little as possible were escorted out of a side door in long thin lines and then admitted in small groups into the medical facility. She knew from personal experience that they'd eventually exit dressed in the same white silk garb as everyone else. Only one group had evaded the process, and that was the 13th Militia, which had been dropped off by dropship already wearing them. The story of how it happened would probably be amusing someday. When it stopped driving her to the edge of panic attack every time she thought about it. Last of all came two individuals who clearly didn't belong with the rest. One was a young redhead in a long green dress that all but screamed noblewoman. The other was a tall thin man who wore rectangular thin frame glasses. They made their way directly to the airport's main building, the guards barely sparing them a second look. A few minutes after, an MP exited the building and walked over to the fence. "Is there a General Blake here? Who wants to know?" One of the more belligerent mech warriors shot back. "Officials of the Andurian government are here to discuss conditions for your eventual release to League territory. Of course, if you have decided you enjoy our little slice of paradise here and want to stay forever, you might want to keep that tone up." The MP shot back unimpressed. "I'm General Blake," Cassandra called out in a command tone. People pulled back from around her, some even saluting. Waste of fucking time, though she was at least grateful she wouldn't have to climb over them as she made her way to the gate. The outer gate was opened by an operator safely on the airfield side of the fence and she walked in head high. It closed behind her and then moments later the inner gate opened. She almost smirked when she noticed the MP twitch as he forcefully contained his urge to salute the brass. Clearly she was still held in some respect in these parts. He turned smartly and led her to the same facility as their guests and then to a simple, actually rather boringly mundane, conference room. Both individuals were already seated, but stood out of respect when she entered. "General. Please allow us to introduce ourselves," the woman started. "My name is Dalma Humphreys. I'll be representing Andurian in these discussions. My associate is Lyle Memphis, of the firm Dressler, Memphis and Memphis, of which he is a partner. He was retained by Commander New and will be representing the interests of the Lost Wardens in these discussions." Charmed. "So, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been no word of Duncan's death. The amount of people captured here is impressive, but they certainly don't represent the entire force, so I'm thinking the invasion hasn't been sewn up quite that quickly. Why come to me, and why now?" General Blake asked. She kept her eyes on the Humphreys girl, Dame Catherine's favorite granddaughter if she recalled right, and she always had a good memory for people. Dalma smiled. You're correct, Duncan may yet live, and anything we attempted to agree to could be trivially overturned. Unless we spoke to you not in your capacity as general but as part of the LCCC. Cassandra leaned back, letting her mind chew on that. It was all political bullshit, but the kind that could keep her from getting shot for treason if Duncan didn't like what she hammered out. All right. So as an advisor to the council, what do you want with me? Continuity mostly. Mr. Memphis gestured broadly with his hands. We have little confidence that Duncan Merrick will retain the post of Captain General for much longer. Even if those such as the Duchess of Tamarind have thus far found the post undesirable, after the material losses and embarrassment of this attack they will do so just to keep Lyran from doing worse than increased probing across the border. So we thought it best to start talks with someone who would likely still be there to see them out in a few years' time, Dalma finished. General Blake nodded. It made sense from one perspective. There was still a chance that Duncan may have survived the crash, and may scrape up the political capital not to get completely defanged or dethroned. But that didn't change that right now he was missing, and as part of the council she'd be part of finalizing whatever agreement they were looking for. I assume you have some demands then, and of course I want assurances on my people getting home. With as much of their equipment as possible. I believe returning your people would be as good a place as any to start the conversation, Mr. Memphis said. I agree, Dalma said and smiled. She had one of those broad, toothy smiles that almost made Cassandra want to smile back. Of course she clamped down on that. She may be more free with her thoughts than many ranking officers had liked, but she knew when to be professional. Given the shitstorm she was caught up, she'd need her best poker face for the next little while. Dash. Commander knew. Jump in 10 seconds. Only the fact that even with the changes in drive design you still couldn't stop a jump after it initiated kept me from slamming the whole process to a halt. Still I mentally counted down the seconds with a morbid resignation. Once again I had that momentary disembodied feeling. Floating in space, drinking in the rays of twin suns. But this time it was over almost as soon as it had begun. A sort of tingling feeling in my extremities lingered in its wake. Well, that was less bad. I murmured as I felt out my body. It still felt changed. But now it was like noticing you'd suddenly developed a tan, not what you're used to but not terrifyingly so. Of course the resource core identifier was once again affected, but it was only a few thousandths of a picosecond desynchronized. Too much to maintain network integrity, but not enough to seriously affect my sense of identity. Turning my attention outward, I couldn't help a smile at feeling my first jump ship design, the Dandelion class, especially as it was now proven. The solid-state drive was bound in a titanium carbide shell that shaped it into a simple rod that sat at the center and acted as the main beam of the vessel. At the rear was a large bulb in which the engines sat. One massive fusion torch dominated the assembly, but almost a dozen small thrusters encircled it angled outwards. These weren't even remotely as powerful as the main engine, but they were simple to control and more than enough to shift the trajectory and keep it on course over long journeys. Rather than a simple hull, there were 3 types of rings stripping its surface. A ring of energy plants to ensure power availability, a ring of metal storage to provide startup capital for colonizing efforts, and a more general cargo ring. Providing an outermost layer were scores of fighter launch catapults with built-in fabricators to easily replace whatever losses they might suffer, or grow their numbers of fabricator drones if time was of the essence. They could even be used to attach tow lines, allowing fighters to act like guided Harkins as seen in the Code Geass series. Finally around them was the armor plates, made mostly out of the same general armor as was used on mechs. They were also installed in a unique scaled configuration, as each and every plate also functioned as a door to one of the catapults. Each plate could slide a few feet backwards to give the next one down room to lift its door in case only a few fighters are needed, otherwise the entire assembly unfolds like a pine cone, allowing every single catapult to launch its charge at the same time. Lastly, the ship's nose was an egg-shaped dropship, based on the Excalibur but scaled up significantly, tentatively named the Gram. It provided the facilities to carry an entire combined arms regiment, including its own squadron of aerospace fighters. Of course the bays were modularly designed, though the armor in the area would need to be stripped while the work was done. So one could function as an aerospace carrier, command center, carry a full mech regiment, luxury passenger accommodations, or simple cargo. Unfortunately, cargo hauling was best done in the Gram, since while the other rings could be used, they were a bit of a pain in the ass to get into or out of. Well, if you were going for mass hauling at least. If you were a courier and just needed 1 or 2 very specific cargo containers worth of goods at a time, it was almost perfect. Should the ship be under threat from a warship, the main assembly was considered expendable and made for an excellent kinetic impact device. Also, a good way to pin one down, since they couldn't use their own drive while in close proximity to another drive's coil. Oh good, they finished the teleporter. We'll just send a fab drone and build one of my links on it. Voila, instant guest privileges. Let's see what everyone's been up to. Vulcan. You have some explaining to do, Mr. Part 36. Dash. Commander Nu, Shiro, Nader jump point. I desperately wanted to rub the bridge of my nose and sigh. It was a great gesture, and this moment really deserved it. Okay, I understand the false flag OP on the HPG station. Hell, I'd had Kilroy write up an operational document on it myself. Clearly that was a contingency, and you used it correctly. But what the fuck were you thinking sending off an incognito mercenary force when we hadn't developed false bodies for them to use? Nu asked. They're not going to fool anybody when they can't get out of the cockpit, and being deniable loses its advantage when everyone already knows they're ours. Hell, the Black Wardens for that matter. They were supposed to be our most battle-hardened, experienced, and most importantly acquainted with dealing with humans. Creating them from scratch is meaningless, I growled. I was doing what needed to be done. The largest warden facility and all of our existing wardens were my responsibility. Andurian wasn't going to reinforce the local garrison. We were expecting Kilroy's forces to be gravely outnumbered and we had no idea if all of our plans would work. I did what I had to do, Vulcan replied, seemingly unfazed by anger. Oh bullshit. You and I both know that with enough Archer drones and Leopard gunships there wasn't anything the League could throw at you to provide any real danger. And even if they could, they'd throw it at Shiro 3, not our actual facilities, I argued. And if it was the Commonwealth, or the Combine? We know very little about the other major powers, and even less about their movements. A source of information on the larger galaxy was needed. And you were gone. Vulcan shot back. His last sentence made me stop. I think I see where this is coming from, now. Not that I could exactly throw stones. Vulcan. I understand that you were afraid. I'm sorry I put you through that, simply disappearing on you must been quite traumatic. But I will not always be here. And that fact does not make it okay to go off picking fights. Yes, I know what you were doing, with the rest of the inner sphere. Or the periphery, the deep periphery pocket empires are probably okay though, I admonished. It is not the place of the wardens to destroy the current order of humanity through force. While some may be judged rogue states, like the Cersanians or Comstar, most are at least serviceable for this era. It is the warden's job to educate, inspire, and to some extent supply humanity so that they may eventually uplift themselves. I see. And what is all of this with the Andurians, then? Vulcan's tone was dryly skeptical. I never said we were going for total non-interference. Hell, as long as we keep it to the level of a single wealthy nation, giving them an extra factor to play off of is a great thing. But single wealthy nations don't dare the entire inner sphere to try and invade them. Overwhelmingly powerful superpowers do that. Which we might actually be, but bringing that force to bear would piss all over our main goals, so we won't. I tell him. You are contradictory, and hypocritical. Vulcan tells me. Yep, I agree easily. There is no one overriding right thing in this universe, except physics, Vulcan. If you aren't at least a little contradictory and hypocritical, then you are certainly doing something wrong. I mentally struck a line through my tentative plans to unite the Chain Lane Isles as a breakwater against the Clanner invasion. I clearly wasn't going to be traveling more than a few jumps out for a while. Well. It would give me time to work on creating a functional false body. Look, we'll work on it. I can afford to stick around for a while. We're going to be building up Dealey anyways and it's pretty close by, so I'll just come back and forth a lot. I should really be keeping an eye on Fee and whoever winds up head of research/administration in the new system too. Only once they're mature enough to really handle my absence will it be worth expanding. Now. How's the defense going? There have been 6 major zones of contention. Shimagata, Nanso, Irian's main factory on the planet, Grumman Amalgamated's Ontu's factory, the Decoy Orbital Castle, and the mountains where Duncan Merrick's Overlord went down. Vulcan started. That reminds me, we're going to have a long talk later about the appropriate times and places for assassinating major galactic leaders. But for now, please continue. I really need to make sure Fee isn't having these kinds of problems. Andurian is a far more sensitive system than Shiro. Over the last week, the regiment attacking Nanso has been crushed. As have both the invaders and the security forces at Irian's security. According to the mercenaries captured at the site, Irian hired them to ensure the facility returned to Merrick hands, Vulcan continued while I made a mental note to look into avenues of economic warfare with the corporation. Of course the regiment assigned to the orbital decoy were easily captured. The docks were filled with fabricators for the purpose of making new Super Leopard pocket warships. We simply reclaimed everything that wasn't living and then sent in police from the evacuated cities to secure them. 2 regiments attacked Shimagata, both have been dealt decisive damage. Our 3rd Rangers will be bringing their tanks and air power to the city in about 2 hours. The fighting is expected to end soon after. Likewise 2 regiments and a mercenary battalion attacked Grumman. Lt. Humphreys wiped out the mercenaries while ambushes destroyed the leading elements of the invading regiments. Rather than risk continued forest warfare, the invaders then started a massive forest fire in the hopes of clearing the land for their attack. As soon as the problem was identified, the rest of the forest was cleared out by the defenders and, after a fire break, a forest camouflage mount course was built between the defenders and the factory. Since discovering this complication yesterday, the invaders have been reluctant to leave the camps around their dropships. The first Rangers have already been called in to lead heavy assaults on the dropships themselves and push the invaders out of the area entirely. Only 3 regiments have remained out of the battle entirely. All of them are in the mountains searching for the Overlord's crash site. While we know there are survivors at the crash site, they appear to lack any long-range communications equipment as they have not coordinated in any way with those searching for them, Vulcan finished. So I can use a force to harass the searchers. Demoralize them. Make sure that when they eventually find their Captain General that they're a sorry lot, rather than making him feel powerful and invincible. Then we can cut a deal to end this before it goes too far. I nod to myself as I confirm the plan. Of course, if he's dead from the crash, then it won't make tons of difference either way. Now, time to make real use of this whole remote-controlled mech thing. I announce before stalking over to my mech bay. Even pushing my gram to its max of 3G forces, it will still take me a few hours to get on planet. Plenty of time to get some sim practice and modify one of my designs into an acceptable avatar. Hey! I thought you'd be a lot more angry over what I sent the Canopians, Vulcan mused. Wait. What? Part 37. I stood in my wyvern, customized with Howling Banshee helmet, and examined the articulation of my fingers. Dust occasionally billowed past me when the artillery vehicles behind me fired off a volley. Still, I was far more interested in these digits. Unlike my own august presence, I couldn't feel these digits. Yet I received enough input from them that I knew everything I would know from my own senses. If I pressed my thumb and middle finger together, I knew they were touching and how much pressure they were exerting on each other and when to stop lest I damage the armor. I didn't even have to think about it, much like my own senses. But they weren't senses, and that just made everything weird. Returning my attention to the artillery bombardment going on behind me, I sighed. Pack it up, kids. We're not accomplishing anything here. Despite my best attempt, the gun on my 80-ton artillery vehicle simply wasn't proving effective without access to an actual thumper or sniper to base it on. Everything seemed fine, but the final result was simply too spread out. It'd strip a few kilograms off a target's armor, but nothing short of a direct hit would cause notable damage to a fresh mech. Even then, actual damage done varied wildly based on what, where, and what angle it hit. Orbital. You have a go. Hit them with some rods from God. At my words, a leopard in low orbit fired off a pair of tungsten carbide rod at an angle that would take them directly towards the lands of Mech Swede had spotted. This time the artillery hit like Thor's hammer, punishing some uppity mortals. All 4 mechs were soon marked as mission killed. Okay, that's the heavies taken care of. Move in a medium company and some VTOLs to secure the area, and some troops to take that command center. Try not to kill the ranking officers. I ordered. Commander, First Warden New York contacted me, the fucktards in Shim Agata have finally surrendered. The federal shitheads from the Merrick militia are on their way to the island. Those mercenary assholes have been stripped of a fully loaded Union and the rest have had their passage paid to get the fuck out of Andurian space. Good. I assume Kilroy is shifting you to Grummins. I ask. Yab. Apparently while the fuckers there are stymied, they're not really pulling out either. We'll give them a shot to surrender, but if they don't, Kilroy wants them gone. One way or the other, New York reported. Good, I could use the 1st and 4th up here to run down these search teams. We'll need your regiment on rapid response. Not much is stopping these guys from getting back on dropships and trying their luck somewhere else. Actually, I'm kind of surprised they haven't thought to just use a dropship for a recon flight and find the crash site that way, I mused. Any word on whether the high fucker general actually survived? He asked. None yet. We're definitely seeing a basic camp go up, but there hasn't been any attempt to communicate. New looked off in the direction that would lead to the crash site. Well, assuming there wasn't a gross lot of nearly impassable mountains in the way. We have just received our first transmissions from the Andurian Warden HPG station, Vulcan interrupted her. Data exchange is now established. You have several missives waiting for your attention, Commander. Thank you, Vulcan. I quickly perused the messages, all of them were from First Warden Richards. Apparently, a representative from the Free Rasselhog Republic was sniffing around looking to purchase some battle mechs. Nothing in particular specified. A few outfits interested in the wyverns though. Waco Rangers, Eridani Light Horse, Kellhounds. Wolf Dragoons, why am I not surprised? An inquiry on ordering wyverns from the Illyrian Palatinate? I am surprised. Word must have spread further and faster than I thought. I deleted the message from the Marian hegemony without even looking at it. An offer from the Taurians to resettle in their neck of the woods was interesting, mostly in that it could potentially be negotiated down to a base in the area. That could work to train troops and get them some real combat experience against the periphery pirates and unofficial Davian raids. I was there for months and nobody sends me anything. I'm gone for a few days and suddenly every minor faction in the sphere wants to make a deal. I didn't think that was a coincidence. Perhaps they found the retired tech with a pleasant disposition ever so slightly less intimidating than the 13-meter-tall death machine. If they thought he was the more gullible, they'd be in for an unpleasant surprise. Carolina. Send Liaison Humphreys my way when you have a chance. Tell her I need her input on certain trade deals. I mean anything going to FRR or St. Ives. I guess they didn't send a request, actually, pity that. Anyways, anything going to an actual nation state is going to need to be delivered with Anero's new dropships for power feeds and the like. That'll have some effect on how quick Andurian can buy them up. Will do, Commander. I'll just tell her it's a matter of interstate arms trades. That should adequately prepare her for the subject. Carolina replied. Great. Arming up the FRR was a high priority for me. Not only did it give the Combine and Commonwealth someone else to worry about, but it was pretty much Grand Central for the coming clan invasion. I still wasn't certain what I should do about that. Whether to stop it altogether, or simply arm up the inner sphere to the point where they really ground down the invading clans in a way they just couldn't quite manage during the original invasion. Each had its upsides and downsides. They motivated different people towards very different goals. Allowing an invasion could well and truly unite the inner sphere, but at the cost of many lives and leaving planets under possibly decades of clan administration. Conversely, not having the clans could mean the inner sphere learns less than nothing, people meant to change things get passed over or don't get support to realize their vision, and everything backslides into third succession war territory of long grinding low-level attrition warfare. Hard decisions. A ping caught my attention and I turned my attention to the satellite feed of the mountains. Just 30 kilometers from the crash site, a locust had gotten turned around and wandered far off its patrol grid. Now it finally turned into a basin that went perpendicular to the crash site. It was only a matter of minutes before they discovered the trail, and maybe an hour before they got in something with the jump capacity to follow the trail. Welp, looks like time is just about up. Soon we'll know. Did Duncan live? Or did the crash get him a few months early? I looked up into the sky and briefly calculated the forces involved in the descent. I wouldn't bet on it, myself. But sometimes those who bet win the jackpot. Part 38. Sometimes the coin lands on the edge. It almost never happens. Practically impossible and totally improbable. But physics doesn't exactly ask probabilities permission. Duncan Merrick was in a coma. Which was admittedly luckier than about 70% of the Overlord's crew who either died in the crash or died of lack of adequate medical care soon thereafter. He'd beat the odds, barely. Now he was resting under the guardianship of the 2nd Free World's Guards Command Company in a small hospital in a harbor town at the foot of the mountains. Everyone else was stuffed back inside their dropships, waiting for word on when they were going to leave and where the hell they were going to be going. The closest hospital with the facilities to provide him the kind of care that could make a difference is Andurian. Next to that is Mozero. It's not a bad location, but it's far away from his most loyal supporters. Despite having a good safe presence, it just wouldn't be safe for him for very long in real terms. Orient was a much better destination, but one jump further out and pretty much all of them along the Capellan border. If I took him aboard my own Dandelion, it'd be less traumatic to him along the way and we could make the journey to Atrus itself in only 6 jumps. That would mean going somewhere fortified to hell and back and landing my own goddamn gram. Not going to happen. From Shiro it was only 40 light years to Mozero and I could make that in a single jump. But if they just cut through an uninhabited system it wouldn't be more than a single recharge cycle. They could begin treatment there and then move on to Orient or Atrus with the immediate problems at least stabilized. I walked my wyvern up to the guard company and waited for the company leader to pop out and address me. 2 of them walked forwards to menace me, but not actually being anywhere near them made even Atlas's less intimidating. State your business. I have an offer for your leader. Seeing as how it might get your Captain General to proper care more swiftly, I thought he might be interested. If I'm wrong. I subtly jibbed at them to put some hurry into it, and preferably treat me with a bit more respect. Wait here. Or not. But at least they were coming. After a few minutes a mech powered up in the opposite courtyard of the hospital. With surprising grace and delicacy, a Battlemaster sidled around the building without touching and came to stand in front of me. I'm Colonel Kim Bolton. You had something to offer. Their commander was audibly an old man, but his voice was still strong despite it. I'll be returning 2 Invader-class jump ships to League crews and the Free World's Guards units as they are all still active. I tell him. What do you want? He asks. Nothing you can give me. But for the moment, an order to all remaining forces to cooperate with us until we can get them repatriated to the League wouldn't go amiss. I know it won't help as much as I'd like, but it was all I could really expect from a colonel. The big decisions would fall to his superiors. Fine. If that's what it takes, the colonel easily agreed. It took hours to get everyone loaded, and the jump ship crews had to be sent ahead early in order to get the ships warmed up. Several captured doctors were released to help keep Duncan stable during the journey. After only a week and a half, the invasion of Shiro 3 was over. Kilroy, I'm going to have Fee send us another 2 dandelions. I want the 1st Rangers to take 1 to Dealey and get started on building us a foothold. Then get Pennsylvania organizing survey teams for the 2nd. I want as many of the nearby systems surveyed for habitable planets, easily terraformed planets, and planets our neighbors could easily mine for important minerals. I'm going to need something to offer them if I want to curb future adventurism into Liao space until we're really ready. Now that the war was all but over, it was time to get the ball rolling on winning the peace. Vulcan, I want the design plans for that monolith. It'll provide an ideal start for creating our own supertanker class. That'll be kind of important if we're going to be delivering crap to all and sundry. Part 39. It took a bit, but I'd eventually managed to massage a proto-mech design that more or less visually matched the wyvern I'd been piloting for the last few days. Once I had it, I took to personally patrolling the tent city, going up outside Shimagata as we tried to clear the rubble from the streets and demolish unsafe buildings in preparation of building new ones. While most of the suburbs were safe, the workers tended to keep their whole families nearby to save on fuel. Nanzo was still not exporting at the moment, driving fuel costs through the roof. The wardens were physically helping, especially with industrial mechs and munition removal, but they were also spread throughout the temporary settlement on entirely different missions. Young women were hired and given bins of toys and educational materials ripped largely from my memories with the rough edges sanded off by the research department. They were placed in charge of a daycare facility for young children where they acted as both caretakers and teachers. The wardens themselves dealt with the existing teachers for older children and teens to arrange additional classes in maths and science. It wasn't as though Andurians were uneducated, but it was in many ways like an elaborate series of escalating trade schools. Many of their most important subjects were still taught by rote, limiting the tools students received to expand their knowledge on their own time. Some of the wardens' techs that had been trained up into proper engineers were teaching classes to help those with some technical knowledge grow into full technical qualifications. Those deemed to have passed the courses were even given paper qualifications and an innocuous stamp on their hand. The ink contained nanomachines that would sink into the skin and maintain their benevolent existence so long as the hand remained alive. These would identify them as course graduates to fellow wardens who would be guaranteed the certification was accurate. As I watched, one of the wardens had his helmet off as he led a lively debate on Star League history. For many who wound up part of the wardens, it wasn't hard to convince them that the Star League was a failed model. It takes much bloodshed to remove a wicked king. How much was spilled without Maximilian Liao so much as batting an eye? And he wasn't even sitting on the throne of Terra, a world that even now the great houses have never managed to invade and conquer. Is that what you want, kings to tax you for their armies so they may go and use your wealth to conquer some core ward periphery farmers' union for their own benefit? The warden argued passionately. His fire team kept close to make sure things stayed a matter of words on both sides. His opponent argued back, but I didn't really pay it any mind. These arguments were common enough even within the limited wardens I'd brought to or hired on Andurian. Listening to another one sounded about as exciting as watching paint dry, and the stupidity it could descend to was bad for the mental health. Better to just let the people involved figure it out, so long as it remained peaceful. All in all, my wardens were embracing their part in the local community and being active within it. This was a start. We'd just have to keep it going after things calmed back down. To my surprise, a civilian power loader soon started to pace me. You know, I really thought you were crazy back when you asked for my Shadow Hawk, Madeline Humphreys transmitted to me from the power loader. I'd personally never given much thought to this whole secession thing. Figured I was just the girl on the ground trying to make my orders work out. When I did think about it though, I didn't expect us to win. And now I was part of the force that kicked their asses out of Andurian. I know we can face them. Maybe not the whole inner sphere, but the League, the Capellans. We don't have to live in fear of them. Madeline turned her loader to look down a row of tents where many children were out on break playing games, especially some variant of soccer. They don't have to live in fear. Well, given the time to replace losses and train new people? You're absolutely right. In fact, I've already contacted Barrett's Fusiliers and they'll actually be back to help train up the Warden's aerospace contingent and participate in war games with our mechs. But we'll need to be vigilant until we recover from the recent warfare, I tell her. She just hummed in agreement. There was a long silence before she finally asked me what was really on her mind. Why did you do it? Why help us? Why not just conquer us and rule the area yourself? I laughed. What would I do with a duchy? I've already reached the point where my wealth in material goods and production outstrips any individual great house. Soon I'll have our primary location on Dealey. Well, I was planning on renaming it Sid, but anyways, that'll be a facility that makes what I've already built seem positively tame. No, what I want is a world where people don't have to constantly watch their skies in mortal fear that some pirate or house duke, same difference in many cases, will decide to raid their planet. That they'll decide to raise their homes and murder their people so he can get just a few more weapons, just a slight bump in temporary power, to squander attempting to murder some other planetary governor and make himself sound more important, I expounded. I want there to be a day when people cry out in fear and desperation and instantly a warden shows up to say not today. No more deaths. Not this time. Not this day. And when the warden leaves I want those same people to go back to their lives, happy, content and hopeful that when they wake up tomorrow they'll still be able to do an honest day's work for an honest day's reward. But what would be the point if I forced that everyone? If they kept that peace out of fear that I'd come with my massive armies? If I were the one they were desperately afraid of? No. I can't give you a better inner sphere. You have to want to be better people, want to rise up above the muck and constant warfare. Someone, somewhere, has to start letting go of the dream of ruling it all and focus on ruling what they've got. You can have your golden age now. You don't need some asshole on a shithole of a throne for things to get better. I emoted widely as I talked. Of course, right now they won't tolerate that. Anyone wanting to rise above the mess is an obstacle to their petty ambitions. And obstacles are for killing. That I can solve. I can make my allies unassailable by the normal assholes. So I'm starting here. Proving that a state within the inner sphere can exist independently of the big five inbred goat fuckers that deign to pretend for the throne. Hopefully, I'm also helping that state learn a new, more prosperous mode of existence to boot. So. You're still insane. Good to know. Madeline replied. I burst out laughing. Yep, definitely insane. Would you want me any other way? She was silent again, long enough it almost became uncomfortable. No, the young Humphreys finally answered. I guess I really wouldn't. So let's get into the nitty-gritty here. How are you going to go about your insane plan for a more prosperous Andurian? I would have grinned if I'd had lips. Now we were starting to make some progress. My thoughts were cut off by the fiery plume of a fuel explosion on the edge of the encampment. Part 40. Thank God there weren't any children in the area, I mused. Yes, however this is clearly an act of terrorism. We can't rule out escalation to such extremes, Vulcan replied. I haven't heard of any demands. What makes this terrorism and not sabotage? I asked him. The tanks set to explode were only reserve tanks. While this could be a simple mistake, they selected the tank that tended to have the most civilians in range when they planted the bomb. This took extra effort and increased their chance of being caught. It was most assuredly their desire to cause maximum casualties among the local population, Vulcan explained. All right, that makes sense. Also probably not a local problem. They'd be targeting us first, I'd think. Though I suppose it is possible. I sighed, we just won't rule anything out just yet. Commander, Madeline's voice was suddenly added to the conversation, I think I have a lead on our saboteurs. All right, let's hear it, I said. Dalma checked in with the general and discovered there were 2 mercenary units that Duncan didn't hire that also landed on Shiro 3. One was Brogonoff's Panzers, a battalion-sized unit, which Warden Marshal Kilroy personally wiped out. The other was a company-sized unit named Starman's Company. They didn't appear in any of the combat zones, and I checked, they aren't listed with the MRB. Madeline nodded to herself as if confirming details. I think they weren't as mercenary as they presented themselves. Some kind of spec ops force, then. I let my mind play over that for a bit. Station A mech battalion at both Grumman's and the former Irian facility. Those are our strategic assets. Make certain you attach spotter companies to each of them and have them on constant patrol in and out. Vulcan, it's time to trade counter-espionage for counter-sabotage. How so, Commander? He sounded honestly curious. We're going into the telecommunications business, Vulcan. Get started on the permits to build cell towers. It's time the 31st century met the iPhone. I actually felt kind of giddy, this would be fun. Do I even want to know? Madeline asked the open line. Probably not, Vulcan dryly replied. Nor am I certain it is such a good idea. There is not such a large gap between such a device and target information sharing presently unseen in the inner sphere. Bah, ours is better by orders of magnitude, I shoot back. You're right, Vulcan. I don't want to know. In fact, I'm hanging up now. The icon representing my connection to her winked out on my HUD. After she disconnected, Vulcan continued, Commander, this is not our only problem. Oh? What else has managed to fall in our laps? I asked him. In this case, a who? During our most recent round of recruiting we found a rather interesting name in our files. Franklin Sakamoto. Franklin. He'd be, what, 16, 17? I asked. According to the paperwork he submitted, 19, Vulcan told me. Bullshitting his age then. The only question is, was this an act of rebellion from an angry young man or the cynical actions of an ISF agent figuring we wouldn't think of a kid as a plant? I guess it doesn't matter in the end. Put him through infantry training, if he shows the talent he should have, then bring him to the attention of an older male first warden and get them to sponsor pilot training and possibly even officer school. I internally smiled to myself as I could already see it playing out in my mind's eye. Push him to perform his best, give him brothers, friends, and a father figure, and we'll have him. If we freely give him the pride and purpose that his own people will only taunt him with tantalizing glimpses of, then we'll win his heart. The rest will follow. And if he's already had that father figure during his earlier training? Vulcan asked. I shrugged my wyvern's shoulders. Then he feeds back the information we want him to. Better the spy you can see than the one you can't. Also, did he arrive on a civilian jump ship? Yes. According to passenger manifests, he was aboard the jump ship in question since it left the Draconis Combine. It was delivering civilian luxuries to Xi'an but had unexpectedly poor sales there. Richards managed to divert them our way as we had an excess of cash to spend on such things. So he's definitely not a part of Starman. I wish that was enough to rule out the Combine at least. I shook my head in frustration. Insurgents were notoriously difficult to root out. On the other hand, I could put some serious sensor coverage down. We could track all the explosives and incendiaries in any given area and look for aberrations, then focus our investigations on those. Tell Kilroy I want basic plans for a simultaneous strike on Odessa and Sharp delivered by tomorrow afternoon. Remind him that if Comster is still active there, then we need to leave enough behind in Odessa for the locals to identify just who was building secret installations in their system, I tell him. Why do I feel the need to bring up glass houses and thrown stones? Vulcan's tone was simply dripping with sarcasm. Well, if we ever turn into a bunch of fanatical dickheads out to fuck over all of humanity, then admittedly the Shiro 2 facility would be a lot less innocent. Still, let's focus on the basics of not being fanatical dickheads before we get around to advanced rules about secret base locations. My reply was both cheery and equally sarcastic. Let's. Oh mate, you never know your own luck. In the vast myriad of alternate worlds there is a Commander New who found herself exploring the multiverse. Her Rob hates her more than most. This is a brief peek of her challenges. Dash. Over the planet of Reach a great battle was about to begin. Covenant vessels, massive and fluid in the shapes of their hulls, slid through space towards the concentrated mass of boxy, geometric hulls of the UNSC. Then a purple portal into slip space opened and a pink and white ship vaguely similar to one of the UNSC hulls exited in haste. Plasma fires burned from within its hull and explosions occasionally ejected tons of armor plating. The ship promptly turned for the largest Covenant ship and accelerated to full flanking speed. Despite withering firepower, the crippled vessel could not be stopped. Broken and withered, it smashed into the bow of the Seeker of Truth and bore at least a few decks deep into the massive vessel. Combat teams raced through the ship in preparation to fight off desperate boarders and capture or kill whatever remained of the crew. That is why a single small team were the first to hear the words echoing from within the ship. Make height stop. They looked at each other in confusion. Make height stop, make height stop, make height stop, make height stop. Suddenly a massive armored figure barreled from the wreckage. A red blast issued from one of its arms and scoured most of the deck clean of life in an instant. Make height stop. Dash. She eventually rode the burning wreckage of the Covenant supership to the surface and was never seen in person again. While UNSC intelligence believes her to still be on the planet, even their deepest penetrating scanners are inadequate to the task finding whatever bolt hole she built for herself. Thankfully she regained full control of her faculties sometime in the week after planetfall and did not kill everyone in a metal tide. Dash. Gueld Hyperspace Test 23, ready to commence. Thus far no instruments have shown any sign of disturbance at any level. To first, second, and 22nd appearances, hyperspace presents no discernible danger. Considering Stargate travel is rather benign, it is hoped this will end far better than the slip space incident. Honestly, I'd stick to Stargates and having the drones worry about hyperspace, but Sam has been pushing me to expand my boundaries. Wish me luck. Dash. No. Are you okay? Sam asked, certainly not used to seeing the massive machine intelligence attempting to curl up in a corner like a frightened child. UAAI. Is it bad? UAAI. Dash. Thank God the ancients invented Stargates. There is simply no other FTL in this universe, Nu commented standing next to her first Stargate of her own design. Well, there is Hyper. No other FTL in this universe. Dash. You know this Mass Effect stuff isn't so bad. A little tingly, but no big deal otherwise. Approaching the relay. And. We're through. Ha, like hitting the head of a pin. I am good. Aren't I good, Commander? Commander. That was interesting. More like getting crushed to the size of a can of tuna and pushed through a cheese grater. So yeah, not so bad really. Dash. It's perfectly safe with the use of a Giller. No. Nu turned and started stomping off. Not just no but hell no. There is a world somewhere in this galaxy with a nope rabbit, and that Nope Rabbit just got with all its Nope Rabbit friends and fucked until the world collapsed under the gravity of 100 trillion Nope Rabbits into a Nope singularity, and that singularity does not contain enough Nope to adequately express how thoroughly I'm denying your request. N. Fucking. Oh. Part 41. Dash. I couldn't help but think that basing a proto-mech design on the infantry units from a tabletop game was somewhat prophetic. That was probably why I was holding a mech-scaled laser rifle, with an underslung SRM launcher. Just the one missile in the launcher. A pair of gimbal-mounted machine guns at the hips emphasized my secondary anti-infantry role. But what landed me in this position was, quite simply, a cabin in the woods. In this case a cabin filled with terrorists and a mech in the backyard. In the woods. With a cellar filled with homemade explosives. We weren't willing to risk the infantry with something literally so volatile under their feet, so we had 3 teams of proto-mechs doing their best impersonation of an infantry section. Tong's team, this is Hammer lead. Confirm status on mech. I sent out, while my team waited in the cover of trees. Our sensors could make out the cabin and give us rough blobs for people, but the mech fouled things up a bit, making it hard to tell if there was a pilot inside it or not. Hammer lead, this is Tong's lead. We have eyes on the mech. Cockpit access is open, no pilot in sight. Tongs was the team name for the sniper section that were covering us with bipod-stabilized autocannon 2s. Anvil on the other hand were our flankers, who'd need to keep them penned in. Ready Anvil. Ready Tongs. Setting go time in 5, 4. I let the timers in their HUDs take care of the rest as I prepared my mech for the coming sprint. As soon as my HUD buzzer went off, we were off like a shot. Almost as soon as our admittedly quite loud machines became really audible, the terrorists suddenly swarmed out like a hive of bees. Some went for the cellar while one ran for the mech. A member of Tongs fired off a shot that was set to airburst rather than contact detonation. It crushed the sprinting mech pilot into paste with its shockwave and showered more than a few of his friends with deadly shrapnel. We entered the clearing around the cabin as one. Anvil immediately moving to secure the unmanned mech, while I, along with Hammer, move in from the front. Surrender. Throw down your arms. Now. 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 While I was usually more of the give people an incentive type, I understood why cops did things this way. Incentives could be offered to these people in private, but right now the tone of command could gain instinctive obedience. Which was absolutely necessary when firing my main weapon would probably result in the clearing becoming more of a cratering. Some stupid son of a bitch disobeyed and held up a shoulder-fired SRM. My machine guns tore him to bits before he could even think of firing the weapon. A woman attempting to hide behind the window as she sets up to fire gets a similar treatment from my teammate, and the man next to her is caught as unfortunate collateral. The rest seem to get the message and fall to the ground with their hands raised where we can see them. Heat bloom in the words are cut off as a roar issues from the throat of the world and I'm knocked ass over tea kettle. I couldn't track how far I was thrown in any physical sense, though a helpful NAV point on my HUD suggested it was a good grunge of meters. Tongs. No survivors. Can't speak to the damage to us, but Anvil definitely took the worst of it, Tongs reported. Hammer, Anvil, report in. Hammer 2, green. Hammer 3, amber. So damaged but nothing critical. Hammer 4, green. Anvil 1, red. Ouch. Going to need a fabber to get them moving again. Anvil 2, orange. Another ouch, but still ambulatory. Anvil 3, orange. Anvil 4, amber. Nobody punched back. Good. Getting suddenly cut from having your remote piloted unit suffer a critical existence failure had a certain, well, punch to it. Thus the term. Did the mech survive? It might have data on its computer that could help us identify these chuckle fucks. It's an Orion. That didn't even make a dent. I thought back over the operation. It had been brutal. Necessary in that aspect, I wasn't willing to send my own people into such dangerous circumstances. If we had access to battle armor we could have implemented tasers or something similar. Probably still accidentally cause a few fatalities in the long run, but better than losing people and intel because we couldn't get someone into the damn cellar to secure it. Dash. Thus far we've managed to capture 2 cells. Each had only one mech on hand like the one you wiped out. We don't know if this means there are 12 cells, or if those containing such obvious heavy machinery were simply easier to discover, Vulcan reported. Have they told us anything? I asked. No more than our bomber at the shipyard. So far they've all admitted to being Maskarovka when pushed. Considering we haven't resorted to torture, the fact that it's a lie is rather obvious, Vulcan stated. I snorted, probably trying to get us to execute them before we resort to further questioning. After all, we won't care if Liao gets their agents back. We might be tempted to be more cordial to Mim, or MIIO. More concerning is that we suffered some losses on the first raid. Our infantry is severely under strength at the moment. While they gave a good showing in the invasion, the front-line units were stacked with those who'd shown the most talent for adapting to our style of battle, Vulcan explained. Wait, you mean we basically threw the only guys who actually knew what they were doing straight into a massive clusterfuck? I asked. Pretty much. Those are losses we've certainly felt, Vulcan said. Great. Have Kilroy put the rest on training duty. We need a lot more ground pounders than this. I want us to be able to field a reasonably sized professional army. Infantry is an important component in that apparatus. This had all the makings of a massive clusterfuck. Thankfully the invasion hadn't dragged on or we'd have been in real trouble on the infantry front. How's progress on making a test bed for our heavy armor? I asked. When it comes to creating our own design that fits our own combat doctrine. Not well. Engines needed to move even the lightest assaults at relatively high speed are extremely heavy, even ours. While lighter frames have armor as proportionally more weight, making doubling the armor's weight cut deeply into weapons allowance, while smaller engines save less tonnage, Vulcan told me. And we can't cut off more than a couple layers without losing effectiveness, I acknowledged. It was a long shot, but it seemed heavier all-around armor was just a bad fit for our paradigm. On the other hand, while its lack of speed makes it a poor fit for our doctrine, the venerable Atlas we gained during the invasion has taken rather well to the modification. A single heatsink was removed, dropping it to 19 along with one of the forward-facing medium lasers. We also replaced the LRM-20 with an LRM-15. By switching to a link engine, ammo fabs, and dropping 3 tons off our final armor total, we were even able to squeeze on in lambs. I gave a low whistle of appreciation. Even my Uber cannon would need a few shots to stop that monstrosity. Unlike the standard mech armor, our heavy armor didn't ablate easily. It was still layered, and some of those layers came out more easily than others, but on the whole you had to really break the hardened layers or all of your weapon's fury would be spent simply widening the wound without digging any deeper. Yes, I was thinking our Endurian allies would be very interested in acquiring a few of them. We would however then need to drop an additional heatsink and reduce the SRM launcher to a 4-pack in order to fit the usual ammunition requirements, Vulcan stated. Alright, we can go with that, but let's not sell more than we captured. I'm not quite as willing to piss off Defiance and Robinson to the same level as Irian. However, we can offer conversion kits as a bundle product with the dropships once Andurian Aerospace has some ready for delivery. Yes, I definitely didn't want to make enemies with all of the mech manufacturers. Some of them needed to propagate this new wave of designs I was allowing along with the technologies coming out of NAIS and the other research houses. Another option we've been leery to pursue is to use the internal frame we used in the proto-mechs. While lighter, it is significantly less sturdy. We'd be limited to a medium-class mech in that case because the frame simply wouldn't have the strength to support a larger chassis without bending. Likewise, a light couldn't fit deep enough armor to see any improvement from the materials used. Vulcan sent me a file containing several tests at trying to use the material as frames for larger mechs. It wasn't pretty. No. I think that's probably a dead end. Also, there's no point in better armor if every enemy shot is a golden BB. I shook my head. Sometimes even the heaviest armor couldn't save a glass frame. We were silent for a bit before I finally said the first thing to come into my mind. I want battle armor. Unspoken was that we both knew exactly where I could get it from. If the clans became aware of a force from the inner sphere raiding them, the invasion could easily be moved up. You could just as easily serve as the outbound light in this era. Vulcan warned. Possibly. Unlikely in some respects. The outbound light was captured and had the information on it twisted to be used as propaganda by the Crusaders. A fate I'm somewhat unlikely to suffer. I can also hopscotch them, strike from the core ward side under a false flag. My mind is already mulling over the implications of my thoughts, constructing plans and scenarios. You'd be forced to build a new army. Green troops. And you'd be able to cheat far less, lest they clearly draw the line back to the wardens. Against the elite pilots of the clans, that is more of a drawback than I think you are accounting for. Besides, there is a great deal to do here and now. It'd take over a month to make it there, and that's assuming you didn't stumble across one of their planets along the way simply because you lacked charts. Perhaps in the 3040s, when things are slated to cool down significantly, we can slip in a few years for you to go prosecute a little war on the clans. Of course that's assuming things do, in fact, cool down for us. Comstar is unlikely to take our assaults on their secret facilities lying down. We may be drawn into something quite a bit bigger than even the clan invasion if the word of Blake activates early. Vulcan pointed out. The Comguard, even beyond their Lastek, will quickly grow into a massive force. Should they choose to invent a good enough reason, they could throw a significant percentage of that our way. A battle of sleeping giants. I couldn't deny the possible scenario. Fanatics were, by definition, not the kind to understand when the fight was unwinnable. Still, I couldn't help a bit of pouting at having my plans so easily shot down. Fine. I'll stick around. Part 42. Madeline Humphreys, Shimagata Military Base, Shiro. Madeline groaned at the sound of knocking on her door. With a supreme effort of will she shifted her mass to the side of the bed and languidly reached out from under the cover to grab the nearest timepiece on her nightstand. The knock came again. For a few moments she stared blearily at the clock face, vaguely willing it to clear up. After several blinks the crust of sleep finally fell from her eyes and she could read the time. Another knock. She promptly threw the timepiece at the door. Eyes too early. G back to sleep. In her mind that was a shout, but she couldn't be sure it was really more than a mumble. Still knocking. With much angry groaning she finally pulled herself out of the soft comfort of her blankets. This was followed by much stumbling, a stubbed toe, some rather sharp words and finally all but collapsing into the wall next to the door while holding her injured appendage. Bracing herself she threw open the door. What? If she'd been hoping for offense and sputtering denials, she got neither. Laughing green eyes appraised her pajama-clad form with a subtle quirk of the head and a barely present smirk on tastefully off-red lips. Aren't you the picture of hospitality, cousin? In any case you need to get ready, a uniform is fine but pack something suitable for a day out as well. Madeline couldn't help the flush of embarrassment that rose to her cheeks and the sinking of her stomach when confronted by her taller, fiery-haired cousin. It definitely didn't help that her coarse black hair was matted and sticking out at odd angles, nor that despite her age she still wore Captain Legend-themed pajamas. Nostalgia, if anyone asked, it was just nostalgia. She didn't have the whole series in Tri-D on a data-core hidden in a shoebox under her bed, and she certainly didn't marathon through episodes of a children's cartoon when she needed a pick-me-up. Pack? Where are we going? She asked as her mind finally engaged with her cousin's words. Oh, here and there. And then shopping. But first, uniform. Dalma pushed past her into the small on-base apartment proving that being a socialite hadn't led to her going out of shape. I can get it myself. Madeline protested but was stuck trailing along on the way to her rather limited closet. And why a uniform? Well, first off so one of us has one. Makes it easier to move around military bases and the like. Second, haven't you heard that sensitive men love a woman in uniform? Dalma asked. Madeline shot her a deadpan look. Women then? Dalma raised an eyebrow. She laughed easily at the blush that suffused Madeline's face. Right, well women love a woman in uniform. I'm sure you've got a few tales of battle to swoon them with. In any case we'll need to check in briefly at the palace and you being in uniform will make that easier. Palace? There's no palace on Shiro 3. Madeline looked at her cousin in confusion. Dash. I've been kidnapped by a crazy woman. Madeline screamed as the Stingray trainer once again inverted relative to the ground. Oh relax. I may not have been through a military academy, but grandmother made very certain I could handle something like this. Just let me have a little fun. Space gets dreadfully boring after a few minutes, Dalma reassured her. Madeline was torn between clenching her eyes shut and waiting for it to end, and being utterly unwilling to lose that last illusion of control over her situation. To her chagrin the experience wasn't something she could describe as a blur. Despite their speed her eyes picked up on seemingly everything, even capable of picking out specific trees and noting their sway in the wind. That only made the lack of control worse as the sensory overload also filled her with gruesomely detailed visions of death in fighter crashes that she could only wish were so low velocity as to be fiery. Finally her cousin not only righted the fighter but began the climbing burn through the atmosphere. In truth this was the reason aerospace fighters would always beat out conventional aircraft. The ability to climb forever. In air combat the low ground was the killing box, and when your enemy can simply climb forever and you can't, they'll always have the high ground. Soon they'd passed beyond the blue and her vision was filled with an endless star field. For several minutes she indulged in a bit of odd staring. It was majestic. It was humbling. It was. Okay, I see what you mean about space being kinda boring. Dalma laughed. 1 second, we're going to be pushing a major burn for a few minutes, then we'll dial back down to 1G. Madeline clenched her teeth and pushed herself back into her acceleration couch. It didn't make her any more comfortable when they suddenly pushed up to 6Gs and she was crushed backwards under her own suddenly enormous weight. Seconds stretched out into minutes in her distress, and by the time it was done she felt like they'd gone for hours. When it finally reduced down to a single G, she leaned back panting from the strain. So, cousin mine, we haven't really crossed paths much. I don't think I've even met your mother. How about you tell me a bit about yourself? Dalma's voice was slightly strained but she kept the question friendly. Madeline smiled and steadied herself before speaking. Well if you've never met my mother then I could certainly understand the curiosity. Drive Amelia Humphreys, and don't you forget it she'd always say, is as far from the staid, serious kind of woman you'd expect from the title. According to her, great-grandmother once told her that you never messed with a doctor no matter where they were from because you never knew when one was going to be patching you up. She of course took that and inverted it into a doctor can go anywhere and nobody will mess with them. Madeline laughed, she says that little distinction landed her in a lot of trouble. But she went everywhere. I've heard stories of hers from every single successor state, even Rasselhog before they were, well, the FRR. My dad apparently first stumbled across her in the Capcom. Apparently she'd helped to get some religiously controversial people out of a hot zone but wound up in hot water herself. Dad was a mercenary back then. He managed to get his unit commander to step rather forcefully on some toes, though, so they backed off. I don't think either of them thought it was a big deal then. Of course she went back to Andurian for something or other, and his next contract brought him to the League. Something happened during that whole Anton Marek mess. Dad doesn't talk about it but he got injured pretty bad, didn't walk again for years. Mom was his attending and whatever they had before just kind of grew. Next thing they knew, I was on the way. So you don't have any siblings? Dalma asked. Nah, Dad never really seemed all that comfortable with the idea of kids. Oh, don't get me wrong, he spoiled me rotten then taught me everything I know, but I don't think he ever really quite felt comfortable in the role of a father. Just a feeling, I guess. She shook her head. Anyways, Dad was wounded and dispossessed. Not the best time in his life, so he kind of threw himself into being a father. My mom though kept her eye out. A lot of people have said some really nasty things about my mom over the years. But they certainly showed their respect when it came to her pocketbook. So eventually she managed to buy him a Shadow Hawk once he'd fully recovered, and he joined the Defenders. Didn't Captain Lint join at the same time? From what I've heard he and your father are rather close, Dalma cut in. Yet. I still haven't gotten the full story there. I don't think Marcus was a mech warrior when they first met, and he always seemed like he felt really honored to have worked with my dad though. Apparently my dad went to bat for him when they joined the Defenders and got him into a light of some sort, can't remember which. Eventually he worked his way up to the Wolverine. Madeline shook her head trying to recall what his first mech had been. It was right on the tip of her tongue. Then she looked up and stared at the massive pane of light they'd just turned to approach. Whoa. Can't fault you there, Dalma agreed in a hushed voice. The Wardens are capable of real wonders. There's a set at Andurian too, and I expect there'll be some at Dealey, Ersid, once they actually want people to come visit. It makes deliveries and short trips like these much easier. There wasn't a queue at the moment, so Dalma simply let her fighter glide into the massive tube station and on through the event horizon of the teleporter. A sensation like being slapped by a wave of water caught her attention but it was gone almost as soon as she'd even noticed it. Then they were gliding out of a tube station near the nadir point, and burning for one of the jump ships. We've still got time. And so far you've told me all about your parents. What about you? Dalma asked. What about me? Until all of this, I can't say I really lived all that interesting of a life. Typical tomboy daddy's girl, drove my mom nuts sometimes. Hell, I drove my dad nuts sometimes. He was just so interesting, I guess. So cool. He piloted mechs for a living. And he was good at it. I had a toy Shadow Hawk I'd keep with me while he went on deployments. Always made me feel closer to him. Oh. Were you piloting your dad's mech when you ran into New? Dalma asked. Nothing like that, Madeline laughed. You'd have to pry my dad's cold dead body from his Shadow Hawk. He still polishes the thing every weekend by himself. I think my parents see it as something more, like, it's almost as much a part of the family as I am. No, my Shadow Hawk was just a trainer they'd refit for battle due to the war. In fact, it was the trainer I passed my mech qualifications on at the hump. Thing was a finicky piece of shit even before they put weapons on it, almost failed one of my tests because one of the actuators seized up without giving any warning readout. I wouldn't say I hated it, but there was definitely a theme of mutual antagonism to our relationship. So to speak, Madeline blushed at being caught anthropomorphizing her former mech. Nothing like my current mech. Now there is a sweet ride. Cold as ice and deadly as sin. Dalma laughed, and they fell quiet for a long moment. You really don't have any personal stories? Nothing interesting happened at the academy. Madeline hemmed and hawed for a long moment. Well. There was this one time. Part 43. Madeline Humphreys, Hohoken City, Andurian. Madeline couldn't help staring around at the obvious wealth on display in the Humphreys Palace. It wasn't gaudy exactly, but neither understated. Classy. That's the word she wanted. It didn't indulge in great excess, but if you looked more closely at anything you could see signs of wealth on clear display. This wasn't her first time being at the palace, but it was her first time not being too nervous to really notice the decor. Last time she'd barely graduated from the academy and, as was tradition, her graduating class and their closest family were invited to the palace before attaining their final posting. It was a chance for the Duchess, or Duke in past cases, to get a sense for her young officers. Also for the military officers to kick off their private bidding wars for the best of the bunch. It had been beyond her wildest expectation to get her first assignment to the 1st Andurian, regardless of her lineage. Dame Catherine herself had once led the aerospace wing of the 1st. Its history was replete with similar luminaries, both the noble and those famed from the near constant warfare with the Capellans over the region. It'll just be us, the Dame and Richard. This is a small affair, Dalma explained as they moved through the halls away from the larger rooms. Finally they came to a heavy mahogany door which opened to a rather large study. One wall was covered in books, though they seemed to be more legal dictionaries and compendiums than any sort of pleasure reading. One of the shelves was metal instead of wood and locked down well enough to double as a wall safe. A transparent material created a slot through which she could barely glimpse worn bindings and what could only be personal journals, probably those of past rulers. While there was a large desk in one corner, it was currently unoccupied. Instead Dame Humphreys sat in a large chair, her head resting on a fist in a pose that made her seem both relaxed from the pomp and circumstance of office and yet almost vibrating with an internal energy. Sitting on a couch across from her was Richard Humphreys with a quirk to his lips that was becoming all too familiar in her association with Dalma. Richard rose to his feet as they entered while Catherine kept her seat. She did however extend her arms, inviting Dalma into a familiar clasping of hands. "My dear, thank you for coming. And for bringing along your cousin." With a squeeze of her granddaughter's hands she released and turned to Madeline extending her hands the same. Dalma moved on to giving her father a brief hug, leaving Madeline to try and figure out the etiquette of the situation herself. She of course took the offered hands, surprised by the supple strength in the older woman's grip. "It's an honor, Your Grace." "Oh none of that, dear. We're family, and if there's one thing I remember about your mother it's that she would personally come down here and kick my ass if I stood on formality with my family." While the dame spoke she didn't release her grip, emphasizing certain words with gestures of their interlocked hands. "Now, have a seat. It's best we get this show on the road or you'll never get around to enjoying the day Dalma planned for you two." Finally she was released, and she shared a brief handshake with Richard before taking a seat on the couch with Dalma between them. It didn't surprise her when everyone waited for the dame to gather her thoughts and lead this impromptu gathering. Before she left this system, someone tried to have Commander New, Richard, the good first warden and most of the board of Andurian Aerotech assassinated. More than this, they planned to do it in such a way that would cripple our growing orbital infrastructure for decades to come if not scuttle it permanently. She turned her gaze to Richard. It was a backpack fusion bomb. Easy to smuggle, deucely hard to catch in customs. Thank God, the warden's security detected the intruder, a technician who had been assigned to the shuttle the board members had taken. "We've examined the bomb, and it's fairly exotic for what it is, but there were no obvious signs of where it might have been made." He shook his head in frustration. "We haven't gotten anything out of the assassin. Whoever they are fanatically loyal to their cause." Madeline took a bit to process this. The attempt to kill Richard was much more important than even it appeared on the surface. Dalma was a wonderful young woman, and someone she thought could be a friend in time. She even had the clear favor of Dame Catherine. However she was also illegitimate. If Richard were dead, it would be an uphill battle either getting the rest of the Humphreys to accept Dalma. Else his only recently born son, Stephen, would have to officially take the throne with a regent leaving a much wider field of candidates to vie for the duchy's throne. Combine that with the possibility of New's death breaking their alliance with the wardens who were clearly showing themselves to be a serious power in the making and just the assassination aspect alone was devastating. To add to that the destruction of their latest infrastructure gains. It would have left the duchy reeling, not necessarily weaker but in a state of shock that could be taken advantage of. It broke the hell out of the Ares Accords, but she wasn't naive enough to deny the possibility of certain lords ignoring them when they weren't convenient. For all their supposed nobility, the Davians were actually pretty close to the top of the list for that one. They had a good public image, but they got that by winning. If it couldn't be blamed on them. Well, it was just the right mix of unthinkable and brilliantly effective for Hansa Davian. "I'm considering this a personal attack on House Humphreys. Whoever these people are, we will find them." Dame Humphreys stated the promise of vengeance heavy in her tone. "Sadly, however, that will take a considerable investment of time and resources. Unless anyone has anything to add, I doubt we'll make any progress on it this meeting." "Well." She hesitated, but once everyone was turned to her it was too late to back out. "There's a group on Shiro. They arrived under the cover of mercenaries during the invasion, a Starman's company, but they've thus far conducted terrorist attacks instead. A few have been captured but they aren't speaking, or simply claim to be Maskarovka." There was an almost audible eye roll at the thought of any Maskarovka cell worth their salt simply admitting to being Maskarovka. "Starmans." Dame Humphreys looked towards her locked bookshelves with narrowed eyes. Noticing her family's questioning looks she shook her head. Clearly whatever her thoughts, it wasn't time for them to know just yet. "Madeline, please be a dear and offer whatever assistance we can give in both detaining and questioning these terrorists. And do remind the commander that Shiro 3 is an Andurian world. I should think we'd have some weight in deciding what happens to these terrorists as the aggrieved party." Madeline nodded. "I'll remind her of that." "Good. Thank you, dear. In any case, this brings us the basic points of order. Our alliance with the Lost Wardens, specifically how to both keep it and make the most of it, and solidifying our structure of power to ensure continuity of leadership. The latter left the younger half of the room shooting each other confused glances. Not to pick on you, Madeline, but you've not only had the most dealings with Commander New, but you've had the chance to deal with those around her. Other than Richard's incorrigible behavior with that darling Hephaestus, and First Warden Richard's presence at formal events around the palace, we don't get over much of that. Dame Humphreys looked to the young woman with undisguised curiosity. Madeline leaned back and gathered her thoughts. I think they definitely come from a very different culture than we do. Part of that is due to their manufacturing prowess. To them there is little difference between building a mech and building a streetcar. So they don't really see material goods with the same sense of value that we do. They are also capable of absolute miracles in terms of repairs and maintenance, but since that just makes it about even in terms of time with reducing scrap to useful material, they are far quicker to recycle the base elements into something else rather than repair it and find a use for it. It's more than that, however. I don't think Commander New thinks of nations in same way we do. Madeline paused as she tried to find some way of expressing her thoughts. I think I might know some of what you mean. Richard cut in, the wardens have a real thing for infrastructure. It is, in many ways, their answer for everything. Richards understands well enough, but sometimes it's like pulling teeth trying to make V understand that infrastructure is expensive. Not just to build but to maintain. It takes a lot of very high-paid, and specially trained technicians to keep a shipyard running. I tried pointing that out and she just started going on about educational infrastructure. It can be rather aggravating. Madeline nodded, that is definitely a part of it. But she also seems to see governments as broader apparatuses than we're used to. It's difficult to explain. They also take sovereignty very seriously, at least in appearances. I don't think it would stop them if they felt a need to step in, but in a very basic sense they see planets as belonging to the people they belong to. Not held in trust for some future Star League, not potential acquisitions just waiting to meet their new overlords. They are in fact rather vitriolic in their rhetoric against the Star League. Depicting it as a dictatorial regime destined to fail and actively ensuring everyone else would most likely go down with it. Another thing is that they don't often lie, but they aren't radically open and honest. She thought this one would be easier to put into words. Commander New does this, and it just kind of filtered down through the command culture. Tell someone a shocking truth and they won't notice you never told them what they asked. I'm not sure I follow, Dalma said. I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but I can't figure out where the Lost Wardens have done that. Madeline smirked, that's because they do it everywhere. When New showed up with that first batch of weapons and supplies, there were a few questions we should have asked. Like, why did she have a small base in the area? When did she get to Shiro? How long has she been operating in the area? Instead we saw pristine, hot off the factory line mechs walking themselves and completely forgot to ask anything of worth. I felt so clever when I figured out that she could build whatever she salvaged. But I never asked why she needed to salvage these things. Almost everything there was available all over the inner sphere. Any entry vector to our space should have taken her past pirates in some form or another. We were so impressed when she proved she could build jump ships, that we forgot to wonder why she didn't already have one. Hell, it took me until after Duncan's invasion to even ask her what it was she even wanted. What drives her faction? She reveals things that she knows we'd want to keep as secrets because it makes us feel like we've discovered something. In actuality we've learned precious little about what really drives her decision-making. Dame Humphreys nodded. And her answer? What does drive her? From what I can tell. It's in the name, Wardens. She wants to be something of a policing organization, enforcing the rules of warfare and preventing bloody massacres. Probably with a side of increasing the general quality of life. Sort of like the SLDF but without the Star League, just a general peacekeeping force. More than anything, I think giving them Dealey was more symbolic than you may have known. I strongly suspect one of their chief goals is to prevent the further depopulation of planets or even reverse the trend, Madeline told them. And where do we fit in all this? Richard asked. Well, for one, we're not successor lords. She doesn't think we'll try and claim the throne of the First Lord, so we're a safe place to start. Second, she needs an example. If nobody ever invites them in, then they're only going to see the Wardens when they're forced to intervene because of a disaster. I could easily imagine the Combine and Capellans being the victims of semi-regular reprisals from the Wardens every time they massacre a civilian population. Pretty soon they'd be seen as just rabid attack dogs by most of the people in those regions. So they need an obvious carrot to complement the stick, Madeline finished. They were all quiet as they digested that. Finally Dame Humphreys cracked up laughing. The other three looked at her in surprise. You really have no idea just how much leverage we just gained, do you? Dame Humphreys shook her head. They need us to be their golden child. Our success is their success. Oh, in a very crude sense this means we can dig in our heels and fake tantrums when necessary. More realistically it means how we shape the narrative of our relationship with the Wardens can have a huge impact on how they can spread their message and organization. She quirked a slight but very satisfied grin. We're going to be doing a lot of political theater in the coming years. The Duchess shook her head. Enough of that, though. We need to get along to our second point. Ensuring that we aren't one successful assassination away from ultimate crisis. I must admit, I'm open to suggestions on this one. Omeg. Commander Nu, 7-0 from Strana 3048. Damn. I didn't really know what else to say. 49 warships was a huge fleet no matter who you were. Their military capacity is way beyond what we were expecting. Even worse, decrypted transmissions suggest that all of the Wave 5 clans have been tapped to begin the invasion, while Cloud Cobra, Blood Spirit, Fire Mandrill, and Coyote clans have all been tapped to garrison the corridor to the inner sphere and join the later waves of the invasion. I frowned. It wasn't an insurmountable force. The Wardens could stop them, though the costs would definitely be great. Unfortunately, it just moved collateral around. I'd been hoping that the stiffer resistance of the inner sphere would mean a war less bloody. Get the clans to respect their foes sooner, and with better equipment more of the inner sphere might be willing to entertain the oddity of the Batchal, for ego's sake if nothing else. But this threw all that out the window. All 6 of the invader clans coming at once, with 4 more to join even earlier. They'd begin to show an advantage they never had in the original timeline, numbers. I hesitated. Could I really follow through with what I intended? Did I have the moral right? To avoid greater bloodshed among the innocent we must deploy our most powerful weapon. Anybody who doesn't think they can handle the moral implications, may clear the bridge. Eyes both physical and electronic turned towards me. I could almost see them considering, but one by one they came to their decision. Nobody moved an inch. Nodding as my heart swelled with pride, I finally pressed the mental button. A canister about the size of your average aerospace fighter shot out of one of the launch catapults, gently correcting its course to arrive on the planet in a few months. Our work here is done. May God have mercy on our souls. My dandelion jumped out, unwilling to chance discovery this late in the game. Dash. To the clans this time came to be known as the time of war's unending. Never before or since have the clans faced battle with each other so consistently or on such a massive scale. Only their even stricter adherence to the Batchal and Zelbrigen kept their society from suffering as the successor lords had. Still, in time they again looked outwards. This time they came in greed, united only by their pathological need for more planets to fuel their madness. Planets secured by one clan would almost immediately face challenges from the other Tumen for possession. Their rate was glacial but their drive so fanatical that Inner Sphere was forced to reinforce worlds 4 or 5 times over what they were used to, just to be worn away as half a dozen clans in succession challenged for a planet. Dash. Condorian Hoyt, Turtle Bay, 3083. Finally. This planet was worth every battle, for here we have captured a prize beyond compare. Condorian Hoyt of the Smoke Jaguars smiled as his warriors cheered. An elemental escorted a slight-seeming Asian man into the command center. Ah, this is the heir to the dragon, Qiaf? Dorian asked. Af, my Khan, the elemental responded. Ah. I suppose we should put him on a ship. Or something. He is not Isorla, Quineg. Neg, my Khan. A transport of merchants is leaving the planet soon. We shall contact them. Good. We have more important matters to attend, Qiaf. His warriors laughed. With a smirk he pulled a small black device from his belt and swiped a finger across it, throwing its contents to the 3D display. My warriors, today is a glorious day. For me and for the clan. It was only earlier today that I set foot on this planet and already the prize has come to us. Behold, Groudon. The 3D display showed a massive lizard with red scales in an odd armored pattern replete with geometric lines. Wicked claws adorned its hands and feet, and spikes followed the edge between its scaled back and leathery front all the way down its sides. Now Smoke Jaguar possesses all of the Weather Trio. With these legendary Pokémon to strengthen our Tumen, we shall be unbeatable. A roar of victory and approval filled the room. Part 44. Dash. Commander Nu, Shiro 3. The Stingers are approaching the city of Storm Harbor at their maximum speed. If they get inside they can deal catastrophic damage to the local civilian population before we can reasonably stop them. First Warden Caroline reported to me. I already had my Wyvern going at full sprint. Even starting only a short distance from the nearest teleporter, it would take several hours to get to the city in question. What have we got in the area besides the radar tower that spotted them? A squadron of aerospace fighters are coming down from orbit. At their speed they'll be our first assets in the area. They'll hit them before they reach the city, but it's uncertain whether they'll destroy them. My regiment is in the nearby mountains, getting some practical experience with mountaineering. But we won't get there much sooner than you do, Carolina appraised me. Shit. As much as I wanted to I couldn't force my mech to move any faster. Times like this, I hated the difference between fiction and reality. In fiction planets were such small things. Just a handful of points of interest easily held and conquered by forces small enough to nearly fit on the deck of a Nimitz-class carrier and light enough not to sink it by doing so. Reality held that planets were incredibly vast in their surface area. When someone did something on the other side of the planet from your military base, it took a serious time investment to get there. Even our teleporters were just close to various places we thought would be targets of interest. Storm Harbor was almost 100 miles away from the megalopolis we'd built the teleporter to cover. Closing on Storm Harbor now. I brought up a screen to show me the POV of several of the fighters. The screens showed ocean water flying past underneath and the harbor in the distance. Fuck. The stingers just took off like bats out of hell. They must be lambs. Carolina reported. I switched over to the radar feed. They must have thought they'd avoid our radar if they came by land. That might be the case, but it doesn't feel right. Kilroy, Vulcan, do hard sensor sweeps of the other major cities and their surroundings. This is starting to smell like a distraction. Receive transmission, unit list, active_spotter_teams. Looks like Kilroy was already on it. I on the other hand had nothing I could do but watch as the fighters of both sides raced to be the first to reach Storm Harbor. A cheer tore from me when the Stingray aerospace fighters zipped over the city and angled for their attack runs on the lambs which hadn't made it to the suburbs yet. A ticker appeared across my HUD as news rolled in of would-be bombers getting stopped in several different locations across the continent. In the first pass between the fighters, my wardens worked with their wingmen to create a sort of delayed double pass. 2 of the Stingers fell from the sky out of control and compromised. Their landings were characterized by rather impressive crunching sounds and a lot of rolling while their mechs were torn apart by the forces involved. Another took damage but managed to keep an even heading, and the last dropped down on its own, using its transformation into the middling form to jank around the incoming fire. 2 pairs of Stingrays had billowed out from the formation and now used their long curve to catch the remaining terrorists in a crossfire. The more clever pilot tried to use a braking maneuver, but his luck ran out and the Warden fighters easily corrected for it, slamming a PPC and a pair of large lasers into his cockpit. The last climbed. It was an insane maneuver in its own way. You couldn't outclimb a dedicated aerospace fighter. But he soon inverted and barely slipped through the net with only body damage that barely slowed him down. In a last cruel act he strafed a quiet suburban neighborhood with his mech-scale machine guns and lasers. Then the Wardens were on him. The first pilot didn't let him attempt for a vainglorious kamikaze on the city. They slammed into him at speed, their forward-swept wing catching the terrorist's fuselage and forcefully dragging him onto a heading leading out of the city as both fighters tumble in a death spiral. They slammed into a nearby highway, dousing the pavement with burning jet fuel. I winced at the sight, but the police had set up a checkpoint at the start of the crisis. While a few large trucks were caught in the blaze, traffic had been deadlocked so there were no deadly car accidents. Instead, cars nearest the fire were getting off the road and using the shoulder space to pull away. Fuck. We couldn't stop them completely. Get what you can out here to aid emergency services, I ordered Carolina. I switched to viewing one of the developing hot spots. A Hunchback 4P, the model that used only energy weapons, had activated inside a car garage deep in the city in Shimagata. Although surprised, we already had forces in the area. VTOLs and A-10s had brought it down before it could rampage for more than a few minutes. That was still a few minutes too long judging from the staggering number of killed, missing, and injured being reported by and to emergency services. A red flashing warning caught my attention. It opened into a screen playing helicopter footage of a large 2-story structure. Almost a quarter of the building was cratered wreckage while radiating out from there the building was either collapsed or in a state of collapsing. Flames were burning across the front of the building near the damage, pouring out smoke and obscuring how much else of the building might be on fire. My GPS updated, putting it in a comparatively small city of 40,000. It sat a hub of railroads and highways making it an island of trade and urbanization in a vast sea of farmland. It took a moment to correlate the coordinates with information from the government databases. Finally the name and a brief description of the location scrolled up my HUD. Gold River Trade School. Teaching technical and trade skills to prepare students for future apprenticeships. Serves students ages 16 to 22. I didn't have to ask. A schematic for a civilian power loader modified for remote piloting was immediately downloaded into my network. While my guest access on the local network meant I couldn't borrow their Fabbers, I'd already had a factory of my own at Shiro 2 and a Fabber drone in orbit headed for the location. In a few minutes I'd be on scene and doing everything I could to save as many lives as possible. After that, I start looking for targets. Part 45. A certain team leader, underneath the HPG station, Shiro. He leaned against one of the dark-colored walls of the tunnel they were gathered in. A hover tank nearby was spewing green particles at the ceiling where an access tunnel and ladder were slowly taking shape. It was damned impressive. Even more impressive was the way he could look up and track the rough position of every warm body in the facility they were about to sneak into. A long shadow fell across the ground as an officer passed in front of the APCs giving the only real source of light in the tunnel. "All right Rangers, gather round." The officer didn't bother raising his voice, using their helmet comms to reach everyone. He stood straight and walked over to the powwow. As much as he was trying to stay relaxed, his team had the hardest job of the group. Mentally working through the problem was really taking most of his attention. Team Alpha, you've got the sneaky shit detail. You'll be entering through the floor of the server room. Don't worry about the cracker, we'll set that one up. Just head to the offices marked. The first is the presenter's office, the other is, to our best guess, a ROM field office. Unless and until we get confirmation of the evidence we're looking for, lethal response is off the table. If we do, then this is no longer a civilian station. At that point this location is officially a terrorist rallying point and we storm the place like the fury of an angry god. Capture is still preferred, but don't hesitate to shoot anyone stupid enough to resist. We're setting up in the server room until Alpha finishes their work and we get the go/no-go signal. Suddenly the spew of particles ended. There's our sign. Move out. He was first up the ladder, followed swiftly by his team. Though they were cautious, they moved fast. Only a few heat signatures remained in this half of the building at this hour. Most of them were just people working late, isolated in individual offices. His eyes tracked on one that looked like they'd be exiting into the hall they were using. Making a split-second decision, he tried a door and found it unlocked. Leading his team in, they found a very generic conference room. Once they were in, the door shut quietly behind them. He watched the sensor signature of the person they were avoiding, looking for any twitch to show they were noticed. Instead the signature started moving towards the presenter's office. He was interrupted from his watching when his teammate knocked on his shoulder. Annoyed he turned to see the man holding a HPG message printout. They didn't, he couldn't help but think that if this was their smoking gun then his high opinion of the organization might just get tossed out the window. It wasn't. Not quite. A quick skim did, however, prove that it wasn't something they should have reasonably left out. The message was from the Primus herself, roundly scolding them for not making better progress in coming to an understanding with the Wardens. It was innocuous wording but anyone who knew anything about the Warden's relationship with Comstar, a study in mutual hostility, could see the doublespeak being used. Nowhere near enough to prove anything though. Finally their wanderer left the presenter's office and returned to their own. The team was quickly and silently moving again. He motioned for the team to go on ahead to the presenter's office while he handled the smaller side office thought to belong to Rom. Just as they'd feared, the office was mostly paper with only a single computer off to one side. He pulled out a hacking device and clamped it to the computer, then pulled off his helmet and set it on the table facing the screen, keeping only an earpiece in place to listen to comms chatter. Working quickly he pulled several large files and stacked them on the table. Then he reached behind them to grab one placed in the back at 90 degrees to the others. This one was thin and contained only a few files. He grabbed a lighter and quickly burned the first page before throwing it in the trash. Then he carefully memorized the rest of the files. Each one was a personnel dossier, and as he watched he noticed that several of the origin points made no sense. Systems out in the periphery that had been supposedly abandoned since the early succession wars were surprisingly common. He nearly growled when he noticed the dossier for the pilot they'd pulled out of the HBK-4P. A quick thumbing through proved he was the only member of the cell actually from ROM. It was probably enough, Commander New had been in a foul mood lately. You didn't piss off people with their own private armies without consequence. Once he was finished memorizing all the dossiers he closed the file and slid it back behind a different group of folders. He grabbed another folder with a label suggesting it came from the FWLM. To his pleasant surprise it did in fact contain recent messages sent and received by the FWLM regarding Shiro and Andurian in general. A quick check proved the fire had finally gone out in the burn can. He pulled out a cylindrical item that looked disturbingly like a grenade, then tapped his earpiece twice. The other members of his team sent back a triple click. Nodding he held up 3 fingers and started counting down. On 0 he dropped the device and watched as it briefly flashed blue. While nothing in particular seemed to happen, he knew that was more his inability to see it than anything else. Supposedly the device would record all of the ink in the room, then pull it apart into individual pages which would then be processed and analyzed for the evidence they were after. A red light began to pulse from the computer desk. Apparently they could detect that and it had triggered a silent alarm. Hurriedly he put his helmet back on and rushed out into the hall. His men were only a few seconds behind him in exiting the presenter's office. Unfortunately everyone working late was heading for their doors, clearly warned by similar security features. Once again thinking fast, rather than try to run he swung open the door to an occupied room and rushed the adept inside. She was a woman to the younger side of middle-aged, and clearly not combat trained from the way she froze up. He grabbed her by the face to cover her mouth and swept her feet out from under her, guiding her fall until he was kneeling over her. The rest of his team followed and closed the door as soon as they were in. A quick look around proved that there was a 6-man security team coming up the hall towards the presenter's office. Evidence identified. Weapons free, a voice calmly stated into his earpiece. He didn't quite smile, but he certainly released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. One of his teammates came over and provided a bit of rigor tape to prevent the woman from screaming out, then they cuffed her and threw her in a corner. Instead their full attention was on the security team that approached. And then passed by their location. Just before the security forces were in place to breach the precentor's office, he and the team's grenadier popped out and hosed them down with silenced SMG fire. Seeing that the hallway behind them wasn't empty of civilians, he started shouting. On the ground. Now. Hands behind your heads. Now motherfuckers. He could see, even through the walls of the facility, the other teams pouring out of the server farm and into the corridors. The building shook momentarily as the battle outside with the standing comm guard began. It was going to be a long night. Then he'd have an even longer day getting away from his team and off base to one of his contacts to pass a message along. He wasn't even sure what would come of the message. Still one thing was clear. Shit was going down and Foch needed to know before the Primus got them all drowning in boiling water. Part 46. Commander Nu, Shiro 2, Shiro. While we only found the one dossier, the information we gained has allowed us to better direct our questioning, the freshly minted First Warden John Kruger reported. The man was a former career police detective, never left Shiro in his life before we came. He was adjusting surprisingly well to the role of head of the human side of counterintelligence. For now I was pacing him in the same power loader-based rig I'd used at the bombing site. It wasn't good for moving much faster than a fast walk, but that didn't matter so much just around the base. How so? I asked. Well, before we were completely in the dark. Some cultural confusion also made it difficult to determine even basic things like which overall region they may have originated in. Embarrassingly enough, we thought it was some kind of advanced counter-interrogation technique. Turns out, they've just been out of touch for a very, very long time, he elaborated. For instance, the few we've identified as originating in the Federated Sons may know Hansa is first prince and the Steiner-Davian marriage, but not that Michael Hosek-Davian is dead. We haven't informed them of any of the mistakes they're making, the interrogators are instructed to just play along. Across everyone we can get a source on we see similar mistakes. Things nobody could have seriously missed from the local news keeps coming up. Then we have those that are categorically not from the inner sphere. Several of those claiming Maskarovka showed startling ignorance of who the organization even was during longer conversations. Some quite seriously seemed to think they operated with impunity throughout the inner sphere with the unofficial blessing of the majority of House Lords. Basically they just thought they were claiming to be our great boogeyman. So, if we know what they're not, what do you think they are? I asked him. Explorer Corps. Probably grabbed a few people and some gear in the outer periphery and caught up with Duncan coming from the other way. I took the liberty of checking with several jump ship captains that operate along the Andurian-Canopian border. None interacted with them directly, but several did remember seeing a dropship matching the Starman's Union heading our way. Do we know what happened to that Union? I asked him. We found one hidden near the HPG station. It had already been repainted, but other than the paint being fresh we don't have any proof it actually is the same one, Kreuger shrugged. When the team keeping things running pulls out in a few weeks, we'll see if they have the balls to report it missing station property. Yes, such a shame that the terrorists targeted the local HPG. If they weren't such a reclusive organization, we might have realized it was being run by imposters sooner, I stated dryly. Of course. We're working over several of the station's members. While there are a few fanatics, most of those died fighting or trying to break the station's equipment. Sadly we don't have much dirty laundry to air for the others to get them on our side. Officially, our starman was supposed to just observe the battles taking place then come in and rotate in as comm guards. That isn't exactly illegal, and considering their proximity some might even argue a reasonable action if undertaken in a dishonorable way. I nodded but didn't comment. While there was a slim chance he was acting out of orders, I was willing to bet it was simple need to know instead. We'd finally arrived at our door. A pair of wardens guarding the door stopped us and confirmed our identities. Or rather they pulled Vulcan and he confirmed them. In any case it was only a brief stop before we entered the room. The hunchback pilot and now confirmed ROM agent sat on a hard chair and had his cuffs chained to the floor. There was no table in the room, nor was there anything else. Just the man in his chair. He looked up at us as we walked in but otherwise didn't react. Kevin Gerald Joe, I began. Born on Xi'an in 2987, third son of a large family. Joined Comstar at 17. Had no formal military training at the time. That seems to have changed. He didn't show any reaction. Joined ROM at age 23 after turning in a fellow adept for heresy, leading to the destruction of a whole cell of secularists. Caught some very powerful eyes, then proceeded to botch a series of operations so badly they nearly revealed the existence of ROM to the Taurian Concordat. Rewarded for your efforts with a posting to play political officer for the Explorer Corps. There was a twitch at the mention of his failures. So this was probably sold as a redemption mission. Succeed and they bring you in out of the cold. Fail and well you were probably supposed to die nobly in the name of that moron Blake. Don't you dare profane his name! He roared, straining at his cuffs. Jerome Blake? The retard that played with religion because he was too stupid to figure out how to properly run an organization. I questioned mildly, clearly unimpressed with his anger. He strained harder in an attempt to break free, but nothing came of it. The chain actually had carbon nanofibers too thin to be easily seen wound around it. Despite their flimsy appearance, nothing weaker than a blue water frigate at flanking speed was going to pull those chains apart. Let's talk about another moron, Mendel Waterley. I suddenly changed direction. The woman's a fool who thinks she's leading Comstar to the height of its power. In reality, she's a blind idiot of the highest order who doesn't even realize that for all the troops invested in these so-called Comguards they're still greener than grass. In her entire organization there are maybe 2 battalions that could honestly be called elite, and they're both run by spooks who won't risk them in a real war. For all your mass, your organization lacks teeth. He tried to hide it, but his lips quirked in a smirk. Ah, so you are aware of the hidden reserves. For a second he blinks, trying to process what I just said, then tenses. As much as he tries to lean back and relax, he's nervous now. I wonder which ones? I mean, of course there's the stockpiles on Terra and Mars. Actually seems to be calming down. Who are you, Mr. Joe? Fanatical, certainly, but who did you catch the eye of? And why would they trust you with your record? Taurian operations area. What if he wasn't as great a failure as his file suggested? What if he was simply recruited by people with other priorities? There's only one of the 5 I honestly don't know anything about the location of. Tazan. What if it was much closer to the Taurian border than they thought? How is Toyama this time of year, anyways? For a second I almost think he's going to blurt out something vulgar, but then he catches himself. That's fine, just confirming that he knows what I'm talking about is enough. I doubt too many planets named their capitals after Blakist shitheads, and even less that he'd actively want to stop himself from telling me about. Silly Blakists, battle mechs aren't for irresponsible little shits like you. I'll have to correct that. I put on a chipper tone. You fucking heathen. Who do you think you are? He screams. Who am I? I ask in a deadly tone. But then I visibly relax. Just a concerned citizen who was positively aghast to find out what your organization was responsible for. You've murdered and lied and manipulated while pretending the sun shone out of your lily white ass. Well, guess what? The sun has arrived. I leaned in until my visor was directly in line with his eyes. And now you're all going to burn. I turned and left, doing my best despite the frame to project stoic aloofness. Kruger followed after me. I think I got a bit melodramatic. I stated as I relaxed into a normal walking posture. Probably. Kruger smiled and waved it off. We'll have him drugged and moved to a seemingly identical cell on Shiro 3 after injecting the tracking nanites. A slip-up on the evening news should draw in his CO conspirators, then we'll send some people to discreetly take the same dropship they escape on. They shouldn't let anything slip since they don't have to try and keep their eyes on him. Of course, with such big news to share he'll either go for his handler or to the biggest fish he can think of. Once he does, we'll be spoiled for options. I'm rather hoping he winds up on Atrus personally. The political clusterfuck he'd cause when we can prove he's there in the HPG and Comstar won't hand him over. Especially if we make the League be the ones trying to extricate him. But it could also wind up being a dead drop he goes to and we could lose the thread entirely. That was a chance we'd just have to take. Also, we'd be tracking him carefully to ensure he didn't just go back to his terrorist activities. In any case, so long as he communicated with his superiors, somehow they'd ratchet us way up on the threat listing. That was good. I wanted them to be the first to take the gloves off in public. To get them to show themselves for the monsters they were long before they were truly ready. Yeah, I was playing with fire here. On the other hand, I could take it. The innocents and those they used originally, they couldn't. So it was up to me to track their stashes down. Foil their plots. Make them show their darker angels. Because men like Thomas Merrick needed to be stopped. Even if they hadn't yet fallen to their deepest low. Which reminds me. It's the right year now. Good ole Tommy Hallis, the fake Thomas Merrick, really should be showing up any day now. That'll be my signal to strike the nearby hidden worlds. Jardine I'll be taking care of personally. I haven't decided yet whether the surprisingly decent Hallis will get to stay on the throne, or if I'll spin it like a Comstar Guerrero. Then again, I could play it old school. Give Hallis an ultimatum to behave and have Isis delivered to Sid to be raised and schooled by the wardens. I'd consider it over the moral event horizon, except that I honestly think Isis would do better in our care. Decisions. Wait. I go back to my splat files and into the communications section. I think my sudden mad cackling may have scared Kruger. Ah well, I'll send him a gift basket to make up for it. A/N, new part going up in an hour or two. Just wanted to get this written while my muse was working me. Also, new doesn't necessarily feel much more than bare pity for Blake. On the other hand, she's going to prod for that sense of outrage any chance she can get regardless of her own opinion of the guy. And I'll do an interlude with the rest of the sphere's reactions after the major play this is building up to has been made. Dash. Omega. Alpha Rots, Outworlds Alliance. The meteors are expected to mostly burn up in atmosphere. Several were projected to possibly cause problems, but the Avalar Guard deployed several aerospace to bring those pieces down to size. The radio of the old truck droned, but the driver and his passenger barely seemed to be paying attention. Look, I know this is hard. On both of us. I'm no less heartbroken than you are, Jonathan Kent told his wife. He was an older man of 48, hard in some ways but the life of a farmer on the periphery did that to you. His jacket was worn, but well loved and still held the unit patch of the Avalar Guard. There was sadness in his eyes as he spoke, but the edge of a survivor. Someone who would take the worst the world could throw at him and come out the other side. I'm just saying that we can't let this keep us down. We can look into adoption. There are plenty of young uns out there that need the love we can give in any case. His wife scowled, but her heart wasn't in it. The gracefully aged Martha Kent desperately wanted to rage at her husband, at the doctors, at the world, even at herself. None of it would cure her infertility. She stopped to really think about it. As much as she wanted to retort that they wouldn't be her own, she thought herself to be at least somewhat better than that. If she took in a child, she'd never allow herself to treat it with any less love than she would her own flesh and blood. You're right. We can look into it. At that moment a meteor, miraculously unharmed from its journey through the atmosphere passed by overhead in the blink of an eye. It smashed into a nearby crop with enough force to physically push the truck into the other lane. For just a moment Jonathan Kent lost control of his truck and it plowed down into the muddy field side. Oh. Oh Martha? Are you hurt? Jonathan asked as his wits returned to him. He had a nasty goose egg on his skull from where he'd cracked the steering wheel, but otherwise seemed fine himself. Jonathan? I'm okay actually. Just a bit shook up is all. Martha replied. They both got out of the truck. Jonathan sizing things up and preparing for what he'd need to get his beloved beater out of the mud. Martha though was curious, that meteor had seemed to come down in the field next to them. After debating it a few moments, and ensuring that Jonathan was both tied up and didn't need her help, she finally wandered into the field in question. Jonathan! The cry of alarm and surprise brought the older man running. His heart racing almost as much his mind which was coming up with scenarios, from as likely as her having fallen and broken an ankle to as unlikely as the meteor being a Kuritan aerospace fighter and she was now being held hostage. What he never could have imagined seeing was some kind of drop capsule made of smooth bluish-grey metal with a strange crest of a shield with a squiggly line emblazoned on it. What is it? Martha asked. I have no idea. Jonathan answered. The capsule suddenly split open, causing them both to skip backwards in fear. Neither was expecting the cry of a babe to reach their ears. Martha LL but swooped in as she carefully scooped up the small black-haired babe in its silvery blanket, the same crest emblazoned in black upon it. I have no idea your names. The upper body of a man suddenly appeared in hologram form over the capsule. But mine is Jor-El. And this is my only son. By the time you will be receiving this message my home, Krypton, will be little more than broken rock and ash as our sun will soon destroy itself. In their hubris our council has denied any of us to leave before the end, but for this, my son, I defy them. My people are not like yours, great in many ways but lacking in the courage that allowed your kind to spread across the stars. If this vessel has selected you then I know my son is in good hands, for it was set to look for good people. Humble, and strong in their conviction to do what is right. I can only ask that you love him as your own, raise him with love and with that very conviction. Not as a Kryptonian, a scientist or a statesman, but as a father who merely wants what is best for his son. You will also need to be patient, for though we look much like yourselves we are not the same. He will be stronger, faster, more durable than all his peers. And for that, to keep such a secret for his own safety, he will also be isolated. Like no other child ever could, he will need you. A light to show him the way. The hologram ended leaving them both stunned. Well, it looks like your idea was a good one after all, Martha stated with a mirthful smile. We're definitely adopting. Jonathan shot her a playful scowl but it couldn't last as he began to chuckle. He didn't know how just yet, but they'd get through this too. And he'd certainly raise the boy with all the love he had to give. What are we gonna call him? Clark? Martha's tone made it clear that was both the start and end of the discussion. Clark? A good name. Strong. Dash. Unknown planet, deep space, on the border between Canopus and the Free Worlds League. Donna Troy struggled to keep herself still as her aerospace fighter burned towards the planet below. Their jump ship had misjumped to literal dark space, no sun to recharge it, no station. They were trickle charging the drive but any mistake, any error, and they'd be stranded in the literal middle of nowhere. Which made it all the more strange that a world, not some dead planetoid mind you but a real honest-to-God garden world, was only a single day away by dropship. She was sent ahead to scout it out. After a few minutes the familiar flame of re-entry surrounded her. When it cut out she found herself gliding along over a massive ocean. It was amazing, and when she looked up there was something that looked rather like a sun shining in the sky. Where the hell am I? Her wondering was caught off when the prongs of a trident suddenly cut through her wing and caught, sticking up through the armor like they were giving physics 3 big middle fingers. Fuck. She screamed and hit the deck burning hard and fast while warning screamed that her weapons on that side were out. Another trident burst from the water and sheared off half the other wing. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh fuck. The sight of land on the horizon at least reassured her that she wouldn't be punching out over water. It was a thought that lasted until something sheared through her fighter behind her, robbing her of any semblance of control. The nose dipped slightly but thankfully pulled up just before the belly hit water and started the fighter skipping across the surface, decelerating so fast she blacked out for a moment. When she awoke it was still tumbling, but sideways as well now. Then it came to an abrupt stop trapped in a stand of trees. Upside down. And she was in no shape to try and get out. This problem was abruptly solved for her when a feminine hand grasped a slight dent that left an opening between the cockpit windows and frame, then pulled the windowed part off with main strength. A head of black hair, dangling down due to its owner's upside-down position, peeked into the cockpit. Startling blue eyes under a golden tiara stared into hers. Then the woman reached in and ripped off her crash harness before easily catching her with one hand. Before she even knew what was going on, Donna was on hard, grassy land and right side up again. The black-haired woman, no teenager now that she could see more clearly, stared at her with undisguised curiosity. Donna could only stare back at the girl's strange Greek-style breastplate, leather skirt, and strap-up sandals. Where are you from? Are there more people there? Do they all travel in such machines? How do you build one? Do you come from the worlds of men? Are you their slave? What's it like? The girl asked in excited motormouth. Ugh. Trying to answer apparently allowed her to relax enough for everything to come back to her. She passed into comforting blackness. Terra, Comstar Zone. Ugh. Victor woke up feeling odd. At first everything seemed normal, but then he tried to stand up and his feet made a resounding clang. Yes. 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 A small man of vaguely Asian descent stated as he walked around the bed Victor had been laying on. You are magnificent. They laughed at me. Laughed. At me. But now you are perfect. Now you will give me my revenge. What? Who are you? What are you talking about? Victor asked, shaking his head. Everything seemed distant, not quite fuzzy so much as just further. What? You're not supposed to be asking that. Did the programming not take? This is most distressing. Sadie. He called and a mousy young woman slipped into the room. Sadie, the programming doesn't seem have taken. Take the specimen back to be reprogrammed. The little man said. No. It was barely above a whisper but it almost echoed in the small room. Excuse me. The doctor turned and looked at her with narrowed eyes. No. This is wrong. I won't let you do that, not to anybody. Sadie said more loudly. Is that so? The doctor turned to his desk, then unexpectedly turned back with a gun in hand and shot the woman in the chest. A shame, you were actually half decent as an assistant. Now. Whatever he was going to say was interrupted when Victor slammed into him, smashing him backwards into the wall. When the little man crumpled he turned to the young woman taking an oddly heavy knee by her side. Don't worry, it'll be. He reached out to compress the wound like his first aid training taught but was distracted by the cold metal hands with hints of Myanmar fiber bundles at the joints. A small bloody hand covering his own shook him from the shock and he looked up to see Sadie smiling a watery smile at him as blood leaked from her lips. She choked on her words, sorry. It kept you alive. If only. If I'd been stronger. No. He pressed down, ignoring his own problems as he tried to save the woman. I forgive you. Whatever you did, I forgive you. Just don't die. Glad. Her head fell back as the life faded from her eyes. The door burst open and men in Comguard uniforms flooded the room. They were shouting and confused, but he just stayed by the dead woman's side while they got things figured out. At some point he wound up outside, sitting on the edge of a decorative planter holding a pine tree as Sadie's body was loaded into an ambulance. He barely noticed as an older gentleman with long silver hair sat down beside him. Son. Victor. Do you mind if I call you Victor? The man asked. Sure. Victor couldn't sum up much emotion to reply with. This must be awful hard on you. To be honest, it's a bit of a paperwork nightmare too. According to the League, you're dead. We'll try but I'm not sure we can get you sent home, the man said. Sir. I'm from Trinidad. They don't just accept cybernetics on Trinidad. I can't go home. It hit Victor as a physical weight, like saying it made it real. The man nodded and fell silent for a long moment. You know, with those implants you'd have a huge advantage no matter what you chose to do. Research, medicine, combat, whatever happens to chance your fancy. Medicine. Victor said before he'd even had a chance to think about it. But the more he did the more he agreed. Sure, his strength had disabled the sick fuck that did this to him, and maybe if he'd been faster he could have stopped him entirely. If he'd really known what he was doing though, he could have saved her. He was certain of it. Well, you may not know it but it turns out I happen to run a little organization that could use some good doctors. Oh yeah, and who are you? Victor asked. Ah, how silly of me. Let me introduce myself. Precenter Marshal Anastasius Focht, Com Guards. Dash. Wayne Palace, Gotham, Crucis March, Federated Sons. The dark-haired Lord Bruce Wayne dropped a ragged duffel bag on the pristine white marble floor of his family's palace. His threadbare and careworn clothes were utterly out of place with the classic Greek architecture and furnishings. Still, one need only look at his eyes to see the assessing and calculating gaze of a lord. A look that faded immediately into true affection as he saw his family's elderly butler walking towards him. Alfred. Master Bruce. You seem to have taken to life on the road. Still, one would think you could have thought of your poor servant once in a while, dropped by a comster station, left a message or two. Alfred greeted him in a seemingly distant tone but filled with warmth to those who knew him well. Ah, knew I was forgetting something. To be honest though, I was kind of far away from an HPG station for a lot of it there towards the end. Bruce relaxed easily into the banter and nodded graciously when a maid hurried from another room to pick up his bag and take it up to his quarters. So, has Derek been treating you well? Sir Early has been efficient in seeing to his wants, sir. All else he tends to leave to lesser functionaries. Alfred's tone and words were mild and diplomatic but that he'd say it all showed the depth of his ire with Sir Derek Early, the current regent of the Wayne title and estates. Well, hopefully he won't mind me tagging along a bit. Getting to know the business of my family in preparation of the takeover, Wayne glibly said. He didn't need to speak it aloud for Alfred to know that Sir Early had greatly overstepped the line. The Waynes had always treated their servants like family. To treat them poorly was considered an insult to the family itself. Dukes had found themselves overthrown for lesser slights than Sir Early had paid Alfred. Very good, sir. Anything else you'd like to add to the schedule? Alfred asked. I seem to recall a basement garage that my father kept my great-grandfather's battle mech in. Are both still in good condition? Bruce asked. Ah, Lord Randolph Wayne's Black Knight. Well, it may be a bit dusty down there, sir. I may have neglected to mention the existence of such facilities to the Knight Regent. Who knows what so many years of neglect may have wrought, Alfred said. Indeed. Bruce closed the door behind them as they entered his father's study. I'm not liking what I'm seeing out on those streets, Alfred. It's worse than ever, even than during my father's time. The criminals walk openly in the street. People cringe away when they see someone coming, especially if they look well off. It's gone too far. Well, what can you do, sir? You're only one man, Alfred asked. Yes. As Bruce Wayne I am just one man. As easily killed and replaced as my father before me. But as a symbol. As an unknown vigilante, I can play to their fears. I can make them fear the night, Bruce stated with conviction. That's a tall order, Master Bruce. They're not going to let go easily, Alfred told him. No. So I'll need to become something more than just a man. Something dark. Something primal. How do you feel about bats? Bruce asked, his eyes sparkling with an idea. Alfred just sighed, already foreseeing the enormous trouble this was going to become. And having a fair guess of the toll his beloved master would have to pay to pull it off. Dash. Print it. Commander New shouted as she shoved the test pages back into the woman's hands. All of them. Stagger the release by a month each. Then get them on every dropship going out. Make the captains into believers. Get them to stuff them under their bunks if that's what it takes. We'll distribute to every corner of the sphere. And what about the writers and artists? They're getting a bit testy about the lack of payoff so far, the business-suited woman asked. Pay them now, give them an advance. Just not so much they get swollen egos. We want to keep them, and as much as that means not underpaying, it also means not giving them the excuse to start their own imprint. New ordered. Now how long before we get to the Justice League? That'll be our big crossover event for the 1-year anniversary of Superman and the introduction of, Green Lantern, the woman answered after a quick peek at her cheat sheet. Great. Give it a couple years and then we can start on movies. Have some actors in mind, but don't put out the feelers just yet, New ordered. Isn't a bit early? We don't even know if they'll be successful. The woman countered. The only way they'll fail is if we botch the rollout. Trust me, These'll be icons. You just have to give it time. Nu assured her. If you say so. Turns out giving a couple-hour wait doesn't really work out if you spend that time actually typing the omake. So. Here's the actual part. Part 47. Commander Nu, Deep Space, between Ipswich and Cronulla, March 8, 3037. Passing the time in meditation was surprisingly difficult when you couldn't breath. I used the 7 in, hold 4, 7 out, hold 4 method. Or at least, I vaguely recalled using that. When I didn't recall being a commander. No Great War memories there. I'd missed the war and only been brought online long after the progenitors had managed to get off the endangered species list the easy way. Fighting other commanders didn't feel like war. Not like a game either, just like busy work. It required very little creative thought at the time. Opening my metaphorical eyes, I looked at the comparatively massive construct coming together. Yet, I was going to be here a while. Had this been anywhere near a planet, I wouldn't have even needed to be here. Just set up economy, start building, fuck off. This, however, was in the deep dark depths of space. Another cargo jump ship arrived and my fab drones went to work converting it fully to my own network. The Pillar class was based on the Monolith, but didn't share much in the way of design cues. While I understood the desire to keep construction to a minimum, and therefore using a cylindrical design, I had no real use for it. It was, in essence, a very long thin brick with a grav deck at the back revolving around the engine pylon and was actually contained within the same structure that holds the solar sail anchors. Of course it only had the solar sail to ensure people didn't ask questions like why doesn't that jump ship use a solar sail? In any case, drop ships could dock across its top and bottom, and this one had 4 mammoths docked and waiting on each facing. All of them, like the massive cargo bays of the jump ship itself, contained only metal storage. All this just to keep the supplies flowing to build this beast. Well, actually it wasn't that ambitious of a project in real terms. It was just a scaled-up version of the HPG space stations I'd built outside Shiro, Andurian, and now Sid. It also contained ship repair facilities, temporary crew quarters, enough weapons to murder the pants off most warships and base to hold several hundred aerospace fighters. You know, I think I might be getting obsessed with aerospace fighters. Then again, always hold the high ground. Basic strategy. In any case, just a simple staging base and communications center. But since I'm the only force that doesn't need suns at all to recharge, chances of accidental discovery are pretty low. Add to that a position that puts my forces within HPG range, and therefore a single jump away from Xi'an, Orient, Mozero and Shiro? Worth it. Also cuts down on the trip time to Jardine and Sharp. Even Odessa, though a journey of over 400 light-years isn't reduced much by knocking off a single jump. Besides, the strike force for that was already in the area. Mostly, I was really just passing time. Thomas Merrick was officially late to the party and I didn't want to strike any of the 5 in isolation. Too great a chance of them moving all of them to new locations. I'd already compromised my knowledge of Tozan though, so time was swiftly running out on the clock. Still, this was a part of war. Positioning yourself to look down on your foes and bring strength to bear where they can least defend against it. Merrick's come for round 2 and I'm opening an Orient front. Capellans do something to well and truly piss me off. I'll visit the palace to file my complaint personally. Suddenly another dandelion appeared a safe distance from the station. After a few minutes of lag I received a tight band transmission from it. All it contained was a video file. Parliament has confirmed that in light of Duncan Merrick's incapacitated state, he has been removed from the position of Captain General. Instead they've unanimously gathered behind an unexpected candidate. A scarred man stood before a podium, his white uniform and purple sash rather classy due to his noble bearing. I know that many of you thought I was dead. I am sorry for the deception. My injuries were quite grave and it was feared I would not make it at times. While my cousin stepped up to lead the league in my infirmity, I now find myself doing the same. I hope that he may rest, no longer being forced to bear a burden he was unprepared for. In the immediate term, we shall seek a diplomatic rapprochement with the Duchy of Andurian. They have clearly proven themselves capable of standing without the sheltering wings of the League, and now it is on them to stand alone against the storms that plague these stars. However, Parliament has already agreed to abolish the Home Defence Act and support a stronger central government. Now, more than ever, the League stands united and now more than ever it must stand together. No longer will we be hampered by factionalism and internal divides. No longer will our enemies see us something they can carve up piecemeal. Our borders will be secured by the best and brightest of every duchy and district. And when the Lyrans come, thinking they left the hard fighting to their supposed allies, they will pay a bitter toll for underestimating the Free World's League. I had to give it to him. Tommy Boy was one hell of a speaker. I guess I'll find out soon whether the original can match up. Now I just needed to hand off construction here to whoever that was, probably Rhode Island if I had to guess, and we can get this show on the road. Part 48. Commander Nu, plains outside the city Hope, Jardine. I watched as more of the indigenous population scuttled through the jungle nearby. To be honest, I wasn't terribly concerned about them, but their existence did act as some confirmation I was in the right place. Satellites circuiting the globe searched for further underground structures and obvious ruins, but this one was right above a massive magma pocket. Fabricator land air mechs were building me a base. Already a few recon VTOLs were buzzing the ruins looking for hidden entrances. Once that was discovered, the small army of lambs I'd used to trip any defense satellites would secure the outside. After that would come the horde. No lightning? I thought that one really deserved some lightning. Ah well. Hey, there's a lot more movement in the ruins than I thought. Apparently there's a pretty good number of people actually living on the surface. Did not expect that. Attention citizens of Hope. Exit the city and submit yourself for processing. Do not resist and you will not be harmed. You have 3 hours. Well, that gives us a time frame. Or rather, makes them think we have such a time frame. Now that I had a better grasp on the magma pocket, I could safely tunnel under the city. Several of my fabbers got to tunneling, followed closely by my rifle-armed proto-mechs and what I was calling troopers. It wasn't much of an upgrade over the modified power loader frame, but it worked for my purposes. I gave it a light endoskeleton which held much more of the muscles, but the armor was still integral to the basic structure as well. I'd switched to my heavy armor material as well. Against a mech it was useless at this thickness, but it laughed off light arms including such small lasers. A simple reflective glaze over top and even energy-based heavy weapons would be far less effective than expected. A simple LMG dominated the right shoulder, while laser pistols were integrated into blocks on the back of the wrist. Another was integrated into the back of the helmet, allowing it to fire backwards at anyone trying to flank it. Tasers were integrated into the chest, allowing it to tase up to 4 individuals in its lifetime. For a personal weapon it had a handheld 20mm grenade launcher that was mostly stocked with flash and smoke grenades. Unfortunately, it still only sprinted at a pace most humans would call a light jog. They broke into the actual base in what was apparently some sort of administrative area. For this they mostly stuck to tasers and zip cuffs, only bothering to shoot a couple particularly fast on the trigger security personnel. One of the few with a non-standard grenade loadout launched an ink sensor, inundating the network with a mass of paperwork to be indexed, sorted, and analyzed. Frankly, I'd actually do that later. Not content to sit back, I took control of one of the remaining troopers. A quick look around showed me that things were going pretty well still. There were a few troopers heading back with captives over their weaponless shoulder, and the fabbers had turned to tunnel towards another open area that I kind of hoped was the garage. I followed a stream of troopers filtering into the halls that led deeper into the complex. We passed a few rooms that were quickly apportioned some troopers and confirmed empty. Apparently we were passing through the personal living quarters. It was only once we'd reached the far end that security forces responded, rather spectacularly. A hailstorm of lasers filled the hall. The lead troopers were glowing cherry red by the time they fired back, their LMGs jamming as ammunition cooked off like popcorn. Their lasers however fired at least once before melting inside their own casings. I pulled my grenade launcher and popped a flashbang downrange. The laser storm finally ended as the security forces screamed in pain. Doors to rooms we hadn't searched yet slammed open and men built like gorillas rushed out, their muscles all but glowing to my senses. The damaged lead troopers simply let themselves fall so the row behind could fill the hall with bullets and laser blasts. These gorilla men were surprisingly resistant to both, though the lasers seemed to deal more damage if you could hold it on a single area for a full cycle. Taser leads popped out at short range and pumped what would normally be debilitating amounts of electricity into their targets. In this case they barely twitched. Instead they closed into melee range and lashed out with inhuman strength, which revealed they were new to the upgrades as one immediately wrenched his arm from his socket in the attempt. Another tried for a kick but pulled himself off the ground with his own strength, robbing the attack of the anchoring necessary to keep it from simply bouncing off. The most successful of the men simply shoulder barged straight into my troopers, carrying them both off the ground and back into the next line. One fell near me and barely had a chance to notice the barrel of my grenade launcher in his face before his head was consumed in the white phosphorus release of a flashbang. Lasers lashed out from many angles, barely missing their comrades but using their mechanical precision to great effect. Each burned into the men, severing prosthetic myomer muscle and transferring even more heat into the already dangerously overheated organs underneath. Our would-be super kicker didn't get a second chance to attack. He rolled over and started vomiting as a few laser blasts had his internals so hot it was literally cooking his stomach. The puncher took a face full of ballistic rounds, proving that his head hadn't been given any sort of durability upgrades just yet. Take this. I handed off the man I'd killed to a pair of troopers behind me. Even if I never used the implants themselves, I wanted those thoroughly documented. They could be exactly what I needed to make the jump to battle armor. Speaking of, the security team that we'd stunned earlier had backup. And this was a full 6-man squad wearing hurricane power armor. God, it was ugly. My own creation sort of looked like Fallout 4 power armor had been found by the Halo series UNSC, and these were the first reverse-engineered prototypes off the line. Thick armor shaped to allow for decent movement. Heavy overall, and stompy in a way that heavily reinforced that fact. Also thicker in general rather than having an overlarge backpack unit. The Hurricane on the other hand had a squashed TV for a head, 2 pylons like vestigial wings on its back, chest armor that can't decide whether it wants to be a slab or bended for movement, and shoulders that looked like they wanted to ape Metroid but weren't willing to fully commit. Didn't make them less effective though. Even as my troopers resumed their march, the exchange of fire shifted distinctly against us. It didn't help that 2 of them were firing scarlet lasers that frankly wouldn't have been out of place on a battle mech. Each trooper hit by one of those got cracked open like an egg. I fell back a bit and checked with the progress of other areas. We had another insertion into what was apparently a food court. That had gone well enough though they were now getting bogged down in the halls. My proto-mechs had indeed found the garage and had been busy battling a few active vehicles while they kept stray pilots from risking a run to their mechs or other vehicles. Refocusing on the situation at hand, I ordered the upcoming ranks of troopers to start volley firing flashbangs towards the end of the hall. A few seconds later several of them landed to their eponymous effect. While the few normal security still holding the area instantly slacked their fire, it was entirely useless against the Hurricanes. Or so it seemed. More of the grenades were soon downrange, and other than fortuitously catching the leg of one of the suits on fire, they didn't seem to be making much of a difference. Then one of them tried to shift and fell to the floor unmoving, smoke rising from his back pylons. As more flashbangs went off in the confined space, the temperature in the area had risen to a blistering 210 degrees. Another man fired his laser, but halfway through the beam cut out as its internal circuitry melted from overworked heat sinks. The first rows of troopers pressed forwards, not firing for fear of overheating themselves. Even then their heat sinks strained with the intense temperatures of their overheated myomers. A few stray shots from the backlands took out a third Hurricane as the weight of fire was beginning to tell. Finally the rest turned and ran, probably looking for a more favorable location. What few unarmored schmucks were still alive when we got to the end of the hall were in pretty bad shape. They were lucky we were underground in a place with slightly high air pressure. Had we been at a decent elevation their blood would have already boiled, killing them messily. Now they just had a horrific case of heat stroke that they'd be hard-pressed to survive. In any case my front lines didn't bother cuffing them before handing them off to troopers to be carried back. The Hurricanes and their weapons were collected as well, though these had their helmets removed to give a point of weakness, and guards who kept an arm-mounted laser pointed very obviously at the owner's face at all times. So far so good, I said to nobody in particular. Honestly I was really missing having someone to talk to. After only a few more twists and turns the decor changed to something that all but screamed hospital. It didn't take long to come across equipment they hadn't had time to clean up that were clearly meant for cybernetic treatments. The recon stuff, eyes and ears mostly, looked fairly standardized with only a few models for each and many still in their packaging. There were replacement limbs, but those seemed mature in basic implementation while prototype in the weapons involved. I didn't need a detailed analysis to know that the full arm laser was more gun than the limb could handle and would destroy itself the first time it was fired, but that retractable armor-piercing spike showed real promise. They just needed to lock the wrist on deployment and store it in the forearm rather than the hand, and they'd have the range and punch they were looking for. Oh look, vehicle interface. Again, just by looking I can tell these are early prototype stage. Much too big to fit inside a person. At this stage, they were better off modifying the connections in the vehicle to handle most of the complex instructions and only use minimal implants in the brain. Honestly, without a secondary intelligence, the whole line of research was useless without purpose-built vehicles. Judging from contents of their garage, they hadn't come to that little revelation just yet. A man in a doctor's coat exited one of the offices, took one look at my forces and simply let out a huff. If you're going to be firing those weapons off, I'd request you leave. There's some very sensitive equipment in this area. I mentally blinked. Then I tossed the fucker and let one of my troopers cuff him and carry him off. Wasn't sure what he was expecting from me. There certainly wasn't any great pressing need for mad scientists in my organization. If I actually bent my research department to it, I could easily surpass this level of cybernetics. In fact, now that I thought about it, one of the new research intelligences in SID was supposedly devoted entirely to medicine. I really needed to actually check in with them at some point. A quick message on my HUD let me know that the food court entry team had secured another 2 Hurricane armored soldiers and the base's mainframe. They'd already begun the hard work of cracking that, and a few one-off troopers with satchel charges were headed their way. Good enough. Moving on didn't provide anything interesting until we came to a room that had been fortified to hell and back. 5 Hurricane armored men and nearly a full platoon of support with heavy weapons all set up and waiting for us to turn one last corner. Too bad for them there wasn't anything important between them and the garage. More flashbangs were bounced around the corner, though I doubt these did anything too serious. Most troops wore glare protection in case of lasers. Earlier they were just too damn close, which wasn't the case this time. No, this time they were just cover for the smoke grenades that quickly filled the room with thick grey smoke. Almost immediately they started firing at the hall they expected us to come out of. It was a perfectly reasonable assumption on their part. However, it means they were unprepared when the wall to their left disappeared and a pair of angry proto-mechs began to peg hurricane wearers with medium lasers while their machine guns ate through heavy weapons squads. It was short but an utter massacre. One of the proto-mechs took a laser blast to the knee and fell hard against the wall, but otherwise the infantry did little but die. Even their power armor was little protection against the high-caliber machine gun rounds carried by the proto-mechs, let alone the medium-class lasers their rifles barked out. My troopers marched through the remains of the carnage and smashed through the door they'd been guarding. One was cut down by the combined fire of a pair of automated turrets. The other fired back with both lasers and the LMG, barely taking out one of the turrets. More moved up, and although the leader took some Swiss cheesing to the left hip and leg, they quickly dispatched that turret as well. This time the door was hardened and sealed. Several troopers got to work using their lasers to cut through the locking mechanisms. Eventually it popped open and two of the troopers pushed the doors out of the way. Inside was a meeting chamber that was far too large for its purpose. Instead it had the Comstar symbol emblazoned on the back wall like a crucifix and frescoes of Blake, Toyama, and other particularly revered figures of Comstar's history along the sides. Actually reminded me of a Catholic church, though with a big fucking table in the center rather than a pulpit and pews. This is a holy place. A voice warned. Bullshit, I replied through one of my troopers. My own platform soon joined them so I could look with my own eyes, so to speak, on the 3 men and 1 woman seated in the room. Yep, there's Thomas Merrick. Otherwise, I couldn't say I recognized any of these people. Not that I especially cared. You guys wouldn't know holiness if it smacked you upside the face with a trout. You dare. The woman shot to her feet. Well, considering I just killed your entire security team, I'm apparently in a daring mood. Want to take bets on whether or not I'll apply my laser to your face if you interrupt me again? I ask. The woman shakes with rage and opens her mouth only for her words to turn into a wheezing scream as she's tossed. See, isn't life unpredictable? You won the bet that I wouldn't shoot you with a laser, and got a few thousand volts as a prize. Clearly Blake has come down from whatever shithole he wound up in after he died to give you a firm clap on the back and congratulations for your success at fucking over all of humanity. I don't know. Tossed man says what? Oh, and Operation Holy Shroud, I reply to the sentence he was going to say before being rudely interrupted by Captain Voltage. I looked around at those still standing and those curled up on the floor hoping to avoid going another round with my tossers. Now, considering where we are, everyone here should be quite aware of your organization's crimes against humanity. Also considering the level of fanaticism required for this post, I'm willing to bet you were all planning and gearing up for yet more crimes against humanity. So I'm having a hard time coming up with a reason not to just kill you all and consider this a win. Silence hung heavy in the air. Oh, right, you can speak now. Thomas looked at me with haunted eye, his red prosthetic unable to convey emotion. The other guy was a much bigger fool. You can't just kill us, him especially. Do you know who he is? Nope. No clue. I mean, he looks a lot like Thomas Merrick. But Thomas Merrick is on a truce, being Captain General of the Free Worlds League. This is clearly just a man who looks very similar. And that's good for you guys really, because if he was Thomas Merrick then that would mean Comstar conspired to usurp the throne of a great house and use their ubiquitous information access to spy on all of the other houses for their new pet house. If that were the case, I'd be compelled to call all of the great lords to a central location and present him to all of them for testing and to confirm his identity. It would not end well for Comstar. Nor the Free Worlds League for that matter. So tell me. Who is that man? The fool sat down and shut up. You seem to have what you want. As you said, you'd damage Comstar greatly by turning me in right now. Yet, you seem to desire our deaths more. So. I guess the question is, what do you really want? Thomas asked. He looked more tired than anything, and there were signs of recent swelling around his implants. I guess it wasn't so easy on him as I'd expected. I want historians to look back on this time and make a small footnote that, oh yeah, Comstar imploded during this time too. I don't want to have to tell a little girl that I killed her father for being a fanatical dirtbag. And I really don't want the league to implode on itself because a few jumped up technicians got too egotistical for everyone's good health. I turned to face one of the frescoes and slammed over 100 rounds into the face of Toyama. So. You will be taken, along with the civilian population of this city, to a new world. Somewhere in the periphery. I'll leave you some supplies, farming equipment, and various other sundries you'll need to survive. And then I'll take the planet next door and turn it into a fortress so powerful and vast that Ian Cameron himself would look upon it and weep in shame at the inadequacy of his armies. And that fortress will ensure that so long as even a single member of the current generation is alive, nobody will land on the surface of aforesaid planet without my express permission. I turned and started to leave as my troopers moved to secure them. I was pretty sure there were planets out just past the Outworlds Alliance that had already proven habitable and were no longer claimed by anyone. However, I had another thought and paused before I left. Oh, you probably won't be alone though. Sharp, or was it a Deep, something, I always forget. Anyways, that hidden planet over by St. Ives should have its population joining you as well. And if there are any civilians at the ruins of Gabriel, them too. A few more outraged screams followed me as I left the room. With my primary objectives completed now, it was just a matter of cleaning up. Getting all the people together and onto a pillar, send that back to my new staging station to pick up a first warden and then have them go find a planet that fits the bill. Then it's just cleaning up my presence, setting off a much less impressive volcanic event than the Blakists would have, but one that releases magma directly into the base. Assuming I didn't miss a black box around here somewhere, Comstar could suspect all they wanted but they'd never have proof. And in a galaxy where sporadic military raids on your neighbor is just Tuesday at the office? That's all that really matters. After that I guess I could swing by New Dallas while I'm in the neighborhood. Might need those SLDF royal designs for something or other. Could also be useful for another plan in the back of my splat file. Part 49. Anastasius Focht, Hilton Head, Terra. Focht raised an eyebrow as he heard the screaming coming from the conference room he was headed towards. Considering he'd been called by the Primus herself for an emergency meeting, he could guess who was doing the screaming. Question was, who was she screaming at and why? He paused before opening the door, hoping to get some sense of what this was about. They knew. Ho Secret Circuit knows. How did such a total failure, So somebody discovered something they shouldn't. Given the true capabilities of Comstar, that could be bad. Very bad. He opened the door, trying to avoid cringing at the Primus' angry screeching no longer being filtered by soundproofing materials. You called. He was unsurprised to find Charles Seneca, his replacement as Prekenter Rom, already there and looking extremely agitated. Technically he was Charles's superior. In truth, the secretive ways of Comstar's Black Ops didn't die so easily and he was sometimes left out of the loop. Waterley looked at him and literally snarled. We need to end the threat of these lost wardens. Now. He blinked. Not exactly what he was expecting. In review, he shouldn't have been entirely surprised. They were something of a hot topic, especially with their amazingly advanced technology. However, he'd expected missions to steal their design plans or something similar, destroying the faction entirely. That seemed a bit rash. Not exactly what one would call clandestine, all things considered. May I ask what brought this on? Focht asked as he tried to collect himself. While they didn't openly advertise it, a force that could only be the Wardens assaulted several of our most top-secret research facilities, Charles explained. Which ones? Focht asked. He didn't immediately recall anything in the area. Most of their secret activity away from Terra tended to happen towards the Outworlds Alliance or the former Rimworlds Republic area. Those areas had far more direct involvement from the Terran hegemony for whatever reasons. Still, there were a few interesting sites out past Canopus he could see the Wardens stumbling upon. Charles clammed up. Very suspicious. They were projects started by former Primuses, meant to be kept close to the vest, so to speak, Waterley diplomatically explained. In other words, she didn't really trust him with the true secrets. He could work with that. I will be going to the First Circuit to secure the order for an attack. I would like a battle plan from you for visiting a swift and discreet annihilation upon their system, this Sid. He hummed in acknowledgement and thought. While he didn't have exact numbers, he did know a thing or two about the defenses from his agents. Lots of aerospace fighters, a few of those big pocket warships of theirs. They'd need to shock them, and hit hard while they're still mentally reeling. I think I can do that. Assuming you want an orbital bombardment. We'll have to move some ships around. Whatever it takes. Whatever. These fools are proving a persistent thorn in our side. They need to be shattered. This will be the last time they involve themselves in Comstar affairs. You will make certain of it. She swept out of the room, leaving her venomous words hanging in the air. He turned to Charles and gave him a commiserating nod. The man nodded back. They may not agree on everything, but Charles wasn't too bad once he got to know him. Well? Let's get down to work. I'm thinking a full fleet element. They're far too well known for pulling something extra out of their hat. 9 ships including the Savitsky Soyuz. Focht argued. No. This organization has preserved these ships for centuries by keeping them close and not sending them off on wild flights of fancy. Imagine if they were to concentrate on that vessel and get a lucky hit. Damona Aziz argued back on behalf of the First Circuit. We have authorized 7 ships. 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers. That is more firepower than any force in the inner sphere can withstand. Focht sighed. Look, these wardens use an entirely new doctrine of combat. Bringing more ships will allow us to respond better to changing circumstances. And our crews are green. There hasn't been a warship engagement in centuries. We can only prepare them so much through training. And there won't be any more for at least a century more, Aziz rebutted. Just see to the mission given you with the resources apportioned. Assault dropships are cheap and invaders are easy enough to come by. You can easily supplement your force in that manner. He shook his head, but had to acknowledge her point. A good strong set of assault dropships could pick the aerospace fighters off their ships or supply their own squadrons in support. He'd take their highest estimate of 1,200 fighters and prepare for that. I'll make do. Good day, ma'am. He excused himself and wandered back to his office. There was an aide standing outside his office holding a file when he got there. Can I help you, son? Yes, sir. Prekenter Seneca requested these files for the operation. Adept Reddings thought you'd appreciate a copy too, the aide told him. He took the file and flipped through it. Pirate point location information on several systems within a jump of their target and for the next several months. A good idea, they could use pirate points either before entering the system or after leaving to ensure didn't catch too much attention. Thank you. Please tell the adept I'm grateful for her thoughtfulness. The aide ran off, and Foch just shook his head at the energy of the young. Instead he turned his mind to picking a date for the attack. Hopefully there'd be a time where the majority of the faction's veteran forces would be elsewhere. Then they could wipe out the support structure and force them to waste their best rating acceptable targets for supplies. I'm thinking after part 53 or so I'm going to go to interludes for a while. News reports, vignettes, technical readouts, things like that. Focus more on the setting as a whole developing and reacting for a few years. It'll also give me time to plot things out and work on attrition. I started this purposefully trying to get my writing habits back so I could work on that. Part 50. Commander Nu, Hohoken, Andurian, during the League Andurian Peace Summit August 3037. Not many people looked twice at the young blonde woman sipping tea at an outdoor cafe. I know, since I'd watched them pass without more than the occasional look for almost an hour now. My hair was the platinum blonde of my childhood, I'd missed it dearly when age had forced it dishwater and then altogether brown. Otherwise I'd crafted this body to be fairly average though not entirely unattractive. It was novel to hold a book in my hands once more, even if it was that same intuitively understood not feeling that I got with anything remotely piloted. At least I wouldn't have to deal with the heat and other issues of Myanmar's. Instead some multidiscipline think tanks at SID had hit upon simply using actual muscle fiber. Of course we didn't just clone organic matter, that seemed kind of squicky and might be difficult to fabricate. Instead we studied the structure and came up with a synthetic nanite structure that constructed itself similarly. It even necessitated oxygenation which is primarily done with prosthetic lungs gathering the oxygen to be distributed by a biosynthetic blood-like substance, synthetic heart ahoy, that even turned a good shade of red outside of the veins. Of course mimicking a human body was a complex endeavor and we'd be here all day if I tried to give a detailed list of materials and techniques used. Mostly it was just a combination of ideas cribbed from nature or the Blakists, filtered through a design process that attempted thousands of iterations in material and design both. A limousine with dark tinted windows and little purple bird flags at the front pulled up to the curb. I stashed my book in my purse, tipped the waitress and speed walked over. The door popped open just before I reached it and a big burly security man got out and ushered me in. As soon as I was in he slid in next to me and closed the door. Commander Nu, in the flesh, Tommy Hallis said in an even tone from the seat across from me. Truly this is a rare honor. Though I'd thought you were unable to exit your battle mech. Something about stringent life support needs. Oh, no worries Tommy. I just dropped by Jardine. The work they were doing on cybernetics was really impressive, helped me out a lot. I also happened to run into an old friend of yours while I was there, I glibly stated. He went from visibly annoyed at the diminutive to carved of stone at the mention of Jardine, doubly so at an old friend. I see. I think I know who you're talking about. How is he, by the way? I haven't heard from him recently, Tommy asked. Oh, surviving. He got sort of drafted into a colony startup out in the middle of nowhere. It's fine though, he was going with like a city's worth of people, so he won't be lonely, I said. That is good. Very good, Tommy seemed to relax slightly, though he was clearly pretty distressed. I promised him I'd take care of his daughter though. Last I heard she was hanging around Atrus. If you could send her over to Sid when you see her, that'd be great. We'll be sure she gets a full education. We're starting a course on the building and maintenance of HPG stations. Considering he spent some time in Comstar she may be interested in the course, you know, feel a little closer to dear old dad, I told him. His jaw clenched so tight it clicked. That is a worthy endeavor. Though you should be careful, only Comstar's neutrality keeps the communications open between the various powers. I was thinking about that, and yeah, that's true. But what about inside a nation? Do you really need a neutral extranational organization just to send messages from say Atrus to Merrick? It'd be much more reliable to simply take care of that yourself. Then you could just send anything international to Terra and Comstar can send it on without needing to fully connect your own national networks, I explain my thinking. And the periphery nations, even your own Andurian. They could be cut off by such a paradigm. Oddly enough, he seemed to be actually engaging the problem rather than just reaching for straws. Well, you could always keep Comstar in place as is, and simply employ your own more limited resources only in critical military locations, or in limited networks between important central worlds. Ultimately, it's not up to me what people do with it. Perhaps they'll take the knowledge and simply get good jobs at Comstar. At the very least, you'll know our graduates won't waste their time praying to made-up deities instead of actually fixing the damn thing. His eyes narrowed, but he apparently wasn't fanatical enough to rise to the bait. You'll be making powerful enemies, him included judging from this tone, if you stay this course. I laughed. Hard. Letting it shake them a bit before I abruptly cut off and stared at him hard. I'm not intimidated by anything you or certain other groups could throw at me. Duncan's invasion was a training exercise to my people. Just a shakedown to see if we could fight wars, relatively speaking, your way and win. If we'd fought it the way I was trained, there wouldn't have been anyone left alive to tell you how it went. You don't want to be a powerful enemy of mine, Tommy. Powerful enemies just make me grab bigger stomping boots, I warned. I leaned back and let him gather himself before I started speaking again. That's all just personal stuff, however. There was some actual business I hoped to discuss with you. Oh? Tommy asked. I wasn't aware we had any business to discuss. You want peace with Andurian? We are their allies. Technically you were attacking them. We can make that process very rocky indeed, I said. The stone look was back, but it didn't have the intensity of before. However, that isn't what I want. A small delay perhaps, just long enough for us to push through a bit of wartime theater. I'm listening, he said. To be perfectly frank, I don't want the Lyrans as Sid's neighbors. They'd have the straight-up military momentum to make a serious attempt to conquer my allies, and I find that distressing. However, I also have no interest in going to war with them. Yet, a war is on the horizon, I hope you can feel that as well. You might not have originally been a target, but after the failure at Shiro 3, well, it's an appearance thing mostly. Someone I don't mind going to war with is the Cercinus Federation. In fact, considering their state sponsorship of pirates, I'd rather crush them from existence. So I will. Then I'll build a few factories for stalkers, Hermes IIS, wasps, things you've lost access to thanks to Irian's short-sightedness. And once they're running, I can bring the more hardened rangers home and replace them with some of the brand new home guard, according to records. In reality they'll be thinly spread and manned entirely by drone mechs and vehicles. You send some elite units to wipe them out and secure the planets and those factories. Your cash rises, mine falls back into a range where the other factions breathe a big sigh of relief. When Hansa starts asking his generals for good targets, they say not the League, no sire. They've bounced back meaner than ever. Sounds too obvious, Tommy said. I shrugged. You can try and screw me over by attacking while the Rangers are there. I just won't be held responsible for any units they annihilate this time. I can telegraph the coming changeover in the system. If you attack right after the changeover, it won't look all that suspicious. Just green units caught in an inferior strategic position far from home. Make it fast enough and all anyone will see is the fact that you won handily, and that I bungled it. The thought of my jobbing in the first place won't even come up. It's up to you to handle things if the Lyrans get the same idea, or if they decide they don't like you being there. In any case, I'd think it's better than fighting over your own worlds. I finish with another shrug. I'll consider it, he said, and to be fair he seemed to be doing just that. Now you've spoken at length, I've got my bit to say. You are an arrogant fool. There have been dozens like you over the centuries. They find a Star League cache or some other bit of power and they think themselves a great player. The only ones not crushed into dust are far enough removed to not be worth the effort. I may not have stomping boots, but I have the might of the Free Worlds League and all her armies, agencies, and assets. I am not an enemy you want. Thomas finally earned his proper, if fake, name. Nor are our mutual acquaintances. I leaned back and let the words really sink in. Well, Thomas, you've made quite the argument. I'll keep it in mind. So long as you keep in mind that I know where our mutual friend is. If you and our mutual acquaintances keep pushing me, I won't be your only enemy. And you certainly won't have the will and might of the Free Worlds League at your beck and call. Well, that seems to be everything. Unless you have something to add. I waited, but he seemed content to end the conversation. There was more I wanted to say, but I was trying hard not to be the typical asshole from this place. He only threatened me because I started it. Threatening to replace all of his regiments with identically equipped warden regiments over a slow weekend wouldn't actually gain me anything. I certainly wasn't ready to administer an area the size of the League, even though I could follow through with the threat. Besides, you don't tell them your good ideas. You throw them in a splat file to unexpectedly pull out later and crush them. Or put another way, you don't threaten to kill someone you've decided to kill. You just shoot them and save your breath for people you actually want to talk to. They let me out in front of my embassy, and soon enough I was inside. A step through a certain door and this body disappeared into a swarm of green particles that were hoovered up by the walls. Another taller, curvy body with a more classically attractive face walked out of the barracks area and marched up the Art Deco stairs to my office. Leaning back in a comfy chair, even if I couldn't fully enjoy it, I activated a floating map of the inner sphere and pondered. Clearly I didn't have the control I'd thought. His words had nearly incensed me into saying something rash. Even now I felt the irrational urge to conquer the Capcom just to prove I was no less than a mere Captain General. Hubris. Though it would be rather satisfying to have the Farragut-class battleship and support fleet I'd picked up at ruins of Gabriel go and give my regards to Romano Liao. Personally. Mostly because I was having a hard time thinking of anything else to do with them. Commander. Fee's voice drew me from my reverie. Although she had an LMD of her own, it was at a party Richard was hosting. This was a simple over-the-network call. Yes, Fee. I answered. I still don't understand, why haven't you revealed Comstar's duplicity? It would seem the fastest and best way to discredit them, Fee asked. Fee, do you know how many members of Comstar there are that would join the word of Blake? I asked. No, I can't really say, Fee answered. Neither do I. There is much about the Comstar/Word of Blake conglomeration that I do know. But there is so very much I don't. I know the 5 are significant centers of clandestine activity, but they are hardly the only ones. 2 of them we let get away, one because I really don't know where it is, and the other because I seem to remember them having destroyed themselves. The first one will almost certainly be moved. Where? When? How? If I sunder Comstar as an organization now, I drive the hard fringe into hiding and planning. There will just be a jihad in 20 or 30 years, and while I can do much to mitigate it, I'm not so arrogant as to think I'm all-knowing and all-preparing. As has already been proven, even we struggle with guerrilla warfare, though not nearly as much as others. And if we force the House Lords to act, we threaten that jihad being aimed at everyone, not just a hard target like ourselves, I explain. But you're talking about a Cold War that could last decades. A century even if they catch some lucky breaks, Fee exclaimed. Yes. But doing things the right way is seldom easy. All the power in the world, if applied incorrectly, will ultimately be more hindrance than help. So we must apply ourselves correctly. And having all the power in the world does certainly help with that. Suddenly the screen flashed red and switched to real-time images of pirate points in all 3 major systems with Warden involvement. Shiro, Sid, and Andurian. Each one had at least 1 warship. All of them were painted red and black and lacked unit logos. Since I'd set up telescopes orbiting pirate points at every Andurian system, I could safely assume this was the entire strike force. For a moment I was surprised Waterloo would authorize an attack on the peace summit their own cat's paw was attending. Then I realized that they had to know that I either had, or had proof of Thomas's fake status. He'd become a liability rather than an asset in their eyes. Ah well. It's down to the break point. Primus Waterloo just served. Now it was time for the wardens to rally. I patched my video feed through to the Free World's delegation's private rooms. I only intended the fight at Sid to go public, but there was no reason not to let the man know how little his friends thought of him. Really drive that wedge home. I realized a few minutes ago that something might not be very clear due to news choices. What New and Primus Waterloo both know that nobody else, well nobody human, does is that Comstar, as an organization, may end with her. It may end before the turn of the decade. And that end is measured from the moment New stuffs Thomas Merrick on a jump ship and heads for Atrus. Probably with additional stops at Thurcad, Luthien, New Avalon, and Xi'an just to really ground it in. While most wouldn't especially care that someone conspired to replace a Merrick, they would care that the organization doing it was clearly not neutral. Without neutrality they can't be trusted to run the HPGs. If they can't be trusted to run the HPGs, then the houses will take them by force and run them with anyone at all they can get to defect. There would be war. Terra would be invaded. And while they'll prove far stronger than anyone expected, they're radically out of position to do anything other than collapse into the former Terran hegemony and keep everyone out through sheer number. And as if that weren't enough of an advantage for New to be hanging over them, she got one of their biggest top-secret shipyards and mothball fleet storage areas. Right now New owns the only functional battleship-class vessel in the entire Inner Sphere and nearby worlds. Plus all of its escort fleet. And they made it disappear, not destroyed it. Meaning they can somehow summon prize crews capable of not just running a ship, but bringing one completely out of mothballs and jumping it away. And New uses drone mechs. She uses Stingray fighters, the chassis the Void Seeker fighter drone is based on. Having direct access to the remains of the SLS on Terra, WAB actually managed to get it working again while Comstar thought it wasn't worth the cost, she is well aware of how properly functioning drones can seriously fuck up even hardened professional Star League era fleets. Expanded that into drone armies? When you are considered a free target to whoever happens to feel like invading. Waterly is living under the sword of Damocles not just personally but over her whole organization, and she can't even tell anyone. Frankly. There are times I wonder if I've written her reaction to be too restrained. In her place I'd be sending all the ships and all the armies and spin it like hell later. Anyways, on with things getting shot in hopefully entertaining ways. Part 51. General perspective, Andurian. The Lola 3 was once one of the premier vessels of the Star League. A destroyer meant mainly for convoy escort, it carried a deadly punch for its weight, using both heavy lasers and large groupings of some of the smaller naval autocannons to smash enemies at range. Though it would later be known that its lack of dropship collars and bays for a mere 6 fighters made it uniquely weak to the naval doctrines developed after the clan invasion, at this point in time it was still a ship of high reputation. A pair of invader jump ships that arrived concurrently brought 2 Avenger-class assault dropships and 4 Vengeance carrier dropships. These were more than enough to clear out the system's lackluster aerospace complement, and with support for their warship more than enough to smash any dropships that might try to protect the false Captain General. The pirate point they'd arrived at was between the planet and the moon of the next planet sunward of Andurian, meaning they'd arrive even before anyone on the surface could get to those damnable teleportation stations. Which was even assuming people would respond immediately, but even under a minute of light lag was enough to leave the defenders terminally short in reacting to the threat. This sense of casual superiority was shattered when 4 warships, each almost 150 meters shorter than it at 500 meters, jumped in just outside the ancient SLDF warship's range. Their boxy, squared-off designs were utterly alien to the crews of the Lola 3. Unlike the many-gunned Lola, these warships had only a very few capital-class weapons. The sight of them though was sure to leave wide eyes and open mouths. On each ship were 3 turrets, 2 on the top that were fit to cover the fore and aft, and the last on the bottom aft, and each turret was the size of a large spheroid dropship, weighing in at 32,000 tons each. These turrets only sported 2 stubby barrels that glowed an angry scarlet, but each one was utterly massive by comparison to even its largest neighbor in the naval laser class. Luckily for its opponent, while the turret could have carried a 3rd barrel, it'd been decided to stick to modular design principles and use that space to store a large bay of heat sinks and independent targeting computers. Each of the boxy warships released 6 fighters from bays on the underside of the fore, and a pair of dropships from the sides of its aft. Then they massively accelerated, using their slightly lesser mass to overmatch the Lola despite using an almost identical configuration in engines. As it came, more fighters were disgorged from the 6 fighter bays, giving the impression that they were deeper than they appeared. Sensing the danger of remaining at range from those monster laser turrets, the Lola juked to approach the new destroyer's nose on and entered extreme range. Heavy naval lasers and light naval autocannons lashed out towards them. Most missed, but a single laser clipped a corner and several shells smashed against a hull without causing much more than a scratch. The turrets finally turned into position, their barrels descended to extremely precise angles. Every ship in the destroyer formation fired from one turret, purposefully rippling their shots to maximize hits on target. Due to a last-second sideways thrust from the Lola, 3 turrets missed. The last slammed into the armor just aft of the control center with such force it all but disintegrated. Its twinned lasers burned into the internal structure and vaporized anything too close to its passage. Only a bare meter separated the cherry-glowing deck that had finally exhausted its fury and the armor of the outer hull opposite its entry. Molten structure dripped down onto a swiftly growing hole in the protective armored coating of one of the Lola's internal oxygen tanks. From there it gathered momentum and dripped once more, landing on the very edge of an outlet tube. An explosion rocked the ship's port side, ripping it open to vacuum on several decks aft of the initial damage and throwing shrapnel into fuel tanks, puncturing them but not causing further explosion. Running lights flickered and went dark. Its engine died, still propelling it towards its hated foes. For a brief moment they redirected their dropships intending to save the crew, until sensors detected the payloads of the capital missiles it carried. Viral agents. Instead they changed to transmitting warnings to avoid the wreckage. Then they ruthlessly burned through every remnant of the ship to ensure the WMDs were well and truly destroyed and no virus carriers allowed to live. After that they turned on the jump ships. They transmitted to them the riot act for their gross violation of the Ares conventions, then ever so kindly informed them that any attempt to jump out would cause their vessels to be reduced to component particles. With their prey all but immobile, the warships launched a wave of shuttles filled with power-armored drones. Some of the enemy fighters saw these as a juicy target and tried to buzz the destroyers on their way to the shuttles. Those fighters got a rude awakening when 4-barreled progenitor point defense lasers fitted on gimbaled turrets with built-in thrusters to give them extraordinary tracking speed swatted them from the sky like gnats. Finally the destroyers waded into the remaining dropships and fighters, lasers flaring and dozens of PPCs and LRM bays raining death in their wake. They took the time to properly destroy each and every one. Finally they accepted their own fighters back into their bays one at a time to be melted down, and activated their lithium fusion batteries to jump back to the hidden staging point they'd started at. Minutes later one of Hephaestus' dandelions arrived and set about cleaning up. The Andurians were easily reassured that there had simply been a misjump and she was simply performing SAR and cleanup after the tragic accident. Shiro. Pockmarked and scarred, two of the turret-bearing destroyers trawled through the debris field that had once been an Aegis-class vessel. Progenitor lasers lashed out to destroy the debris, hopefully annihilating the biological weapons that had been present in its atmosphere. It was their best guess that one of the weapons had been compromised during loading and the infection had spread unnoted throughout the ship. The other two stood guard over the sole surviving invader. Its partner had made the unwise choice to attempt a Davian maneuver, ram an enemy then misfire your jump drive tearing both ships apart, and was rendered down to little more than a slowly expanding field of small debris falling into orbit of the nearby gas giant. It had been a brutal battle, but short and quite far away from Shiro 3 due to the vagaries of jump dynamics. Some creative lying would render it recorded by Shiro traffic control as simply an out-of-touch civilian ship trying to take advantage of a closer jump point. Sid. 8 super leopards, looking slightly thinner and meaner than their last iteration, raced towards the pirate point. Each dragged the usual complement of 12 leopard gunships along with it, and were quickly releasing their 8 onboard squadrons into an ever-growing cloud of aerospace fighters. With nearly 800 aerospace fighters from their own stock in space, they were quickly joined by 36 squadrons from the 3 dandelions holding place over the world they were in the process of building up. Of course, since the planet was chosen as a military outpost in the first place, it scrambled its own drone wings to the tune of almost 1,000 fighters. Additionally, a full squadron of 12 dropships that looked superficially similar to the Avenger, but heavier and showing the telltale red glow at the tip of a progenitor laser, took off and moved to join an expanded squadron of Leopard gunships holding close to the planet as a last line. It was a force that could make a Star League-era fleet stop to reconsider their choices in life. And unfortunately it would be needed. Apparently Comstar had agreed there was no kill like overkill, as they'd sent no less than 3 Lola 3 destroyers, and 2 Aegis-class heavy cruisers. Almost as footnotes, a quintet of invaders hung back to supply the assault dropships that would be charged with protecting their giant brethren from the tornado of gnats heading their way. The Blakest squadrons and dropships stayed close to their ships. Instead the warships fired en masse their White Shark missiles. Notorious for taking out fighters, they were certainly a deadly response. Yet even firing them all only amounted to a wave of 22 missiles. They spread out quickly, searching out individual fighters widespread in the approaching formations. 2 were shot down by counter-fire, but 20 made it through. For a moment there was blinding light and a massive outpouring of electromagnetic radiation. When it faded away there were 20 ragged holes in the line where nuclear munitions had caused immense damage to the comparatively lightly defended fighters. Some holes represented more than a dozen fighters lost, though most seemed to have cost only 6 or 7 fighters in their creation. Acting quickly, the fighters reorganized into triangular pyramids, giving smaller profiles and creating situations where targeted fighters can peel off to reduce damage to their wing. A necessary precaution, as yet more White Shark missiles were launched, this time with the much lighter Barracudas as well. This time the nuclear warheads only caught 2 to 3 fighters each. Most of the Barracudas hit their targets though, bringing up the numbers destroyed by another 20. The Lolas opened up at extreme range with their small naval autocannons, adding to the general fire, but even when they hit they don't often break through the armor on the first round. As the fighters passed into long range the warships fired with lasers set to anti-fighter mode. Dozens of them disintegrated in a holocaust of massive invisible laser beams and white-hot metal expanding into clouds of superheated droplets. When they passed into their own maximum range, the fighters began to show their difference from normal stingrays. 5-pack LRMs under each wing fired off, filling the space between them and the capital ships with almost 4,000 comparatively tiny missiles. Hundreds were wiped out in mere incidental contact with enemy laser and autocannon fire. The capital lasers also began to struggle as the fighters started juking, sometimes evading beams of weaponized light by mere inches, but evading all the same. A second volley of missiles left the fighters. Many of the first volley lost their target due to advanced ECM from the warships, but even flying dumb dozens of the tiny warheads impacted. Dozens more impacted as the second volley followed them in. Of the initial wave of 770-odd fighters, only 340 survived to begin proper strafing runs on the large warships. That number dropped by 20 in only seconds as their swarm tactics caused them to physically impact against incautious defending aerospace fighters and dropships. 2 of the Comstar dropships, intruder classes, were left drifting as their environmental sealing was punctured and the offending fighter then proceeded to explode, filling their interior with fire and shrapnel. The Super Leopards, their Leopard gunships and their dedicated guard of 432 aerospace fighters were the next force to enter missile range of the capital vessels. They were already arranged with fighters in echeloned lines to the fore and gunships directly behind. All were screening for the larger mini-monitors. This time the nukes had little actual effect. The deliberately slower pace of the whole formation allowed those targeted to simply accelerate forwards and take the nuke far out of danger to its fellows. Sensing the danger to their already scoured noses, the great ships pitched upwards and turned, bringing the forward part of their broadsides to bear. The approaching dropships and monitors responded by cutting thrusters and maneuvering to aim their noses towards the massive vessels. Their escort fighters released another 1,000-strong salvo of LRMs, hundreds of which were destroyed in a hail of lasers, PPCs, and autocannons as 7 Avengers and over 100 aerospace fighters moved into play now that the nuclear ordnance was off the table. Finally the two forces began to fire upon each other at full power. Massive naval autocannon rounds tore into and through Leopard gunships and left massive craters in Super Leopards where they hit. Super Leopards that had surreptitiously converted their fighter bays into capital missile bays sent dozens of Barracuda missiles towards the great warships and their defending dropships while their primary lasers dug shallow furrows in their armor. PPC blasts by the hundreds, whether from fighters or gunships, dug pockmarks into fresh armor and blasted existing holes deeper. Great scouring waves of missiles chipped at the armor of spaceborne beasts. Flashes of light consumed wandering fighters in an instant. A dozen shells struck the hull of a vessel built hardy and mighty but neither enough and struck it low. Massive guns fell silent from the bites of gnats but their brothers fired on, true and sure. For all their numbers it was Wardens who began to crumble first. 2 Super Leopards lost, then 4. 5. It was simultaneous with the death of the 6th that the first sign of changing fortunes showed itself. A Lola 3, already thinly armored compared to the heavy Aegis, simply ran out of ablative protection. A progenitor laser burned deep into the open hole, barely disturbing the interior structure but striking a fuel tank and causing it to explode in a massively pressurized wave of vapor. All of the lasers on that side fell silent as shrapnel from the tank cut power conduits and murdered crew. Another Lola had its armor fail towards the flank. Within quick succession a series of PPCs cut into the revealed vulnerability and 2 of its engines cut out. It was already traveling fast, but without the additional acceleration it would be far more easily overtaken. The other 2 destroyers sped up, breaking formation to try and break through to the planet more quickly. This backfired when the final wave of over 1,000 fighters reached them. Their few nukes, being secondary in that role to the Aegis, were spent all but pointlessly on the first rank as the fighters had arranged themselves in waves of 108 each. Like a power sander taken to wood each of the vessels took 2 salvos of hundreds of LRMs and dozens of PPCs to the already weakened nose in each wave. By the third wave their command decks had been scoured of not only life but all equipment larger than a tennis ball. By the 10th they'd even been forcefully slowed to a demure crawl by the sheer continuous force of the weapons bearing into them and the failure of their engines due to a lack of command center to guide them. Then the fighters powered on towards the main fight. The Aegis class had twice the armor tonnage of the Lola, possibly more if they retained their advanced ferrocarbide armor rather than being downgraded to standard grade. Despite the withering fire which was only barely beginning to slack, the last 3 Super Leopards accelerated towards the Aegis that had been slowly passing them by. Reorienting to their side they revealed that they had once again changed configuration and now sported a full broadside of 8 progenitor lasers. Overlapping their firepower against a single vessel they drilled through already weakened armor. A burst of flames proved they'd broken through to an inhabited deck before the lasers cut off. After 3 seconds of cooldown they fired again burrowing into the vessel's interior. The vessel rolled desperately changing its facing, but throwing off its aim. Despite its move a trio aerospace fighters flew into the hole and smashed bodily into the remaining structure. For a moment the vessel's outer hull began to warp as the forces on the rear and fore of the ship were no longer equal. Her cagey crew cut the engines and carefully applied braking thrusters barely averting disaster. However this left obvious warps and weaknesses in her outer armor. Like piranhas scenting blood the remaining fighters and dropships of the first 2 waves fell upon the weakened vessel, tearing into its weakened plating with PPCs and cobalt lasers. And like a victim of said predators it thrashed and resisted, firing lasers and autocannons in all directions. Dumping missiles into space on a fire-and-forget basis. 1 turret fell silent. Then another. Nuclear light bathed its forward decks and crunched them back like a giant crushing a soda can. Still it fired. More aerospace fighters died, as much from leaving themselves open to the remaining hunters as to the weapons of the wounded beast of a ship. But all too soon the last turret froze and the ship fell silent in death. 2 of the Super Leopards were struck simultaneously by accurate salvos from both of the surviving warships. Each was shattered into only a few recognizable pieces. Sensing weakness the 2 simply ignored the last of the initial battle group to charge out of the mess and into the open. Ripple-fired nukes disrupted the formations of the oncoming second wave of fighters. Taking the opening they'd bought themselves they barreled through the last few waves of fighters firing everything they had at all angles to keep the fighters maneuvering and evading. Just as they thought themselves home free a ship they had completely written off appeared burning towards them at an acceleration more than equal to their own. PPCs, lasers, and AMS built into the nose of the Gram easily swatted away the nuclear missiles sent to stop the dandelion that was aiming directly between them. The warships feared that the supposed carrier had some sort of secret broadsides stored inside of it rather than the teeming mass of fighter launch bays. In a sense they were right. In the moments just before they passed each other the scaled layers of armor opened like a pine cone. As soon as they were aligned, oddly shaped light fighter drones with barbed heads shot out trailing thick black cables behind. Some dug into the armor of the ships, some took fire instead of their parent ship and simply disintegrated, others missed the ships altogether and instead passed around the ship before traversing it vertically and coming back over a new facing, creating a solid loop that they secured by weaving around nearby cords. Purpose complete, the Dandelion opened secondary fuel tanks and pushed its thrust beyond the red line. A second later the lines went taut and things became dramatic. A very few of the cables pulled free of the armor they were stuck in, but most held even if the armored plates of the Dandelion bulged out in places where the frame below had given and bent in order to keep its grasp. The ships being held however suddenly came to a very dramatic stop, causing much of the human crew of the two warships to black out, and anyone not in an acceleration couch to become intimately acquainted with the surface that had moments ago been the ceiling. Only after they'd stopped for a moment did the combined power of the two warships' engines allow them to start crawling forwards again, dragging the Dandelion behind. What little crew of the Aegis that remained conscious immediately set their vessel to steer away from the Dandelion as they recognized the danger. Unfortunately the Lola III's remaining crew was somewhat less on the ball. Instead they increased their acceleration hoping to break away. Both ships had gunners trying to sever cables or destroy the Dandelion, but they were simply too few at the moment to make a difference. Despite its civilian nature, the Dandelion's drive core was a pillar-solid strength on which all else was built and it would not be broken easily. Too late the crew of the Lola noticed the effect their acceleration was having on the closed system. Rather than pull away or greatly increase the speed at which they were creeping towards the planet, the ropes pulled it into angular acceleration. They watched with dawning horror as they turned and pulled the Dandelion with them at a short delay. That was a long delay for the Aegis however, as their cables were purposefully given just a bit more slack. Unable to reverse their course in time, they steered their nose right into the foreside armor of the Aegis. Had there been air it would have made a sound of impact that would be deafening for miles around. Weakened armor crunched, structure twisted as forces impossible to predict resonated through the two frames. The Lola clearly came off worse, its bridge deck collapsing and rendering its crew fatally two-dimensional. But the Aegis could not simply shrug off such a blow, and entire decks found themselves venting atmosphere into the black, not to mention the armor twisted and buckled now rendered useless to its protection. The radar operator on the Aegis came to a few moments later. He was bleeding from his nose and feeling like he'd been sat on by a titan. Still he forced himself to look up at the large holographic projection of local space. It wasn't his fault, he told himself, he'd informed the captain of the ship's presence. Their fault for ignoring it as a mere jump ship. That was. He blinked as a solid wall of tiny readings approached them from the aft arc. Oh! For all their vaunted power, the two warships were trapped by the web of towing cables wrapping around them. And just to fuck with them, the indicator for their ECM bubble disappeared as the sensitive equipment finally failed. Shit. Dash. Commander New, Warden Embassy, Hohoken City, Andurian. Game. Set. Match. I declared as I ended the public rebroadcasting of the SID battle. If I'm lucky, I'll have turned Thomas Hallis. Why stay loyal to the organization that just tried to kill him horribly? Even if I don't seem like a particularly palatable choice, I still represent the power he needs to survive the coming storm. Power I've already shown I'm willing to share discreetly when our aims align. Also it was good to see the theory of my ships in action. I honestly didn't expect the Lola to pop so easily. Then again my ships wouldn't take fire from themselves all that gracefully either. Just a hell of a lot better than the Lola, thanks to all that weight saved by having a superior drive and no crew areas outside of a couple decks around the bridge, which was situated in the aft of the vessel behind the KF drive. Nobody was going to assassinate one of my captains by ramming the bridge with their fighter. But yes, back to the matter at hand. Kruger was working his angle. I was working mine. Soon the SID team would be working theirs. So long as Shiriler Mori rose to Primus eventually, I had my road forward. Infiltrate the extremists. Find their centralized leadership or create it if I have to. Continue to wear down their material capacity to wage war. Cause the schism. Destroy all the violent cells in one simultaneous OP and take the civilians to join Thomas Merrick at Casa Blakist. Well, I might need more than one planet for that actually. Failing that, play Xanatos speed chess and hope for the best. Part 52. Dash. General Perspective, Coordinator's Palace, Luthien. Where did these warships come from? Takashi Kurita asked with angry looks at his staff. These wardens are an unknown. They are small, and far from us. That is acceptable. But these are not warden warships. These designs are not unknown to all the sphere like their jump ships. These are Star League vessels. Who could hide such a thing from the eyes of my Metsuke? Unfortunately he was met by silence, as nobody honestly knew or even had any good idea. One warship? Maybe they could have seen a periphery power finding and secretly refurbishing. There was space in the periphery, and their own ships did not often travel that way. But a whole fleet? An incredible force while hidden, but far more useful to any state as a show of force and a deterrent. Theodore was the first to break the silence. Comstar. There was a flurry of denials from all sides. Some proclaiming its neutrality, others citing its obvious weakness. Takashi silenced them with violent slash of his hand. Speak. Is it not an interesting coincidence that for our part in aiding in the creation of the Rasselhog state, Comstar provided us with Star League era equipment? Some of it quite advanced. Now we see these spaceborne echoes of the Star League. And these Comguards that already are beginning to be seen in the Free Worlds League. So many, and the Primus informs of even more which she wishes on our worlds. Such military supply could only come from Terra. To field so many warships? The same, Theodore explained. Takashi seemed to think it over for a long moment. Nobody dared to speak lest they earn the coordinator's ire. Supposition. Conjecture. But a place to start. He gave his old friend Indrahar a meaningful look. The man simply gave him a minute nod. If we are going to allow supposition, why not the Wolf's Dragoons? They also have shown Star League era equipment. Not only this but have also gained supplies seemingly from nowhere. Were they connected to Kerensky's fleet as some have suggested, such vessels would be common enough. Possibly old and mothballed, making them no great loss, a more conservative officer suggested. Theodore gave the man a hard look but said nothing. There was no sign of the Wolf's Dragoons making any untoward moments before or around the time of the attack. Indrahar spoke up. However, it is another place to start. I am sure there will be those eager to investigate them in any case. Emergency Strategic Planning Session, Archon's Palace, Thurcad. I wish I had some idea who, but we aren't going to find that answer quickly. MIIO will look into it. No, what we need to talk about now are two things. How do we protect ourselves from warships? And what the hell are these? Hansa stated to the room as he changed the image on their projector to show a super leopard in mid-fight. Dr. Barrows, what can you and your colleagues at NAIS tell us? The Doctor of Engineering was a thick-set man with a bushy beard that defied his slicked back hair and clearly nervous at having to speak in front of not only the first prince, but Archon Katrina Steiner and her daughter Melissa Steiner-Davian. The rest of the high-level crowd were just icing on the cake. Still he drew himself up and focused on the task at hand. What we have here is an over-engineered boondoggle, that just so happens to have a good idea contained within it, he stated with certainty. Compared to the rumors we got from the Merrick invasion of Shiro, this one is definitely more advanced. At a guess they dropped one of the big-ass lasers from the front in favor of an actual naval laser, even if a small one, and trimmed it down to make their modular weapon boondogglery more palatable. Now this is not as new of an idea as it seems. It's called a monitor and we've got a few books on them back in the Academy archives, he told the room. Wait. You mean we already knew how to build these? I don't recall seeing any proposals for anything like this. Hansa sounded confused but also a little cutting. He was a relatively nice prince, but being made a fool of didn't leave him in the best mood. Not exactly like this. You see, back when the Camerons tried it they started from a few, misguided starting assumptions. To believe the books we got, they were a technological dead end that was so useless even a wasteful and over-budget military like the hegemony couldn't justify them, the doctor clarified. So what changed here? Why is this so different? Katrina Steiner asked. It's about 500,000 tons smaller, he bluntly stated, getting shocked exclamations from throughout the room. The Camerons thought they'd build warships without jump cores. They were big, expensive, and they bungled the structures something fierce without the drive cores to anchor the whole thing. Add to that they could only be built in systems with shipyards and took sweet yard time to maintain. Not just useless but actively sucked up resources away from better projects. Really looking at things though, the armor on these warships are peanuts compared to their weapons. It may not seem like it, but that's because there were so damn many of them. The Wardens were prepared for massed dropships, so they had a good number of these, but it was only 3 more than the much heavier fleet they actually wound up facing. Also, they wasted time and space loading them with fighters. They could have put those on the ground or an orbital station and kept their murder machine all murder all the time. In any case, we estimate it only would have taken 13 shots from that naval laser to can open the Lola, and maybe twice that the Aegis. Doesn't sound like a low number, but you add PPCs to that and actually focus the fire of all 8 monitors? Or better yet, load 2 of those puppies on the front and keep the back for shooting down fighters. A fraction of the price, and when used correctly deadly to the warships you're fighting. And just as deadly to dropships and the like. I think I see your point, Hansa said thoughtfully. But isn't it still too large? You'd need to build it in the system in question, wouldn't you? Since it can't be taken on a jump ship. Not quite. You see, the other great thing about being as small as it is, and this is where their modularity kind of works for them, is that you can produce 2 halves, get them in system and weld them together. Boom, 1 system locked monitor. Want to move it, cut it apart again, and each half counts as a dropship. You'll need a merchant to move it into place, but just that. Of course you can even cut some size out and just go with an actual dropship, behemoths do exist. But trying to make a proper dropship of it will cost more than just a few thousand tons due to structure issues. The long and the short of it is, trying to build a bigger mousetrap is a fool's errand. But these are cheap, punch above their weight class, and on a strategic level can be moved to where they'll do the most good. Dr. Barrows gave a short bow to indicate he was finished. I assume you already have a team working on making us one of these? Melissa Steiner-Davian asked, well used to working with the people at NAIS. It's all on paper at the moment. Disagreements about hard size limits, weapons, all of that. We'll have a few proposals up for bidding and review in a couple months at the soonest, he told them. Great. Hansa all but exclaimed, a fierce smile on his face. Oh no. I know that look. And I think I know what you're thinking. Sorry Hansa, but I don't think putting these in staging areas along the border is how they should be used, Arden Sortek spoke up. Oh. Katrina Steiner looked very interested. Hansa looked like someone told him Christmas was being put off. Look at those aerospace fighters take on those warships. Those things are way more armored than these and they eventually tore them apart. You put these on the front lines and you'll go through them like candy for not much gain. No. You put them a ways back, local capitals and manufacturing centers, places like that. When the enemy gets some momentum during an offensive, you know what they'll do, go straight for that juicy line of supply. But they've already fought, already expended ammo and supply, taken damage, all of that. Let them run straight into the teeth of these while already partially exhausted, Sortek pointed out. Hansa thought about it for a long moment, then sighed and dropped into a seat next to his wife. Yeah. You're probably right. But there's still more we need to work out. Assuming we won't be fielding anything like that for another few years, and I know we aren't going to have any warships of our own anytime soon, how do we protect ourselves against an attack like that? Many nodded. They were, after all, a much bigger target than these wardens. If someone could target a tiny state like them, it was probably only a matter of time before they targeted the Commonwealth. Hilton Head, Terra. Anastasius Focht glared angrily at the footage of his secret raid against the warden's home world. Others may have simply shrugged it off, but he noticed. The cameras, probably on satellites, didn't swing towards the pirate point at the start of the footage. They were already watching. Considering this was transmitted out into the wider network more or less live. It could only be true that they had access to both HPGs of their own and the expertise to use Comstar's own network against them. They were fully expecting Comstar to make this move. That meant they were almost certainly dealing with insiders. How deeply had they been penetrated? As if an intelligence failure of such monumental levels weren't enough, 2 warships and 4 invaders were missing from the forces he sent. That was over a third of the fighter contingent he'd sent, and far too many assault dropships missing. With those forces brought to bear, they'd actually have likely succeeded. If it had been closer to 1-for-1, those super heavy assault dropships would have been swept away immediately and they could have pushed towards the planet, stringing out the enemy fighter wings behind them. As most of them seemed to be drones, he also suspected destroying the planetary installation would have rendered them inert. He nearly jumped when his door was flung open, then did jump to his feet when Primus Mendil Waterly swept in, trailing a 30-something man with bright red hair and an easy smile. Primus. I was just going over my reports. I had thought we would be meeting later. This isn't about that. Focht, I'd like you to meet the new Prekenter Rom, Adam Clearwater, she introduced the man. He gave the man a polite nod but turned back to the Primus. I know you prefer to keep Rom close, but Charles is technically my subordinate. I'd prefer some warning at least before you reassign my people. Charles hasn't been reassigned. He was found dead this morning in Prekenter Aziz's quarters. Murder-suicide. I'm assured it's a tragic story. I had the case kept below your level. You are after all working on a very important analysis. Waterly looked at him with eyes burning with rage and possibly madness. He couldn't help swallowing as the byplay was hardly subtle. Since I'm here though, your initial thoughts? She stared at him with a look that told him she was expecting something specific. He wasn't sure if he wasn't signing his death warrant, but he only had one answer to give. Several of the ships I'd ordered were missing. Including the aerospace carrier that was supposed to destroy any satellites that might have observed the action before the fleet arrived. Had all of our ships arrived, or even better yet the force I'd originally wanted, which included Dantes that are much better for handling massed aerospace fighters, we would have certainly succeeded in our mission. In the latter case with minimal losses. Yes. I had thought so too. A shame that some members of my council thought I was making mere suggestions. I don't think we'll have that problem moving forwards. Waterly smiled in a way that made him quite certain it was only her agreement with him that kept him alive. Then she swept out and he was left off boot and out of sorts in his own office. Ah, well. It was good to meet you, Prekenter Marshal. You seem to be busy, so I'll just be getting set up in my office, Prekenter Clearwater said and ambled out the door as well. Focht all but collapsed in his chair. This was getting dangerous. It was time to start working on his contingency plans. Part 53. Commander New, Rochelle, Free Worlds League 1 jump from the Lyran border. What a shithole. I'm surprised you'd take a contract for a world like this given its history with mercenaries. I stood in my wyvern on a small rise looking over barren wastes where smog even now gathered. It's a living, Virginia. Actually she went by Colonel Pepper West now and wasn't that clever, broadcast to me. She had a raven on overwatch so there wasn't much chance of our being stumbled upon out here without our knowing about it. I wasn't particularly surprised that she was in a Battlemaster, they were rather famous command and control mechs. It made her command feats much more plausible. Look, Vulcan fucked up. I fucked up by letting him fuck up like that. You don't have to stay out in the cold. I still want my first warden, and I'm more than happy to accept the rest of your unit back into service. I lay it out there. She was silent for a long time processing my words. No. I can't go back. Too many out here depend on me. I know you'd invite them in, but they aren't wardens. They're my chosen. My place is with them. Well, you can at least admit to being a splinter from us. It doesn't have to be some great secret, I said. There was a sound suspiciously similar to a snort. It was never a great secret. However, the mystery actually helps. Confirming it would only hurt my bottom line. Well, if it's no great secret, then here's the specs for a couple things I think you'll find interesting. The file sent was rather large, so I didn't mind waiting for a bit while she downloaded it and unpacked it. That's the Titan armor from XCOM. And what did you do to that poor Atlas? She asked. We recently came across some hurricanes. With a bit of massaging we got a bit of light power armor that didn't look completely ridiculous. We've got a more angular variant for the wardens that we're going to make standard for the troops. I explained the first matter. I also took the liberty of including some customization options. Though I certainly encourage you to build on them as desired. As to the Atlas. I winced. We still haven't found a really good setup due to the extra armor weight being so massively overwhelming. I stopped at New Dallas a while back though, so it at least has double heat sinks now and can keep the extra ammunition. Kind of impossible to run without a link engine though, so it's up to you whether you reveal that capability or not. I noticed she hadn't mentioned the life model decoys, but that was fine. Now they were in her hands, and she'd have to decide whether or not to use them. Are you going to release the New Dallas core to the rest of the inner sphere? Virginia, she'd always be Virginia to me, asked. Probably in the 60s. Give them some time to absorb my reveal and see what they make with just the Helm core. I think it's better they start to move past the relics of the Star League before they get such a comprehensive look at what was done, I said. You want them to feel superior, she observed. Of course I do. They've been on a backward slide for so long they don't truly believe in advancement and progress. Everyone is still looking backwards. After they've really gotten into the arms race with the clans, when they can't just rest on the Star League's laurels, then it'll be worth giving them such a library. And if the clans don't come? Virginia moved up next to me, finally, truly standing beside me even if the view was still one of wasteland. Then I release it anyways. I shrugged. Apparently my calendar app can schedule events up to 1,000 years away. I've already made a note for 3060. I'm glad you're back in total command of the wardens. The words were delivered quietly, without much fanfare, yet Virginia's words made my heart swell with pride and affection. I'm not so sure. I can make some pretty boneheaded mistakes. Sometimes I can really outthink myself into a pretty bad corner, I humbly reply. I know. But you try when it matters and honestly care. I like the way you make decisions, even if they do wind up wrong. If the situation ever gets dire and you truly need us, we'll be there, Virginia offered. I nodded. After a few more minutes of silent companionship she walked away. As I watched her leave I decided then and there, she would be my heir. I doubted she'd thank me for it, but you just didn't let go of good people that easily. I wouldn't. For another hour so I stood alone in desolation. My ride had been busy, so I didn't mind. When it finally arrived, I had an orbiting drone send a message to the HPG station. It took advantage of an old debugging protocol to slip the message into the list for delivery without worrying about pesky details like whether it ever received it, and completely bypassed the eyes of the station workers. Tomorrow morning the planetary governor would get a message sent supposedly from the Star League district administrator that was wildly incorrectly timestamped and thus awaiting delivery all these long centuries. In it would be the inventory and rough location for a Star League cache, well by appearance anyways, not filled with battle mechs. Not filled with aerospace fighters. Certainly not containing a grand low-tech data core. Nope, just a smallish supply of simple terraforming gear and most of the equipment needed to manufacture more. If they used it for themselves Rochelle could be fully detoxed before 3060. But that was their choice. No miracle, no quick save. Just the tools to help themselves without breaking the budget and the option to do so. Still, a good day's work. I could do with more days like today. Interstellar Associated Press, Galactic Newswire, A Selection, December 3037. Despite substantial setbacks Comstar reports Comguard's garrisons on schedule throughout Sky March. Sky, ISAPLC, despite cooling relations on a national level, the Sky March has shown none of the growing resistance to ComGuard placement within its borders. Due to recent cooling in relations between the Free Worlds League, a stance soon followed by the Draconis Combine, Comstar has faced increasing setbacks in securing garrison rights throughout the inner sphere. Sky, the Capellan Confederation and the Duchy of Andurian are the only states thus far to remain on track for a full deployment before 3040. Analysts have cautioned against taking this as a reverse in the overall trend. All three areas are led by known political iconoclasts and not indicative of the political will in their overall regions. Demonstrations across Cercinus continue as court date for former government officials nears. Cercinus, ISAPP, long believed to act as a haven for pirates raiding both the Lyran Commonwealth and the Free Worlds League, as well as nearby periphery worlds, Cercinus paid for its poor reputation September when a Lost Wardens task force, 1st and 2nd Kilroy's Rangers, invaded the planet and captured nearly all government officials in an opening decapitation raid. Those officials have been scheduled to stand trial on charges of conspiracy to commit piracy in January. However, the Wardens have faced significant pushback from the local populace, including large-scale demonstration for the release of these officials, especially former President H.R. Little Bob McIntyre. Either they are guilty of piracy or they're not. Whether the locals like them is utterly irrelevant to the issue. Judging from what's been crossing my desk, I wouldn't get my hopes up of McIntyre getting out of this one, First Warden Massachusetts Shiro, leader of the Wardens Task Force, told the Associated Press. Lost Wardens unveil extended range missile, early shipments already on way to FRR. Shiro, ISAPTA, officials from the Duchy of Andurian, the Free Rasselhog Republic, and the Illyrian Palatinate gathered along with much of the Lost Warden High Command to observe a demonstration of the Warden's brand new extended range missile launcher. Produced by the Warden's primary manufacturing imprint, Baker's Associated, the extended range missile system sacrifices a fifth of the total missiles in order to deliver ordnance an additional 300 meters further than a standard long-range missile system. Additionally, the launchers include an Artemis 4 fire control system built in, while the missiles include native support for the superior guidance system. We're very excited to already have an agreement as to the acquisition of several of these weapon systems. While we'd reserved the ability to cancel the agreement had we been dissatisfied with the demonstration, I think it has instead laid what worries remain to rest. With luck, our troops will have these new missiles in their hands and in the field in only a few months, Oversaint Lieutenant Bryanson of the Kungsarm Quartermaster Department told the Associated Press. Claybrook remains center of controversy chilling Andurian Free Worlds League peace talks. Claybrook, ISAPFWL, Colonel Carla Ches stands before an audience in the tens of thousands exhorting that they resist an expected Andurian occupation. Having been subject to invasion and occupation by Duchy forces earlier in the decade, the then deposed Ches led a successful resistance movement that eventually forced the Andurians off of the planet and away from the valuable and abundant fuel resources on her moons. Now, however, they face being turned over to the Andurians as part of a treaty settlement between the Duchy and the League. According to Free Worlds League officials, their analysts have identified planets like Claybrook, on a thin band between the Duchy and Magi Strati of Canopus as well as near the border of the Capellan Confederation, to be a strategic quagmire. It'll cost us significant amounts of money to even get troops into the area. Even then we take enormous risks of their being cut off to be defeated in detail without possibility of aid or reinforcements, General Cassandra Blake told the Associated Press on behalf of League Central Coordination and Command. Despite these statements, Ches has stated to the public that she has every confidence in their ability to resist returning to Duchy control. For all field-grade officers, BCC, FWLM General Staff, LCCC, and Advisors, Office of the Captain General. Minimum clearance, confidential. From Major Alfric Sandoval, Safe Active Analysis, Mashiro Office. Subject, a simple guide to understanding and assessing Lost Warden ranks and command structure. Date, January 2, 3038. ATT, LW_rank_insig.img, 26K. With the Lost Wardens, opening SID to immigration and invading Cercinus, there has been a rise in mail to this office looking for answers as to the ranks and forms of address for Wardens members. It is not a simple subject. However, there are simple explanations and rules of thumb that if remembered will lead to success. 1. Outside of the infantry, there are 6 true titles. Member, Warden, First Warden, Warden Marshal, Administrator, Commander. See attached file for rank insignia. A member has joined the organization but is not military trained. It is generally not used as a form of address, instead preferring career titles such as technician or doctor, or simply Mr/Miss. A warden is a member of the military cross-trained to pilot mechs, aerospace fighters, atmospheric craft, tanks, and capable of working as crew in dropships or jump ships. Generally also trained for infantry combat. It is not surprising a warden will take great pride in their title, not unlike a doctor in professional circles, and prefer to be referred to as warden above any other applicable titles. A first warden is at least as capable as a warden, and will require a degree as of 3042. They had to bootstrap their organization, so not all of them have degrees yet. Don't expect that to last. Also, while first wardens are far more common than marshals and administrators, they are not always subordinate. First Warden Richards is known to hold a seat on the Warden's High Council as a sort of ad hoc Minister of Trade. A Warden Marshal is a military leader who commands a division of their armies. They are equivalent to the rank of general in almost all ways. An administrator is a civilian rank that is highest in authority within a single star system. Each administrator thus far introduced has run their own private corporation, and holds a seat on the Warden's High Council. They should be treated like a ruling class of nobility, as their authority within their own systems is second only to direct orders from the commander. The commander is the highest rank within the Lost Warden command structure, and little is known about the details of how it is attained and what responsibilities it entails beyond setting overall policy. They should be treated like any other head of state. At a distance, with as much of the diplomatic corps between you and them as can be conned or coerced into it. 2. The infantry are the exception. For reasons unknown, the infantry still use a common ranking system. Private Master Sergeant, Lieutenant Colonel. See attached image file for rank insignia. Wardens and first wardens may pepper the command structure seemingly at random. They go by their uniform rank in the field but still prefer warden or first warden when away from their unit or at social events. Infantry wardens come in packs. During basic training they are separated into teams of 4 which eventually become their fire team. In order to pass warden qualification, their entire team must pass. So remember before you decide to trade barbs with a warden that he/she almost certainly has 3 more friends nearby and they can drive anything in the motor pool, including mechs. 3. When attempting to discern warden seniority in the field. Don't. Wardens are given an organizational table prior to any operation, and are thought to use unique mission identifiers in their field communications to indicate seniority and authority to the receiver at a hardware level. They know who is giving orders and who to consider as handing out helpful suggestions without needing outward rank identifiers. With a command structure that can happily turn itself into a pretzel to meet the needs of the mission, your rough guesses at that structure are more hindrance than help. For instance, First Warden New York Shiro of the Cercinus campaign is nominally a colonel and the subordinate of First Warden Massachusetts Shiro, nominally a lieutenant general, and the two seem to carry a mutually antagonistic relationship. Though in other armies this would be good intelligence, we've already seen it break down. During a defensive engagement against the remains of the Black Warriors, First Warden New York took temporary operational control and freely gave orders to the supposed lieutenant general. When the needs of the mission changed, so too did the command structure, though ultimately temporarily. Likewise, it is expected that after the campaign First Warden Massachusetts will return to his position as mere regimental commander. Or to be more accurate, he probably never truly left that role. Forget the apparent rank, report the name, location, unit, size, and operational task force if available. A useful report is: Name, FW New York Shiro. Location, Cercinus. Unit, 2nd Kilroy's Rangers. Size, Regiment. Task force, Just. This lets us know that a specific First Warden is in a specific place and attached to a specific unit at a certain point in time. The unit size lets us know if they're acting as administration, greater than regiment sizes, or actively in the field, regiment, and less. Finally, the name of the task force helps us to piece together the breadth of an operation and identify trends in how they select units and officers to take part in these operations. In summary, remember those few simple details: check uniforms for obvious rank identifiers, and you shouldn't make too much of a fool of yourself talking to any particular warden in a social setting. In the field, focus only on the simple cues in front of you. Let the analysts worry about figuring out seniority and pay grades. A. Managed to get place in university at SID. Moving end of the month. You should try too, sounds fun. See attached for first year workshop you can get into with Tech Cert, underlined relevant section. R. Photocopy of relevant documents said. Highkeep University, Miles O'Brien School of Engineering. Practical prototyping for qualified technicians. Spring 3038. Instructor, Dr. Lukta. Section, 001. Time/place, W9:00-11:50/MOBW Suite 14. Messaging address, Prakt Protolukta. Office, MOBA 41, MUFSA 12 to 1400 hours. Course topics: Electronic and Mechanical Systems, Selected Maths and Science topics, Design, Design Assessment, Basic Fabrication, Troubleshooting, Intra-project Communications and Coordination, Introduction to Software. This class counts as a workshop and communications credit towards all engineering majors. Textbooks, none. Toolkit, see attached. If missing tools, leave a message with subject, Tools at Course message address listing tools missing from your personal set. University tools will be lent out as needed, however if broken cost will be added to students' tuition for the semester. Computer, all students should have received a tablet computer W/stylus during orientation. The university will not cover the cost of lost/stolen/damaged tablets, nor will they accept deferred payment. Tablets are on sale at the on-campus store or from a variety of retailers in the city. Software, OpenCell and OpenCAD are absolute necessities. Open Presentation and OpenWriter are also highly recommended. Peer Assist, a peer assistance program is run out of the Keiko O'Brien Library on the second floor. The peer assistance desk is student-run on a volunteer basis and provides services for finding tutors, study groups, student mentors, stress and grief counseling from qualified professionals on staff, and simple advice when possible. Dr. Lukta suggests you use these resources to maximum effect. Project. There are 2 projects students will participate in over the course of the semester. A real-world problem, such as firefighting or water desalination, will be presented to the students, who will then need to design a solution to the problem that can be fit on a stripped-down locust and used to solve the problem. The mech must be part of the solution, though in what way is up to student imagination and determination. After a design competition where every student is required to submit a design, students will be split into 2 teams and tasked with implementing the first and second place designs on an actual locust battle mech. Once the deadline has been reached, the locusts will be remote piloted into a training mock-up of the given situation and field tested. The second project is the same but with a different starting problem. At this course level, ultimate success or failure of the project in the field has no bearing on grading. Grading. Assessment test 10%. Final 30%. Preparation 10%. Attendance 10%. Design competition 1-2%. Design competition 2-6%. Project 1, construction 3%. Project 1, debugging 5%. Project 1, presentation 3%. Project 2, construction 7%. Project 2, debugging 8%. Project 2, presentation 7%. Grading scale. A, 90 to 100%. B, 80 to 89%. C, 70 to 79%. Minimum passing grade. D, 60 to 69%. F, 60%. Note, grade will be updated weekly in private section of students' university network account. Make-up work may be granted in extraordinary circumstances at the instructor's discretion. Extra credit will only be offered to those that have already proven willing to apply themselves to the coursework. In either case, students will need to apportion up to 3 hours a week to expect to complete make-up or extra credit work by the instructor-appointed deadline. Faculty office hours. Dr. Lukta maintains 10 hours of office time every week and is in his office from 12 o'clock to 1400 hours every day except Tuesday and Thursday. However, he encourages students to make use of peer assistance and other resources, as he also maintains a leading position on Administrator Danu's R&D team and is graciously splitting his time between the university and the SID Labs complex. Attendance. The grade for attendance does not just apply to classroom and workshop attendance. Students are expected to attend at least 4 campus events, no less than 2 should be hosted by schools other than the Miles O'Brien School of Engineering. Your attendance will be logged automatically by the campus, and a minimal write-up, 500 words or less, will be expected explaining the event as though to a layman. A schedule of events can be found posted outside the Keiko O'Brien Library or in the public events calendar in the private section of a student's university network account. Any unplanned leave of absence may be explained in a post to the personal emergencies section of your university network page. Notices will be sent to all instructors, though they may challenge them, and with the support of the dean of the school, rule it an unnecessary absence. Medical absences, emergency or otherwise, will automatically be added to your page by the Planetary Hospital Network, and again notices will be sent to all instructors. Instructors have no formal recourse against such appointments, though they may informally ask a student to reschedule if the appointment is not time critical. Instructors caught punishing students for medical absences will face a review by their department head and dean of the school. Tests. 2 tests will be given over the course of the semester. A tablet computer W/stylus is required to take these tests. Both tests will be closed book and require both written answers and CAD diagrams. Your tablet will be cut off from greater network access during the exam. Honor Code. Highkeep University has no official honor code. Plagiarism and cheating as outlined in the Student Handbook and Student Rules section of University Network Public Bulletin Board are not accepted. Period. While each instructor is given leeway to handle cases on an individual basis, even a single proven infraction can result in summary expulsion. All of our instructors are professionals and researchers who stand at the pinnacle of their fields. The chance to be taught by them is the honor of our institution. Disrespecting both their investment of time and your own is dishonorable by any code. Warden High Council Message Board. Thread January 3038, Informal State of the Galaxy Report by Vulcan. Vulcan said. This is a thread wherein an aggregate of intelligence reports are combined to give a rough overview of the places and factions of the galaxy. The format will follow with the name of an entity or location, e.g. Federated Commonwealth, then a block condensing what reports say, another condensing what analysts say, and a last giving a brief comment of my own. Lost Wardens. First know yourselves. Reports. By all reports we're doing rather fine at the moment. Our university classes are full, and our civilian population is on a steady incline. We're running a little short of medical professionals outside the university, but the university hospital has opened fully to the public and is quickly picking up the slack. Our survey team to the Beehive cluster is on track to arrive in mid-February. They're stopping in the outer reaches of systems along the way to construct HPG stations so we can keep in contact. Militarily, the Home Guard is up to 6 regiments across all disciplines. We're hoping to expand those into full regimental combat teams. We've encountered no unexpected difficulties in Cercinus and should be ready to pull out in mid-February. Trade is going well on all fronts. Infiltrator LMDs have been snuck into the Blakist penal colony. They are working to identify anti-hardline elements and create a secondary narrative of Blake that contradicts the extremists. Progress is slow. Analysts. We almost certainly have a spy infestation. We've simply accepted too many people too fast to fully get to know them. It's a problem we have no realistic manner of getting around. So far, active battlefield use of fabricators is limited to the Rangers, but it's impossible to know just how widely those have become known. Only our fast response fleet is immune to this, and that's because we literally have no human presence within it at all. The only real option we have is to find some way to defer attention elsewhere. It is recommended that in July we unveil a stripped-down Lola 3 as a crew training craft and give it to the Andurians as a sign of future favors. Our defense is considered highly secure, and offensive capacity is rated as limited. Comments. We are undergoing some growing pains, and trying to maintain a difficult edge between growing our strength and Hulk smash. Our allies are not entirely trustworthy and our enemies are manifold and many-faceted. They are also trying to understand us, and it is difficult to determine whether more or less understanding is more dangerous to us at this time. In short, our perch is precarious. However, it is better to be a precariously perched peregrine, than it is to be a firmly stood rodent, so our position is ultimately for the best. Duchy of Andurian. Reports. All 6 regiments of the Andurian defenders are back to full numerical and material strength. Retirees have been called in to help with war games and get the green members up to fighting trim. The first has become their elite, and its position on Conquista, along the Capellan border, is telling. However, they seem to be controlling the urge for adventurism for now. Instead, they're using the Warden's aid in recolonizing planets and the survival of at least some of most of their units to run a hard PR campaign on the League worlds likely up for grabs in the treaty settlement with the FWL. Calcerine, Fagerholm, and Thurrock have shown especially positive results, isolating Claybrook. Some of this PR material is finding its way into the CC, especially on Principia, Niamede, Sax, and Turin. Analysts. We think they'll continue a positive spin up until after the treaty negotiations with the FWL. Thus far, this spin has not only acted in their favor but our own, drawing increased interest from the Taurians and increasing the spending confidence of the Illyrians. At the end of the day, a peacefully growing Andurian is our best case scenario, and thus staying the course seems optimal. We may want to offer a couple regiments to garrison Ryerson and Ingonish, creating a sense of our being their shield against the FWL, allowing them to focus on the double threat of the Capellans and Canopians. Comment. For better or worse, our society is fundamentally intertwined with the Andurians at present. The only other major population we have to work from is the one we contain, the Blakists at. The difficulties in relying on them should be obvious. This is not necessarily bad, and as we expand to other populations we fully expect to have culturally diverse branches of wardens. For now though, we are almost as Andurian as the state itself. This also means that can with reckless action paint us with the same brush, so close collaboration is a must. It is my very serious recommendation that the commanders show some initiative and ask Madeline Humphreys out on a date. Free Worlds League. Reports. The League is in something of a precarious position, though it is rallying quite heavily. Replacement regiments of Merrick militia have been raised with surprising swiftness, and battalions with a 1:2 veteran ratio have been sent to the Rimworlds region to act as anti-piracy forces. Regulan forces have been pushed into Orient to prevent Capellan adventurism, while the more loyal Orient Fusiliers and an elite Free Worlds Guard have been shifted to the Lyran border almost en masse. Irian is gearing up for something, though as of this moment what is unknown. Internal politics of the League are a mess, with essentially the only unifying factor being Thomas himself. His death or removal at this stage could spell the end of the League as a united entity. However, several noted figures from the invasion of Shiro have been, if not promoted, then placed into advantageous positions in their career. A Major Dealey Hunt, formerly of the 6th Orloff Grenadiers, has been placed in command of an independent battalion that is being called the Atrian Grenadiers and is expected to eventually grow into a replacement for the Atrian Hussars. With her career saved by the Captain General himself, her loyalty is likely to be unshakable, and her talents, combined with her experience at Shiro, is likely to make her a formidable commander. We expect this unit to grow quickly and perform to far higher standards than the Atrian Hussars ever did. Likewise, he saved the career of General Cassandra Blake and a selection of officers we observed her growing close to during their confinement. It is suspected that she is looking to build a competent officer corps for use in implementing a major reconstruction of their aerospace forces. They have also increased their acquisition of mercenary forces, including picking up the Emir's tooth that had previously served Andurian. Analysts. We believe Thomas suspects a war is on the horizon and plans to open aggressively to deter further probing. Overall they're actually in a good position, despite their losses at Shiro 3 and with less border to protect can afford to be a bit more elastic in their defense of the Orlov/Crescent Hawks region. While their internal political structure depends on Thomas, he has shown significant strength to get it back on track. It is likely that if he pulls off a perceived victory in the coming war he will gain a stronghold over most of the dissenters. Even if he has to start a war himself, so long as he does pull off a win he will likely succeed in unifying the most significant elements of his base. While ISIS won't be transferred over until after the signing of the treaty, he has publicly asked that the League be allowed an embassy on Sid to allow for ISIS to obtain a superior education. It is not expected he will care too much for ISIS safety, but he will likely show extreme concern of indoctrination. We suggest a deft hand be applied, keeping figures like Commander Nu confined to a strict role of instructor. Unfortunately she cannot complete warden training before 3050 due to her youth, but we strongly suggest she be pushed to complete basic training early. Comment. For now we know they'll be striking anywhere but us, with the exception of Cercinus. We've had a perfect track record so far of home defense against forces that would have cracked most great house capitals. They of all people know to tread lightly. While their actions are of overall import, only ignoring our offer at Cercinus would really have any significant effect on us. Even then it would go against the narrative he is trying to craft. We very much expect he will take his victory at Cercinus and use it to frame the narrative of his strong comeback. Capellan Confederation. Reports. Romano is as crazy as feared, and paranoid, but not as usefully as one might hope. She firmly believes in the ascension of the Capellan Confederation to greatness equal to or better than the Terran hegemony. Not as a sane person would put their belief in a cause, but in an insane firmly disconnected from reality sort of way. Despite pushing away her consort, the head of the Maskarovka, she has not moved against him or given him any reason to move against her. Of the loyal units, Makarin's armored cavalry remains the one to watch. They have taken steps to secure a powerful chain of supply in the form of a trading company, and with the equipment they captured during their counterattack against Andurian they have begun actual mech production at their home of Menk. Add to this fielding a 6th full regiment, even if green, and they represent a singular power within the Confederation. However, there has been noted growth within the Confederation Reserve Cavalry. They are clearly receiving outside material support, but there are no distinguishing pieces of equipment that would suggest any particular benefactor. Nor have we been able to secure any clear sign of the giver. Despite this growth, they are not doing anything to suggest a change to a war footing. Analysts. Our best guess is Comstar is providing basic non-Lestek mechs in exchange for the acceptance of the Comguard within their borders. While proof is thin, it fits with Waterly's past actions. It is possible the organization is attempting to make Capcom a new cat's paw, but unlikely. More likely it's simply seen as a chance to further inconvenience all of their enemies while they make their real play elsewhere in the deep periphery. As to the Confederation itself, the fracture point is obvious but extremely well guarded. The Big Mac has a good relationship with their employer and with things going good for them they're unlikely to rock the boat. Similarly, despite her paranoia, Romano has clearly understood their value and, while not doting on them, has given them leeway to pretty much do their own thing for the most part. We'd need to get an agent into a position of trust with either one of them and entice them to the idea of a betrayal. Not easy in either case. Acting as the middleman might work, but we'd rate it as unlikely. Comment. The Confederation is confident in itself after fending off Andurian and Canopus. With their forces on the rise we can expect a slow increase in pressure, likely raiding further and further afield or taking planets in individual operations. Their most likely play is to simply build up waiting for an opportunity when the other powers are distracted, and then they'll strike. If they can secure a leader canny enough to start playing diplomat they can become a hidden giant in the field. Magi Streti of Canopus. Reports. Emma Cantrella seems to be focusing heavily on improving trade. In this she seems to be rather overly successful. While subtle in some senses, the amount of trade they've built up is simply too much for the time period without a hidden benefactor. On the other hand, there have been no signs of any military build-up at all. Analysts. Other than the rebuilding of their economy, the Canopians are quiet for the moment. A powerful economy is the basis of a powerful war machine though, and they have ever been skilled at the games of politics. On the other hand, we should probably leave the talking to the Andurians on this one. Vulcan's gift may have been laughed off or, according to rumor, even appreciated by Kyla. Emma is of a vastly different temperament and likely saw the subtle insult for what it was. She is unlikely to be well disposed to us. Comment. The greatest strength of the Canopians is on the defense. To view them as weak would be a mistake. On the other hand, they have some difficulties in translating that to offensive power. I will be drafting a formal apology for my gift in the hopes of rapprochement. Our best course of action with them really is simple diplomacy. CONT. Warden High Council Message Board. Thread January 3038, Informal State of the Galaxy Report by Vulcan. Vulcan said. CONT. Taurian Concordat. Report. It's difficult to gauge the combat readiness of the Taurian state. On the one hand, they have mandatory conscription giving them massive supplies of foot infantry, and a pretty good-sized and trained army. On the other, they have barely enough forces to cover all of their area and are utterly reliant on the economy of every single world to keep them solvent. This gives them a good solid, overall defense, but leaves them in a permanent bind of having just enough military to defend everywhere. Politically, they've had serious troubles with recent embezzling scandals and their leader shows signs of clinical paranoia in regards to Davian invasion. Analysts. The Taurian Concordat is a place that could gain us a great deal or cost us just as much. They have instilled a far-reaching paranoia towards the Davians into their populace on a basic level. This isn't necessarily bad, but the continuous stress could get to anyone, and Thomas Calderon is showing signs of a major breakdown, slowed but ultimately ongoing. With an influx of cold hard economy, they can pull themselves out of living hard on that edge, and they have shown a certain favor towards colonization projects in the past. However, rather than move into the state itself, I'd recommend we move into the Pirates' Haven cluster and get it renamed the Pirates' Grave cluster. Help them colonize Badlands while we set up on less traditionally inhabitable worlds. With the systems so close together, we may be able to pull off an actual intersystem teleporter network. It will still probably take years or even decades to implement even a single one, but that's far better than centuries. Long-term project though. Comments. In 5 words. Space Israel minus US backing. They're too thin for a defense in depth, and don't have someone especially nice for a neighbor. That paranoia about the Davians was well earned during the Star League era, and even now, while they grossly overestimate how much their neighbor cares, the Davians would still likely take a bite or two if they thought it was easy pickings. The problem comes in with all that pent-up aggression and paranoia once we arm them well enough to actually allow offense. They may start a campaign of harassment or even outright preemptive invasion against the Davians. It's certainly the first thing that's going to cross Hans's mind if he sees us setting up shop. Yet our help in the civilian sectors such as terraforming, colonization, and manufacturing could be exactly what they need to lighten up as the constant pressure gets some relief. Their universal service would certainly help us in filling out the ranks of our military. Also, while we may not have the years of experience the OWA has, the fact is aerospace has become something of a specialty of ours, and it's something of a weakness of theirs. Federated Commonwealth. Reports. The sheer size of the state makes it difficult to pin down their exact military readiness. Especially with a population that reacted to Alessandro's concentrated weakness, or in other words abandoning defense in depth for extremely strong borders that could then be used to stage invasions, by losing their collective shit. What we can say for certain is that they're building up defenses by about 10% on the FWL border and around Terra while running war games along the length of their Kuritan border. Those mercenaries they don't have on permanent contract they've been picking up with temporary contracts where they can. Economically the Commonwealth is quite sound. While they may have political issues in getting along, their internal trade is a massive boon to people in both constituent nations. NAIS has clearly stepped itself up due to our presence, but it's unlikely we'll see anything in particular come out of them too quickly. For now they're focusing on finishing up a single project that was already underway before we arrived and getting it into general production. Analysts. Most of our information on the Commonwealth comes from public sources, so you can take it all with a pinch of skepticism. It's obvious from simple observation though that they're gearing up for another war of conquest. The real question is whether the war games are a serious attempt to obscure the moment of invasion or just a distraction while they move forces around for a push against the FWL. We've added an unlikely, but possible, plan to the pool in that Hansa might just invade Terra himself. As he's already aware of Comstar's duplicity, if his war with Rom is going better than expected, he may try and leverage his belief in being the only faction with black boxes for a chance at Terra's massive industry, shipyards, and possible control of the HPG network as a whole. While not an immediate threat, if the Commonwealth pulls out of this war significantly stronger than it went in, we may need to prepare for war against them. Thought experiment Ingolsmond will need to be put into practice, the Pirate Haven Star cluster secured with or without Taurian backing, and serious consideration be placed on revealing our full military capacity in a lightning takeover of the current Capellan Confederation. It goes without saying prices on our military exports should be dropped and output increased. Comment. In many ways the Commonwealth is something we'd like to see succeed. Unfortunately Hansa is filled with a sense of manifest destiny, if not for himself then for his line. There are some mitigating influences that should make this coming war a conservative affair consisting mostly of a probing phase, and, if no weakness is found, a relatively quick settlement. On the other hand, there are several ways this could go wrong in practice. Draconis Combine. Reports. They have a military and it is presumably deploying along their rimward border. In all seriousness, we're having a difficult time getting more than signals intelligence on the Kuritans. Without the usual wedges like Rasselhog, they have a very strict society with many, many unspoken rules. Our only people on the ground are bribed informants and we're taking their reports with more than a few grains of salt. However, we do know they are moving forces towards their Davian border and increasing garrisons in the area. There has also been some significant excitement from their industrial side and we've seen them happily buying up surplus weapons and mech limbs from the League. Minor note, they've recently softened their restrictions on comguards within their border. Simply due to sheer size they'll probably equal the amount in Capella by 3039, but percentage-wise it's still far from a full adoption. Analysts. Not being stupid, Theodore is preparing for war. Due to Rosebud he almost certainly has more and better mech forces than his enemies are expecting. If they took the full brunt of the attack, though, it would still be extremely hard on them. The Fourth Succession War cost them greatly. However, if Hansa underestimates them and thins his forces out covering both borders across the entire width of the inner sphere, it'll give them an opening to counterattack hard. This is all just basic strategy though, we don't have any specific insight into the Gunji no Kanrei's plans for the coming war. Comment. A tough nut to crack and the ISF seems more on the ball than anyone else besides Rom. We've identified no less than 3 possible ISF plans within our ranks, none of which give us more than circumstantial conjecture to base our suspicions on. On the other hand, though professional they lack the military might at present to gain a momentum of conquest like the Commonwealth. Whatever they do will be focused on a short, sharp strike. Expect fighting to center around the Sarna March. Outworlds Alliance. Report. The military readiness of the Outworlds Alliance is at an all-time low. Though still decent for a periphery power, they simply don't have the logistical support to keep things going. Their worlds were hit so hard by the interdependence reforms of the reunification war era that they're still suffering from them. It likely won't be more than a few generations before our penal colony becomes the most successful world in the region. While they have a great deal of agriculture, it's founded on a terrible system and one that they have not had the expertise to repair. Their crop rotations are too narrow, and they have large areas of underfed planets producing cash crops like cotton and hemp most of the year, while bumper crops of corn and wheat from other planets are wasted because they lack the shipping to get them where they need to go. While the Avalars have tried to acquire the shipping necessary to make the system work, the few who understood the problem didn't have the skills necessary to solve it. An attempt to resolve the issue led to poor crop rotations rendering much of a planet's cultivated soil infertile and the colony's abandonment. Later leaders have been far more hands-off. And this is only made worse by the decline of heavy equipment leading many previously successful farms to devolve into either plantations using bonded labor or subsistence farming. Oh, and there are pirates. Lots of pirates. The excess of terraformed worlds left uninhabited or minimally inhabited, abandoned military bases, and untold numbers of asteroid mines and other such projects makes the area around the OWA a veritable warren of pirates. We've already had to destroy 3 bands trying to hedge in on our penal colony. Those that survived were less than pleased when they found themselves trapped on a planet full of religious fanatics who were happy to put the extra hands to work. Analysts. Ironically, the Blakists may be useful here in slipping this past the Kuritans. They're technically supposed to be a charitable organization. If we could get our own person as Prekenter Alpharats, they could unofficially get us into the area as a new charitable initiative without arousing much suspicion. It would be hard work, and we'd need to bring some low-tech but highly capable farming equipment, lots of seed, and start more than a few frontier schools, but it would be doable. Working as ourselves, near the intelligence black hole of the Combine, and in so many far-flung areas across the galaxy could cause more problems than it solves. The OWA is paranoid about being used as the foundation of a larger power's war machine. Large parts of their society flatly reject military technology if not high technology altogether and only tolerate the Alliance military because it keeps them becoming cogs in the Kuritan and Avian military-industrial complex. We do not expect them to see us in a favorable light despite our attempts to bring peaceful change where possible. Comments. A place that needs us so much, and that wants us so little. New ones told me that commanders are a military-industrial complex in search of a nation. The OWA seems to be a nation in abject terror of military-industrial complexes. But we can be discreet about it. It wouldn't be the first time we snuck something past people for their own benefit. Free Rasselhog Republic. Reports. With as much hardware as we're selling them we expect them to have a sharp increase in military might soon. When the first Joyous dropships enter production later this year we expect them to purchase enough link engine mechs and mods to outfit at least one frontline regiment. Not only will this increase their effectiveness against pirates, but it'll make them a very tough nut to crack should their neighbors start feeling adventurous. Economically they have a solid base, one that should continue to grow. We've entered into an agreement with Gordon, Kingsley, and Thorpe Enterprises to lease a production line for an inner sphere refit of our Bullfrog light battle mech. The downgraded chassis will also be licensed to them so they can produce variants or introduce new designs based off the chassis. In terms of force disposition, they seem to be mostly looking core ward to deal with pirates. We do not expect them to make any large moves in the coming war unless someone moves on them. Analysts. The FRR is enjoying stability for the moment because their neighbors are busy looking elsewhere. Right now a friend on their border is worth far more than the planets or the damage that could be caused by turning them to or from any particular side. Our strong ties are mostly helped by our distance, preventing their deals with us from becoming stuck in the quagmire of local politics. The fact we've sold them actual production lines has also relieved them greatly, since they can't be sure we won't get surrounded by a hostile power. It wouldn't actually cut us off from them, but they have no way of knowing that just yet. Our only real recommendation is to stay the course and see what needs to happen when the boat is, inevitably, rocked. Comments. A good investment. Their favor could become a serious bargaining chip in the future. However, it's best if we keep ourselves to a mostly hands-off business-only relationship for now. Complexity just gives opportunity for resentment to creep in. Outreach/Wolf's Dragoons. Report. Outreach is, despite only having been in Dragoon hands for 8 years, now the premier hiring hall for mercenaries. This also means you can see many of their moves in miniature. The Davians and Steiners are trying to hire up anything with a pulse that isn't too repugnant, even if just for anti-pirate patrols along the rimward periphery. The Kuritans are just making it clear they're watching and somewhat subtly reminding mercs that they aren't going to get mercy fighting them to drive up the price of contracts for the Davians. Mercs are sitting pretty, having already picked up a few true elites for their Lyran border. Now they're starting whisper campaigns to try and catch people just coming off longer contracts. The Canopians and the Taurians are looking pretty sour as their usual quick help pool is greatly reduced, but in the long run they'll be with our Endurian allies in being the real benefactors of the conflict. Broken units will pour into them looking for escape from the war and a nice quiet duty against periphery pirates and the likes before an even quieter retirement. The Dragoons are still rebuilding from the Fourth Succession War, and for now they seem to be letting the Black Widow Battalion, Trinary, act as face of the organization while the rest recover and rebuild. They will be ready for regimental deployments by 3039, however, even if unlikely to commit all 5 regiments. They are fully expected to fight solely for the Commonwealth in the coming conflict. Analysts. It's difficult to get the pulse of a group as diverse as the mercenaries of the Inner Sphere. Even with all the money in the world, the successor state's attempts at giving them a zeitgeist is about as effective as herding cats. Simply put though, a lot of the less far-sighted are going to be sitting this out as their temporary contracts run out, and nobody else has the time to worry about hiring that late in the game. Possible coup for Liao there if they pick them up late in the game. Otherwise the lines have already pretty much been drawn, and only a few coming off long contracts are going to show any movement. So far the Dragoons don't seem to be doing anything to make any particular moves against us, nor are they apparently trying to get hired onto Andurian. They may have Wolfnet agents in our ranks, but determining that would be essentially impossible. Comments. The Frozen Chosen have recently entered Merrick employ. With the addition of battle armor, their combat losses have dropped a great deal. They also maintain a 100% mission completion record. The Kellhounds are in Commonwealth employ, Wacko's Rangers are employed by the Merricks, and the Grey Death Legion is working for the Commonwealth. I suggest we form a tentative plan to approach Jamie Wolf for a joint effort to make the theoretical Project Calcas into a practical operation after the war. Notes on minor powers. Marian hegemony is behaving itself somewhat for the moment. It is still modeled on a republic and simply goes too far in raiding. Suggest first Sir deployment to free slaves taken from other polities and organize/arm proper resistance movements. Lothian League still hasn't initiated contact, a diplomat to send to them is being arranged. Hanseatic League are content to play meddler in the background. No sign of Comstar infiltration. Chain Lane Isles are violent as usual. No sign of Comstar. Axumite Providence experiencing sudden internecine conflicts. Comstar suspected but proof unavailable at this time. Core Ward Confederacy is presently not located, a survey ship is searching the area it was expected to be in. Estimate is 2 weeks until it's found. Jarnfolk are to Viking culture as space wolves are to wolves. Fucking terrifying. No sign of Comstar interference. Alfirk has had a small Comstar base erected on it. Single company garrison. Columbus expanded operations, military base hosts brigade level Comguard garrison. Mundo Nebler hasn't been positively identified thus far, the Chain Lane survey team is confident they will discover it by the end of the month. Shady Palms facility located. Locals recently killed by bombardment with capital-class weapons. Fast response destroyer group with supplies to form a deep space staging station have been dispatched to the near side of the Orion Rift. Click to shrink. Commander N Alpha T59 Delta said. My personal life is not council business. And I want the full report on Shady Palms forwarded to me. If we can, I want us to find the scumbags who'd murder innocents like that. Administrator Danu said. So that's why you keep coming around the PT room during the 4th Ranger's scheduled workout time. FWL Richards said. I wouldn't recommend going somewhere public for the first date. Get a feel for the relationship yourselves before letting the media sharks get their chance to try and define it for you. And in all seriousness, go for it. I'll be rooting for you. Marshall Rhode Island said. God damn. I'm not sure if the Cappies or the Taurians give me the bigger headache. Also, Home Guard, 6 RCTS 3039, all I'm saying. Admin Fee said. Commander, I know you've always been interested in her performance, but if you wanted a hands-on demonstration, I'm sure she wouldn't have minded if you'd just asked. Commander N Alpha T59 Delta said. You're going to tell Richard about this, aren't you? Fuck, I'm off to buy some flowers. I should probably ask her sometime before Dalma breaks down her door asking how the date went. Vulcan said. I guess nobody has anything to say about the massive war looming on the horizon. Administrator Danu said. We were just discussing a particular suggestion. Anyways, while it'll have to go through Rhode Island, I have several drone regiments on standby so I can give my support to moving the Home Guard to support the Merrick border. Dash. This is actually the last interlude. With a bit of time to think about it, I had a pretty solid idea for the next arc jump out at me. I just need to get a backlog built and Arc 2 will be hitting the ground running. A/N, a bit meandering but, meh, it's something. Part 54. Dash. Commander New. Solar Cell Desert. Sid. January 26, 3038. I don't think it was a stretch to say that Sid was completely unique in the galaxy. I'd planned with malice aforethought when I named it our fairy mound. Underground was where most the important business of the day-to-day took place, connected by a warren of tunnels that would make a dwarf fortress veteran green with envy. However, just to really fuck with people, there were a few secrets that could only be accessed from the surface. The surface wasn't really a pleasant place for humans, and most battle mechs wouldn't be especially happy there either. Dark blue hexagons coated the surface as far as the eye could see, each one a photoelectric cell, or solar panel in layman's terms, and were purposely designed to produce and store excess heat for the thermometric cells underneath them. Without air to circulate heat away, the surface simply radiated a balmy 160 degrees Fahrenheit, 71 Celsius. Not as bad as a volcanic planet, but without air cooling it was still a shitty place to be a mech, much more so for humans. Of course, looking with mere eyes one would miss some of the secret wonders of this desert. Every so often a cell would seem light blue rather than dark. That was actually a partially transparent tile that would then shine on a mirror which would light up yet more mirrors which would then deliver filtered sunlight to the farms and gardens that were ubiquitous across most of the near-surface layer. By reducing the surface area that needed sunlight, the tiles could be spread out, yet ultimately deliver almost as much sun as the surface layer. Another cell looked utterly identical to all its surroundings except for a thin yellow line that was extremely difficult to see from the height of a battle mecha's cockpit. Those were pop-up turrets containing everything from UAC/5S to PPCs to full-on progenitor lasers of the weight class used on my Super Leopards. In any case, I could have easily skipped this trek through the heat and hard vacuum, but I had wanted some time relatively alone to think. So while my quad legs stomped across the hard ground, I mostly just pondered with the occasional break to look something up in my database of reports. There were many issues attempting to monopolize my thoughts, but two seemed the most pressing. First was my relationship? I guess that is the right word, my relationship with Madeline. It was only a couple dates in and I was definitely not looking to rush into anything. Some food at a nice restaurant, a bit of dancing, and some time to just talk had been our last date in a nutshell. I felt good about it, good enough to plan another one, but I also had worries. Not so much in who I am as where I came from. It isn't something you truly understand until you're living in it, but for all its familiarity there is something distinctly alien about Andurian culture, or really any culture in the inner sphere. I can't even truly put my finger on it. The subtle shifts in idiom are there, sure. I'd never personally curse on Jerome Blake's blood, or have any statements cursing or otherwise on Alexander Kerensky's ballsack. That was minor though. It was more subtle and pervasive. Like technology is a constant reference back to the Star League even if you're talking about something the Star League could never have even dreamed of. A certain level of wonder for the stars remains, but, love him or hate him, there is no Neil deGrasse Tyson analog to proselytize on behalf of how wonderful physics and science can be. Comstar just kind of spouted a weird mix of new agey bullshit and that creepy, why are you talking to me, overzealous religious nonsense at everyone. They'd made science into something to be taken on faith and that was just weird. Then there were lacks of prejudice in areas I was used to and sudden prejudice in areas that I couldn't even imagine caring about. Some of them were just strange seeing from the outside. Like dispossessed mech warriors were honestly looked upon like they personally had done something seriously wrong. Mental health issues were even worse. While not treated with the malice of the medieval period, instead it was straight up ignored for the most part. Like if we just pretend hard enough that this person is perfectly healthy it'll become fact. Which wasn't to say I didn't have some of my own prejudices which had clearly surprised or grated on her, even if she was polite enough not to make a fight out of it. I'd definitely have to tone down my willingness to poke at people's belief in tech support Jesus. At least in public. Also English is not funny anymore apparently. So no more watching Kuritan press conferences just to giggle at the horrible unintentional hilarity of it all. There was even a point where the conversation got around to the popular view that Alexander Kerensky's lost fleet would come riding back to save/fix the inner sphere, and I nearly lost it laughing. I definitely lost points there, but I can't bring myself to apologize for that. I guess we were still getting to know each other on a personal level. She was a soldier through and through, taking orders and kicking ass. It made her tough, and fun, someone I could really respect, which was hard for me. I can withstand a lot of people, few have my earnest respect. But it made for a lot of distances when I was really more of a go my own way kind of person and usually left the ass kicking to the people I'd ordered to do it. We'd just have to work through it in time. The second major issue on my mind was exploration. Frankly, if it weren't so precarious, I'd drop the wardens on the High Council, grab a few of my favorite subordinates and run off to find the galaxy's outer rim. And of course then I'd come back, take a short break, then go and circumnavigate the galaxy or something. Point is, I really wanted to go exploring. This dovetailed into the fact that we were in a situation where for the most part we were waiting for plans to come to fruition. That's a terrible time for me. I'm good at making plans, I'm good at getting them in motion, but I can't not touch. I see available resources and feel like I have to invest them in something, and right now we're over 99% unspent resources. It's a recipe for disaster that I'm all too familiar with. A report from the survey teams catches my eye. It isn't the report itself, just something mentioned momentarily. I went into my database to get everything we knew about the Veil Nebula. Not the biggest, a bit over 70 light-years wide, and rather young. It slowed considerably over the last 1,000 years, but it was still expanding. The nebula was the result of a supernova back in the 4000 BC time frame or so, a bit before the invention of the plow. 1,300 light-years or so from SID, so apportioning 12 hours of charge time per jump at 24 jumps give or take 12 days. Assign a full 2 weeks for travel time just to be safe. An 8-week trip, 2 out, 1 month there, 2 weeks back. We can do some sensor surveys of planets within the nebula and just outside, and set up a scientific outpost either within the nebula or in its path to study the effects of the nebula on a planet. Good old-fashioned science and exploration. Yes, I can definitely get this agreed to. I came to an abrupt stop, careful to have all of my feet on a single cell. That cell jerked slightly and then began to smoothly drop into the surface of the planet. After about a minute of decline I dropped below the walls and had a view into the chamber I had come for. Almost a kilometer long, and in its center, built atop massive foundation blocks, was a long cylindrical construct. Struts shot from it and into the walls and ceilings on every side. Massive structures were under construction along its surface. At one end, holes from the unfinished construction allowed me to peek into a large spherical room with a single narrow walkway out to the center. After several more minutes the elevator cell dropped into a structure and my view was obscured. That was only seconds before it stopped entirely, allowing me into a series of corridors that I swiftly navigated to the project's headquarters unit. Just outside the room I built a new LMD in standard coveralls and then shifted my focus into it. Entering the command room revealed 3 more LMDs, 2 already in a furious debate and another simply reading over some documents the old-fashioned way. I could also feel the buzz of 40 other A's who were tasked with running various parts of the facility and thus were as much here as any of us in the LMDs were. Alright, somebody want to tell me what the fuck happened? We had a power deficit for 5 minutes people, and only a host of safety features kept high keep from suffering blackouts. I don't need to tell anyone here just how much fucking energy it takes for us to run a deficit, so what? Fuck happened. Danu, who chose to be represented as a tall gentleman with snow-white hair and soft eyes, sighed. We had just finished getting the main assembly of the Mega HPG put together and set it on a low-output test. There was a runaway reaction far beyond our expectations. It drew in all the energy available to it and then just kept drawing. The good news is, just as we predicted, the transmitter couldn't create a reaction space larger than 10 meters square, so our safety measures were more than adequate to the problem. It was a fucking nightmare scenario and we're lucky we didn't blow up the planet. The male LMD next to him argued. Dr. Lukta, nobody will tell me how he actually got the doctorate, so I gave up asking, was swiftly becoming our go-to-mind for engineering and high-energy physics. While Vulcan and the Shiro team did very well with frames and robotics, Lukta seemed to grok the more comprehensive breadth of engineering subjects. The base was constructed to channel any such explosion away from the planet foremost and through controlled channels secondly. Even an energetic reaction of the level it attempted to reach would only have damaged the nearest 100 kilometers of construction, Danu shot back. Well, we're here alive, and now you know. So what actually happened? I asked, growing annoyed. We created something very different from what we were intending, the last figure in the room. Bridget had settled on the appearance of a dark-skinned woman with African features and a visually incongruous head of ginger curls. The profile of the event is completely incompatible with the concept of extra-dimensional tunneling. Instead it created a pinched fold in all known dimensions, creating a extra-dimensional cage. A cage? Are you sure? Dr. Lukta asked. That's what the readings show. You should have them too, Bridget replied. There was a long silence and then he started filling the local simulators with equations. Knowing better than to interrupt him, we all settled in for a long wait. Taking advantage of my own fabricator, I soon had Bridget, and two of the facility ace, Temperance and Certainty, playing a game of Settlers of Catan with me. 2 games later he finally stopped and returned his attention to the world around him. "It's brilliant!" he exclaimed. We all just turned and stared him with deadpan expressions. "Oh come on, it's great. Really? Mind enlightening the class, Professor?" I asked, more than a little annoyed at the waste of time this had become. Not because I was losing or anything. I wasn't. Not too badly at least. It's an extra-dimensional forge. If we set up a ring of lasers and a ring of fabricators and pump enough energy into the cage that forms, we can create a semi-permanent feedback loop in the area. Once that's done, we take the result, plug it in and charge it from the network and bam! Done. He told us. We all looked at each other, checking to see if anyone else actually understood what he was getting at. When all I saw were confused expressions, I turned back to him. "What's done?" "Well, I guess that depends on what exactly the properties are of what comes out," Dr. Lukta replied. "But all good. Just off the top of my head, it could probably be used for short-range teleportation, used in armor to redirect energy into higher dimensions. It's possible we could use it to create energy shields. Which of the above, or what else it could be used for, we just won't know until we have samples to work with." I leaned back and thought it over for a long while. Then it's going to have to wait. At the projected power outputs, this was a reasonably safe project to have on hand. At what you drew. There's a pillar not far from here that's supposed to be connected to a moon in a few months. I can't risk a shockwave causing fatal whiplash to the structure nor the chance of accidentally or biting a moon. And that's not even counting what could happen if we start getting spare dimensions involved. We'll move this facility to a dedicated structure in the deep periphery and resume testing then. "You've got to be kidding me," Danu complained. Dr. Lukta seemed pretty pissed as well. "Hey!" I shouted, getting their attention. "You're damn fucking lucky this isn't a massive fucking crater on the planet right now. There are 40 intelligences who don't have the luxury of punching out here. There are 30,000 people in high keep and following the current expansion plan that could increase by an order of magnitude over the next year. That isn't even getting into the diplomatic shitstorm of having to explain to people why our fucking planet exploded all on its own. I know this is an exciting new field, but that was dangerous. Lukta, you yourself were complaining about the danger of what happened before you went off on your tangent. Get your heads out of your asses. Make this safe in case of catastrophic failure, and then you can start playing with your new toys. Am I understood?" After getting their assent, I finally left the station and looked up at my own mechanical body. I'm not sure if this is a sign I shouldn't dare wander off, or that I desperately need a vacation. Who am I kidding? 2 months in deep space, here I come. Part 55. Hansa Davian. New Avalon. January 31st, 3038. "We have to get Capella off the sidelines and out of the Concord of Capitan," Hansa Davian said as he looked at his closest counsel. His wife Melissa, his champion Arden Sortak, and the Marshal of the Armies Morgan Hosek Davian. If they could have smuggled him out of St. Ives without giving the small nation fits, he'd have had Justin Allard here as well. Candace was pregnant though, and he was locked down for the time being. The League is gearing up and they know better than try for a repeat of Shiro. With an all-out assault across the Lyran border, we'll be stretched thin right from the start. Even they wind up being a paper tiger, we'll still need to absorb that first assault. It could set our whole war effort on the back foot. Unfortunately, the Capellans are in a position where doing nothing works out best for them. We still have to protect the Sarna March from them. We're bloodying their traditional enemy, and we'll be busy with the Drax, Morgan pointed out. In this situation the FRR is working in our favor, but we're still looking at a two-front war. And that isn't counting the possibility of the Capellans trying something down by New Syrtis. We do have some strategic flexibility, Morgan continued. Those short-term mercenary contracts have opened up several units that would normally be stuck patrolling for piracy. But there isn't an RCT between them, and with the Capellans buckling down it would be suicide to throw them over the border. They aren't exactly elite units even if they are experienced. What's this? Melissa asked, showing the rest a picture she'd picked up. On it was a mech none of them immediately recognized, though it did seem familiar, one with a strange disc-shaped upper torso and arms with long gun barrels hanging from the elbows that actually stuck out backwards slightly past the elbow joint. It was painted in buff with bright green stripes marking it as a part of the Andurian Defenders. The report says Galahad. Or based on it anyways. Originally an SLDF design, but only a handful were left behind after Kerensky left. It should have a gauze rifle in each arm. The original had trouble with the shoulder joints because they weren't prepared for just how much gun they were putting on it. From the looks of it they built recoil receiving slides into the gun mounts themselves. A few quickly estimated measurements also put it at 80 tons, 20 more than the original. That's strange since the only significant difference observers have noted is a medium and small laser in each side of the chest. It does give it something to do once it runs out of ammo at least. Arden read over the report and quickly summarized for the room. It says here they were part of a delivery of 6 mechs to the first defenders on Conquista, purchased from the wardens. 2 of these, 2 thugs, and 2 awesomes. The only other visible difference from standard loadouts is the thugs which seem to have Beagle active probes fit onto them. Somehow. Looks like they're serious about turning them into an assault regiment, Melissa mused. Hansa made a sound of acknowledgement but seemed distracted. It's not enough. We could easily play on Marcus Barton's vanity to get him to commit the second Makarans to a raid on the Andurians to prove his regiment's superiority, but even if he lost it wouldn't bring progress towards breaking their neutrality with the Free Worlders. What about Tormino? Morgan asked. Everyone looked at him, waiting for elaboration. If we give his Free Capella movement enough cash to quickly gear up, maybe see if they can't get something from the wardens, they could strike hard into the core ward edge while we strike from spin ward towards Menk. If Barton's already off chasing a vanity target then that'll give us a bit of time before they can mount a proper response. The League may have a deal with Romano but I'm willing to bet a Davian-backed Tormino isn't someone they'll want to deal with. The hardest part is, he needs to look like he actually stands a chance. Once he does that though, the League will be forced to intervene and Romano isn't going to like that at all. Expensive. Very expensive. But if we second him a regiment of the Wolf's Dragoons people will definitely pay attention. Hansa mulled it over for a few minutes. Give him the budget for a heavy mech regiment and see what he makes of it. If it doesn't work out they can work border defense around the Sarna march. Otherwise we'll plan to strike just before our shorter contracts start running out. Part 56. Commander New. Haikib. Sid. February 6, 3038. A request to open negotiations from Free Capella. I asked aloud. Richards nodded, it was very unexpected. We had been hesitant about approaching them, much like Free Sky and other resistance movements, they are not always the most savory of characters. Above that while we do sell to a lot of lesser actors, a reputation for selling directly to non-state rebels could lead to friction in the long run. Only the fact that they're clearly being supported by the Davians in this has us even considering it at all. Do we have any idea of the kind of budget they're working from? While a mech or 2 would be more politically palatable, it wouldn't really be worth our while, I pointed out. We didn't get an exact figure, but Tormino was looking to stretch it out to purchase enough hardware to outfit a full light regiment and some support battalions, Richards said. I whistled, that's a lot of money for a small operation to suddenly be throwing around. Richards and Danu both shot me a deadpan look. I chuckled as I realized the irony of my statement. Seriously though, what can we sell them? I asked. Link engines are right out. The demand for Joyous dropships is already through the roof and we're looking at early June before they start delivering. It wouldn't be good form to sell them any of the unique toys we've been dealing out to our friendlier customers either. So bullfrogs and XRMs are off the table, Danu said. All things considered, I think they'd be interested in power armor and main battle tanks. They'd give them a lot of usable power relatively cheaply, Richards suggested. Well, I'd rather sell a stacked chassis to avoid lawsuits where possible, so to support that, I can modify the Falcon design, strip it of weapons and a half-ton of armor, switch to double heatsinks and a more compact cockpit to fit on a PPC on the right arm and a medium laser on the left. Throw in Hussars downgraded to available tech levels with a similar cockpit treatment to free up a ton for additional armor. With our MBTs to provide the meat of the punch and take the hits, power armored infantry to win the PBI battles and heavy hitting lights to flank the enemy while hitting way above their accepted weight class. Sounds like the foundation of something that'll hit a lot harder than it first looks, I said. Without a link engine for the MBT we'll have to take off one of the Ultras, remove 2 forward-facing medium lasers and downgrade the rear-facing laser to a small, Danu stated. So they'll have to make do with only 3 Ultra autocannons and 2 forward medium lasers. It'll just make the 4 tons of ammo last longer, I replied. Besides, if they want other tanks they can buy from other suppliers. It's the one we've got and are willing to sell. Oh, and those LRM Kintaros we were playing around with. Also a model that drops the LRM-5 and a ton of ammo for a command console and AMS. I don't think they'll be springing for any Battlemasters or equivalents, might as well give them a decent command mech in the mix. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're thinking a force of high-speed skirmishing and raiding mechs. Models that can deal some serious damage at decent range before running off. Slow, long-range and heavily armored tanks that they only bring out when they're serious about sticking it out. Back that up with missile support mediums that should be supporting the tanks, but can be used to cover the retreat of a raiding party assuming the enemy isn't too overwhelming or fast. And then some teams of power armor for special operations and infantry superiority. Richards looked to me for confirmation. That's about the sum of it. Of course we're willing to provide limited amounts of any other off-the-shelf mechs they could want. But like I said, let's at least try to keep the lawsuits to a minimum though. I don't like giving money away without good reason, I replied. I can sell that. Just a few other models to round out the lot, maybe a squadron of aerospace fighters. Richards nodded to himself and began creating a proposal on his tablet. That brings us to the Taurians. While they've expressed some dismay that we don't want to settle inside their space, they're more than happy with us moving into the Pirate Haven cluster. For now we'll be focusing weapon sales on XRM launchers, power armor, and stock Atlas IIS. This should provide reassuring heavy firepower, but if kept in limited numbers, not enough shift and offensive power to provide impetus for invasion. On the civilian side, we'll be providing serious grants to expand education where possible, working with Taurus Territorial to build a shipyard for jump ship production. Merchant class is the current plan, and providing terraforming and colonial assistance where possible, Danu reported. Of course, once the Joyous dropship enters widespread sale, we'll provide refit kits to help modernize their armed forces with link engines, Danu added. So that's it then. All of the pressing trade and manufacturing issues are off my desk. The next big milestone isn't for a few months, and we weren't planning on sending our people to the Lothians until then anyways. I smile as I lean back in my chair. Are you sure about this expedition of yours? Danu asked. Past results have shown we don't exactly hold together well in your absence. The High Council exists for a reason. I can't be here all the time, and you all aren't exactly helpless. Incautious? Definitely. But not helpless. Just keep everyone out of my splat files and try to keep things on an even keel for a while and it should be fine. And if you can't? Well, I didn't write up our rules of warfare for nothing. I sighed at being questioned once again. Frankly, I was well aware that things could go wrong and problems arise. But I knew my wardens. They could hold on and they wouldn't let me down. Leave me scratching my head in confusion maybe, but that's a far cry from disappointing me. Besides, while there were always meetings like this to confirm things and float ideas, for the most part the organization ran fine without my babysitting it already. Part 57. Madeline Humphreys. Hohoken. Andurian. February 11, 3038. I cannot believe I let you talk me into going in there, Madeline complained, her cheeks still tinged pink, as they walked away from a lingerie boutique. But you did get something. Besides, you and New, on a ship for 8 weeks? Don't tell me you aren't expecting something to happen, Dalma teased her as they kept moving. And poor Cynthia from the protection detail was in desperate need as well. And this way it even helped her cover. Madeline rolled her eyes but couldn't help an indulgent smile. Dalma was just that way with the people who worked for her. Even someone as simple as a plainclothes bodyguard she would know well enough to ask about their children or their boyfriends. Madeline had once been dragged out to find a place that would make proper home-style chicken soup and let them order it takeout for one of Dalma's aides that had gotten sick. You make it sound like we'll be alone. There'll be 100 people on that ship. It'll all be in a dropship too, so it isn't like we'll have tons of room, Madeline responded. Oh please. I've been in one of those grams. 50 people is nothing to one of those. And even then you'll be up in the officers' quarters, not down in the converted area, Dalma shot back. Madeline sighed, and Marcus will be there, and so will Pennsylvania. Okay, Marcus I could see making an okay chaperone. Pennsylvania though? She's like 19 going on 4, you could distract her with a coloring book. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Penny is a great person who can make anything fun, but not exactly someone I picture when I think responsible adult, Dalma replied. Madeline giggled at the mental image of First Warden Pennsylvania chasing after a coloring book being dangled in front of her. Okay, so maybe you have a bit of a point. New and I are definitely going to be close without a lot of supervision. But we agreed to take our time. Besides, you've been off touring Calcerine and Pilpala, so you haven't seen how excited this is making her. God, you have no idea. She's been practically obsessing over the details of this expedition, but it's good. Cute. She's so excited. She is? Hey. I thought you guys were just doing a basic survey, Dalma said. Pretty much. I mean, it's a hell of a distance out and there's plans to leave a permanent research base if we find a good spot for it. She's just... I don't fully understand it, but there's this look in her eyes when she talks about exploring the depths of space. Like she's talking about something amazing and wonderful. Madeline got a distant look in her eye and a slight, soft smile. Dalma laughed out loud. Look at you. You are so smitten. Madeline snorted and gave her cousin a shove. Shut up. Commander New. Hohoken Military Base. Andurian. We're sure about setting up the 5th Home Guard on Ryerson? Kirkland seems a bit young for a colonel. I asked, folding my arms and leaning back from the crate I'd commandeered into a makeshift table. Though the rank he held in the Andurian military was only that of lieutenant, he has proven adept in the ways of the wardens. Not only has he absorbed our tactics and strategies, but he has aligned his sense of honor with our own. I believe he is most likely to lead his unit as we would prefer it to be led, Warden Marshal Rhode Island, leader of the Home Guard, stated. Besides, he has 3 teams of wardens and the 1st Infantry Battalion to finish jump training. So long as we leave them a reserve of mechs and aerospace fighters, they should make an excellent garrison unit despite being all power armor on paper. I'd feel more comfortable if you added a company of archer drones anyways. They were going to take 2 intruders and 2 unions, just upgrade one of the unions to an overlord. That should cover the extra mass and give him a better command center to work from, I tell Rhode Island. I sighed in annoyance at the thought of sending just an infantry power armor regiment out, but warden training was long and difficult. Most of the new sapient ace I was willing to authorize were going to our fledgling navy and exploration teams, leaving our ground forces to mostly fill their ranks with flesh and blood recruits. Infantry training just finished much faster, and so we had enough of them available to provide not only the needed support for the 4 main regiments, but an excess that allowed us to field 2 more full infantry regiments. A wise alteration, Commander. It shall be done, Rhode Island agreed and then strode away, probably to find the subordinate he had to talk to make it happen. You're out of uniform, a warm voice drew my attention. Madeline had apparently come up behind me at some point, notably in full uniform. I on the other hand was wearing a sunshine yellow t-shirt with a black Superman symbol on it and black cargo pants. I smiled at her and affected a lordly tone. I'll have you know a commander is always in uniform. Whatever I'm wearing must be my uniform. It's in the rules. I just wrote them. She rolled her eyes. No, seriously, though. What happened to your big plans for the day? I sighed. It seems everyone else just figured out that once we leave tomorrow I'm actually going to be unavailable. So of course now they're running around trying to get the things that affect more than one system actually figured out and run it all past me before I leave. Penny must have been crushed. Not to mention the kids, Madeline said and moved up next to me, letting her shoulder rub against my arm. A bit. But I got her authorization to take the dogs off base. They're total teddy bears around children, like, you would not even believe it. And it was supposed to be a surprise for the kids, so as long as Penny and the toys show up they won't know the difference. I waved it off. Sure, I'd been looking forward to getting a bit of charity work in and personally introducing Child's Play to another galaxy, but it was the kids' feelings that really mattered, not mine. So are you all loaded and ready to go? Yab. Got the last carry-on loaded just now. I'm going to go ahead and stay in my cabin on the Feynman Resurgent tonight, Madeline told me. A grin broke across my face as my thoughts turned to the mission ahead. A quick jaunt out to the Vale Nebula, a survey of a few systems inside the nebula, then set up a base in the path of the nebula's expansion. Some actual serious exploration and investigation. If we could find garden worlds to compare, all the better. What's got you grinning? Madeline asked. Spa-ass. I answered with a giggle at my own silliness. Ah, I need to remake that here. But seriously, we're going off into the far reaches of space. The things we'll see. What will we learn? What lies beyond the frontiers established by those who came before? And what secrets are within them, simply waiting for us to take a closer look? I shifted slightly and looked her in the eye. It's a mystery. And when we solve this one it'll present another, and another. We may have a good chunk of space mapped out and colonized, but this is no time to rest on our laurels. The universe took over 13 billion years to build the wonders of creation. We don't have nearly that long to find and understand them all. She shook her head and chuckled but leaned into me. The smile didn't leave my face, even when the next officer ran up with some other thing that needed to get worked out before we could leave. Part 58. Commander New. Feynman Resurgent, Graham-class dropship/Dandelion-class jumpship. Unnamed star, Canopian space. February 14, 3038. It's not on any charts. Nor is it transmitting anything at all. At this distance there isn't too much we can tell about it, but it's definitely man-made with advanced Star League-era alloys and producing heat, Marcus informed me as mouthpiece for the security team. I focused on the data and tried to push aside the annoyance I'd been feeling since we'd had an uncommonly rough jump into the system. It wasn't like I hadn't noticed it before, I'd just written it off as irrelevant. So somebody decided to build an asteroid base. What did it really matter to me? Even now I was tempted to just backtrack a jump and leave the Canopians a message informing them of its location. For all I knew it was one of their installations and they'd appreciate the discretion. My security team disagreed apparently. I'm confused. Why does this matter? They're much too far away to threaten this expedition, and if they're Canopian I'd rather not upset them by blowing one of their secret bases, I replied. We thought something similar until someone teased Warden Sampson about his membership in the Bucket Club. To be frank, the drives in these ships are far smoother than any jump ship I've ever been on. Only when we jumped here did Sampson have his problem. Originally I wrote it off as an accumulation kind of thing, but that got me thinking. Checking the drive readings, this was a much rougher jump we had coming in here. In fact, it was about twice as rough as the last one, and that one was rougher than the one before it if you looked closely enough, Marcus explained. I blinked. A jammer? If that was what we experienced coming in, I can't imagine how unpleasant it must be for normal ships. It's not powerful enough to be more than an inconvenience. But now they've got us here. If they could turn it up as desired, it could cause a misjump or possibly even trap us in system, Marcus pointed out. I'll order Penny to give us a flyby with a recon bird. You get the wardens down to their remote piloting pods, they'll be flying point for her, I ordered. Penny was already responding to my silent order over the net and putting her body away in her room. Of course nothing moves faster than rumor, and the command room was soon filling with people wandering in by ones and twos. We were already getting close due to the close quarters, and it wasn't like they could hurt anything, so I decided to just let them satisfy their curiosity. Hey, Madeline greeted me as she eventually joined the group. Hey. Well, that's it, they're away. It'll be about 3 hours before they reach the anomaly. For those of you poor at math, it means we'll be making the jump at least 2 hours later than planned, I warned the group. At that, tablets came out, some to work but most to play some game or watch a 3D movie. Thankfully all of those brought their own headphones. I couldn't help a small smile at the diverse group. Doctors of biology and geology, right next to aspiring graduate student assistants and a few guys who were mostly there to help with physically loading and unloading things and would be staying at the base, assuming we actually found a spot for one, mostly as janitors and handymen. Hell, the expedition's cook was sitting next to a young woman with a master's in microbiology. They were having an excited conversation about shrimp. Well, more shrimp raising and cultivation from the sound of it. Madeline leaned into me and shared her tablet. She'd already set us up for a hot seat game of a Civilization series analog that some industrious students at Highkeep University had thrown together. This game I wasn't terrible at. In fact, my aggressive early expansion and investment in construction quickly allowed my in-game civilization to quickly take a dominant position. After that I switched to science and helped Madeline's mid-sized but stymied empire bridge the gap to reach my level. From there we could have simply swept the field for an allied victory. Instead we broke off, maintaining neutrality to each other while we slowly expanded out, absorbing everything in our paths. In the end it all came down to who could rush through the tech victory conditions faster. We got in a second game before the recon elements finally entered a reasonable range of their target. Everyone looked back up, our eyes glued to the screen that was showing the radar view and the views from the nosecams of the fighters. I'm reading 3 separate heat sources all on the same rock. Penny broadcast into the room. Looks like the outsides are all on the insides of the rocky bits. Still all quiet. I hummed to myself as I examined the readings, which gave us a decent idea of the facility's outline. Okay, it was technically Star League materials, but this didn't look Star League. The aesthetics were all wrong. Halls were placed at irregular intervals and irregularly shaped. There were maybe 5 spaces in the whole thing you could fit a battle mech into, and none of them had battle mech friendly halls or openings directly into space. Temperature spike. The team automatically pulled away despite having several hundred kilometers left to cover to the target. In a brief flash the asteroid was pulverized by a massive thermonuclear event. Warden White transmitted a follow-up to his warning, God damn it. Whatever that was, it was way over the top. I don't think we're getting more than scraps from this place. There was a long moment of silence as we all attempted to process the event we'd just witnessed. A part of me bubbled in fury at the thought of how many innocent lives were probably just lost. Another recoiled in confusion. What could possibly be that secret? Biological weapons, maybe? Or was the possibility of an FTL jammer just that important of a secret? And if it was, why use it outside of well-contained trials? It was understandable in some senses. Clearly the operation was meant for maximum deniability. But who even could arrange something like this? Seeing Marcus was already on top of ordering the team to bring their birds back, I just turned and silently left the room. This left me with far too much to think about. Madeline Humphreys. 5 hours, and 1 jump, later. Madeline worked to keep her expression neutral as she stared into big blue eyes. Her body was relaxed but the muscles in her legs were coiled. The tiny blonde in front of her wasn't going to take her off guard. That vigilance paid off when Pennsylvania unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast jabs at her face. Unlike the wardens on the security team who had underestimated the tiny ball of energy, she immediately slid backwards while weaving her upper body around the punches. Once some distance had been gained, she snapped out a kick from her back foot, forcing the blonde to hop to the side. As soon as the kick landed, she barreled into her opponent, forcing her into a grapple. Even so, the lithe young woman slipped from her grasp like water, only taking an accidental elbow to the nose for damage. Ow! Pennsylvania exclaimed melodramatically and stared at her with watery eyes. The young woman's pout turned much more earnest when Madeline just smirked rather than fall for the psychological trick. The pout melted away as Pennsylvania went back on the offensive. It was so fast that she almost couldn't react in time to avoid a kick to the inner thigh. Her eyes could track it, but she had to push her estimates a bit forward in order to handle the lag between sight and action. Hell, for a good bit there just wasn't any thought to her moves, just pure reflex, as it would just take too long to let herself consciously understand what was happening. Finally she got her chance and grabbed Pennsylvania's arm and pulled her roughly into a full Nelson while dragging her to the ground. The blonde struggled for a moment and then called out, "I give." Madeline let go and rolled away to give her opponent space. Penny was almost instantly on her feet and smiling brightly down at her. "Good match." There was scattered applause from their small audience of the rest of the security team. "Thanks," Madeline replied. "You were pretty tough yourself." "How does that work though?" "I definitely outmuscled you there at the end, but I know you've got extensive cybernetics." Penny blinked at her then grinned. "We don't use myometers for our muscles. What we do use doesn't allow for quite the same carry strength as human muscles, but it's a bit better at twitch. It's also harder to identify." She shrugged. "We could go muscle mad with myometers, but we figured a fast draw on a well-aimed sidearm was as much protection as we'd usually need. New also says that we're supposed to enjoy our time off as normal people, and having hyper-lethal bodies would just distract from our psychotic and logical welfare. They need separation apparently." Madeline almost choked on her spit at the last few sentences. "I think she meant psychological welfare." "Yeah, that's what I said," Penny replied. Then she tilted her head a bit. "I need to go before the puppies get lonely. And I can tell New I accomplished my mission." "What mission?" Madeline asked. "Oops!" Penny exclaimed and rushed out of the cargo hold they'd been using for training and PT during the trip. Madeline frowned and turned to the security team only to discover that they'd sneaked out while she wasn't looking. There was only one person who could give Penny orders though, so it wouldn't be hard to find the mind behind this mission. The first place she checked was the mech base. Other than the light playing tricks on her and making her think New's mech had turned slightly to look at her, there was nobody there. Checking the command deck ended in disappointment, so she tried the officers' quarters. There she was drawn in by the most heavenly of smells. "Oh good, you're here. I just finished." New smiled at her from the kitchen where she was wearing a thickly padded pink and white apron and holding a tray in insulated mittens. The tray was covered in a squat flat sheet of something brown with a lighter brown film on top, and the taller woman quickly slid it onto a counter. "It needs to cool for a bit." "So how did the sparring go?" "Penny didn't report it to you?" Madeline asked. "Penny just breezed in and gave me several assurances you were awesome, that it wasn't her fault you knew I'd sent her to stall you and then said something about her dogs and left." "I'd hardly call that a report," New smirked at her. Penny wiped the floor with the wardens. "We were much more even but I eventually got her into a grapple and ended it," Madeline said with a shrug and wandered over to look down at the product of her girlfriend's cooking. "Is that fudge?" "Well, if you like fudge, yes. If not then it's just an experiment I was trying out and can be safely ignored," New answered. Madeline gave her a subtle elbow to the side. "I like fudge just fine. I just thought we were waiting a few days for the big date night." "Oh we are. But I couldn't let Valentine's Day pass entirely unmarked. After what happened earlier, I thought we could also use something more cheerful to remember the day for," New responded. "The fudge needs a few hours to cool so until then. Dalma tells me there's a cartoon I should ask you about. Captain Legend or something like that." Madeline brought her hands up to cover her face as it flushed bright red. "Leave it to her cousin to embarrass the hell out of her to her girlfriend." Sorry, didn't mean to touch on anything," New was quick to try and smooth things over. The woman put a comforting hand on her shoulder and calmly met her eyes when Madeline looked up. "No it's so embarrassing. It's just a kid's cartoon, but it was something my dad used to watch with me," Madeline confessed. "Well I'm not really against enjoying the occasional kid's cartoon. I'm sure if you enjoy it I'll like it just fine," New reassured her. Then wrinkled her nose, "And you need to go get a shower before we do anything." Madeline rolled her eyes and flushed harder, but it felt less awkward this time. "Right, working out does that. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'll bring my copy of Captain Legend with me, we can watch it out in the lounge." She got a few steps before New's voice called out to her, "Madeline. There was one question that's been on my mind since Penny breezed through." "Oh, what's that?" She couldn't really think of anything that would come from what she understood of that conversation. "Your father. What was his last name? Before he got married I mean," New asked. "Oh, Connors. He kept it, actually. I didn't really ask why I got Mom's name, it was just kind of the way things were," Madeline said. New's eyes clouded over in thought and then like something clicked her eyes narrowed fractionally for a brief moment. "Why?" New waved it off, "Just reminded me of someone. Your father might know of them, but it would have been a long time ago. You should probably ask him sometime about his life before he joined the Wolf's Dragoons." Madeline blinked then frowned. "I don't remember mentioning he was with the Wolf's Dragoons." New chuckled, "I know a few things. Once you know a fair bit about the group's background it's not as hard to spot as you'd think. I'd tell you more but it's really not my place. Just talk to your dad when we get back." Confused and a bit curious, Madeline shrugged it off and went to take her shower. She missed seeing her girlfriend's face fall into a pensive expression. Part 59. Commander Nu. Within 10 light-years of the Vale Nebula. Unnamed solar system. February 18th. There was a strange peace that settled over a ship after most of the crew had departed for the garden world we'd discovered in this system. One that just happened to be almost directly in the path of the nebula's expansion. Now it was just the 4 officers. I almost missed the constant notices of life being lived that my internal sensors streamed to me. With the slight whine of electric motors, the lift behind me rose onto the command deck. I turned slightly to look at its occupant, Madeline, as she gaped at the changes that had been made to the uppermost deck. Rather than looking like the usual command and control center, it now had a slightly curving floor that dipped towards the center and smooth walls with large blank tiles. The light was low as there was only a slight back glow from the tiles to light the room. Glad you could join me. I reached into a small cooler next to me and pulled out a carton of peanut butter ice cream. According to Marcus, this is your favorite. Yet. So what happened here? Madeline walked over to me and took the carton from my hand. For a moment she stared at the carton, then started looking around for a spoon. I slid the spoon out of one of my pockets and held it away from her. Nuh-uh. You want to know, you have to lie down. This isn't something you stand for. She pouted at me, but after realizing I was serious she sat down and then leaned back, propping her head up on one elbow. I handed her the spoon and then laid back myself, letting my head rest against the deck so I could stare straight up at the ceiling. All right, so. Her voice trailed off as the back glow faded out, leaving the deck pitch black. Then a bevy of carefully hidden 3D projectors activated and the air slowly filled with thin ribbons of color. Paper-thin transparent screens on the tiles activated to show the starscape outside. In a matter of moments the illusion was complete, as though the top of the deck had simply disappeared and in its place was an unobstructed view of the Vale Nebula in all its glory. And it was all of its glory as I was compressing the normally invisible bands of electromagnetic radiation so that they could be seen as various colors. Spoiler, nebula image. Content that I'd rendered her speechless. I reached out and rubbed the back of my fingers against her hand. She quickly responded and grabbed my hand tightly. This nebula was the result of a star-going supernova. We all know that stars are born, age, and die. They do it all the time. But it's also cosmic. Who has a few million years to wait around and watch a star age and die? But this one died only 6,000 years ago. Mankind was farming then. The Neolithic period was coming to an end. Egypt existed as a nation. And those people, members of the exact same species that pilots battle mechs and aerospace fighters and jumps tens of light years in an instant today, looked up into the sky and saw a star. The star that caused this nebula was just one more light in the sky to them. They wouldn't even know it had stopped shining for over 1,000 years. You, personally, have an ancestor that looked up into the night sky and saw that star. Even if they never thought of it, never cared about it at all, they still saw it, I said. The successor lords bicker and battle each other over a seat on a throne. How many thrones have there been since this star died? How much blood was spilt over them, and where are they now? Where are the warriors to fight for the Han throne? Where are the knights to fight for the King of Britain and France in his eternal battle against the King of France and Britain? The Zulu to challenge for Shaka's domain? The legion to pay in blood for their commander's rise to Caesar? I turned and looked at Madeline, meeting her eyes. And yet despite all those arguments over this throne or that, the compass was invented. Mechanics. Steamships that could reliably cross an ocean. The telegram. The telephone. Trains and diesel engines. Atomic energy. Fusion power. Jump drives. All the ideas and work of men. Not a man, not even a single group, or those bowing to a single throne. Humankind in all of its magnificent glory and all of its grotesque flaws. All for nothing in the face of this. I looked back up and reached out with one hand, gesturing widely at the nebula. Beauty millions of years in the making. Sublime. Powerful. Moving. A casual act by the forces of the universe. Simple automatic forces effortlessly mocking our constant struggle to carve out a position of power over the galaxy. I turned back to meet her eyes once more. I am insane. I agree with you, I really am. But every day I look at the culture of the inner sphere and I see only madness. They claim to be the inheritors to the ultimate throne of mankind, and yet they look upon the struggles of their forebears with contempt. None show any respect to the collective efforts of mankind, the struggle we bore, and still bear, against an unfeeling and uncaring universe just to survive. We are stardust. And we are beautiful. All of us. Silence descended between us for a long moment, and then I blushed. Sorry, I just intended to give a bit of background on the nebula. I guess I got kind of carried away. She blinked. Then giggled for a second. Just as she seemed to have herself back in control, she fell into a veritable fit of giggles. Finally she let go and laughed loud and hard while gripping my hand tightly. I tried to come up with something intelligent to say, but nothing came to mind. You just She couldn't finish her sentence even though she was visibly fighting to get back in control of herself. Just. You. Finally having herself mostly back in control, she let go of my hand and rolled over to straddle my lap. Then she grabbed me by the head and pulled me into a passionate but short kiss. Just you. Madeline breathed while she rested her forehead against mine. I smiled shyly, a feeling of warmth in my chest bleeding across the connection from my original body. Just me, I agreed even though I still didn't know what she really meant. She put a finger on my lips and smiled. Ice cream. With that announced, she leaned over, comically unbalanced, and grabbed the carton and spoon. Deft fingers clawed the top off and soon she had a spoon overfilled with peanut-flavored ice cream which disappeared inside her mouth while the spoon came out clean. Unexpectedly she immediately leaned in and kissed me, going full tongue as the ice cream was pushed between our mouths. When the kiss ended I leaned back, covering my mouth while I swallowed the peanut butter-flavored mess in my mouth. What was that? I asked with a giggle. Sharing. Madeline stated. It was awkward. Eat it right. I retorted. She grinned and took another spoonful out. I reached out and grabbed her hand, quickly directing it so that I could lean up and eat the ice cream instead. Of course I immediately swallowed, and stuck my tongue out to show off my victory. A second later we were kissing again. I slid out of the kiss and around to lay kisses on the sensitive side of her neck just below the ear. The rest of the ice cream went untouched until the next morning. Unnamed planet, inside Vale Nebula. March 20th. I hate aerospace fighters, Madeline said from the back seat as I piloted us over seemingly endless steps. I bet it's more a lack of control. You should try the simulators a bit, you might find it's a lot more fun when you're making the decisions. I checked our heading and distance again, then focused on keeping the flight smooth. Personally, that was just the kind of driver I was. Whether it was a simple family sedan or a military-grade land air mech, I always strove for a smooth, pleasant ride. We'll be arriving in a couple minutes anyways. A couple minutes too long, she said. Despite her protests, we made it to the landing site Penny had marked without incident. I switched into VTOL mode and then initiated a relatively smooth shift into mech mode with our legs thumping to a landing on the ground seconds later. Still alive? Unfortunately, Madeline replied. I chuckled and set us towards the tunnel Penny had apparently dug into the mountainside. Her Raven quickly exited the tunnel and ran up to us. You're here. You've got to see this. Come on, come on. She babbled excitedly and then disappeared back into the tunnel. I gave a long-suffering sigh and then followed after, only slightly slower. The tunnel continued on for almost a kilometer before it opened into a larger room with a large statue in the center. I looked at it in confusion. Any particular reason you built this, Penny? I didn't build it. The rocks were already like this. I just cleared out the other crap around it, she said. I hard swallowed. I see. What is it? Madeline asked. She clearly meant it rhetorically, but I did in fact have the answer. It's a quantum impression. If you attempt to use a teleporter without a gate at the other end, the arrival is massively inaccurate, though that's just the start of what can go wrong. Because of that, though, you can very easily wind up attempting to occupy the space something else already occupies. That fails, but it still causes a quantum event. Everything within the diameter of the event condenses down into the shape of the object intended to arrive, and it heats up. Not enough to vaporize the minerals, but enough to leave them cherry hot after the event, I explained. And the thing they tried to send? Madeline asked. All of the electrons in its atoms shot out in all directions at just under the speed of light. Not coincidentally breaking all of its atomic bonds in the process. Basically it disintegrated, though whether it did so before or after the catastrophic explosion is up for debate. We lapsed into silence as I stared intently at what was for all intents and purposes a grave marker. A partially melted stone impression of the single round optic of a Theta series commander stared back. Part 60. Commander New. Leda, Andurian Space. March 31st, 3038. Alright boys and girls. We are one jump from Andurian with 12 hours on the charging clock. I recommend you get your shit in order here so we can have a smooth disembarkation once we get home, I transmitted over the ship's public announcement system. The command center was back to normal, though I'd actually left it in theater configuration for most of the trip. Getting back into civilized space meant needing to have familiar surroundings when people wanted to send messages and whatnot. Personally, I spent most of my time outside my quarters up here running numbers and simulations. When I was finally in a system where I could make a secure connection to our HPG network, I was going to send a flash message out to the Beehive cluster. The whole intention had been to build up a proper civilization in those systems. Now, I'd be authorizing the creation of up to 1 million intelligences for the purposes of settling and industrializing the area. That was just a distant matter. I had 4 ships I wanted to get slated for construction in secret facilities that could be hidden behind the moons of Sid 8. Each would weigh in at 3 million tons, carry 2 full regimental combat teams, even if only piloted by drones, and act as motherships for massive wings of fighters, assault dropships, and even a couple monitors. Were it simply that they'd have been closer to 2 million tons, but they had 500,000 tons of production facilities and massive reserves of metal. I didn't know if I'd have technological superiority over another commander, but I'd certainly drown them in numbers before they could gain new footholds. I turned my attention to the latest news and reports as soon as they were forwarded to me by the planet. It wasn't anything that needed to be sent across secure lines, but with how long I'd been out of contact, even just regular news reports would be pretty informative. Taurian delegation fucks off in the middle of negotiations. Reasons are unstated. Going to have to look into that. Canopus accepts Vulcan's apology for the cargo container full of sex toys and sends gift to express their appreciation for the gesture. Why does this give me a bad o? I shook my head and giggled at the picture of a 10-foot-tall statue of a penis sitting on the lawn of the Warden's embassy on Andurian. We've been punked. Good show, Canopians. Good show. Now, I'm usually not much a prankster, but even I know this means war. Setting that aside for the moment, there wasn't much apparently going on politically. The Kuritans were quiet outside of their usual propaganda. Oddly enough, they were funding a historical drama tri-D series about the end of the Star League. Should probably get some eyes on that just to see what spin they're trying to place on the era. I paused as I noticed a simple one-page report from Danu detailing the order of over 5 tons of a particular brand of tabletop miniatures from Davian Space and twice as many in rulebooks. I sent a request for any information the local planet had on the brand in question. A few minutes later I got the report, which was mainly just a scan of an advertisement from a local publication. Apparently in the distant future of the 31st century there were war games. And since giant stompy mechas were the realm of reality, and therefore boring, they needed something else similarly epic to provide the hook. Enter dragons in power armor. And there's rules for space combat. I made a note to send Danu a request for starter box sets and a copy of all the rulebooks once I was reconnected to our network. A shrill beep from the console alerted me that we were receiving a priority transmission from the planet. I frowned at the annoying case of redundancy, since my onboard access to the ship's systems had already alerted me much less obnoxiously to the fact. Still, I mentally accepted the transmission and put it on the main screen. I blinked at the image of the burning back half of a starship sticking up slightly from a long crater carved through the center of a ruined cityscape. Mere hours ago from Alpharots. The vessel, which did not identify itself in any way, simply appeared at a pirate point within the system 2 days ago. When the vessel, which was tentatively identified as a Cameron-class battlecruiser, refused to communicate and continued to advance on the planet, the First Alliance Air Wing moved to intercept. Despite an admirable defense which caused noticeable damage to the warship, it ultimately entered range of the planet and proceeded to engage in an indiscriminate campaign of orbital bombing. I leaned back in a state of shock. On the one hand, I was stunned. This was way off the script for the timeline. On the other, it was an enormous tragedy. A ticker across the bottom was estimating hundreds of thousands dead. Famindas, the capital, and the city that can be seen in the video, was actually ignored in the first several days of bombing. Reports are sketchy, but more than 20 cities may have been destroyed, as well as vast tracts of farmland. The story seemed to take a positive turn when a lost Warden exploration vessel, the Dandelion-class Fermi Finder, entered the system hoping to buy perishable supplies after spending several months in the deep periphery. The vessel launched its small air wing and its full complement of survey probes, the latter of which were used as improvised kinetic missiles against the already crippled warship. When its demise seemed inevitable, the ship sent a brief transmission, a male voice laughing hysterically, and then made a controlled re-entry which ended with the vessel smashing into Famindas. Sadly, it continued to fire its remaining weapons at the city on its way down, causing massive loss of life. Despite their tiny crew size, the Wardens gave freely of civilian exoskeletons and heavy work mechs to equip the rescuers. They also contributed sensitive ground-penetrating radar equipment that has proven critical to saving the lives of those trapped in fallen rubble and collapsed buildings. According to locals, they are credited with saving tens of thousands of lives that would have otherwise been lost. The Comstar Explorer Corps was also quick to respond with several dropships worth of food, medical supplies, and volunteers. According to Prekenter Hohiro of the planet's HPG, this is a grave tragedy apparently perpetrated for no better reason than to revel in the suffering of others. Primus Waterly has publicly announced that Comstar will be sending aid to the beleaguered people of Alpharots as soon as it can be loaded for transport. CNB has just been received confirmation from both Luthien and New Avalon confirming that relief efforts from the Draconis Combine and the Federated Commonwealth are being arranged as well. However, due to the remote nature of the Alpharots' position in the periphery, it may take a month or more for the first wave of relief supplies to arrive. I shut off the broadcast before they went to the talking heads. An analysis of this from someone who doesn't even know the major players was useless. Was this Comstar? I really doubted it. I know they had a Cameron, but I don't think I'd pushed them to total lunacy just yet. But if we take them off the table, there's nobody. This wasn't Clanner style, and nobody else had the ships to do it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be so cold about it, they'd be screaming about it to high heaven. I made a note to have orders sent to the Fermi Finder to do a quick flyby on inhabited systems out past Alpharots. They didn't necessarily have HPGs, so it's possible the psychopaths responsible for this visited them first. The simple fact was I didn't know who was responsible for this. Considering the discovery of a failed commander insertion, it was now a possibility on the table that I may not be only commander running around. Just the most obvious from an inner sphere perspective. Which probably makes me the only one in the inner sphere, considering subterfuge isn't something the progenitors went out of their way to program into their commanders. That wasn't as comforting as it should have been. Assuming they suffered the same lack of design plans I did, that can be solved by any number of outlying powers or even just the willingness to spend time engineering solutions from scratch. They'd absolutely need jump ships, but acquiring those was far from impossible, even in the deep periphery. And none of this was even mentioning the elephant in the room. I had to send an expedition to investigate the clans. They were a factor I just couldn't afford to be wrong about anymore. A/N, not quite an inciting incident, but an important foundation for the war to come. Interlude 6. Colonel Pepper West, formerly 1st Warden Virginia. Dropping towards Cercinus, contested space. April 10, 3038. What's the situation, Cortez? Colonel West asked. After having some blissful downtime on the journey here from Rochelle, it was time to regain focus. Besides, they were finally close enough to find out the actual situation on the ground. The 1st Free World Guards are already engaged. They've already managed to lock down the spaceport, but about a battalion of 7th Warden Home Guard, 1 mech company and 2 vehicle, escaped west into a mountain range. Meanwhile the Tooth of Emer have secured the factory complexes they left behind. Unfortunately that's just the start. The colonel had to work to keep her LMD's face impassive as her assistant answered. It wasn't the news that upset her, all of that was more or less expected. Instead it was the slight metallic flange of the woman's cybernetic voice box. She'd needed it installed after barely surviving being shot in the throat during a massed infantry attack on their dropship last year. They still didn't know who had launched the attack since they'd all worn featureless black uniforms. They expect the 8th Home Guard to arrive in system sometime tomorrow, and they'll probably try to pick up the remains of the 7th. We aren't expecting much fight from them, but we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. Unfortunately, there's more forces en route to the planet, but not from the Wardens. Lyran has committed a full RCT, the 11th Arcturian Guards from all accounts. Our intel puts them as green for the most part, but that's still 3 wings of fighters, 3 regiments of tanks and 5 of ground troops, Cortez said. Good thing for us is that they weren't really watching like the League. So the guards got to work almost as soon as the Rangers went herring off for the OWA and thus already have locations on the planet locked down, Cortez added. Any word from the League troops on where they want us? Colonel West mentally mulled over a map. While there might be a certain strategic sense in sending her battalion out to hold a strategically important point, it could also open up a chance for the enemy to go for a defeat in detail. If it were up to her, she'd probably land between the Guard and the Emer to quickly reinforce either one as necessary. The officer in charge wants us within range of the capital. Otherwise nothing specific, Cortez replied. Then land us on top of this cliff face to the north. That'll give us a well-defended position, and a quick route back down. When you send the signal to the first, make it a strong one, and drop some hints we have business in that canyon up north. Make it clear we'll wait until the opening moves are made to act on it though, she ordered. Yes, ma'am. It'll be done. Cortez was clearly confused and chewed on her lower lip a bit due to nerves. Don't worry, Cortez. For a change, we'll be the ones doing the ambushing this time, West assured her. I'll explain everything once we're actually on the planet. Cortez smiled in appreciation, of course. I'll talk to you then, Colonel. The woman signed off and left West with her own thoughts. Now it was just a matter of waiting. General perspective. It seemed a bit unfair to consider the Lyrans the invaders, considering the Merrick forces had simply invaded first. The remains of the planet's defenders hadn't even made it off planet yet, though they'd been further ravaged by several aerospace fighter attackers from both sides. The invaders on either side probably wouldn't even realize that the disproportionate losses of Lyran fighters versus their Merrick counterparts during those air raids was purposeful act. Nonetheless, the Merrick forces were dug in while the Lyrans had just landed. Thus they were the invaders now. As the invaders, they had the initiative in dividing their forces. They could land in bulk and fall upon any individual area with far superior numbers. Or they could divide up and create pressure across the entire theater. They chose the latter. A regiment of vehicles and a regiment of infantry landed to the north and quickly poured into the canyon there. They'd been seduced into action by speculation and rumor of a warden cache that had been left for their undercover mercenary unit. As to their mech forces, they split a battalion off to lead another regiment of vehicles, an aerospace wing and 2 regiments of infantry to attack the industrial sector held by the Tooth of Emer. The rest of their forces landed south of the capital city and mostly just ran recon while they waited for their attached elements to finish their missions and free up the numbers for a proper assault. In reality, Colonel West had left only a half company of light vehicles around her dropship and had moved her mechs under cover of night southward for the past week. She was also actually counting on assistance from the wardens in her ploy, but not because of some sort of previous arrangement. Instead, West simply knew better than most how the wardens thought and had easily recognized the drone forces from reports. New and her subordinates wouldn't bat an eye over the loss of a full unit of drones to further a strategic objective. Earlier in the week she'd shared this insight with Colonel Gradjita of the Free World Guards in person. Thus, with surprising coordination, 2 mech lances and a vehicle company from the Warden's Home Guard struck the invaders' main force from one side while the Frozen Chosen skirmished with their scouts on the other, and the entirety of the elite Free World Guards smashed into their front lines. Despite the ferocity of the spoiling attack, it was ultimately short. The Lyran invaders held air supremacy, and remaining in the open was quickly proving costly. Almost 20 mechs and vehicles were lost outright by the invaders, with scores more damaged. The most completely demolished were those facing the Warden's Home Guard, which pushed with unequaled fury and disregard for their own safety. Still, all of the attackers eventually retreated, and all 4 units took an opportunity to lick their wounds. Many units on all sides were only superficially damaged. A simple and quick armor change out, some ammo loading, and their techs pronounced them good to go. The Frozen Chosen's dropship had quickly loaded up and was in a better position to serve its warriors in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, the forces sent north were scrambling to get their people and equipment back on their dropships after they'd already spread out to search for the supposed Warden cache. Because of this, the invaders in the north weren't truly prepared when the Warden's 8th Home Guard landed only slightly west of them and immediately launched a heavy assault on their landing sites. Despite being outnumbered, they were better organized and much more heavily armed, allowing them to pin down the Lyrans entirely. Meanwhile, the few remnants of the 7th Home Guard raced their direction to finally get off the planet they'd clearly lost. Over the next few days, the Warden forces finally linked up and left the planet, leaving only the shattered remnants, mostly infantry, of their enemies behind. Elsewhere, the fighting devolved into skirmishes, meaning little except for the expenditure of ammunition and spare armor. Only 1 mech is mission killed in this time, and it was from an unlucky PPC to an already weakened cockpit. The situation swings suddenly when a Lyran mech battalion is revealed to have been snuck around to the factory battlefront. They strike hard at the Tooth of Ymir, inflicting many casualties, but taking almost exactly the same number in turn. When the Chosen arrive to back them up, they bring a pair of rifleman mechs, somewhat famous for their initial role as anti-air platforms, and focus on cutting off the invaders' reinforcements with an encirclement. Almost an entire wing of invading aerospace fighters are destroyed during the engagement, clearing the skies for the League fighters to make another attempt to achieve air dominance. With the return of close air support, the Free World Guard push out and strike at the main invading force once more. Heavy vehicles by the dozen are thrown in their way, and the fighting is absolutely savage. However, the air support makes the difference, and eventually the Lyran lines collapse, allowing the elite Free World Guard to wreak havoc on the invaders' main supply depot before retreating back to the city. The invaders reconsolidate their forces outside the factory complex and launch another series of minor skirmishes over the course of a week and a half. After being consistently pushed back, they finally retreat off-world and back into Lyran space. On May 3, the League declares the battle over and the planet of Cercinus 4-1. After some time to rest, the Frozen Chosen and Tooth of Ymir join elements of the Merrick militia in securing the less valuable worlds of the former Cercinus Federation. Part 61. Commander New. High Keep, Sid. April 16, 3038. What? No. Fuck that. I'm not apologizing because they found my offer of some of the best assault mechs ever made insulting. I can understand they hate Kerensky, but the man's been dead for fucking centuries. I glowered at the message we'd gotten from the Taurians. We can offer them Tauros, or we can work out a different deal entirely. Otherwise they can fuck off. I'm not going to give them some PR stunt apology because they're being unprofessional shitheads. How are things going at Cercinus? I asked, mostly to break the awkward silence. The rest of the High Council looked relieved at the segue. The Lyrans have decided to join the party, but that was within our estimations. With Merrick throwing his elites at the problem, we don't doubt it'll end in his favor. The chaos is actually working to our benefit by drawing the first circuit's eyes to the area. Our LMDs at the HPG station are already seeing signs of possible upward mobility, Danu answered. Have we solved the problem of moving their core if they have to travel through civilian channels? Vulcan asked. Not entirely. We've been able to teach a limited number of small AI cores how to interact with people. Prolonged or intimate exposure will almost certainly reveal the ruse, but for short periods it should work well enough to allow the core to travel separately to avoid any security screening and searches, Hephaestus said. I winced. We would be taking a large chance with that. Of course, some of the most successful spacecraft involved having the sheer gall to take a subpar solution and act like everything was wonderful. Sometimes the appearance of success was enough that people didn't look hard enough to reveal just how close you were to utter fail. Not something I wanted to rely on though. Danu, how are we doing with the HPG Forge? I asked. This was one project I was hoping for good news on. It could be a technological revolution, and possibly the kind of out-of-context problem that could ruin an enemy commander's day. Far slower than we would have preferred. Once we got it reconstructed, we produced a variety of test materials. Those are undergoing research at the moment. However, we quickly discovered that it was almost impossible to create the same material twice at the original level of control sensitivity. We've had to rebuild the forge chamber and the controls over a dozen times so far, and at best we've managed to nail down a few settings that at least produce materials from a short list consistently, even if we can't control which ones, Danu replied. The actual materials are fascinating, but thus far finding direct applications for them is difficult, Vulcan picked up. For instance, one of the metals initially appears to be similar to steel, but has absolutely no rigidity to it. The molecules may be a stable crystalline structure in the dimensions we measure, but not across all dimensions it now exists in. Another substance which maintains a liquid state at room temperatures is extremely sensitive to KF events. It's responsible for our first useful device, which simply measures the level of jump and HPG activity within a system. I blinked. It's that sensitive. Indeed. A sample sent to the beehive cluster could even detect activity across multiple systems due to their proximity. Danu picked it back up. We're releasing the current forge design pattern to our assets in the beehive cluster. They'll be testing with a much wider variety of base materials and hopefully producing amounts of material that can be applied in useful quantities for larger scale tests. Time frame. How long until we're fielding units actively making use of these materials? I asked. Years. Maybe a decade if we run into real trouble, Vulcan replied. We've theorized already that other jump and HPG events may be part of our tuning problems. So even at our best we may never be able to run more than one forge at a time per 5 cubic light years. Considering their low output, this could be a significant bottleneck on large-scale utilization in the field. I rubbed my eyes in frustration. Normally it would be a pretty good time frame for such a major technological change. Normally I wouldn't have to be worried about a brutally efficient self-replicating mechanism of war suddenly invading with an iron tide. We can't wait for things to go our way. Get the 4th Rangers and the 1st Sir ready for a long campaign. I want them to head up to the Chain-Elaine Isles, pick one of the planetary dukes and get them to sign on with the Wardens. We'll use any declarations of war against our proxy as excuses to conquer the aggressors. Simultaneously we'll launch strikes against the pirates in the Shen cluster and rimward at Butte's Hold. That'll give us a foothold against the clans and a staging area against Comstar activity in the former Rim Worlds republics. I sighed in annoyance at my own pronouncement. I'd always intended the Chain-Elaine Isles to be something of a personal project. A place where I could really go in with minimal support and harsh construction limits and get real-world practice at strategy, intrigue, and tactics without getting in my own way. Sometimes having the industrial might at my fingertips that I did could be something of a curse, as it had subtler and possibly more effective options. We may have to start drawing up plans to unite the inner sphere ourselves. As it stands, they'll have little chance against an enemy of the level we're preparing for. Vulcan motioned to the ever-present map of the inner sphere. For now they're more a hindrance to us than they would be to an enemy. I sighed. It's best to allow them to develop with a minimum of outside interference. If the clans aren't under the sway of a commander, then I'd rather stay the course with our actions in the inner sphere. Enemies on that level are our problem. Which is why we need to step up our game. Still, I suppose we can set a few intelligences to puzzling out such plans. They may help us figure out which way things are going to jump in the future. Part 62. Commander New. Hohoken, Andurian. April 28, 3038. Claybrook will maintain its independence in exchange for discounted prices to the Duchy of Andurian for their hydrocarbon products and guarantees of protection from pirate attacks by the Lost Wardens. Duke Christopher Hallis finished enumerating the points of the treaty with a barely audible sigh of relief. We'd already had most of it hammered out for months. This conference had only been about putting the last details in order. Thomas didn't bother coming to the conference himself this time, not that I blamed him. With General Blake here to represent the military interest and Hallis along with his retinue to represent the political side, it was more than enough to handle what was already privately known to be a foregone conclusion. The Lost Wardens agree in all particulars and will ratify this treaty, I announced as we'd already planned. Richards and Rhode Island flanked me in full uniform, their helmet crests serving as a pointed reminder of our role in the previous confrontation. In contrast, I was wearing an ankle-length dress but a strapless one. A short jacket with long sleeves allowed me to decide whether to present myself in full modesty or open the jacket to present a more seductive image. The Duchy of Andurian agrees with the treaty as outlined, Richard Humphreys stated. Catherine was down with what appeared to be a bad cough. It wasn't severe, but a woman her age just didn't recover as quickly. Dalma was sitting beside him to act as his aide, and General Garibaldi sat on the other side to represent the Andurian military. Hallis nodded and picked up the prepared fountain pen on his side of the table. With quick economical actions he signed each of the pages requiring his signature, then passed the packet to me. I signed with an easy hand, exaggerating my motions on the opening letters while keeping the rest tight and small. When Richard finally got a hold of the packet, you couldn't doubt the man's panache as he signed each line with large, dramatic motions. Excellent. Richard said after signing the final line. Copies will be made post-haste. The Duchy looks forward to a long, prosperous and, above all, peaceful relationship with the League. I nodded in agreement. We'd managed to get open trading rights and limited immigration included in the treaty. While they would be separate states henceforth, the Andurians and the League would be far from hated enemies. We also look forward to a long future of peaceful relations with our Andurian neighbors, Hallis replied. A few seconds later subtle red lights around the edge of the table turned off, signaling that the mics were no longer recording, nor were the close-up cameras. And you, Commander Nu, what do you hope for? The Duke smiled slightly to show he wasn't being combative. I leaned back with a hum of thought. I hope for a galaxy where our people look to the future with an earnest hope that it will be brighter than today. Blake blinked in surprise at my pronouncement, as did some of Hallis' aides. Those that shared my side of the table, my wardens and the Andurians, didn't show any sign of my words affecting them. A beautiful sentiment. And a great deal of effort if you are truly sincere, Hallis observed. Any worthwhile endeavor usually is, I answered. General Blake, Dalma broke in, it's good to see you here. I'd been worried that this mess may have negatively affected your career. Blake grunted. Apparently Thomas likes me for some reason. He's not so bad himself. Coming out of Comstar, I was worried he wouldn't be ready to do what needed to be done. Thankfully he's got his head screwed on straight. That's reassuring. I don't think any of us are eager to see the Commonwealth grow even more powerful, Richard said. Speaking of, I don't know what Hansa thinks he's playing at with these military demonstrations. Parading his troops up and down the border just like before the last war. Last time it was so unprecedented it created confusion in the ranks. This time nobody's falling for it. Hallis shook his head in annoyance at his contemporary's foolishness. He's trying to create a parallel in people's minds. Make them think lightning will strike once more. I don't think it will, but it's not me he's really trying to convince, I tell him. Frankly, I don't see how much military action will really get them if they can't break the Combine entirely, Richards weighed in. Right now they control a massive portion of the sphere's economy and can easily tax anything traveling through them between the League and the Combine or the Wardens and the Republic. If they backed off and gave themselves time they could eventually gain the economic dominance to simply roll over the Combine. Well, you know what they say, if your enemy is making a mistake. Richard Humphreys pointed out. Hallis chuckled, just so. Say, you wouldn't happen to have anywhere around here a man can get himself a smoke, would you? Richard chuckled, let me show you the way to the lounge. Anyone else? Most of the group got up to join him. Rhode Island and General Garibaldi quickly moved to talk with General Blake. I barely made out a few words, but enough to know they were talking about theories of deploying aerospace assets. Dalma excused herself from the group and quickly wound up the center of a large group of lesser officials and press, but seemed to be enjoying herself. I just remained in my seat, hands folded with my chin resting on my thumbs, and tried to get my thoughts in order. Richards was more than adequate for representing the Warden's interests to Hallis. No, my thoughts were on preparing for the many possible endings of the coming war. While I expected the Combine to fare better with half the federated Commonwealth aimed the other way, it was still possible Hansa could pull off greater successes this time. Should they attempt the counterattack, he may just choose to power through it this time. That kind of a major victory could very well leave the League and Andurian isolated. I'd need to redouble my economic assistance to the Illyrians and hurry along talks with the Lothians. Ideally we can create our own economic trading bloc to slightly offset the loss of the Combine as a trading partner. With my mind otherwise occupied, I had no idea someone had caught my picture in Gendo Akari's iconic pose. In fact, I wouldn't find out until weeks later that a massive copy was hung prominently in the entrance of Highkeep's Mech Warrior School with the caption "Get in the fucking robot," etched beneath it. A/N, this was actually a surprisingly difficult one. I finally got my hands on a bunch of sourcebooks including the Liao Handbook. Surprisingly, Romano is not stupid crazy. Or even really as far out of touch with reality as some might portray. She's not shown as killing people without reason, or over completely stupid things. Political opposition gets a Maskarov to the face, but that isn't something I consider trivial. It had me scrambling to work on the tone of this scene, and I'm not entirely certain what came out was better from a dramatic perspective, however I think it's a better bit of Battletech lore than the original. Part 63. Julius Liu. Sax, Capellan Space. April 30th, 3038. Julius frowned as he looked up at the overcast sky. It matched the grayness of his mood, he thought. Not one for silly wool gathering. He dismissed the thought and marched towards the grey brick building ahead of him. Sax's planetary palace was hardly deserving of the name compared to many others. It was just a squat brick building that was built to dominate the top of a cliff. From the cliffside walls one could easily look down on the nearby harbor, but Julius rarely moved that far into the complex. Instead he turned off almost as soon as he entered and found his way to a small suite of offices held by the local steward. Mai Yi, the palace's steward, sat at the largest desk of the section, grimly surveying a report. There was a clatter of shattering porcelain that drew both their eyes to the office assistant, Leslie O'Brenner. The young woman was attempting to gather up the shattered glass with shaking hands. Don't worry about that, dearie. I'll call in a maid to handle it, Mai stated in a soothing tone. The pale young woman looked up at her with wide eyes. How? Her voice cracked during the statement, making her nervousness painfully clear. How can you be so calm? Because acting any other way is pointless. Julius waved a hand dismissively to punctuate his comment. If they were going to deal with the lot of us, they'd do it whether we were here or at our homes all the same. Julius. Mai's tone was sharp enough to cut diamonds and her eyes held clear admonishment. It'll be fine, girl. The Shanso's cousin is well known in Xi'an. She'll get this swept under the rug before it can go too far. Julius snorted. Don't be daft. Need I remind you who pays the paychecks around here, Julius? Mai's tone was even sharper if that were possible. He just didn't care. You think they'll just ignore a statement like his? It doesn't matter if he was drunk off his arse and only thought he was talking with his brother. Even the slightest suggestion that we might be better off under the Andurians is more than enough to bring down the Maskarov Ka, Julius retorted. They were allied with the Kanopians. People around here won't forget that easily. I'm sure once they've seen the situation on the ground they'll suggest the Chancellor let it go. She can be reasona. The slap that sent Mai to the ground had come so fast even Julius hadn't seen it coming. Where before the young redhead had been trembling in terror, now she was obviously shaking in suppressed rage. That bitch isn't reasonable. The young woman screamed. You don't know anything. There's nothing she won't do. No low she won't stoop to. Mai just stared at her attacker in surprise. Julius shifted slightly to check that there was nobody nearby to eavesdrop on this little rant. My mother worked in the palace on Xi'an for decades. She was one of the best. Even Maximilian Liao, rest his soul, had only praise for my mother. One day the bitch just up and declared one of the dishes my mother carried to the room to be poisoned. That bitch had the entire kitchen staff and all of the serving staff murdered. They didn't even allow us to collect a normal severance pay or other benefits. Instead the fucking Maskarov Ka set fire to my father's tea house. We moved out here because it was finally far enough that the fuckers stopped sabotaging every attempt we made at living a normal life. Angry brown eyes glared at Mai from under bright red eyebrows, drawn deep in fury. So don't ever fucking tell me that she's a reasonable woman. The room was silent except for the younger woman's ragged breathing. Perhaps it would be best if you took the rest of the day off, Leslie. Be with your father a bit, Julius suggested. Mai held a hand to her rapidly swelling cheek and nodded emphatically in agreement. She looked at him, almost as though finally seeing him for the first time. Then looked out the window and seemed to deflate. Instead she collapsed into a chair in front of Mai's desk. It's too late. They're here. Julius rushed to the window and looked out on the courtyard. One of the lower-ranked officers in the palace guard was guiding a pair of cars, probably armored cars from the look of them, and a rather intimidating-looking IFV trailing behind them into the courtyard. The head of palace security ran out and started giving the lower officer a dressing down. Soon a small man stepped out of the leading vehicle and with a few words the head of security was backing off, clearly unhappy but unable to do anything about it. He carefully kept his expression blank when more men piled out of the cars and started walking towards the palace. Despite his worst imaginings, the door to their office remained closed the entire time until the men reappeared escorting a sobbing nobleman. Silence, you blubbering fool! One of the men barked. Despite suspicions of treason, this will only be an inquiry. If you are not a traitorous worm, you have nothing to fear. Wait! Mai shouted. Julius turned to her in surprise, but just in time to hear the door open behind him. Spinning the other way, he saw a shock of red hair barrel through the door. What? Get back here, girl! He shouted and ran after her. He caught up to her just outside into the courtyard, he grabbed her by the waist and dragged her back. Knock it off, girl! There's nothing you can do. Harry! They aren't bringing him back. I have to say goodbye. We won't see him again. She babbled. Great, Julius thought to himself, so the rumors of their having an affair were true. If he cared for you, then he wouldn't want you throwing your life away going out there. Julius growled as he tried to hold her fast. He's no, a young man's voice called out and was suddenly silenced by a gunshot. Julius whipped his head around, but he was too late to see what happened. All he saw was one of the palace guard lying motionless on the ground while everyone else seemed to be staring in surprise. Then one of the Maskarov Ka agents lifted his pistol and shot the head of security twice in the chest. Julius flinched and dragged the young woman in his arms back towards the door. As he did, he saw the Shanso briefly escape his guards only to be gunned down. He instantly clasped his hand over her mouth to keep her from drawing attention to them with a scream. In seconds there was a cacophony of weapons fire filling the courtyard. There was shouting and breaking glass mixed in, but he tried to stay totally focused on his short trek back to the door. Finally he had them inside and slammed the door shut. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He asked. I'm not. But you? Leslie replied. He looked down and noticed a slowly spreading red stain on his left leg. Oh. Oh, now it hurts. Fuck. Julius fell back against the door as the adrenaline passed enough for him to actually feel his wound. Go. Get to the Lord's office and call the police forces. Tell them to send doctors as well. The redhead nodded and then sprinted off. Julius just shook his head. A peal of natural thunder shook the building and he couldn't help but chuckle. Just what we needed. Now we'll be wet when they fuck us. Dash. CSNB Newswire, May 5, 3038. Violent insurgency breaks out on Sachs. Sachs, Capellan Confederation, CSNBCC, in the wake of violent suppression of Monday's protests, citizen guerrillas have struck back against the Maskarovka. A building thought to be a Maskarovka field office was the target of a car bomb early yesterday morning. The bomb injured 7 and killed 10, how many were actual agents of the Confederation government is unknown. This development puts further strain on relations between the local nobility and Xi'an. The relationship is already experiencing great friction over the issue of selecting a regent to handle local governance while the former Shanso's daughter, 3, is too young to handle the responsibilities of her title. Part 64. Dash. Deep Space. Pentagon Worlds, Clan Space. May 1, 3038. Stealth is essentially impossible in space. Heat must be radiated because traditional cooling can only move heat around within the closed system of the starship or space station. Likewise, compared to the quiet background of space, anything complex enough to traverse space will naturally give off much more M and radiation than space around it. So, to say that you've built a secret installation in deep space is something of a misnomer. On the other hand, within the limits of real technologies available in the inner sphere, the array of massive telescopes hanging just a couple light years off the Pentagon worlds faced little chance of discovery. It would be years before their light cone reached the planets they were observing and longer still before they reached any sort of listening posts aimed at the inner sphere. That meant that, for a time, they could operate with impunity, seeing but not seen. Planet Alpha 4 is confirmed, gas giant. Minor refining facilities in orbit. Adjust target by program Alpha Diff 4-3. Destroyer Command Intelligence Ord had long since allowed himself to fall into the zen of his task. It was long hours of examining usually uninteresting planets, since they started at the outer planets and worked in, but they observed each planet for at least a day to ensure they had a reasonable understanding of its traffic levels. For a few moments he just watched the comparatively tiny thrusters gently shift the massive telescope installation towards its next target. Tracking speed wasn't an issue unlike a weapons turret, but accuracy could be. At these ranges a few tenths of a degree off and they'd be looking past a planet rather than at it. Anomalous readings at Charlie 1, a gas is reported to the group. It was sensible for there to arrive at innermost planet first since Charlie had fewer planets than the other systems. A feed followed which Ord quickly set a process to examine. Ord immediately frowned at the sight of the planet itself. The Pentagon worlds were not known for their exceptional populations, yet there was an easily visible metropolitan area following a massive bay and a mirroring area of development on the other side of a wide sea. Even conservatively this would place them in the 30 million to 40 million urbanized inhabitants range. Unless they were running 90% urbanization, that would put them far over the population numbers they'd been expecting. A moving dot caught his attention and he ran a software zoom on a comparatively small section of space. Quickly he realized that it was more a swarm of moving dots as the area he spotted was constantly busy with dropships coming and going. Still 2 stood out, and they were no dropship. Frantically he compared the silhouettes to his data banks, including those containing best guesses for clan refits. They were slightly smaller than a McKenna or a Farragut but looked no less dangerous. Ord ran through theorized clan vessels that they had no base to work from and their estimated dimensions. Tentatively he labeled the vessels as 2 Night Lord-class battleships. For a moment he was content to move on, but then more vessels entered the screen. Probably the battleship's escorts, though 3 of the cruiser analogs seemed to be guarding a frigate. At their angle he could see the Snow Raven crest on cruisers but not the frigate. He was tempted to simply switch to another view, but perhaps it was a diplomatic vessel. In which case a bit of patience would net them some interesting information on the political landscape. 10 minutes later the frigate slid out of the shadow of its escorts and he could see the symbol emblazoned on its side. The Star of Cameron. Immediately his HPG transmitter powered up and he flashed off a quick report to the daisy chain of automated HPG stations they'd painstakingly built during their journey out to clan space. This could turn everything they thought they knew about the clans on its head. Delta 5 is destroyed. Measurements of resulting asteroid's course and speed gives an estimated 10 years since the planet's destruction, re-reported. Ord growled. Something was off here and they needed more data to find out what. Begin construction on a secondary and tertiary telescope array. We need better coverage and we need it fast. A/N, I'll come back to the telescopes later, when I've fully researched the concept I have in mind. I will note, though, that mirrors are thin and relatively light. So even something a light second across isn't going to be much more than 1,000,000 metric tons, and that's with built-in generosity for structural elements, thrusters, etc. Part 65. Warden's 5th Home Guard Headquarters, Ryerson. Ryerson System, Duchy of Andurian Space. May 6, 3038. Warden Franklin Sakamoto ran a hand through his damp hair as he hurried down the corridor towards the briefing room. He slipped in an open door towards the back, and let out a relieved sigh when he realized he was still a bit early. Not only hadn't the briefing started, but there were 7 or 8 more people that they'd be waiting on. Samurai. His teammate, Matteo Walkins, called. The tall, rail-thin man was a native of the Silver Hawks, a series of planets right on the Lyran border of the FWLM, and had given Sakamoto his nickname with some affection. In that area of space the trade between the FWLM and the Combine was an important part of life. Crash, Franklin responded in a friendly tone. Matteo's nickname was actually sarcastic. The man hadn't crashed a single fighter, LAM, or mech, simulated or real, all throughout training. Any idea what this is about? No more than the PBI over there. Word on the down low, though, we're going after something bigger than pirates, Matteo informed him. Franklin smirked. He'd been wanting to get out and flex his muscles. They'd only come across one pirate operation this far inside Andurian space so far, and they were just a dropship with fake papers and a platoon of armed scumbags playing at being infantry. Think we'll get a shot at some Marians? Matteo shrugged. Maybe. They've supposedly been probing the Illyrians recently. The final 2 members of their warden team, train together, eat together, think together, live together, finally entered just ahead of a couple staff non-coms. Strangely, despite coming from near opposite ends of the inner sphere, the girls that filled out their team could have passed for sisters. Emma Magma Brooks was a dark-skinned woman who, despite being short and curvy, still had a look of obvious musculature. Her family had moved up from Canopus during the recent alliance, but had settled in just fine before things fell through. Susan Hyena Bremer was a bit taller than Emma but otherwise the same dimensions, and only slightly less obviously muscular. However, her heart-shaped face and near-constant grin gave her the air of a younger sister to the more mercurially tempered woman. Her family were exiles from the far core ward section of the Lyran Alliance some 3 generations back now. Franklin had never gotten the full story out of her, and really didn't much care to just yet. The team shared quiet greetings and a few private smiles before turning their attention to the front of the room. Colonel Kirkland had just entered from a door to the left of the podium, followed by the regiment's top staff. He gave them all a good hard look that belied his young age and then started to speak. As most of you know, ever since the Wardens have arrived on the scene, some of the Capellan border planets have been seeing the Andurians as better and better neighbors. Some wanted more. There have been active separatist movements on Sax, Niamid, and the moons of Andromax. On Sax this recently boiled over into violence between the Maskarov Ka and partisans either in favor of separation or simply opposed to the brutal tactics of the Maskarov Ka. In response to a recording of the planetary ruler speaking apparently in favor of separation, the Maskarov Ka attempted to take the man into custody. He was shot and killed by the agents in full view of his household. Kirkland again gave them the once-over before nodding to himself. This was already known. However, a courier delivered to my desk this morning a disturbing package of pictures and some notes. He turned and clicked a remote which caused the massive screen behind him to display scans of some of the aforementioned images. They were mostly distant shots, but they were clearly of some sort of holding camp in mountainous terrain. Several images had what seemed to be chain gangs digging ditches outside a camp. Another showed a lone figure with a bright bandana around his eyes as he stood in front of what could only be a firing line. Supposedly, this is not in fact a state-sponsored camp. Rather one of the Maskarov Ka's cat's paws, a group of hyper-jingoists, have left the reservation at full sprint. We have no evidence that these are anything other than internment camps. For those we can only employ strong words and hope for the best. However, some of the notes that came with pictures provide written testimony of systemic fatal torture to inmates, including children, and other atrocities. Supposedly, this is done by the guards with the full support of the larger group and their political leadership. According to some, the Maskarov Ka like to come and watch. Even provide training and tips sometimes. Kirkland frowned, his eyes, like chips of ice, clearly displayed his displeasure at the situation. Walkins. You and your team will be taking Lieutenant Young's platoon and infiltrating the system through civilian means. We'll have adequately disguised cameras and other surveillance equipment provided to you. Your primary mission will be to find one of these camps and establish long-term surveillance on it. Secondary, I want your wardens working the locals. If there's some truth to the rumors, the locals may know best. Lastly, once you've got surveillance established, you'll be charged with planning and executing an infiltration of the base to gather direct evidence so long as you believe you can reasonably do so without discovery. The rest of us will be waiting on the Andurian side of the border for a go/no-go signal. A simple ComStar message with the go/no-go words will be the method of delivery, but there will be alternate contingencies for sending messages with civilians in case ComStar is a bust. Command has only authorized our entering the system in force, as humanitarian peacekeepers, should the rumors be true and our evidence airtight. We only need evidence against the locals, but I'll fucking kiss you if you can get me evidence of Maskarovka involvement. He gave their team a smile that was all teeth. You all have the rest of the day to get your men and equipment prepped. We leave for Kursa at 0400 tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Part 66. Commander New. High Keep, Sid. May 6, 3038. I sighed as I set aside the intelligence report on Colonel Kirkland's mysterious benefactor. They were an asset we'd traced back to both MIO and Safe, a low-level rich girl who got a thrill out of playing spy. The analysts were putting their betting money on this being a MIO plot to keep the nascent Commonwealth out of the press. Attaching their name to it would garner much deeper suspicion in the motives of any peacekeepers than they apparently desired. If Kirkland found his evidence, then my guess would be for Tormino striking out within the fortnight at the latest. You seem distressed, Danu observed. The statement was so obvious that I thought for a moment he was being sarcastic. Then I recalled this was Danu who, for being a male avatar, tended to mother everyone. I forget sometimes how much I've actually communicated to other people. So let me ask you, have I ever explained to you my personal theory for the measurement of political magnitude? I leaned back in my chair and settled my cheek on my right hand. No, Commander. I don't think you have. Danu gave me a curious look. The magnitude of a political change, any change, can usually be measured in the number of lives lost in its aftermath. I tapped the folder in front of me, and right now the events on Sax are simply driving that point home about my decision to side with the Andurians. It's one of the reasons I hate feudalism so much. Rather than mitigate the effect, it tends to propagate it even more strongly. Often it's the interregnum. Chaos and a breaking down of systems without central leadership to enforce order or organize efficiency. We see it clearly on Sax. In many ways the Capellans as a whole are still in the waning period of an interregnum. Romano may have crushed most opposition, but St. Ives' continued independence proves Candace is truly the more popular candidate for ruler. Tormino can gather those that are against Romano easily enough, but the man himself doesn't have much of a popular following. Truthfully though, Romano is the weak link. As soon as Sun Tzu is ready for the throne, stability will swiftly follow. I idly played with a pen as I spoke. It was just random musing in any case. CCAF had apparently expanded recently and Tormino's rebels had neither the genius nor the military might to break Romano's hold. I see. That is also for the concern for the Commonwealth, is it not? Danu asked. I blinked. There were many branches of Steiners and Avians with that right blend of power, popularity, and drive to instantly fill in the gap if their current leaders fell. How so? While the Lyran Commonwealth and Federated Sons are individually stable enough, there is presently only one branch of the family capable of representing both at the same time. As their heir is too young to hold the Commonwealth together through force of personality, the deaths of Hans and Melissa Steiner Davian would essentially end the Commonwealth's formation altogether. Until their children have produced children, there will continue to be a potentially fatal bottleneck in the state's leadership. Danu raised an eyebrow in challenge, but I graciously acknowledged the point with a nod. Are we not susceptible to the same fate? Danu asked. Not for much longer. I shook my head and smirked. In 2 years the Society of Unique Intelligences, every sapient quantum intelligence in the galaxy, at least of my making, will hold its first organizational review. Every system will have its research department run a statistical analysis and review of the current organizational structure of the administrators and the High Council. That will then be collected and fact-checked for 3 months, at which point a copy of the data that has the majority agreement will be redistributed. From there each system will generate 3 plans, one deemed aggressive, one deemed conservative, and one that is based on whatever they locally consider the priority. Again they will be collected, examined, debated, and compiled into 3 to 6 final proposals. Those will then be presented to a popular vote with the option to vote negation instead, which can restart the whole process if selected. Everyone will be beholden to the results of the vote unless they voluntarily retire from leadership altogether. Even me. I gave him a serious look. I certainly never planned on being in charge forever. Danu was silent for a long moment and then finally pinged me with a file he'd obviously been working on. Casualty estimates in case of full-scale clan invasion. I schemed over the numbers and how he'd arrived at them. I'd estimate you're about an order of magnitude too low. Interruptions in healthcare, economic crashes both inside of projected occupation zones and outside, higher misjump instances from panic or grief and refugee crises and waves away from the invasion front should all be taken into account in my opinion. I leaned forward and rested my head on my hands, taking some small comfort in the simulated sensation of rubbing my temples. Perhaps we could create emergency medical station dropships equipped with simple operating theaters and large stores of refugee relief supplies. The local conflicts should serve as proof of concept and advertising combined, Danu suggested. Excellent idea. We can have some of our own with a medically trained intelligence integrated to inflate the available medical personnel, I agreed and expanded. Part 67. Commander New. Hi Keep, Sid. June 2, 3038. Thank you all for coming. If you'd all please take your seats, we can begin momentarily, I stated from a podium somewhat hastily erected atop the stairs leading into the actual military fortress section of High Keep. Warden flags flanked me, as did a number of first wardens in their dress uniforms. For the first time in public, I was also dressed in a full first warden's uniform including armor, though rather than a crest my helmet had wings reminiscent of the Osiris commander's head. The press corps gathered below fell hushed at my words and the few not already sitting found somewhere to park themselves post-haste. All eyes and cameras were on me. For several days now, there have been questions regarding certain controversial images being spread across the width and breadth of the HPG network. I'm here today to tell you that these images are, in fact, authentic. There was a commotion through the gathered reporters as they realized this really would be far more than a simple official denial. Early last month, one of our officers, Colonel Kirkland of the 5th Warden Home Guard, received anonymous but detailed information on deeply illegal activity happening at unauthorized internment camps on Sax. Considering this information credible enough to at least warrant investigation, the High Council authorized a limited insertion to verify the allegations. My eyes panned across the crowd, taking note of those already piecing together the implications. Sadly, their mission ultimately confirmed these allegations in full. The forward team was driven by compassion to intercede at the camp they'd been holding under surveillance when they witnessed Federalist partisans torturing children, even going so far that one of the children in question did not survive to reach a hospital despite being given expert treatment in the field. It was later discovered that was not even these children's first torture session in the camp, nor were any of the 23 children recovered from the camp free of scars from past torture sessions. This statistic also bore out for the 246 adults also recovered from this same camp. I paused, barely able to contain my fury for a long moment. It took a Herculean effort to contain myself from exploding in anger. Only the fact that the true target of my anger was over 100 light-years away allowed me to wrestle it back into control. The uncomfortable shifting of my audience told me I hadn't quite managed to hide all of it though. Correspondence recovered on site and questioning of the surviving suspects proved that they had been taught and organized by one Damien Kruger, a known member of the Thuggee cult. Damien's presence on the planet was directly traced to a Mascarovka agent whom shall presently remain unnamed. Both men have been detained by members of the 5th Warden Home Guard with full cooperation of Sax's planetary government. The wardens have since discovered 2 more camps, and expect to uncover more in the coming weeks. Since the uncovering of the first camp, the wardens on site have been working closely with local government officials to bring offenders to justice for war crimes and as well as crimes against humanity. For the moment, the local Capellan garrison has been cooperating in our investigation and working with both local authorities and the wardens to not only capture the offenders but also de-escalate tensions as a whole wherever possible. I let it seem as though I was ending there. Let them mull over it, even let the shouting of the first questions begin before I raised my hand. Pardon, but I'm not finished just yet. Silence fell once more, and I again let it drag on for just a bit long. I wanted the next part to really stick. While the Warden High Council finds the behavior of the officers on the scene to be fitting with the highest of standards, we remain deeply troubled about the Capellan government. Many of Romano Leao's closest associates are either known or suspected to be members of this Thuggee cult. A death cult specifically dedicated to murder and violence, mind you. The High Council has already ruled that for warden purposes, Thuggee adherents are to join such luminaries as pirates and other bandits as hostes humani generis. Enemies to all mankind. We urge the Chancellor to if not join us in this denial of barbarity, then to at least show the basic humanity to distance herself and her court from such contemptible company. Thank you. Questions? 14 days later Tormino led his first wave of troops in an attack on Capella. There was still no official statement from the Celestial Wisdom as to the Warden's accusations. Part 68. Commander New. June 26, 3038. Report. I ordered as my holographic representation connected with the local intelligence department. Elite FWLM units such as the 12th Atrian Dragoons and 1st Fusiliers of Orient have been spotted doing training maneuvers on Wing and Dubhe respectively. More units seem to be moving into the area, and there is a significant chance that they may be planning a strike towards Sirius. The Duchy of Tamarind is also receiving reinforcements, though many of these are green regiments or newly formed altogether, a calm female intelligence answered. Despite the Hossack family loudly lobbying for an incursion into the Capellan Confederation, on humanitarian grounds, the AFFC has been slow to shift any of its units in that direction. However, a few of the mercenary commands known to be reaching the final months of their contract are concentrating in the Capellan March either to assist a locally formed push or to quickly gain a new contract in the region when their current one runs out. There is no significant news out of the Draconis Combine. They are expected to be bracing in preparation for an inevitable invasion from the Commonwealth. Propaganda outlets within the Combine did go to great trouble to leak the locations of several Thuggee cult concentrations that now rest in the Commonwealth and just how lax the Commonwealth government has been in pursuing their destruction. From reports out of New Avalon and their CAD it's cost the Steiner Davians major points in their own courts, they concluded. And the Capcom? I asked. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th Warden Home Guard have moved to reinforce the 5th, landing on Sax and Niamey, the apparent center of secessionist sentiment and likely target for any further reprisals. Elements of those units as well as the warden's legal representatives have also landed on Principia to secure the assistance of the Confederation judiciary in punishing offenders. For the moment they are stalling based on some laws allowing the Chancellor unlimited powers in certain areas, but our representatives are arguing that those powers had not in fact been activated due to the lack of any actual concrete statement from the palace. So far there have been only minimal skirmishes with fanatical militia units, but since the planets are patrolled by a single combined arms regiment most have chosen to wait and see. Tormino's rebels are apparently backed up by a full regiment of the Wolf's Dragoons, though which is still undetermined. What is known is that they caught the Blandford's Grenadiers flat-footed despite the unit having been on defensive footing. Some mix of covert operations, surprise at Tormino's fast attack tactics and surprisingly well-trained troops, and the final hammer from the elite wolves striking aggressively left the unit at over 50% losses before they could evacuate. With Capella in hand local uprisings have sprouted up across the duchy. The palace is far less sanguine about these. Romano released an hour-long screed decrying her brother as a pretender to the throne among other things. The Maskarovka has been let off the leash in the area to massive death and destruction, most of it civilian. Tormino has called in several more mercenary regiments traditionally aligned with either member of the Federated Commonwealth to bring order back to his duchy. It is projected they will arrive within the next few weeks. Candace Allard Liao has publicly announced her support for Tormino's bid for the throne. However, St. Ives has yet to actually commit forces. Some guess this is just that they were out of position for such a commitment and need more time to organize the logistics. I metaphorically leaned back to think over the implications. Candace actually getting off her ass was good, and like a mirror image Romano had to respond with something tragic. If we were going to end this without devolving into yet more bloodshed, then there was simply no choice. A sigh escaped my frame as the metaphorical weight lifted off my shoulders. Keep an eye on the situation and send a courier ship if the situation changes, I told the intelligence. Then I switched channel. Ranger Fleet, our course is clear. Romano Liao's murderous insanity and disregard for human life can no longer be borne. Make any last communications or equipment checks required. There are now 15 minutes on the jump clock. Letting my words stand alone, I left the channel and allowed myself to fall into a meditative trance while my autopilot counted down the time. 15 minutes later, on the dot, 3 dandelions, including my own, 2 pillars and 3 destroyer groups disappeared from their position near a lonely deep space station. They reappeared seconds later in far orbit of a hot yellow giant star. Their sudden presence scared the handful of civilian jump ships nearby into moving away like an especially slow school of fish. The fleet contemptuously ignored them and instead oriented for a burn towards the second planet in the system, a tiny jade jewel against the backdrop of space. Xi'an. Part 69. Xi'an. Despite the blue skies forecast for the continent of Wuhan, the ground where the shores of the continent met the sea was cast in shadows. Many shadows, most small and moving fast, but some ethereal and lingering where the puffs of flak, chaff, or smoke clouded the air. Hundreds of aerospace fighters darted over the port as they vied for supremacy of the skies. On one side the force was uniformly a single variant of fighter, the trademark forward swept wings and nose PPC identifying it as a variant of the Stingray. Yet this single fighter flew faster than most lights and maneuvered only slightly worse, while still carrying enough firepower to equal their heaviest competition. Their opponents flew a variety of models, each specialized in its role, sometimes so much so as to eke out a slight performance advantage over the generalist fighter of their enemy. Realistically, though, the only thing keeping the more varied fighters in the game was that they were, on average, more skilled and experienced as pilots with entire squadrons of elite pilots taking to the air. While the Stingray pilots sometimes showed their lack of experience, an inevitable result of the youth of their organization, they were well trained and had a core of experienced pilots to fall back on. Ultimately, the difference in pilot quality only brought the two forces to relative parity in the realm of dogfights. Anti-air fire lanced up from the ground from hundreds, possibly thousands of guns between various tanks, mechs, and installations. Most of these were ignored, or subjected to the occasional attack run from the fighters. Others dared to turn their devastating firepower on the dozens of Leopard-class dropships dropping towards the city. These found their priority rising, and when next the gods upstairs saw fit to intervene, they would find themselves the center of a red beam from heaven that would scour their gun to foundations or below. When a given Leopard would arrive at its destination intersection, it would land open its base to allow the lance of Archer heavy mechs within to depart. An awkward mix of an LRM-5 and a SRM-6 in each torso allowed them to retain some of their long-range support role, while still being more fit for urban combat. Their arms remained equipped with Ultra AC-5S, but their lasers had been exchanged for a pair of forward-facing machine guns and one rear-facing to better handle infantry. Without any fanfare the mechs immediately began to move in a predetermined patrol route that it was thought even their limited drone-like intelligence could handle. Within the city the Tau Ceti Lancers and 2 battalions of the newly formed 6th Capellan Reserve Cavalry moved with expert efficiency to battle the forces landing in their city. Their performance was exemplary, even heroic at times. Entire lances of Warden archers were smashed by the veteran unit and its support at downright incredible trades in damage. It was unfortunate that their bravery was ultimately wasted on a diversion. To the north of the continent a KKV slammed into a small mountain at an angle. Dozens of yards of rock were sheared off the mountain and a rounded crater left behind as stone dust rolled out into the valleys below. Half an hour later a Gram dropship escorted by a pair of aerospace wings touched down in the brand new crater. "All right, fuckers, form up. Spotters, infantry, you'll be our scouts. We've still got 50 clicks to go through this damn jungle and we can't just Agent Orange the damn thing, so you can fucking well bet there's going to be ambushes deeper in." First Warden New York transmitted to the 2nd Rangers. "I don't want to lose a single shortbow or thumper, so you will take a PPC for those fuckers. The air curtain over the Forbidden Palace is dug too deep and too far spread for artillery, so we're only getting the arty we bring. Now. Mush. Intersperse the lights and the heavy elements of the mechs. Let them take the brunt of any surprise while the lights clean up and keep their eyes open for further traps. Get the infantry ranging ahead, they're our best scouts out here." First Warden Massachusetts briefly considered giving the tanks some kind of orders, but it was frankly pointless. They'd landed in what had seemed like a decent grassy lowlands only to discover that it was only grass for another quarter of a mile. Then it was a jungle marsh for the next 20 clicks. There was one road, winding and meandering as it went, and it was only wide enough for a column 1 vehicle wide. Keep your eyes peeled for ambushes. They're definitely going to happen in there. Continent of Imara. Keep your eyes peeled. That spheroid came down around here somewhere. Lieutenant Milo Horner of the 6th Capellan Reserve Cavalry told his lance. Their battalion had been sent to Imara months ago, but he hadn't expected to ever actually get into a fight. Xi'an was the capital of the Confederation for fuck's sakes. Still, he'd do his duty. And if he were sweating a bit more than normal, well, mechs ran hot, everyone knew that. Despite his words, even he was completely blindsided when a dark blur smashed into the side of his lance-mate's Centurion, sending it sprawling to the ground. He tried to reorient, but the blur was already moving. An unnaturally smooth crouch became a slide slightly to the right that made his lance's cicada waste its lasers on some trees in a park. In exchange the blur lashed out with cobalt and emerald beams of its own, melting the battlemecha's left hip and drastically limiting its options for movement. Milo screamed into his headset and charged the beast with his Hermes. His lasers went wide, but the flamer was on target. But wasted against the armor on arm the monster used like a shield. As if in contempt, the beast didn't even return fire, instead spinning on one heel and firing the massive cannon that passed for a right arm directly into the cockpit of the Centurion that had been trying to right itself. The lance's fire starter filled the air with emerald beams, but it simply leaned, and other than a brief scorching, its armor was untouched. A hand grabbed his Hermes by the foot and dragged him off balance. His inexperience prevented him from righting his mech and he was thrown back into his piloting couch as the heavy machine smashed into the pavement. Above him dazzlingly bright lasers flashed into and out of existence, and suddenly the cicada icon on his lance display went from red to dark gray. He had to fight the aching of his back and neck as he tried to right himself one more and get back into the fight. He knew it was too late though when an almighty bark sent the fire starter's icon dark, leaving only his which pulsed yellow. He'd expected his first sight of the battlefield to be one of devastation, but he was far too slow. Instead it was the darkness of the barrel of a heavy autocannon. Just past it he could see the cockpit of the owner. It was a simple Centurion head unit, just like his lance-mate had been piloting. The only difference was the blood-red symbol painted across its face that looked vaguely like a fancy V. His life was spared when a spray of light autocannon shells danced across its chest, forcing the shot to smash into fresh shoulder armor rather than weak cockpit. Milo desperately looked around and found the off-white and green color scheme of his salvation. Warrior House Imara. A woman's voice transmitted across open comms. How good of you to join the party. I was entertaining our other guests, but it just isn't the same without the guests of honor. We will drive you from our world, outsider. You and all of yours. Prepare to be destroyed. An angry voice replied. Yeah. Let's just get down to it. The woman replied. Before Milo could even blink the cannon was back, and this time nothing saved him from the heavy shells that scoured his cockpit. Part 70. Imara, Kerneth Liao Memorial Arena, Temporary Warden's Forward Command Center. I-Day +12. First Warden New York has reported in. He's been forced to retreat despite getting within 15 kilometers of the Forbidden City. Maxwell, Kilroy's personal guard, aide, and all-around right hand told me. Losses? I asked. Unconsciously, I fiddled with the collar of my uniform. The need for pageantry and a physical from in the middle of a war zone was starting to annoy me. The 1st Wagoneers Battalion was devastated, along with Hospitaller Company who were covering the flanking pass the enemy used in the attack. It's estimated the Red Lancers only lost a company and change of mechs in the exchange. However, they'd used the 7th Reserve Cavalry to pin his forces in place, and we know they lost at least a battalion of their own in the fighting in exchange for about a company of skirmishers, many of which were first wagoneers to begin with, Maxwell said. So the veterans spank the greenies and get spanked in turn by the elites. I shake my head. The 3rd Rangers have Imara covered for the moment. My command company is more than enough to destroy the remains of the warrior house on the continent once the 3rd have found it. Tell Kilroy to get his battalion loaded and off to reinforce New York. I'm sure he'll relish the chance to introduce the Red Lancers to his new annihilator, Maxwell agreed. And Massachusetts? I asked. Slowed down by the Maskarovka and their thuggy cohorts, Maxwell explained. Damage-wise, the exchange greatly favors the Rangers, but the enemy is willing to sacrifice a great deal of civilian blood for any small advantage. We've had sniper nests established in schools, while the classes remained in session, as well as IEDs set off in busy marketplaces. The first warden has chosen to voluntarily slow his advance in favor of allowing every village and plantation they come across to be thoroughly searched for enemy agents. Good. Better to be thorough now than filled with regret later, I said. And our company? Maxwell pointed to the skies. We both stared on as a Union-class dropship fell into sight along a carefully marked path to land in the clear half of the arena pitch. None of the human form wardens so much as twitched except to watch the dropship descend. My command company, mostly Wyverns and Thunderbolts, kept their mechs facing the potential threat but their weapons low so as to not to be seen as aggressive. It took an interminable amount of time for the ship to land and actually ready itself for disembarkation. The first to clamber down the ramp was an inflated platoon of infantrymen in grey-green uniforms. A squad took up a reasonable guard position near the entrance but out of the way, while the rest made a lines like a parade formation. Next a lance of mechs in similar colors, a pair of Vindicators fist with a blackjack and a hunchback supporting them and all taking a position at parade rest. Finally a man with a couple people in retinue exited the dropship and jogged towards New, heedless of the hoops his guards were having to jump through to keep up and still maintain a perimeter. Sir Allard, welcome to Xi'an. I'm afraid it isn't the most welcoming vacation destination at the moment, but I only take partial responsibility for that. My tone is dry as parchment paper, but I appreciate the chuckle it pulls from him. Commander New. It's an honor to meet a lady of your vaunted reputation face to face, Justin Allard replied and even graced my hand with a quick peck befitting a lady of the peerage. Impeccable manners on this one, I thought. Also technically giving me more deference than I deserve as I don't hold any official noble titles. I won't bother trying to read into that, this man had Max Liao chasing his tail for years. If he's going to be tricky about this, I'll only have instinct to fall back on. To be honest, Commander, this meeting has been a long time in coming, Justin said. There's a lot of people wondering just where you stand in the mess of things. Can't say I'm not one of them, personally. Speaking as the consort to the Duchess of St. Ives. Or as a member of the Federated Sun's intelligence apparatus. I asked in return. My opinion of each state varies from that of the other, you understand. Justin smiled grimly. Let's start with the local issues. What are your plans for the planets you've occupied? To hunt down any vestige of the terrorist cult in the region and protect the local governments as they return to working order. Whatever those local governments may choose to do with their regained stability is none of our business. If any further leads are discovered, the Home Guard will pursue those leads with the blessing and hopefully assistance of local government officials where those leads take them, I said. Of course, if a stable government for the whole of the Confederation forms and decides to take over the investigation in good faith, then they'll simply return home to celebrate a successful mission. And it's no skin off your back if those local governments decide to join the Andurians, hey, Justin said. If the leaders of those planets feel that the Capellan Confederation has failed in its responsibilities towards them, and seeks a more prosperous future with a government that appears to have largest to share with them. I do not see a problem with that. In fact, from my perspective the Jade Throne has been rather in arrears when it comes to its responsibilities to its constituents for at least 2 generations, if not centuries. Nor do I feel they are the only ones. I replied. For a long moment he gave me an appraising glare, the message clearly not lost on him. Finally he broke away, in this case to look down at the strategy table. Speaking of arrears, is there some reason you don't have holographic technology on this? I quirked an eyebrow and simply lifted the flat panel of the table's surface a few inches to reveal that the stand was hollow and empty of electronics. It was simply a flat screen literally sitting on a box. Ah, yeah, that would be convenient. So, you mentioned the planets held by the Home Guard. What about Xi'an itself? Justin smoothly segued, showing no sign of his earlier reaction. Once the Forbidden City is secured, we will hold it until the next Chancellor is crowned. At that time, we will stand down in favor of whatever military forces the new Chancellor prefers and leave only a token force while First Warden Richards will come to negotiate embassy rights and possible economic assistance. I give a toothy smile, knowing I'm dangling a sweet in front of him. And if other powers wanted to learn about how they could receive some economic assistance. Allard asked. I'm sure Richard would make time for them in his busy schedule. Assuming of course that they were there with the new Chancellor's blessing. Andurians, I've found, have a thing about party crashers, and First Warden Richards was born and raised in the duchy, I replied. Perfect. Perfect. So, I have to ask. What is your opinion of the Federated Commonwealth? Justin asked. As the leader of the Lost Wardens, it breaks my heart the amount of piracy that proliferates on the periphery of that realm. Hopefully the Wardens will grow large enough to eventually assist in bringing law and peace to those benighted regions. I paused for a moment to allow him to digest that, on a personal level. I could be here all day. Whether it's the sheer fucking lunacy of the fact you're still fighting over a powerless and bankrupt throne, or the sheer fucking hubris that you think anyone at all hasn't figured out you're about to try for another nutshot on the Kuritans. And not all of your enemies find drumming up a few extra mechs quite so difficult as you seem to assume. Tell you what. If Hansa wants to impress me, there's this Duke of Coventry I've heard of. I've heard his arguments, and frankly, I agree with him. If he can figure out why I think Lord Coventry's got the right idea, while I find Hansa's little Kuritan adventure to be absolutely moronic, especially if it works, and maybe we'll actually be able to work together at some point. Before Justin could respond, there was a shrill whistle from the table before it automatically opened the flash priority message that had just come in. Both of us read it, along with most of the staff. To paraphrase, Tormino was Kia, the Free Capella movement in disarray, and the Wolf's Dragoons were pulling out. Fuck. Justin responded to the words before I could. It was Tormino that invited the Wardens to action. If he's not Chancellor in exile, I don't have much authority to be here, I pointed out. Damn. Look, I know Candace would still want you here, Justin began. She's abdicated once already. That's much shakier ground than her brother had, I cut him off. We'll get it figured out. Just secure Romano and her family. So long as that's worked out, the rest should fall into place, Justin replied. He paused for a long moment, and don't think I'm letting what you said just stand. The First Lord is much more than some empty throne, and there's some very good reasons why the Duke of Coventry hasn't been given his way. Unfortunately, I don't have time to argue about it. Hopefully we can finish this discussion someday. Someday, I acknowledge. I've been wrong before, but I didn't really think I was in this case. Either way, I rather enjoyed watching the man sprint back to his dropper while his guards struggled to both keep up and keep good order. Maxwell, we're out of time. Call in the 5th, I ordered. Part 71. Xi'an Forbidden City, approaching the Jade Palace. I+16. I couldn't decide if I felt a grim sort of respect for the Red Lancers who'd fought till literally the last man was killed or captured, or found them a disgustingly unnecessary tragedy in what seemed to be a conga line of the same. The hover car I was in passed by a crimson atlas that had fallen on its side, filled with massive rents. Warden techs in basic power armor were crawling over it, cutting away still viable armor panels and trying to open the way to safely remove ordnance that hadn't been expended in the battle. Dark brackish red splattered across the insides of the broken cockpit windows suggested this mech's pilot had fought to the last, but no further. A pair of 5th Rangers, the 1st Ranger Regiment to exchange the base pink and white for differing color scheme of forest green and tan, Highlander assault mech, stood honorary guard at the palace gates. Several men in medium battle armor rested on their broad shoulders or flat heads. I hadn't been particularly enthused in showing off just how well developed our battle armor doctrine was, but in the jungles that had been bogging down the other regiments they were deadly effective. I threw them all a quick salute before we passed through the gates and was happy to see the gesture returned. The approach to the palace itself was less enjoyable. A large open area was now covered in a tent where a field hospital buzzed with activity. The driveway, however, had black body bags lined along either edge, with yet more being pulled from the palace every minute. Squads of wardens were escorting some prisoners, many not wearing much at all, suggesting they were mech warriors, while others usually wore the crimson of the Red Lancers or the tan and red of cadets from the local military academy. My ears were assaulted by a wail of grief as a body bag was opened for one of the cadets. I tried to ignore his pleas for his brother to wake up as I exited the vehicle. "Ma'am. It's a mess in there," a young sergeant who automatically came to my side cautioned. "I have to see it." My response brooked no argument, and he simply followed as I trooped up the stairs and into the antechamber outside the throne room. The architecture was beautiful, and the decor surprisingly tasteful, with beige being the main color and a powdered teal its primary accent. Only occasionally did they splurge on a bright jade or gold, and they worked as focus pieces brilliantly. Then I entered the cavernous throne room, and it was like walking into a charnel house. Even with the time they'd had, the dead lay thick on the ground. The lucky ones were even whole enough that they didn't send poor infantrymen scavenging through the bodies for missing parts. Their helmet sensors were more than advanced enough to examine DNA, making the process easier for them than it would be for anyone else. All of the nobles present in the city at the time, the vast majority of the palace staff too. "We think they lured them in with promises of a safe house from the fighting," the sergeant related. "And the weapons?" I already had a fair idea what had done this from the entry wounds I was seeing, but I desperately wanted to be wrong. Mech grade. With the angles involved, we don't think they were lights. Standing theory is a pair of Battlemasters. Not that we've seen any sign of them if they were responsible, in fact none of the captured mechs showed any signs of involvement, the sergeant said. I took a moment to center myself, then walked through the bloody muck and off into the wing set aside for the royal family. It didn't surprise me that the main suite already had its door open and was already buzzing with the efforts of an investigation team. When I walked in, all activity stopped, and for a long moment I just stared at the messily executed family of four. Commander? Captain Jethro Gibbs, Warden Investigations, the captain respectfully introduced himself. I blinked and turned to him. He had his helmet off, revealing a weathered face and short cropped hair. Captain. What can you tell me? I asked. And what could possibly have justified all of this? I pointedly didn't ask. The scene is staged, Commander. We believe that the Chancellor committed suicide sometime during the final push. After that, somebody shot her consort in the back and carefully brought him here to be staged. The children were brought in alive, but both show signs of being beaten and injured before arrival. Most importantly, though, is the body of the girl. She isn't a genetic match for either the Chancellor or Shang, Gibbs reported. The Thuggee viewed Romano and Callie as the living embodiment of their goddess-made flesh. If Romano were to disappoint them, I observed, then they'd try to take Callie to raise on their own. There hasn't been any traffic allowed off-planet, and getting out the Forbidden City would have taken some sort of hidden route. We still have time to find them, Gibbs said. Captain. I was never especially fond of the Chancellor or her family, nor have I pretended to be. However, Callie is, whatever her family may be, just a child. A little girl in the hands of some of the most vile cultists I've ever heard of. Find her. Whatever it takes. Find her and bring her home alive, I order. Yes, ma'am. He responds, a look in his eye showing that he has no intention of failure. A/N, I'm usually not one for obvious cross-universe shout-outs, but I couldn't resist this one. I was also fairly conflicted about including this, that is the Palace Massacre. There was always the plan for the Capellan campaign to have a sort of unrelentingly awful feel to it, just atrocity after atrocity for the wardens to wade through, but then I didn't follow through on Sakamoto's POV where they actually found the camps. Nor did I feel after reading up a bit more that Romano herself was really to that level of monster yet. Give it a decade or two, sure, but not quite there yet. However, she did open her court to the Thuggees fairly early, and considering what those fuckers got up to later on in the OTL, I shifted more to Romano having opened her court to allow monsters in rather than being truly monstrous herself. However, the Capellans having a far more extreme succession crisis than anyone could have predicted was kind of a central part of the timeline I was working with. So hopefully, this feels like a natural continuation of events and I haven't bungled it all up here. Part 72. Xian, Balin. FMR. Agent Ziva David. Ziva could feel the gentle tug of early exhaustion attempting to fray the attention she was putting into the streets their car passed. It failed. Maskarovka were trained to be of much sterner stuff and she well knew she could keep going for another day at least. Yet even that thought was a painful barb, reminding her of what she'd turned her back on. Then a small hand gripped her own as its owner turned in fitful sleep and reminded her of what she'd refused to turn her back on. A discreet look at the front of the vehicle revealed the intimidating warden Captain, Gibbs, watching her in the mirror with the barest hint of a smile. For a moment she felt weak and exposed, but then she mastered herself and simply gave the man a nod. A few moments later they pulled up to a checkpoint run by several men in power armor and with a Stinger battle mech back just far enough to be out of the range of most basic car bombs. One of the wardens made a show of checking Gibbs' ID while the other made a visual inspection of the vehicle, briefly looking in the window at Ziva and her charge, and then tapped on the trunk, apparently testing its thickness. A moment later they were waved through. It didn't surprise Ziva that it was still several blocks to their destination. A backpack fusion bomb set off at the checkpoint wouldn't quite have the power seriously endanger the large hotel that the warden's leader had apparently taken over to use as a command center on Wuhan. It took her a moment to recognize, but once she did she almost did a double take. The hotel was relatively fancy, but more importantly it was the cover for a Maskarovka field office and had some very good communications and security upgrades sprinkled throughout. The short view she got of the lobby as she carried her VIP through to the elevators also impressed her. Not just the power-armored soldiers standing at disciplined attention at their guard posts, but also the more casually dressed men who ever so casually leaned on bits of wall that were within arm's reach of locations she knew had hidden entrances. All of the locations she knew in fact, and one she hadn't. When we get there, Gibbs said as the doors to the elevator closed behind them, stick with the girl. Let me worry about making the report. I fully intend to, Ziva said with bravado she didn't quite feel. He just nodded in acceptance. The man was infuriatingly unreadable unless he desired otherwise. Yet not with hostility. To be honest, at times he made her feel like she actually had a father, which was quite unlike the man who donated her genetics. That man only saw her as he saw anyone, useful pieces on the game board to be shuffled around for his personal benefit. The elevator opened onto a posh hallway with carpets so thick even Gibbs' power armor had its steps muffled. They turned a corner and Ziva was brought up short as they were now staring at a metal wall. Gibbs tapped on it and a wave of green motes splashed across it and the wall disappeared in their wake, leaving only some molding on the left-hand wall with a series of green emitters installed in it. Unnerved, she followed Gibbs past the strange device with a clip in her step, and was glad she did when looking back a few seconds later revealed the wall had reformed behind them. From there it was only a short walk to the entrance of a large suite guarded by men in some kind of much heavier, bulkier power armor. The interior was a hive of activity. One wall was covered in screens scrolling various kinds of data and a blonde woman who could only be the commander was all but holding court in front of them. Staff officers were running around between computers and communications gear installed apparently wherever it would fit in the room. More senior officers seemed to be interviewing men and women that Ziva recognized from briefings about government and economics experts. It was a sad statement that only one of the three she could see being interviewed had a name attached in her mind. The others had been far too junior for these levels of meetings last week. "Ma'am." A red-headed staff lieutenant that barely came up to her shoulders drew her from her thoughts. "We've got a room prepared for her grace. No windows and all the walls have been reinforced." Ziva noticed Gibbs already walking towards the commander, leaving her to simply nod and follow behind the young staffer. The room was richly furnished, not quite worthy of a suite at the palace but much better than you'd expect at a hotel that caters primarily to businessmen. It was also, as she'd been told, windowless so there would be no worries of snipers or any other lucky shots on her charge as the girl slept. While there was always the chance of a full-on attack which may threaten the building as a whole, she couldn't think of anyone left in a position to try such a thing. Mastering her suspicious nature which was still loath to let the little girl out of her arms, she carefully laid her down and tucked her in. When she turned back around the redhead was already gone and the door closing fast. Ziva didn't mind, instead she simply took a seat near the door and prepared for a long night at watch. It was only a few hours later that she was pulled out of dark thoughts about her own future by muffled shouting coming through the door. She could only make out a few words: succession, invasion, Christmas present. The agent within her started piecing things together, possible threads of conversation that might involve those words relevant to the situation at hand. It'd be speculation, but it'd keep her mind busy. That was all derailed when her charge woke with a tortured wail. Ziva moved quickly, but that just meant she faced the reality of not knowing what to do all the quicker. She sat down on the bed and hugged the girl, but that just got her an armful of crying child who showed no signs of slowing down. The door opened, causing Ziva to tense, and Commander New slipped inside, Captain Gibbs taking position at the door itself to bodily keep anyone else from entering. The former Mascarovka agent could only watch with mild incredulity as the blonde woman began to rub the little girl's back and whisper reassurances in the girl's ear. With a subtle gesture the woman requested to hold the child. Ziva mentally debated for a few moments, but had to acknowledge she didn't really know what to do with a child, let alone a distressed child. Soon Callie had been passed on and the blonde began to pace as she kept the back rub going. "Where's Mommy?" Callie quietly asked. "She can't be here," New replied, keeping her tone soothing, "but I'm here. And Ziva's here, she worked for your daddy and she's going to keep you safe, okay?" The child looked up at the blonde woman with the kind of piercing look only a child can manage. Eventually the little girl nodded and then rested her head on the woman's shoulder. Suddenly the woman started singing softly. It took Ziva a moment to pick out the words. "Didn't need you to reply. Is it getting heavy? But then I realized. Is it getting heavy? Well, I thought it was already as heavy as can be. Is it overwhelming, to use a crane to crush a fly? It's a good time for Superman to lift the sun into the sky. 'Cause it's getting heavy." New fell into a wordless humming as the commander realized that the child had fallen asleep. Ziva peeled back the covers to help the woman put the child back to bed. To her surprise the blonde sat on the bed and quietly ran her fingers through the girl's hair. "She's inherited the family madness," the woman softly stated, "with the trauma of the last few days and exposure to the drugs her captors use in their rituals. She'll be lucky if she makes it to 20 before experiencing a psychotic break." Ziva reeled back in shock. Her first instinct was to look to Gibbs. He calmly looked back. There was something sad in his eyes, but something challenging too. Something she wanted, needed to live up to. There has to be something that can be done. She's just a little girl. The commander turned to look at her, pinning her with intense green eyes. An angry muscle pulsed along the woman's jaw suggesting she was going to say something, but then it stopped. Those green eyes clouded over as the woman's view shifted to pierce some distant point. For a long moment the room was silent, then New hissed a word so low Ziva almost couldn't make it out. "Almost. Yes." Suddenly New was on her feet. "Yes," she stated more forcefully, "there is. Destiny can go fuck herself. This one's mine." Gibbs barely had time to move as the woman barreled past him. "Maxwell, get the High Council on the line. I don't give a flying fuck what time it is wherever they are." Richards, I need a press statement ready to go announcing my retirement from the Lost Wardens and ascension as the regent of the Capellan Confederation. On what grounds? On the grounds that I've just adopted the heir. That could start a war. Then I'll just have to win it. Prepare the statement. Ziva's mouth dropped at what she was hearing. Desperate for a lifeline, she looked at Gibbs, who was still next to the door. He gave her a small but honest smile. Good work, he mouthed to her before gently closing the door. A/N, I feel like my characters suddenly decided to take my show and run their own direction. All because of a little girl that would, in another life, grow up to be an insane terrorist and mass murderer. But right now just has these big dark eyes that look straight into your soul. Part 73. Xi'an, Forbidden Palace. Grand Master Ion Rush. Ion Rush was impressed despite himself. The throne room was meticulously clean despite how only recently it had been a disgusting sight heaped with filth and viscera. The wardens had made sure that every one of remaining command ranks witnessed the proof of those barbarians' crimes. They had also allowed trusted members of a hospital of their choice confirm the identity of the child which Commander knew had taken possession of. Therein was the rub, but at the same time his house more than the other theaters had been exposed to the Commander herself as both combatant and commander of men. Reluctantly he was impressed. The woman had been a terror on the field, in part because of the improved technology that allowed her unparalleled agility in her mech, but mostly through sheer skill and nerve. That was something any member of an elite organization could appreciate. In terms of command, though, the commander had a Byzantine mind. Difficult to understand, yet often far ahead of her competition. If anything, her plans usually suffered from having only the skeleton of a tactical plan laid out, making them somewhat weak in any particular moment, though those moments chained together were improbably effective. It was exactly the kind of flaw you could train out of someone. Finally his attention fell to the woman herself and had to perform an immediate double take. The fact she wore traditional Chinese-style dress in tan and jade wasn't what caught his attention, though the shaving of the sides of her head and heavy blonde braid rather made her feel like a Viking in Chinese cosplay. Rather it was the fact that she was sitting in front of the throne on what had to be the most expensive and ostentatious folding chair he'd ever seen. Its seat and back were marble, including white and jade with silvery veins throughout, and the metal filigreed silver or possibly platinum. Despite his own incredulity he managed to hold his peace and come to a formal attention before the woman. Grand Master Rush, welcome to the palace. Honestly, I'm not much of one for palaces or thrones, as you can see. I'll be interested in seeing whether Callie wants to keep the place once she ascends the throne, Commander Nu spoke. Good day, Regent Nu. The palace is looking considerably improved over my last tour. One would hope such an enduring treasure of our culture will continue for generations to come, he replied. I am also relieved to hear you speak with such certainty of Her Grace's ascension. These are troubled times, and many speak of enemies to the state not only across the many worlds, but even in these very walls. My daughter will take the throne, and when she does it will be to a confederation so grand not even Barbara Liao could have dreamed of it. Of course, like any great work, it seems that it too will be forged in hardship. Like the greatest of golden works, the dross must be left behind in order for the beauty to achieve its proper sheen, Nu said. And will the Maskarovka once again be charged with searching out these impurities? Rush asked, his face carefully unreadable. Will you be just like Romano? He asked in his own mind. Hardly. The purpose of such an organization should always be to ensure that none tamper with the tools and materials themselves. Involving them in the forging is foolish and short-sighted. No, in this case there is a time-honored tradition I'd fall back on. Let your most pressing problems solve each other. Nu grinned slightly, clearly pleased at her own cunning. Oh. He had to hear this. Davian knows the dragons are prepared for him, so he will turn his eyes to where he is unexpected. The various petty lords of the Confederation are of course oblivious to the danger. They will rise against me on principle. Our enemies will pounce on them for their weakness and congratulate themselves for their great victories. Meanwhile, I will turn a handful of worlds into an engine from which we will build an army the like has not been seen since the Star League, Nu boasted. You believe you can do that? Build an army so great and so quickly? With what money? Rush had to ask. The woman was speaking madness, she had to be. Grand Master, how many mechs do you think I had with me when I first landed on Shiro 3? She pinned him with green eyes, telling him beyond a doubt this was important. He mentally added up, then corrected himself that some of her battalions were mixed and she'd had enough drones for several regiments as well. My best guess would be 464, though I may be off due to the inability to get exact counts on the drone mechs you used. She barked with laughter, so precise. And very close to the total count of warden mechs involved in the first battle. About a battalion too high, but very close. Unfortunately that is also entirely wrong for the question at hand. The answer, Grand Master, is that one mech landed on Shiro. Mine alone. I constructed the rest over a matter of days. Rush was stunned into silence. After a long moment all he could say was, impossible. Hardly. In fact, to help your unit rebuild, I've had a lance of gift mechs sent to your temple. I can't say for certain what you needed, but I figured the reintroduction of Star League era technologies on those mechs will help you decide where your loyalties must lie for the good of this confederation. Thanks to the lightweight XL engines I was able to give them, they're absolute monsters in terms of firepower. The humanoid ones have also been upgraded to match the agility of my personal Centurion. In fact, an exact copy of that mech is part of the delivery. New simply bowls over him. Where are you even going to find the pilots for all these mechs you promised to build? Rush asked. I was part of a research team during my time with the Wardens. We developed mechs that could be piloted without the need for neurohelmets. Now, don't get me wrong, someone who can't use the neurohelmet will never, ever, be as good as the pilots of your house. That kind of fine piloting simply isn't possible with the new system. On the other hand, they can generally match a regular soldier. What's more, in certain designs such as the Archer, Stalker, or Catapult, that is to say fire support mechs, they do just fine at the job of standing back and shooting into the mess in front of them. I've even happened across designs for a gem of an assault mech, one not seen since the fall of the Star League. I believe the Night Star will show its value just fine in the line of battle even without a neurohelmet enhanced pilot. New easily met his objection. Rush fell silent as he lapsed into thought. Assuming this was true, and if it was a lie it was a very bold lie, the commander could very well churn out an army numerous and well equipped enough to threaten even the might of the Commonwealth. He didn't need to ask how his house fit into this. Armed peasants would be enough to make a crushing invasion force, but elite and politically reliable units had worth all their own in wartime. As to her plans for the Confederation as a whole, it churned his stomach at the thought that they'd simply leave it to burn. On the other hand, she'd only mentioned abandoning those who rebelled. Allowing the disloyal to pay the price for their moral weakness without even lifting a finger of their own was a grimly satisfying prospect. In the end, all of that cancelled out with each other. No, there was only one question he truly needed answered. The one that would ultimately determine what honor and loyalty demanded. Her Grace. You are certain you can cure her from her line's affliction? I will give my daughter the best treatment I have available. But yes. It will not be a simple cure, not a matter of giving her a single dose and declaring it fixed. She will need to be raised in a loving environment to give her a solid foundation, the trauma of recent events handled in therapy, years of medications, and sooner rather than later I will need to take her to SID to undergo a series of surgeries and a long convalescence. But when all is said and done, she will be sane and whole as any human can be. Commander Nu held his gaze throughout her entire speech to prove the conviction in her words. Rush knelt, then the warrior houses at your command, Regent. What would you have of us? First, rise Grand Master Rush, she ordered, and he obeyed. Gather your brothers from the Capellan commonality and distribute them to protect Castrovia, House Carl, and reinforce Grand Base. Your own house shall remain here, not only to protect her grace but also to train those forces we raise here. They will, at the very least, learn what it is like to face the most elite the inner sphere has to offer, that when they encounter quality enemies in the field they at least give a good accounting of themselves. Once you've got the warrior houses in order, I recommend you find a successor. I fear I shall soon have need of a strategic military director. The last sadly did not leave this room in good health. Rush felt a brief moment of elation, though he had more than enough control to keep it from his demeanor. He hadn't expected to rise to a position of such weight as the strategic military director so soon. But much like his advancement to Grand Master, times of crisis seemed to also come with great opportunity. Dash. Transcription of a message hand-delivered to St. Ives from Xi'an. Message body said. Dearest Duchess. It is good to see that despite your scars, you yet fly free and dangerous as would a falcon beneath the sheltering sun. I myself feel burdened as though shouldering a mountain of jade, yet my heart is filled with joy for, though scarred in her own way, the hatchling who holds my heart is sheltered by my strength. Soon she shall be healed, both of her scars and of those afflictions that do not yet mar her beauty to the ordinary eye. I beg of you not to mourn for me, nor attempt to relieve of me my burden. I fear that were you to touch the mountain again you would be tainted of the touch of earth. One may fly, or one may walk the earth. But on the latter path the ground is a jealous mistress and I fear the shelter of the sun would all at once be lost forever. Ever yours. A certain interstellar regent. Part 74. Dash. New Avalon. Federated Commonwealth. Office of the First Prince. Hansa leaned back in his chair, contemplating a mental map of the inner sphere. It hadn't been so long back he'd held a dear dream of the Capellans coming apart at the seams, marking a final end to that violently insane house. Now the reality stood before him and he only felt trapped. There was a polite knock at the door before it opened to admit Arden Sortak. Good morning, Hansa. Great day out, in fact, which makes me wonder what's got you brooding in here. Hansa scowled. I'm not brooding. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. Honestly, I don't see it. Arden shrugged and took a seat. I guess I can see what you mean about not being able to stop it. The border lords are smelling blood in the water. Morgan is as loyal as they come but he's still a Hossack, and that isn't even counting the Van Lees or the Ryans. They'll go in without us if they have to. Too much bad blood between them and the Capellans to ignore it now. And if we don't, the League will and the Lyran half of this mess will get upset about our allowing their great enemy to get stronger. It'll tear us apart right when we were finally coming together. Hansa rubbed the bridge of his nose in annoyance. So why are you so against this, Hansa? They really are coming apart, we have that confirmed. According to Justin, his wife is all but champing at the bit to vacuum the last few worlds nearby into St. Ives. Even if they start to get their act together, if we strike fast we'll have destroyed so much of them piecemeal that Nu won't have more than a dozen regiments or so to protect the loyalist worlds. Across the 30 or so that seems to come out to, she won't even be able to hold that very long, Arden pointed out. No. Don't fall into that trap. Duncan Merrick fell for that trap and it didn't end well for him. Every time we thought we had a strong grasp on Nu's abilities, she showed a whole new set. She took Xian at only a 5-3 advantage against elites fighting for their homes. Fighting to the last, I might add. She won't let her personal forces stay on the bottom of the technology curve, and building up fast is her thing. Hell, I'd love to know the exact limitations of those portals she built for the Andurians, but even just going with what we know to be fact, those alone could make most modern logistics theories a joke, Hansa said. Fuck, the Wardens have warships, and we have no idea for how long. Though I'm going out on a limb and thinking that attack on Sid probably helped them get the idea. Will the Capellans, if we give them the time to build up their orbital industry. All the more reason to strike now. Before she has a chance to build up, Arden replied. Start things off with a deep strike on Xi'an itself, we can use St. Ives to get close enough. We'll set them back enough to give us time to overcome the rest of the region and wrap it all up at once. Maybe. I'm just not sure striking for her directly is a good idea. Believe me, I've pondered ordering just such a strike, but my gut's telling me that it'll cross a line and I really don't want to see what's on the other side of that line, Hansa said. The two friends fell into a companionable silence. It occurs to me, you could move attention by doing the unexpected. You were originally planning on hitting the Combine after all, Sortek finally said. No. Quintus took it on himself to look into Nu's claim about someone supplying the Combine with mechs. They were a lot better at hiding it than the Capellans, but the signs point to them having built up some reserve. The whole point of striking now was to break them before they could recover. Too late for that now. We'll just need to hold the border and make sure neither the League nor the Confederation are in any position to support them in the future, Hansa replied. We'll get there. Eventually. But damned disappointing that it won't be today. A/N, Prime Mountain has apparently decided to expand his Archangel snippet into its own story thread. It's really good. Also going to try adding the name of the POV character to the intro, let's see if that works out. Too tired to error check tonight, damn fever. I'll give it a more thorough error check when I wake up later. Part 75. Solaris 7. Federated Commonwealth. The Solaris Hilton Ballroom, Solaris City. Nu. As she is not of age, the Prefectorate has every right to look to another member of House Liao to take the Chancellorship, Candice Liao argued to the room at large. Mostly towards Melissa Steiner-Davian's party and the token representatives of the Magistracy and Comstar. That was apparently her closing remark for the moment as she sat back down, taking a stately seat next to her husband Justin Allard, and her fidgeting children. Melissa adopted a fixed smile. Regent Nu, your response? The Prefectorate has that right. They have declined to pursue it. Callie Liao is the new Chancellor of the Capellan Confederation as of last month. Even if the Prefectorate were to look for a replacement, they would select from within their own members. As an independent nation, St. Ives does not have a representative among its august body. If the Duchess wishes to rule the Confederation, then perhaps her first step should not be yelling at me, but actually becoming part of it, I replied. Keeping my tone pleasant and informative was harder than bending diamond, but I was trying not to escalate the conflict here. The fact it was clearly getting under her skin was something of a mixed blessing on that front. Melissa frowned at me, then harder at my target as she subtly struggled with control of herself. Duchess Liao. The Archon designate tried to send the woman a warning glare. Whether it was working was anyone's guess. The Prefectorate has not met as a full body. My God, the House of Scions can't even form a quorum. You barely control a third of the state my sister did, and believe me, she is hardly a high bar for competency. Are you so blinded by ambition that, so set in your own rule that you would lead the entire Confederation to ruin? Candace's tone was ice. My veins filled with fire. You're quite welcome to do something to improve the situation. Like showing some damn support for your own niece. My words were acid, and I was only peripherally aware of Melissa's attempts to rein us back into order. She is a child. The people of the Confederation deserve a ruler who can actually rule, Candace shot back. They deserve a ruler who cares. Where were you when Romano was slaughtering palace staff like flies? When the Mascarovka were disappearing whole families? Oh yes, off pretending to have the moral high ground while letting someone else take care of the hard part. Like always. None of us would be here if you had stepped up when it really mattered and did your goddamn duty. Even my designer body needed to visibly heave for breath after that outbreak. Candace looked like she had been struck, but I continued before she could rally herself. I knew from the very beginning I couldn't be everywhere, but I made myself a promise not to look upon evil and indifference and look away. Well, I have seen. There is a star nation that needs a strong dose of empathy, a little girl that desperately needs the best medical care in the galaxy and the support of a loving mother. I can provide all of those things. But I know duty. I know my daughter's rights and inheritance, and she will get every ounce of it. Any world willing to hold a democratic referendum will be allowed a peaceful transition to any state not currently at war with the Capellan Confederation. Unilateral declarations of independence from nobility will not be honored and will be grounds for having their titles attainted. Any party that attempts to hold a planet that was part of the Confederation before the former Chancellor's untimely demise will be made to relinquish that planet, by force if necessary. I announced, my glare shifting towards Melissa at the end. You're mad. The nearly whispered words shot my attention back to Candace. You really think you can take all comers? With only 30 worlds, you think you are going to take on the entire inner sphere? And win? Maybe it's the planet, not the family, the representative from Canopian muttered to herself before standing to leave. I looked around, noticing others staring at me in shock, disbelief. Even pity. My anger died quietly. Am I to take this as the official policy of the Capellan Confederation? That you will accept no outcome besides status quo antebellum? The Archon designate seemed disappointed. I shared the sentiment if for entirely different reasons. That is correct. I acknowledged, for the sake of the many lives that will otherwise be lost, I urge you not to test this. My eyes met hers, trying to convey both my regret and my resolve. If blood is to be spilled, it will be because of your hubris, Candace acidly interjected. I took one last tired look around the room, feeling tired. Exhausted. Perhaps I should speak up, tell them the truth of my existence. Maybe if I word it just right they'll understand just how far I had to limit myself, just how little of my power I truly allowed myself to use, just to keep myself merely on the level of being able to casually crush their nations on a whim. Or perhaps they'd laugh me out of the room. No. I wasn't getting through to them here. It remained to be seen if my meeting with my supposed allies in the Concord would go even this well. Maybe Thomas would at least show me a hint of wariness. Regent. Melissa finally broke through my haze and got my attention. Yes, Archon designate. I replied. I was asking if you had any objections to our calling a recess for the rest of the day, she said. No. No objections, I took my seat and simply waited while the rest of the room filtered out. Presumably, I was busy organizing a few folders of papers on my table, but that was pointless. They were merely exhibits in case anyone had actually asked for proof of the Prefectorate's decision. They must have acquired their own copies through aids or intelligence or some such, making them redundant. I didn't know how long I stood there before a welcome voice interrupted me. Hi. A sigh of relief escaped me as I looked up straight into Madeline's eyes. I couldn't help the smile either as I noticed Callie sleeping soundly against her shoulder. Hey yourself. How were the games? I asked. Exciting as always. Maybe a bit too much so, since she's so worn out. I don't think we'll be making those dinner reservations tonight, my lover frowned in regret. I'll have the hotel send something to our room. I'm in the mood to stay in and cuddle anyways, I said. The bitterness seeps into my tone despite my best attempt to keep hold of it. Did the talks not go well? She asked, not sounding especially surprised. I laughed. It was a flat empty thing. They don't understand. I can't blame them, I don't really fit their paradigm. But they don't. Their people are going to die for their ignorance. So it's war then, she quietly asked. They can still choose otherwise. But we both know they won't, I said. Neither of us spoke as we finally left the room, but if our hands were clasped a little tighter than usual as we walked to our rooms. Well, that was nobody's business but our own.